The end of the world is approaching, and a high-dimensional disaster beyond the comprehension of three-dimensional creatures is brewing. It is like a huge whirlpool, constantly eroding the barriers of time and space, causing the entire world to fall into a desperate situation of distortion and collapse. As the disaster approaches, the silent genetic virus spreads wildly in the air, turning people into mindless zombies one by one. The zombie tide swept across the earth with unstoppable force, and humanity's counterattack was as fragile as paper in front of it and could not withstand a single blow. Even more cruel is that the cold robot army resolutely abandoned the procedures established by humans. They cruelly carry out the cleansing of humanity with mechanical precision and ruthlessness. At the same time, the Zergs surged out from the depths of darkness. With a strong desire to devour all life, they madly reproduce endless offspring. However, this horrifying doomsday scene seemed far away from an ordinary college student like me. But just 1 year ago, I unexpectedly traveled from my university dormitory to this parallel world where the end of the world had come. As a time traveler, I unsurprisingly obtained two incredible treasures: the round table and the empty door. According to the time travel system, the round table is a mysterious system. It can greedily devour the enemy's power and use it for its own benefit. That is to say, I end the enemies in one apocalyptic disaster at a time. I can gain a new ability from it and continue to strengthen myself. The Kong Min is like a magical portal connecting countless parallel worlds. By passing through it, I can step into any endangered world. Today, all the reincarnations of the end of the world are constantly being played out in countless parallel worlds. The final outcome of every world is destruction in the same despair. With these two magical tools in hand, I am determined not to be a mediocre person with average abilities anymore. Perhaps I will really be the only person in the universe who can end the cycle of reincarnation. My name is Chu Yun, and today I was at home packing up survival supplies for the end of the world. I quickly closed the windows in all the rooms and then drew the curtains to ensure that no light leaked in. Finally, I gritted my teeth and dragged the refrigerator to the door with great effort to block it. Although the movement was quick, I still made some noise. The noise coming from upstairs became louder and louder, as if something was banging on the door of each house. Listening to these voices, I couldn't help but recall the rumors I had heard before. This is none other than a bulimic, a being more terrifying than zombies. I turned on the flashlight on my phone and scanned the room for anything I could use as a weapon. I found that there was only a pair of scissors, a kitchen knife, a boning knife, and a fruit knife in the house, but these knives were too short and lacked lethality. I finally put the bone-chopping knife on my waist. Maybe it will come in handy at a critical moment. My eyes finally stopped on the decorative Tang Dynasty sword in the corner. But to be honest, it was almost never really used, not even for chopping cauliflower, and it eventually became a decoration. However, this Tang horizontal sword has no blade at all. In desperation, I could only take out the whetstone at home and start grinding it little by little, hoping to make it a little sharper. My ears were filled with the constant banging on the door, the cracking of bones, and the chewing of the bulimic upstairs. It wasn't just this building. Through the gaps in the curtains, I saw that several surrounding buildings seemed to be in chaos as well. Aren't there enough police? I muttered to myself, feeling a little annoyed. The Black Earth town has never been peaceful. Even if the apocalypse had not occurred, people would die here every now and then. I remember when I came back from summer vacation last time, someone's head was chopped off and thrown into the river. I went to see the scene at that time. The police didn't allow me to take photos, so I obeyed and just recorded a video. The image of the headless corpse is still there. To be honest, I think as long as they can hold on until dawn, these bulimia patients should be able to be cleared out by the police. After all, no matter how strong a monster is, it is nothing but flesh and blood when facing bullets. However, it is better to rely on yourself than on others. I continued to sharpen the Tang horizontal sword. Although the progress was slow, I still sharpened it to a certain degree. But if I continue grinding, my arms will soon run out of strength, so I have to stop temporarily. I lay on the bed holding the sharpened Tang sword. Although my eyelids felt heavy, I remained highly alert. The sounds of smashing and screaming continued to be heard in the corridor, and every once in a while, it seemed as if one could hear the sound of someone's life fading away. In the middle of the night, a little light finally appeared in the sky, but sleepiness surged over me like a tide. I have always slept a lot, and I can only feel energetic after sleeping for 10 hours. But now in the stressful environment, I feel more sleepy. I was about to fall asleep when suddenly a crisp sound of glass breaking came from the living room. Bang! The sound was like a sharp needle piercing my nerves, and I opened my eyes suddenly. Someone broke the window? No, my house is on the third floor. My heart tightened, and I immediately stood up to check. Damn, they can climb up? I cursed in a low voice. I never expected these monsters to come in through the window. I quietly looked over and saw a fat, big-eared, and completely deformed monster crawling in from the window. It didn't look like a human at all. This monster's entire body was like a balloon covered in grease. Its head was as big as a jar. Its teeth were protruding and as thick as fingers, and its palms were even bigger, as if it could crush pots and pans into pieces at any time. Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but feel terrified. Is this thing still a human? In just one night, an ordinary person could turn into such a monster. My brain was working fast, but the monster seemed to have smelled my scent, and as if it had smelled delicious food, it dragged its fat body and rushed towards my bedroom at a rapid speed. Xiang, I smell you. Don't hide. I'm so hungry. The monster's voice was eerie and terrifying, with suppressed excitement. Your grandpa is here. I clenched the Tang Hung Dao tightly and suddenly jumped down from the corner of the ceiling. The climbing training I learned when I was a child came in handy, and I easily hid in the corner of the room. I swung the knife and aimed at its head, trying to cut it in half. But the monster's reaction was not slow either. It turned its head in an instant, and my knife cut its shoulder and got stuck in its shoulder blade. Tisk, get stuck? I gritted my teeth and was about to draw my knife, but the monster's hand had already reached into the crack of the door and grabbed my waist, and his voice became even hoarse and low. Brother, you smell so good. The next moment, its hand seemed to crush my waist directly, and I was shocked. Taking advantage of the moment when it was feeling proud, I drew out the bone-cutting knife from my waist and stabbed it hard into its eye socket. Puff! The eyeball burst and a sound like decompression was heard. The monster howled in pain, and its hands immediately loosened. I didn't give it any chance to breathe. I held the boning knife tightly in both hands and stabbed it hard into its eye socket and straight into its brain. It struggled violently twice, then stopped moving. The monster called bulimia died. I took a breath, but before I could think any more, my vision suddenly became blurry, and there was only bright white between the sky and the earth. What's going on? I actually fell asleep at this time? I was shocked. Then, the scene in the dream became blurred, and the black table ball on the round table seemed to be undergoing some changes. I looked at the black billiard ball, and it suddenly started rolling on its own, heading straight for the nearest pocket. It sank into the bag and left the billiard table in the center of the dream with an eerie sense of ritual. At this moment, I suddenly felt an inexplicable clarity and calmness, as if I was in control of some kind of power. I found that I could control this black table tennis ball with ease. It was slowly lifted in front of me by an invisible force. At this moment, when the information from emptiness poured in, I felt my mind clearer than ever before, as if I was about to wake up from a dream. My eyes snapped open, and the sight before me made me realize that I had only been unconscious for a few seconds. The fat body of the bulimic patient was still blocking the door, and the world outside was in a mess, and it seemed that nothing had changed. However, I can no longer regard my previous round table dream as a simple dream. Now that the apocalypse has broken out, reality is even more absurd than dreams. Even if a blue civet cat really jumped out and told me that it came from the future and asked me to save the world, I would probably believe it. I pulled and kicked with great effort and finally pushed the body of the bulimic patient out. The door closed with a bang. Holding the door handle, my heart was beating wildly with nervousness. I haven't felt this way in a long time. The world outside the door was completely different from the corridors or streets I had imagined. Instead, it was a blue sky and endless calm water. Countless doors with unique characteristics are displayed around, and each door has a unique style. I was stunned, and my feet involuntarily stepped into this strange space, and the door behind me slowly closed. I looked back at the old wooden door painted bright red, then looked to the right. There was a strange door made of machinery and flesh and blood, and looking to the side, a door surrounded by green plants was also very eye-catching. There were white rock doors, blue-green translucent doors, doors made of yellow electric arcs, and even doors made of moving eyeballs all around. There were too many of them, and they were too weird. I was dizzy. These doors seemed endless. Every time I took a step forward, a few new doors would appear out of nowhere at the end of my sight. I understood now. These doors appeared as my line of sight changed. If all the doors appeared in front of me at the same time, the entire space would be covered by the shadows of the doors, and I wouldn't be able to see anything. I didn't dare to touch the doors that looked too strange, So I chose the most ordinary brown wooden door. There was a simple wooden cross carved in the center of the door, and I thought it didn't look very dangerous. It's so ordinary, the rest of it should be normal too. I thought to myself, and gently pushed open the door. As soon as I saw it, I felt something was wrong. The world behind the door was in ruins, with collapsed walls, rubble all over the ground, and the skyscrapers in the distance had collapsed. What's even more terrifying is that there are waves of beast-like roars, as if a group of dying old people are wailing heart-wrenchingly. Not far away, a monster covered in blood and looking emaciated was slowly walking towards me. Its body was shaky, as if it would fall down at any time, and there were dozens of similar monsters following it. I wanted to say hello to them, but when I looked closely, I saw that these monsters were pale. Many of them even had half their eyeballs exposed, and their mouths were full of rotten blood. Damn, real zombies. I suddenly reacted and immediately closed the door. At this moment, I was completely convinced that behind the door was a world full of zombies. It's really ironic. I used to think that zombies were not scary, but now I have really slapped myself in the face. I leaned against the door, my heart racing. Even though I had just killed a bulimic, this was all so unreal. The changes in the round table dream and the so-called empty door ability are like winning the lottery. So dreamy. But to be honest, now that we are here, it would be a shame not to explore. I walked quickly towards the strange door made of machinery and flesh, thinking to myself, if an ordinary door leads to the zombie world, then this scary-looking door might lead to an ordinary world? With this fluke mentality, I pushed open the door. Even if it was just a quick glance, it felt like 10,000 years had passed in my mind. A huge flesh and blood planet was floating in the sky outside the door, and the ground was bright red, as if it had been stained with blood. What's even more terrifying is that the moment I opened the door, the planet started to move, and thousands of kilometers of flesh and blood seemed to come alive, and a terrifying eye suddenly opened. That eye of flesh and blood was countless times bigger than the moon, and it stared directly at me. I closed the door almost instinctively. My heart began to beat violently, and the thump, thump sound echoed in my ears. What the hell is that thing? I screamed, my forehead covered in cold sweat. At this moment, I no longer had any curiosity and just wanted to stay away from these strange doors. I turned back to the bright red painted wooden door, and just as I was about to reach out to open it, I suddenly stopped. I remembered that this empty door is connected to all the doors in the world. I want to go to the National Treasury of the United States. I shouted, my heart full of anticipation. The next moment, the door handle turned gently, just like Doraemon's Anywhere door. After entering the door, I arrived in City Inn in the United States. In this city known as the Global Financial Center, the world's largest vault is located underground in one of the most famous landmarks, the Nifty Bank. The daily operation here involves the circulation of billions of dollars of gold. The vault itself was built on a massive rock, and to support 8,000 tons of gold, there couldn't be a more solid foundation. The guards here are impeccable, and the layers of security are daunting. The entry inspection alone requires passing 2 rigorous tests, and the weight error of each piece of gold cannot exceed 1/3 of a gram. The walls were so thick that even a small hydrogen bomb explosion could not shake them at all. The entire facility was like a solid wall, impenetrable. However, today, inside this heavily guarded vault, on the other side of the mechanical gate, a red-painted wooden door suddenly and silently appeared. The next moment, under the gaze of the surveillance camera, I, Chu Yuni, with my shirt wrapped around my head, my belly exposed, hunched over and poked my head out of the door. Picking up a gold brick, I couldn't help but curse inwardly. It's so damn heavy. Did it have to be so big? As I complained, I struggled to carry the gold brick into the empty door. The door closed, and it seemed as if nothing had ever happened. It was not until a routine inspection a month later that someone noticed that a gold brick was missing from this area. But that is a story for later. I summoned Kongmin and came to the Shuguang community in Haita town. I returned home, threw the gold brick in my hand on the ground, and then untied the shirt tied on my head. The floor was a little dented. Although this gold brick looked only the size of 2 palms, it was extremely heavy, probably as heavy as 2 boxes of Coke. It seems that it's not that I lack physical strength. This thing is really heavy. I shook my arms, feeling tired, but the temptation of the treasure instantly restored my motivation. I looked around and still felt a little uneasy, worried that the room would be broken into by a bulimic. After thinking for a moment, I decided to take the safest approach. I picked up the sheets, quilt, and pillows, turned the doorknob of the empty door, and threw all these items in. Kong Min, this magical place. Although there may be countless monsters hidden behind each door, I know that only I, who have the ability of Kong Min, can turn the door handles and enter them. The monsters don't have this ability. In other words, this is my safest hiding place at the moment. I patted the quiet sea surface in the empty gate, causing ripples, then buried my head in the quilt, and finally had a perfect sleeping environment. There was no conversation that night, but I still had a dream. After some nonsense in the dream, my consciousness returned to the familiar round table space. I was shocked to see the changes on the round table. The simple round table had been completely renovated, with 25 billiard balls neatly placed on it. Each billiard ball represents a new ability. The thought that if I could get all of these 25 abilities, this is something I never dared to dream of. If every ability is as strong as Kong Min's, my future will be limitless. I couldn't wait to count them carefully. There was still a black billiard ball in the center of the round table, but this time it was not the one in the empty goal, but a completely new one. Around it, there are various colorful table tennis balls, which look extremely eye-catching. I looked carefully and saw that there were 25 balls in total, 1 black ball, 3 red balls, 5 purple balls, 7 yellow balls, and 9 white balls. It was a bit dizzy for me, however, when my consciousness focused on one of the white balls. Several pieces of information flooded into my mind again. You will be able to recall any scenes and things you have seen at any time, and your memory will no longer be fuzzy. I moved my gaze to the other 2 white balls, and new information emerged again. You can peel off your shadow, and the shadow will become a physical entity and obey your simple commands. In addition, I can switch between first-person and third-person perspectives at any time to get a wider field of view. Looking at these 9 white balls, I was surprised to find that each ability has its own usefulness, and none of them is useless. Although these abilities are not as amazing as Kong Min's, they are still very useful. However, when I tried, I found that I couldn't get the billiard balls to pocket, not even the most basic white ball. Perhaps, only after killing a bulimic patient can the changes of the round table be triggered again. As I was lost in thought, the feeling of waking up came over me again. Before I could think more, the scene in front of me suddenly became blurred, and I slowly woke up from my sleep in the empty door. I checked my phone, and it was already 2:30 in the afternoon. I shook my head and stretched. Although I slept for a long time, I still need to adapt to this irregular life. The ideal biological clock, for example, going to bed at 10 p.m. and waking up at 6 a.m., seems to be impossible to achieve in the short term. After getting up, I set a small goal for myself: kill 100 of his bulimia patients first. However, when I think of this goal, I have a headache: how to solve the weapons problem. Although I had previously killed a bulimic with the Tangheng Dao and the Zhanggu Dao, it was purely by surprise. If it were an open space, I would definitely be chased by it. Suddenly, an idea came to me. With the Kongmin in hand, it is just like Doraemon's anywhere door. I can go wherever I want. In this way, isn't it easy to find weapons? I pulled out my phone and downloaded an offline translator. The goal is clear. What I need can only be found in places like the United States where guns are allowed freely. Let's go to the United States. My plan was to find someone to buy the guns from, rather than just going to a random gun store and grabbing 2. Although the latter is more convenient, I am not a military fan and know almost nothing about the basic knowledge of firearms. I don't even know what loading and safety are. Although most content can be found online, the internet is not omnipotent. The details of a gun's model, pros and cons, and best accessories are not something that can be found out through a simple search. So I decided to go to a specialty gun store. Gunfights happen here almost every day, so of course I have to choose a relatively safe place. I slowly turned the handle of the empty door, saying to myself, I'm going to a store that specializes in selling guns. I imagine the scene in my mind. The store owner is kind and enthusiastic and will not use knives or guns. He doesn't care about my identity and can accept gold. It would be best if he can speak a little Chinese. If this door could talk, it would probably laugh at me, I thought to myself. The doorknob turned gently, and with a dingling sound, the wind chimes hanging above the head rang. On the other side of the door was a gun shop. A black-haired man who looked to be in his 30s was wiping his glasses. He didn't pay much attention to me at first, but when his eyes fell on me, he was obviously interested. Longgoran? He asked me in broken English. Huh. I was stunned for a moment before I realized he was asking me how I was doing, and I quickly shook my head. I didn't understand, but I shook my head. Then he asked, Longgoran? I finally nodded. At the moment of nodding, the shop owner's expression changed immediately, and a bright smile instantly blossomed on his expressionless face. Come in, come in. I know a little bit of Mandarin. I was a little surprised to hear him communicating with me in Mandarin. This Mayo guy's Mandarin has a strong translation accent, and it sounds like he is imitating. I really don't know where he learned it from. However, just from his attitude, I can feel his passion for dragon country culture. Sure enough, he walked out of the counter and did 2 sets of radio gymnastics in front of me. After finishing, he wiped his nose proudly with a smug look on his face. Seeing my speechless expression, he realized that he was a little too excited and quickly changed his words. Ah, please come in, have something to drink. Orange juice, green tea, black coffee. I waved my hand and said bluntly, I need a heavy fire weapon. It's best to be simple, have high lethality, and be easy to change magazines and operate. Hearing my request, the enthusiastic shop owner was stunned for a moment and seemed a little surprised. I thought he thought it was expensive and took the gold out of his pocket. This is not a gold brick from my vault, but a small piece I cut off with a knife, and the mark on the surface has been worn away. Although I don't know much about gold, judging from the market price, this piece of gold is definitely valuable. The shop owner's eyes lit up instantly. Hiss, oh, my friend, you are really... He took the gold, took a bite with his teeth, and put it into his pocket with joy. Then, he immediately pulled me into the warehouse, pointed at several guns on display, and introduced them to me. First of all, I solemnly recommend to you my personal modified model, a killer weapon, a 360-round double-drum short-section, blackened modified submachine gun. He continued, oh my God, these things are usually used by prisons to suppress riots. They can fire 1,200 rounds of bullets a minute, and they look like a swarm of bees when they fire. So I affectionately call them Little Bee submachine guns. He finished speaking in one breath, took a breath, and then continued, this gun has almost no shortcomings and is very easy to operate. Besides, he still had to point out the disadvantages, which was that it took 5 minutes to shoot and 2 hours to reload. Haha. When he said this, he laughed to himself, but I didn't laugh with him. I didn't think it was very funny. He seemed to notice my silence, and his expression became a little lost. Then he turned to the other side and introduced another pistol. This is a large caliber pistol. It won't jam and is easy to change bullets. I was attracted by this cool-looking pistol at first sight. He picked up the pistol with a grin and fired 2 shots at the distant concrete wall, saying excitedly, this little guy uses standard rifle bullets, my friend, and he shoots accurately and with high precision. It's perfect for a novice. I listened to his introduction and felt a little embarrassed, but I didn't intend to waste too much time on it. He seemed to see what I was thinking. He quickly took out a cardboard box, put 2 B submachine guns and 2 Walthers in it, and even said jokingly, today, I will give you another set, 2 sets, 12 sets of magazines. The magazine of the Burt B submachine gun was bulging, and the disc-shaped design took up most of the space. 12 sets of magazines immediately filled the cardboard box. I watched him pull out a Burberry submachine gun and demonstrate the steps of changing the magazine. 2 crisp, click, click, sounds made me understand. Then he put 12 sets of Walther magazines into a cardboard box and handed it to me. The box felt heavy in my hand, giving me a sense of security. Next time you come, I will only pick friends who want to speak the key points, he said, waved his hand, and I walked out of the store. As soon as I went out, the golden sunlight hit my face and a pungent smell instantly hit my nose. Pa, who said the air abroad is sweet? I couldn't help but complain. If this is sweet, then durian and stinky tofu would have to be classified as desserts. I walked silently into an alley with a box of guns in my arms. There was a homeless man in the alley who was looking for food, but when he saw several gun barrels exposed outside the cardboard box, he immediately shrank back. Behind the alley was a boiler room back door that had never been opened. It was obvious that the homeless man just wanted to see me make a fool of myself. Unexpectedly, I actually opened the door and walked into a strange space. The homeless man wiped his eyes and murmured, "Ah, are you still drunk?" When I got home, I emptied my stomach of the garbage. For me, I have to do this once or twice a day, otherwise I will feel uncomfortable all over. However, if my life were a novel, I guess no one would mention such trivial matters. Walking out of the bathroom, I accidentally kicked the cardboard box at the door. My eyes swept over the bodies of bulimic patients piled up in the living room, and I couldn't help but feel a headache in my heart. Although I also wanted to ask online, what should I do if there is some blood splattered when slaughtering a pig at home? But when I thought about the fact that I still have time, it didn't matter. I dragged the body into the empty door with great effort, intending to find a secluded place to dispose of it. The moment I opened the door, I found myself in an unfamiliar environment. As soon as I opened the door, I saw a hyena taking a lazily nap in the distance. I couldn't help but wonder, is this still China? Why am I here? However, I didn't care too much and directly dragged out the body of the bulimic patient. Looking at the hyena not far away, I made two sucking sounds as if possessed by a ghost. Suck, suck, suck. As if receiving a mysterious and ancient call, the hyena opened its eyes instantly and looked at me. In this wasteland, a door suddenly appeared, and the person in the door dragged out a huge corpse. When the hyena saw this thing, its eyes lit up instantly and it wagged its tail, but it didn't dare to move forward. It could only look around and howl from time to time. I won't disturb you. You guys continue. I'm leaving, I said softly, then shrank back to the empty door and closed it. When I got home, I picked up two Walthers, put them on my waist, and held a submachine gun in my hand. For me, this exposure does not pose much risk. In Dragon Country, even if you walk down the street with a real gun, passersby will just think it's a toy. The only thing is that the gun that is wrapped with broken steel pipes and cloth strips will be considered real by others. After going out, I locked the door and smelled the bloody smell in the corridor. It seemed to have faded a lot, probably because it had dried up long ago. I don't know if the reborn person upstairs survived. After all, in just one night, these bulimic patients were able to climb the stairs with their bare hands, break the window and rush in, so it was normal for them to be eaten. Today's weather is cloudy and a little chilly. I walked out the door and looked at this somewhat gloomy and desolate town. I didn't expect that it had changed so much overnight. People are in danger now, but I have no intention of enforcing justice. I just want to kill a few bulimia patients and take a few ability balls off the round table. However, after a night of silence, the town seemed to become strangely quiet, unlike last night when the sound of bulimia patients eating could be heard. It was too troublesome to find someone. So I picked up the Burger King submachine gun and fired 2 shots into the air. Buzz, 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 buzz. A series of explosions rang out, and the harsh gunshots made my ears suffer a little. Looking at the little submachine gun in my hand, I couldn't help but raise my eyebrows. I didn't expect that this thing was really the same as what the gun store owner said. The sound of the gun was like the buzzing of a bee. The sound seemed to have startled many silent beings. I felt a gaze on me, and I turned around. It was a person and an acquaintance. Through a window covered by a burglar-proof net, I saw a fat face slowly emerge. It turned out to be the fat lady who sold tofu in the town before the end of the world. She looked kind. "Annie Fatty." I greeted her with a smile. "Have you ever seen that kind of monster? The tall, fat one, 5 or 6 times stronger than you?" When Aunt Fat heard me speaking so loudly, she immediately waved her hands, looking nervous. She seemed to realize that she had expressed herself incorrectly, and quickly covered her mouth with her hands and pointed upwards with one hand. "I see. There is a bulimic patient in the corridor." "Oh, I see." I nodded and walked towards the corridor. Seeing how desperate I was, Aunt Fat seemed even more anxious. Her meaning was very clear, but she was a little hesitant. I walked into the corridor and carefully observed the blind spots. Although this corridor could indeed hide people, given the obese body of the bulimic patient, it would be impossible for him to hide behind the rolling door. Walking all the way to the first floor, I saw signs of several doors being violently broken, but in the end, they were not smashed open. Going up to the second floor, a faint smell of rust began to become apparent. I held the submachine gun close to my arms, thinking to myself, I don't want the gun to be slapped away by the bulimic at this critical moment. Going up to the third floor, I saw that the door of one house was torn open and the door lock was deformed. It was obvious that the bulimic patient had pulled the door open with great force. I walked in and the scene before me made me feel uncomfortable. The house was filled with the smell of blood and old people, as if this was once a household where an elderly person lived alone. I looked around and found that the room was empty. Even the bloodstains looked like they had been cleaned. I saw that the refrigerator was wide open and there was no food inside, which made me even more alert. "Tisk," I murmured softly and continued to go upstairs with the gun in hand. I went up to the fourth floor and heard a faint snoring sound. Hum, hum. The doors of 3 households on the 4th floor were all broken, and the sound came from household 402. I leaned inside and saw a giant object that took up half of the living room. The guy was like a bloated bulimic, lying on his side on the ground, seemingly defenseless, and his snoring was deafening. I approached gently, raised the submachine gun, pointed it at its head, and felt nervous. The moment the trigger is gently pulled, a wave of gunfire follows like bees. In an instant, flesh, blood, and bone fragments flew everywhere, and the ground and walls became dirty in an instant. The next moment, the snoring stopped abruptly, and the faint breathing sound also disappeared. As I expected, this bulimic patient is ultimately a carbon-based creature. How could he possibly withstand bullets, let alone my shooting of dozens of rounds per second? Looking at the motionless corpse, I stepped forward and gave it a kick. Its fat body swayed slightly, as if reminding me, I don't know how many people it has eaten. I glanced at him, feeling a mixture of emotions, and then turned and left. As I got downstairs, I caught a glimpse of a police car parked in the distance, one of the few in town. I am not unfamiliar with this car. I saw it during the last beheading incident in Black Soil Town. The police car stopped at the side of the corridor, and 3 police officers slowly walked down. They had serious expressions and bloodstains on their bodies, and it was obvious that they had just killed a bulimic patient. When I saw them, I thought to myself, now that the police have arrived, perhaps the bulimia patients in this town will be cleared out soon. However, all the police stations in Haida Town only have 30 bullets combined. Although it might be possible to kill a bulimic with 1 bullet, that situation is really too ideal. When I saw those police officers, I quickly walked around the building to avoid their sight. I have to speed up, I thought to myself, found a door at random, turned the handle, activated my ability, and entered the empty space. Let's go to Black Earth Town where the bulimia patients are located, I said to myself, and then I opened the door and opened fire. This Little B submachine gun has a double drum magazine, with over 100 bullets, which I used up in an instant, then casually replaced them with 2 new sets of drum magazines and continued the process. After killing the monster, I opened the round table system dream. My consciousness arrived here, and I felt the difference at the first moment. In the past, I couldn't shake this round table at all, but after killing countless bulimia patients, it seems that I can shake it a little today. First of all, I aimed directly at the black ball. Because there is only 1 black ball on each table, and scarcity means excellence, so this is the first one I want. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't seem to move the black ball, so I turned to the red ball, but failed again. Then I hit the purple ball, then the yellow ball, but all failed. Tisk, I muttered in dissatisfaction. Is it only the white ball that can be hit? I felt a sense of loss and had to put aside the idea of directly taking the black ball. This time I could only shake the white ball. Although I was a little disappointed, I understood that having an absolutely loyal helper was always more useful than other auxiliary abilities. As I thought about it, my attention was completely focused on the white ball. However, despite my full range of manipulation, the white ball did not move at all. At this point, I found that my control over the round table was gradually weakening. I have to try another method, I thought to myself. The next moment, all my control over the round table condensed into a cue in midair. This time, I can finally move, right? I thought to myself, hey, it actually turned into the feeling of playing billiards. I laughed twice and swung the club with my mind. Bang! With a slight sound, the white ball was hit out in an instant and rolled on the round table. Unfortunately, it hit the edge and rolled a little more to the corresponding angle, but did not enter the pocket. Shit! I was so angry that I swung the club again, letting the white ball roll quickly and go into the pocket smoothly. The white ball rolled out of the pocket and belonged to my consciousness. Now I have the white ball. As I drag it, a wave of information floods into my mind. You can peel off the shadow, and the shadow will become a physical entity, and the physical shadow can understand simple commands. Then, I turned my consciousness back to the round table, aiming at the other white balls. It hit the edge of the round table several times and went directly into the pocket twice. After my control over the round table completely disappeared, I obtained a total of 5 white billiard balls. It is worth noting that blood control sounds powerful, but the effect can only be applied to oneself. I don't want to scratch myself and then go out to fight with blood gushing out. Not to mention whether it will get infected. I can't stand losing a few 100 milliliters of blood. The main purpose of this ability is to prevent yourself from losing too much blood. In the future, no matter how serious the battle is, you can stop the bleeding instantly, which is quite convenient. Let's talk about the word of all spirits. This thing is quite useful. It can communicate with consciousness, but it cannot be used on creatures with intelligence and behavioral logic below 30. I silently prayed in my heart, feeling excited by the new powers. These abilities will add more variables and possibilities to my next battle. As my willpower returned, I knew that what I would face next would be even more severe challenges. After waking up from the round table dream, I slowly stood up, put my palms together, and my heart was full of anticipation for my new abilities. After acquiring these new abilities, I became even more determined to strangle the bulimia patients. Now that the entire town has been cleared, it's time to turn our attention to other cities. However, I suddenly realized it seemed like I hadn't eaten all day. Although saving the world is important, in my opinion, eating seems to be a higher priority. After all, I am not a good person in the orthodox sense. I can even be said to be terrible in some aspects. Superheroism like Superman and Spider-Man, I don't look like them at all. I don't even want to go hungry and kill those gluttonous patients. Even if I delay for a while, many people will die at their hands. Thinking of this, I turned the doorknob and said to the empty door, I'm going to a nice restaurant. It's best if there are a few bulimic patients after I finish eating. That's it. After that, I firmly turned the door handle. There was a click, and at this moment, I knew it was done. Today I am conducting an experiment to see if Kong Min can predict the future in disguise. The empty door can meet the requirement of going to a place, but whether it can add the requirement of future is crucial. In that case, I'll eat first. The next moment, I stepped into the empty door and walked into the restaurant it chose for me. By walking and crossing, I had covered hundreds of kilometers. Kong Min selected a restaurant. Although it was not as good as a state banquet, it was at least at the top of the local must-eat list. I walked in, chose a private room, and after I sat down, I said to the waiter next to me, I don't want this, and I don't want this pickle either. Bring me one portion of the rest. I ordered almost the entire menu. After all, it's not easy to keep a restaurant open in the apocalypse. Since you are here, if you don't order more to taste it this time, you may not be able to eat it next time. But soon, the whole table of dishes was served, steaming hot, with all kinds of cold dishes, hot dishes and soups, making people salivate. I took a bite right away, aiming for the roast duck. The duck was wrapped in spring pancakes, sprinkled with sweet bean sauce, and topped with chopped green onions. When I took a bite, the fat oozed out from the duck's skin, which was crispy and delicious, and I couldn't stop eating it. Then, I took a bite of cucumber to get rid of the greasiness, thinking that this dish would only be a taste. I also tasted the rest of the dishes, took a sip of the steamed chicken soup with straw mushrooms, picked up a piece of braised pork with chopsticks, sipped the fungio, and then swallowed it with the duck feet. I was full, and seeing that there wasn't any bulimia outbreak in the restaurant, I simply took out my phone and checked the food. I find that the current trend on the internet is really not right. On the mobile internet, a hot search titled "Rebirth" is sensational. The virus has no scientific basis, ranked third. As for which young celebrity occupied the first and second places, it was simply unbearable to watch. I don't even want to click on it. But I think that this kind of bad guidance will definitely be clarified and managed by the authorities. But I still find these videos quite interesting. Just as I was watching a video, the background of the screen was dark, and a man with bloodshot eyes was telling about his previous life in a very emotional voice. I raised my eyebrows and continued to browse the comments section while picking up the food. The comments were so diverse that it was really hilarious. I thought to myself that if I saw a bulimic eating patient, I might be infected. I learned about the specific symptoms. In the early stage, there is uncontrolled hunger and constant eating. In the middle stage, the whole body becomes several times larger, the body functions are strengthened, and even steel bars can be chewed as a bag of spicy temptation. It is worth mentioning that when patients with bulimia continue to eat, humans will also be pulled into the menu, and even have a very high priority. Chapter 10. The Elegant Butcher, the Flower of Blood and Flesh. Chu Yuni basically only ate a few bites of each dish. I tasted each dish and was full after eating so many dishes. It can be said that the food was not much different from when it was first served. Looking at these leftovers, the male waiter was a little stunned. He would usually eat some of the guests' leftovers, which were basically untouched, and the only difference between them and those freshly cooked was the temperature. But when he saw Chu Yun's table, he started drooling for no reason. But he still restrained himself. Chu Yun felt something was wrong and was about to speak. The male waiter turned his head and looked straight at Chu Yun. If Chu Yun wasn't so ambitious, he would have felt a little nervous. But fortunately, the male waiter did not make any abrupt moves, but just asked, "Sir, it would be inconvenient if you pack it up. Can I eat some?" The male waiter seemed to have retained his sanity, but his eyes were increasingly focused on the dishes on the table. In a trance, Chu Yun thought a lot and responded instinctively, "Oh, yeah." This response seemed to trigger some signal. It's like the clucking sound outside the pig pen, the clanging sound beside the dog's food bowl, and the ding-ding-ding sound in the school cafeteria. At first, the waiter was sitting and eating, using chopsticks. Later he stood up and started using his hands. He grabbed a plate of pork elbows with both hands, tore them apart in an instant like tearing apart Japanese soldiers with his bare hands, and stuffed them into his mouth desperately. Even the bones were swallowed whole. While eating, he murmured, delicious. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. It's delicious. Looking at the increasingly crazy waiter, Chu Yun raised his eyebrows and thought, is this considered the early stages of bulimia? Let's wait until he reaches the middle stage of his promotion before we take action. He's like a normal person now. I don't know if killing him will be of any use. In the corridor, a waiter walked in, and Chu Yuni kindly reminded him, go to the police. Don't come into this box. The waiter felt confused and even wanted to take a look at by Chu Yun in his heart. What normal person would listen to someone else's advice and then go to the police for no reason? Adhering to the rebellious psychology that everyone has. The waiter was thinking, why are we not allowed into the box? The more you don't let me in, the more I want to go in. Otherwise, who knows what you did in there? Thinking of this, the waiter opened the door of the private room and walked in. First look, he was also stunned when he saw the male waiter eating like crazy. Chu Yun didn't say much when he saw this. He had said everything he needed to say. There was nothing he could do if the other person didn't want to listen. How does the saying go? Let go of the desire to help others and respect their fate. While the waiter was stunned, Chu Yun stepped behind him and closed the door. In the private room, what's wrong with you? I want to eat. I'm so hungry. What are you doing? I've finished eating. Be normal. Brother, you smell so good. Don't come over here, Longwa Jingnan City. A huge riot broke out in a restaurant, and the surrounding traffic roads have been blocked and traffic is prohibited. The police cars had surrounded the restaurant like a steel fence. A large number of police officers were on standby, just waiting for orders. There are still people who have not been evacuated. Please stand by. Receive. They are lined up in a neat row, and no one will be left out. But unfortunately, there are usually billboards for promotion outside the restaurant. When the restaurant is full, movies are played for people in line, and when there are few people, the restaurant is advertised. And now, what was playing on that billboard was not a movie, nor was it an advertisement, but the whole process of a bulimic patient eating. Ugh. A police officer couldn't help but vomit it. As soon as I relaxed, the companion on the right seemed to have gone crazy and bit his neck directly. Permission to fire. I repeat, permission to fire. Kill the bulimic patient immediately. Receive. The streets outside were already a bit chaotic, but fortunately all people and vehicles had been evacuated. It didn't cause much panic. In the restaurant, the door of a private room was pushed open, and Chu Yuni walked out of the empty door. In his hands, he also held 2 Walther rifles. After releasing the safety and loading the gun successfully, Chu Yuni held a pistol in each hand and felt like he was just like the hero in the game. But Chu Yuni seemed to have overlooked one thing. He doesn't know the way very well. This restaurant is quite big, and everyone has been evacuated. It's impossible to find someone to ask for directions. No way. It's better to rely on special abilities to open the door. Chu Yun found a door at random, and as he went in and out, he instantly came to a different room. Restaurant monitoring room. The main function here is monitoring to prevent customers from losing items, making unreasonable demands, etc. Its other function is that it can control the billboards outside the restaurant at the same time. At this time, a man with a face full of filth, the filth being a combination of grease and coagulated blood. He was sitting in a chair in a strange posture. In front of him was the eating scene he projected. I'm so hungry, I need to find something to eat. This way, if I have more companions, the police outside won't be able to stop me. I really am a genius. But he didn't have time to think too much. A bullet instantly penetrated his head from the back and shot out from his forehead. What when? The filthy bulimic patient fell down with empty eyes. It is truly a medical miracle that he was able to say his last words after his brain was blown up. The door of the monitoring room was closed, but it was just opened and someone walked in from a different space. It was Chu Yuni who walked out of the empty gate. Chu Yun smelled the rust smell coming towards him. It gives me a headache to look at this bloody scene. The wall was covered with brain stuff, and there was also a lot of it on the monitor. The bulimic patient's head was like a leaky faucet, constantly overflowing with not-so-bright red blood. TSK, what about the body? Never mind. Chu Yun was too lazy to deal with it. In addition, this is the monitoring room. Except for some private rooms, the monitoring range can basically show the situation of the restaurant. Took a glance. Chu Yun took note of the general appearance of several rooms and found that there were several bulimia patients in each of them. Then he took 2 steps and cut off the power supply of the host computer in the monitoring room. Because Chu Yuni not only saw the situation inside the restaurant, but also saw the bulimic patient projecting the video outside. This caused a certain impact on the outside world, but Chu Yuni just did it casually, so it was nothing. The host computer is powered off, and the billboard outside should also show no connection. After shaking off the blood stains on his shoes, Chu Yuni turned the door handle again. With the convenience of emptiness, Chu Yuni was like a ghost, able to move instantly between rooms. In plains, grasslands, deserts, places without doors, Chu Yuni is just an ordinary man with a gun. But in this kind of housing area, he is simply an elegant butcher. Every shot fired, a flower of blood and flesh will burst out. Just one more moment later, these flowers of flesh and blood that condensed in midair either splashed onto the walls or scattered onto the ground. Not long, Chu Yun is the only one left. All the bulimia patients in the entire restaurant have been cleared out. Chapter 11. There are many enemies, but only one life. As soon as Chu Yun returned to the Buddhist temple, he took a short rest and then came to the round table dream. Having just killed so many bulimia patients, his control over the round table has reached an incredible level. Next, Chu Yuni directly pocketed all the other white balls, consuming about 40% of his control power. Immediately, Chu Yuni turned his gaze to the yellow ball. He discovered that his control was finally able to move billiard balls of other colors, but it was limited to the yellow billiard balls. Is it in order? The first wave was white pool balls. This time we can play yellow. So the last wave is the black one with the smallest number? Chu Yun was thinking, but his mind was not still moving. He directly picked up a table tennis ball and hit it. Bang! The yellow table tennis ball was instantly knocked away and fell straight into the pocket. Great! Chu Yun exclaimed. However, Chu Yuni realized something was wrong in a blink of an eye. This swing actually consumed 55% of his control. Getting the remaining 4 white balls into the pocket only consumed 40% of his control. The energy consumed by this yellow ball is 5 or 6 times that of the white ball. This also made Chu Yun ponder. With a thought, the 4 white balls appeared beside him, well organized. With ease. A sudden storm. The power of size. 8 and 10 are all passive skills. The effect of being well organized is to make Chu Yun rational at all times, no matter he is angry, confused, or sad. Being able to do things with ease will speed up the accumulation of proficiency. To put it bluntly, it will make learning anything easier. The benefit of size is to slightly enhance physical fitness. But, although this sudden turmoil was a white ball, it aroused Chu Yun's interest. Because, a sudden storm. Quality, white. Introduction. After you have this ability, you can release an invisible wall of wind waves at any time to block flying objects. Price. The wall of wind and waves lasts for 2 seconds, and each release will consume a certain amount of physical strength. This skill reminded Chu Yuni of a happy windman. And, although the introduction of this flying object is simple, its simplicity leaves room for imagination. That's the concept. The Milky Way is also a river? Since there is no definition of what a flying object is, then as long as it flies over, it can be blocked, right? Chu Yun thought about it and looked at the yellow ball under his hand. Environmental adaptation. Quality, yellow. Introduction. With this ability, you can quickly adapt to the environment. Note, this ability is limited to environments that will not kill you immediately, such as high pressure and high oxygen environments, slightly toxic atmospheres, strong gravity environments, etc. After seeing the precautions, Chu Yun understood. Although the ability of number 11 is limited, it is still powerful. According to the precautions, as long as you don't suddenly enter the deep sea, magma, etc., you can adapt to those environments. I can only say that it is worthy of being the yellow ability table tennis. It is powerful. Then, Chu Yuni placed all the table tennis balls he could on the open space of the round table dreamland where the sky and the earth were one color. Then wake up slowly. Hide a town, at home. After waking up, Chu Yuni took a cup of warm water and drank it while watching short videos. Now, he is a little obsessed with killing those bulimic patients and feels like he is upgrading his skills by beating monsters. And these rewards are also effective on himself, directly allowing him to gain a lot of abilities. Although most abilities are passive skills. But that doesn't matter. While watching short videos with one hand, I was operating with my mind at the other. A sudden storm. Swish. A wall of wind stood directly in front of Chu Yuni. Fine dust was blown up, and the general outline of the wind wall could be vaguely seen. It is about 2 meters wide, and the length fluctuates a bit, but it is still at least 2 meters. Chu Yun picked up the scissors on the table and threw them towards the wind wall. In an instant, the scissors stabbed into the wind wall and couldn't go in at all. It was as if it had stopped in midair. Bang! The next moment, the scissors fell directly to the ground, making a crisp sound. Chu Yun found it interesting, so he created another wind wall, took out the Walther from his waist, and fired a shot. Bang! A huge gunshot rang out. After the gunshot rang out, Chu Yun looked up into the sky, and the corners of his mouth curled up involuntarily. See you. A bullet was suspended in the air, as if it was frozen in midair. The bullet didn't fall down until the wind wall disappeared. Interesting, interesting. Chu Yun put down the cup of water and thought that it was really magical that Pingdi Fenghua, who had white ability, could withstand bullets. Or rather, can't color represent everything? Or are the active skills all amazing? Chu Yun wanted to calm down, but the smile just wouldn't come down. Only, Chu Yun's heartbeat inexplicably quickened and his breathing became rapid. It's like running a few hundred meters outside. Is this the price? It's completely within an acceptable range if my physical fitness improves in the future. Can't we use this ability to create an absolute domain against flying objects? As Chu Yun thought about it, he couldn't help but feel happy. Given his current physical condition, if he were to stand and rest while releasing the storm on the ground, it is no problem to release it dozens of times in a row, and even if you take a breath, it is not impossible to use it hundreds of times. But if you use it while fighting in close combat, it will be hard to say. But Chu Yun will try his best to prevent others from getting close to him. Please, why use a knife when you can use a gun? Why use close combat when you can use a long-range gun? There are many enemies and you only have one life. Why fight for your life? This is Chu Yun's purpose. After experimenting with his abilities, Chu Yun remembered another active skill, Shadow Clone. After I took this thing out, I seem to have forgotten how to use it. Then, Chu Yun's ability took effect as soon as he thought about it. The next moment, the shadow behind Chu Yun seemed to be cut off and fell down like a piece of paper. Afterwards, it grows against the wind and fills up directly. In the blink of an eye, the shadow changed from a flat shadow into an extremely dark humanoid monster. But it wasn't particularly dark, at least Chu Yun could see the outline clearly. Chu Yun had seen a kind of paint called in a short video before. After being sprayed on, it turns the blackest color, and objects with size 3 will directly become 2. Fortunately, the shadow is not that dark, so I can see it clearly. Chapter 12. The Fall of Yunzhou City. Do you understand what I'm saying? Nod and shake your head, Chu Yun said while looking at the shadow. Shadow nodded. Can you use a gun? Chu Yun asked. Shadow nodded again. Chu Yun kicked the cardboard box at his feet and said, Get yourself a handful of bees, and then follow me to kill the monsters. After saying that, Shadow followed Chu Yun's instructions and squatted down and picked up the gun. It looks quite realistic. Although according to the skill description, the physical fitness of this shadow is only half of Chu Yun's. But Chu Yun doesn't need a shadow to engage in close combat. Can't he just use a gun? It has been said that the gun is the king of all weapons. What era is this? Why are you still using traditional weapons? Sir, you are eating shit. Scrolling through short videos, Chu Yun was stunned for a moment. It says that Yunzhou City is an orange alert, emergency response has been initiated, and there are 8 defense guidelines, which seems to be in line with the rules. Is there something wrong here? It doesn't matter. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. Chu Yun put his phone in his pocket and walked directly to the nearest door. He waved his hand, signaling Shadow to follow him. Looking at the shadow holding the little bee, it seemed like that. Chu Yun found it interesting. From now on, I will call you Shadow. After all, you are a shadow. Shadow didn't respond. Seeing that the shadow did not respond, Chu Yun did not pay too much attention to it, and the two of them entered the empty gate at the same time. Thinking about, Chu Yun said to the empty door, I want to go to the city with the most patience in Longwa so far. Click. The door handle was half turned. Glancing at the shadow beside him, Chu Yun remembered the description of the skill. This shadow was probably the type that would not move without commands. Then Chu Yun issued several orders. First, stay within a 30-meter radius of me from now on. Second, whatever I attack, you attack with your gun. Third, the orders I give after this have priority over these two. Not if you understand. After hearing this, Shadow nodded. Not caring whether Shadow really understood or not, Chu Yun simply turned the doorknob and opened the door. Moment. A burnt smell entered Chu Yun's nose, making his nose itchy. But in the blink of an eye, this feeling was gone. In an instant, Chu Yun suddenly remembered that this was the process of environmental adaptation taking effect. Although the active skills are very strong, but these passive skills are quite effective. Chu Yuni felt a little emotional and also had an inexplicable sense of pride. Walk out the door. Chu Yun looked around while holding a Walter. This is an office building. The burning smell around was probably caused by a fire somewhere, and the smoke was floating here. Walk to a large floor-to-ceiling window. Chu Yuni's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but make a strange sound. Wardfa. A building was entangled by thorny plants and completely turned into a strange, green building. The vehicles piled up together downstairs formed a huge traffic jam. The street lamp was twisted and distorted after being hit. There were puddles of blood on the ground, as if it had been licked clean, but not quite clean. There is also a construction site with steel reinforcement structure on the right. It's quite a headache to encounter these things halfway through the construction. Chu Yun turned left and right, jumping on the vehicles on the road from time to time, and strolled in this chaotic city in an orderly manner. Suddenly, a police team appeared at the end of the field of vision. They organized the crowd in an orderly manner and were pouring into an underground parking lot. I think it was those who didn't escape in time. After all these vehicles are stuck in traffic, making it difficult to drive out of the city. Things like traffic jams. You never know why the front is blocked, and if only one car is blocked, the entire row will be ruined. The larger the city, the more obvious this situation is. A police officer in the distance also saw Chu Yuni, and he trotted over and called out to him. That little comrade this way. Please move faster. Hearing the police's words, Chu Yun looked over there. Suddenly, the construction site fence on the right was suddenly pushed down, making a noise. Bang! As a writer, Chu Yuni naturally knows a little about everything, including architecture. He knows that this thing is called foundation pitside fence, also known as building safety fence. But, at this time, none of this matters at all. Because, after the building's safety fence was pushed down, a fat monster rushed out from behind. A bulimic. Hungry. So hungry. Eat. I want to eat. The bulimic patient was shouting and pushing the surrounding cars, trying to eat the police officer in the middle of the road. Chu Yun raised his hand and fired a shot. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets were fired in total, and the other one was naturally fired by Shadow. Only, Chu Yuni's bullet missed and hit the car next to it, leaving 2 bullet holes on the side of the vehicle. No, how come you missed? I want to beat the bulimic patient. Chu Yun frowned, feeling a little helpless. Bang! 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 3 shots were fired in succession by the policeman. The pistol was obviously of a much larger caliber, and it directly ripped a hole in the bulimic patient's brain, causing brain fragments and cerebrospinal fluid to splatter all over the floor. At this time, Chu Yuni also walked closer. The policeman saw that Chu Yuni was holding a gun and became a little wary. After all, seeing someone with a gun in Manhwa, especially one who is not a police officer, is somewhat strange. Take it easy. I'm here to destroy these monsters. Is there any useful information you can tell me? Chu Yuni explained the matters in a relaxed manner. Hearing this, the police officer glanced at the shadow beside Chu Yuni again and was stunned. Where is this foreign friend from? There are no people this dark in Africa, right? Even a black chief standing in front of you can be called a white man. Wrong. Where are this person's eyes? No, to be exact, he has no facial features at all, not even fingernails. He is simply not a human being. He looks like a shadow that has become a spirit. The next moment, the police officer understood instantly. Got it. He got it all. I knew that Dragon Country definitely had a special department. What Dragon Group, Special Investigation Bureau, or the like. He is the kind of psychic who was recruited. The novel never deceived me. The police officer saluted and said, I'm Zhou Ping'an, police number Yun020927. The entire Yunzhou city is now occupied by a large number of patients, and we are evacuating the people. Speaking of, Zhou Ping'an pointed towards a building. It was the building that was surrounded by green plants and looked very strange. That building is infested by lazy patients and is our ultimate target. Our primary goal. It's the scattered bulimia patients in the city, followed by the angry patients in the west of the city, and the jealous patients in the north of the city. It would be great if you could assist. Chapter 13:7 Deadly Sins Virus. Looking at the police officer's expression, Chu Yuni was a little surprised and thought to himself, is there more than one binge virus? Sloth, wrath, jealousy. Are you going to come up with 7 deadly sins? If that's the case, then there are also lust, greed, and arrogance? As if he had thought of something, Chu Yuni pondered deeply. Lust? Chu Yun thought of the succubus in an instant. But think about it. I took a look at the building that was parasitized by the lazy patients. The whole building was covered with green thorny plants. It looks horrifying. I guess lust is also abnormal. Chu Yun shook his head and stopped thinking about these nonsense. Come back to your senses. Chu Yuni asked the police officer named Zhou Pingon. Which one is the most dangerous? After hearing this question, Zhou Pingon said without any hesitation, there is only one furious one, which is very dangerous. Like the Hulk, he is invulnerable to swords and guns. Ahem. Chu Yun pretended to cough twice, then asked, anything else? Invulnerable to swords and guns? Are you kidding? The gun you are talking about is the one with a red tassel, right? If firearms can protect against it, then we should leave it to the special police. With a volley of grenades, missiles, and the like, I believe we can't penetrate it. When asked about the second strongest person, the police officer also said without hesitation, the jealous patients in the north of the city act in groups. It seems that the more there are, the more special they are. After hearing this, no one asked them what special abilities they had. Chu Yun took action immediately. See you. Chu Yun exerted force with his legs and jumped out of the car and came to the side of the vehicle. A car door is also a door. Open the door. After Chu Yun finished speaking, he turned the door handle and instantly opened the door leading to the empty house. When the car door opened, the view behind the door was not the backseat of the car, but an empty door with a strange view. Chu Yun went straight in, and the shadow behind him followed immediately. Bang! The car door closed and the two disappeared. Is he really a superpower? Zhou Pingon's mouth twitched, but he changed his mind. The end of the world caused by the 7 deadly sins virus has come, and some people with special abilities have nothing wrong with accepting it. It was just the first time I saw it, so I was still a little shocked. I don't know how the superpowers were awakened. The enlightenment between life and death? Or is it a bloodline awakening? It would be great if I were also a superpower. What would my stage name be? Super Inspector? No, Super Police. It's simple and impressive. Zhou Pingon stood there and started to fantasize. Suddenly, his companions behind him called out to him, bringing him back to reality. Their current mission was to escort ordinary people in the south of the city to a nearby shelter. Yunzhou City, north of the city. A group of special police officers are hiding behind a temporary shelter, waiting for the opportunity to attack. The leading special police officer wore goggles and a black helmet. He was wearing a black combat uniform that looked very straight. Apparently, his position is the captain of this special police force. He was wrapped tightly in a stab-proof suit, and his body curves were not visible, so it was impossible to tell whether he was a man or a woman. The captain stretched his arms downward, clenched his fists, and swung them backwards. After receiving the gesture, the 150 special police officers behind him instantly spread out, forming a V shape and surrounding the entire building. The captain then clenched his palms and covered his mouth. Swish, swish, swish. Several tear gas canisters were thrown out and hit directly into the surrounded buildings. In a moment, one after another, shrill cries appeared, as if a sharp knife was scratching glass. Ahem, why are you all okay? I'm so cough, vomit. Jealous, jealous. We are so jealous. What is surprising is, there were only a few screams, and then there was immediate silence. It's hard to imagine. What kind of creature can stay in a room filled with tear gas? You know, although tear gas is called tear gas, it is not as simple as just tear gas. The effect it causes can not only cause burning irritation to people's eyes, skin, and respiratory tract, but can even directly cause suffocation. But the monsters in the house just screamed a few times, and then there was no movement. Although there is a possibility of total suffocation, you still have to take a closer look. The captain continued to operate, but this time he didn't even want to make a gesture and said directly on the intercom, 3-3 tactics, enter in succession, free fire. When I heard her voice, I found it was a clear and beautiful female voice. You know, putting aside fantasy, if the body shape and exercise conditions are similar, women are much stronger than men. After all, male hormones and genes play a significant role. Be able to become the captain of a special police team of 150 people proves that he is definitely superior in some aspects. After 5 groups of people entered one after another, the female captain continued to ask, report. But the situation was not optimistic. Not much information was sent back. Only a few gunshots and noisy shouting could be heard. The female captain frowned and continued gesticulating. She also wanted to blow up the building directly, but the consequences might be quite serious, and even a certain range of surrounding areas would be affected. Yunzhou City fell too quickly. There was absolutely no defense at all, no information was collected, and we didn't even know how many people in the surrounding area had not been evacuated. If this incident continued and caused more casualties, she absolutely did not want to see it. The female captain led a team of 11 people and entered in a trapezoidal formation. The tear gas had just dissipated, and a bad smell still lingered in the air. Just left not long ago. The female captain then saw the bodies of the previous team members, with bullet holes particularly obvious. How is that possible? The female captain frowned. They were all wearing stab-proof suits because the targets of this operation did not have firearms. So they wore stab-proof suits with similar effects but were lighter. But these different bullet holes are really strange. Their standard rifles can't produce such irregular bullet holes. The more you look, the more weird it feels. Suddenly, a dwarf rushed out from the stairs. He was about 1.2 meters tall and looked like an ordinary person. But the only difference was that there was a strange green light flashing in his eyes. Why do you have guns and I don't? Why? The dwarf with glaucoma shouted loudly. A special police officer watched and found it ridiculous. They have been professionally trained not to laugh no matter how funny something is. Unless you can't help it. The special police officer laughed accidentally. Hearing the laughter, the dwarf with glaucoma's expression instantly turned into hostility, and he held his hands in the air as if he was holding a gun. The next moment, the non-existent gun was pointed at the smiling special police officer. Why are you laughing? Why? Chapter 14 Captain, don't shoot. I am a good citizen. For some reason, the dwarf with glaucoma suddenly had a strange smile on his face. The next moment, the air he was holding in his hands actually slowly took on color, a light blue. Suddenly, the glaucoma dwarf made a sound, da-da-da, almost at the same time. 3 bloody holes appeared on the special police officer's body, and he staggered back 2 steps. Next second, several special police officers nearby opened fire and instantly killed the dwarf with glaucoma. The reason why they didn't open fire, and why they entered in groups of 3 at a time, was to prevent bullet ricochets and accidental injuries. But this is a special situation now, and it is normal for several people to fire in coordination. The female captain walked up to the team members and looked at the wounds on their bodies. The wound was not deep and did not appear to have damaged any organs. Emergency medical treatment, send back to the armored vehicle. The female captain ordered. Everyone, put on your bulletproof vests. The female captain shouted on the walkie-talkie, retreated behind the front line, quickly got ready and attacked again. There is another set of these bulletproof vests on the armored vehicle, so it is quick to put them on. On the armored vehicle, the female captain took off her tight stab-proof suit and revealed a tight black shirt. Even though not a single bit of skin is exposed, the curves of her figure can still be vaguely seen. Oh my God, Captain Sue is in great shape. I can't develop chest muscles like this even after years of training. Captain Sue, when I win the first-class merit, will you marry me? A teammate, wearing a bulletproof vest, joked with a smile. These special police officers face life and death every day, so it is common for them to occasionally talk nonsense and make jokes. If it weren't for the special circumstances today, Captain Sue, the captain of the special police force, would probably let him go out alone to see what full-level mixed martial arts is like, but forget it today. But Captain Sue had no intention of letting him go, and she teased him. Are you kidding me? The first person to die in a movie is someone like you, Xiao Wang. The special police officer named Xiao Wang shrank his head and dared not talk anymore. Then, the whole team is ready to go. Of the 150-man team, 70 stayed outside to prevent jealous patients from escaping. Immediately afterwards, Captain Sue led the team to attack. Less than 80 people, divided into groups, directly attacked the entire building. After cleaning more than 10 floors, we came to a large flat, which was a fireproof partition layer unique to high-rise buildings. There was nothing on this floor. Maybe there will be a few people who don't want to pay rent, or some who are homeless, and they will come in through special means. But it is home to a large number of jealous patients. They are all short in stature, which is just right for this dark and cramped environment. The first time Captain Sue saw them, he opened fire and cleared an area directly. Many jealous patients fight back. But when the police shone a flashlight on him, he was blinded before he could see clearly. He was shot without even having the chance to say a word. But there are too many jealous patients. Many people who saw the weapons of these special police officers also chanted something, and soon green light appeared in their hands, and they fought back. But soon, They discovered that most of their attacks were unable to cause fatal damage. But, in the darkness, there were murmurs. Why aren't you afraid of bullets? Why? When he finished reading, Captain Su fired 5 rounds from his standard rifle. Duh, 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 duh. Layers of green light appeared, blocking 3 bullets, but 2 of them still grazed the chest and directly blew up one of the jealous patient's arms. Hiss-aw. Why are you not hurt? Why? The jealous patient howled, and blue light gradually appeared on his left arm, slowly forming a complete arm. See this scene. Not only Captain Su, but all the special police officers felt a little nervous. It's not like they haven't fought in wars or experienced life-and-death moments before, but this is the first time they have seen such a strange scene. One way or another. It's really weird. Free shooting. Captain Su gave the order, and all the special police officers came back to their senses. But there are too many jealous patients around. In the blink of an eye, too many people gathered around. Why are you still alive? Why? A strange voice sounded, sharp and harsh. After this sound appeared, the short, jealous patients with green eyes all said in unison, "Why are you still alive? Why? Why are you still alive? Why? Why are you still alive? Why?" One sound became louder than the other, and even guns could not suppress it. Damn it, retreat. Captain Su gave the order, and the team members began to retreat towards the corridor. Just at this moment, a series of rapid gunshots occurred, like the buzzing of bees. Buzz, 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 buzz. At the same time, along with the sound of gunfire, a series of muzzle flashes appeared, directly stabbing the group of jealous patients in the back. Looking at the fire in the opposite direction, Captain Su was a little confused. Is there a team in position? No, Captain Su. Hearing the gunshots, Captain Su didn't care about anything else and immediately organized a counterattack. Most of the attention of these jealous patients was instantly drawn away. This immediately reduced the pressure on Captain Su's side a lot, and the disadvantageous situation improved immediately, and he was even able to suppress the jealous patients. There was continuous gunfire from both sides. Buzz, 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 duh, 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 duh. Soon, the number of jealous patients in the entire flat dropped dramatically, and the two parties finally met. But the special police officers did not hold back when they saw it for the first time. I thought it was a mutated jealous patient, shooting without reservation. Duh, 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 duh. The fire continued, but they saw an incredible scene. See you. The bullets seemed to be frozen in midair, with no intention of flying forward at all. In the blink of an eye. Bite, bite. The bullets hit the concrete ground, making crisp sounds. Captain, don't shoot. It's me. I am a good citizen. A clean, sunny, and clear voice appeared, obviously coming from a vigorous young man. Nothing like the piercing sounds of these jealous patients. There was no light in the firebreak, and the shadow beside Chu Yuni was not noticed. But Captain Su was still wary. No matter if they are an enemy or a friend, as long as they are not within the organization and still have the ability to resist, we must be on guard. Suddenly, a special police officer took out a small tear gas canister and threw it directly at Chu Yun. Hiss! The tear gas leaked and slowly rolled to Chu Yun's feet. Chapter 15 worthy of being called Dawn. Tear gas rolled to Chu Yun's feet. Chu Yuni was not frightened, but smiled instead. Just pick it up. He put the tear gas to his mouth and didn't pay much attention to it, even though the gas had already touched his eyes. Then, Chu Yuni did something that all the special police officers present would never dare to try in their lifetime. Just see it. Chu Yun took a deep breath and inhaled a large amount of air. Suck. A moment. All the gas released by the tear gas was actually inhaled into Chu Yun's lungs, causing the tear gas to break, as if it had become ineffective. Call. After one breath, a large amount of tear gas was released from Chu Yuni's nasal cavity and mouth, just like puffing out smoke. Seeing this scene, all the special police officers were speechless. You know, this tear gas is so strong that even a little bit of it can cause suffocation. But the guy in front of me was just smoking it. Even if cigarettes pass through the lungs, it will hurt? Do you ignore the tear gas? The man who threw the tear gas was also stunned. Did you lose an expired one? That's not right. Shouldn't expired ones be more potent? Why are they just fine? Everyone looked confused. But Captain Su, the female captain, was the first to react and immediately imagined a lot of things. Got it. She understood it all. There is only one explanation that can be given at this time. That is, the person in front of them is the same as them, but more special. It was sent down from above. Which department are you from? Captain Su was not sure and asked directly. Hear this question. Chu Yuni didn't even think about it and replied directly, Dawn. Listen to it. Captain Su looked thoughtful, and she knew that Longwa had a special department. But she was a little disappointed that it was not called Dragon Group, as she expected. But the name Dawn is quite high-end, and it carries a sense of hope of supporting a crumbling building and standing firm in the last days. As he thought about it, Captain Su imagined it for himself and nodded. But something was wrong with Chu Yuni. When Captain Su asked him a question just now, he actually didn't hear it clearly. But even if he heard it clearly, he didn't think much about it and directly reported the name of his own neighborhood. It's all the fault of the SF Express courier. He was always asked where he was from, which became a conditioned reflex. However, seeing the special police officer opposite nodded, he didn't seem to ask any more questions. Chu Yuni didn't know what to say. I'm going to the west of the city. Do you want to come with me? Chu Yuni tried to break the awkwardness. It would be difficult for him to get away if he was staring at a group of special police officers here. Almost at the same time, Captain Su seemed to have received instructions from his superiors and took stock of the clearing situation here. District completed. 3 dead and wounded. District completed. 1 person killed or injured. After all areas had finished reporting, Captain Su breathed a sigh of relief. All the jealous patients in this area were finally strangled. The task assigned by the higher-ups now is to eliminate the bulimia patients together with the reinforcements. The bulimia nervosa isn't very severe, but its contagiousness is disgusting. If a bulimic breaks into a crowd to eat, the bulimia virus will spread rapidly, which is really disgusting. So, their primary target was not the most lethal rage patients, but the most contagious bulimia patients. Captain Su wanted to reply, but Chu Yuni was nowhere to be seen. Left a long time ago. As expected of him, he is Shuguang and a special person. He disappeared so quickly. Captain Su commented. The other side. Chu Yun cursed a lot, not knowing which part of the partition he hadn't made correctly. He took a wrong step and fell directly from the partition floor on the 12th floor to the normal floor on the 12th floor. It's more terrifying than the back room. In other words, his physical fitness has been improved, otherwise a sprained ankle would be considered a minor injury. Damn it, don't let me know who cuts corners. I won't blow his dog head off. Chu Yun cursed and found a door. Just turn the door handle and you will enter the special space of Kongmin directly. Then, after taking 2 breaths, Chu Yun was about to turn to the angry patient. But think about it. It is better to go to the round table to get some skills first, just to be prepared. As the saying goes, war supports war. Chu Yuni can become stronger by killing enemies, so why doesn't he become stronger and kill more patients, but has to accumulate control power and not use it? The next moment, as soon as Chu Yun closed his eyes, he slowly fell asleep as time passed and entered the round table dream. Round table dreams. Looking at this familiar dream, Chu Yun felt that he was becoming more and more proficient in it, and one day he would be able to enter it with just his eyes closed. Chu Yun looked at these moving yellow balls. Discover. As long as you overdraw some control power, you can know the information of the yellow ball, just like you can see the information of the white ball. But there is no need for that. After all, Chu Yuni still had confidence in his control ability. The time he would spend reading the information of the remaining 6 yellow balls would probably be enough for him to knock down 1 yellow ball. The candlelight outweighs the gain. Besides, this mysterious feeling is quite good. Just get a blind box. Go! Chu Yuni directly transformed the control force into a golf club and hit it out. Swish! Hole in one. The yellow ball appeared instantly and fell directly into the pocket, instantly becoming Chu Yuni's new ability. Chu Yuni directly checked. Battle Holy Body. Quality. Yellow. Introduction. Every time you fight and get seriously injured and then recover, you will far surpass yourself before the battle. Seeing this ability, Chu Yuni felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. Speaking of being strong, he really doesn't want to be seriously injured. It's not that strong, but it's still somewhat useful. Only, why is it a passive skill again? Aren't most of them passive skills after playing the whole table? What will I be then? A walking passive monster? Chu Yun sighed and used his control power again. This remaining control power will only be used up after 4 more strokes. 1 shot missed, then hit it again, taking 2 tries. Chu Yun checked. Wall penetrating technique. Quality. Yellow. Introduction. You can pass through walls, and your clothes will also pass through the wall with you. Note, this wall is defined as thickness within 240, density within 19. When Chu Yun saw the skills, he suddenly understood something. Through the wall? But after seeing the word restriction, I felt disappointed. But when I came to think of it, it was another surprise. Isn't this restriction the same as having no restriction at all? You know, which good person would build a wall more than 2 meters thick? And according to Chu Yun's memory, the density of titanium alloy seems to meet the requirements. That is to say, the limitation of this ability is to prevent him from treating the surface of Blue Planet as a wall and using it in such a weird way as to go directly from Dragon Country to the United States through the wall. Besides, isn't it okay to wear whatever you want? Chapter 16. The Angry Patient and the Red Giant. There was no moment to marvel at the wall-penetrating technique, because a brand new one was about to appear. This is the thought. Chu Yun immediately used his control over the round table again and performed it again. After accumulating past experience, Chu Yun no longer counted on the miraculous shot of getting a hole-in-one, but instead focused on using 2 shots to patiently guide the player. Immediately, with one swing of the club, the yellow ball brushed past the purple ball. The purple ball did not move at all, but the yellow ball seemed to have hit the edge of a hard round table and twisted in one direction. Eventually, the force on it slowly disappeared, and it finally stayed where it was. And this position is just the right one to enter the hole smoothly. Chu Yun retained control. Divide this controlling force into several small segments, and push the yellow ball into the bag again and again. In an instant, a new yellow billiard ball appeared, and Chu Yun immediately checked it. Welcome and send off. Quality, yellow. Introduction. You can exchange positions with any individual you see. Note, this individual is a common unit of an object, such as a car, a stone, a person. Note, cannot be used on individuals that are 400 times or more larger than the user. Seeing this line of introduction, Chu Yun sighed. These capabilities are really becoming more and more specific. Now that the definitions and restrictions have come out, there won't be a short essay on the ability information in the future. Chu Yun was shocked and then exited the round table dream. Empty door. Chu Yun slowly opened his eyes and felt that he was becoming more and more skilled at entering and exiting the round table. The next moment, as soon as Chu Yun looked at the shadow not far away, he immediately started to welcome and see off. In an instant, the 2 positions exchanged instantly. As I felt the scenery changing, my position suddenly changed drastically. I felt a bit dizzy, but I felt more peaceful. Inexplicable. Chu Yun thought of Sasuke in Naruto. In the later period, Sasuke had a skill called Heavenly Hand Power, which could also exchange with objects within his sight. And there is another joke circulating. Simple and easy to understand. Heavenly Hand Power changes head. Unfortunately, Chu Yun didn't have much chance to do so. After all, this ability was so specific, unless the enemy was special. For example, the opponent is a skeleton monster with its body separated, or a headless knight whose head can fall off. But Chu Yun was just thinking about this. If it is a real situation, it may be more complicated. Think of this. Chu Yun stretched his waist and prepared to rush to the next battle. Yunzhou City, west of the city. Smash. An angry sound was heard, one louder than the other, and some cheap glass material shattered instantly. Beep, beep. The vehicle alarm sounded up and down. As a door opened, Chu Yun stepped into the west of the city. The west of the city is a suburban area with not many tall buildings, giving it a sense of being sparsely populated. A suburban park built beside a large river. It's a riverside park. But this time, here, every scene is constantly being destroyed, and the sounds of smashing and looting continue to ring out, making people tremble in their hearts. As soon as Chu Yun walked out of the room, he immediately saw the big guy not far away. Oh my god, it's pretty much the same as what the police officer Zhou Ping'an said. When Chu Yun looked at the situation not far away, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. See you. On the open space not far away, there was indeed a man with an extremely strong body, who looked like the Hulk in the movie and was going crazy. The only difference is, the giant's body was red, with a row of bone spurs sticking out along his spine. Not only is his face ugly, but there are few human features on his body. Apart from being a little bigger, he is not much related to the Hulk. As far as Chu Yun himself was concerned, this furious patient was somewhat similar to the villain Abomination in the Hulk. But, in terms of this constantly angry character setting, they are really similar. Chu Yun was speechless and instructed the shadow beside him. You, go and make a feint. No matter whether Shadow could understand the meaning of feint attack, at least the meaning was conveyed directly. After all, once Chu Yun had the words of all spirits, the order was directly transformed into mental communication. The next moment, Shadow rushed straight to the battlefield and slid out of the zone. He easily jumped onto the fence, picked up the little bee, and shot at the angry one in an instant. Rapid gunfire rang out. Buzz, 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 buzz. But the rapid bullets hit the angry patient, leaving traces of blood. Not only did it fail to break through the angry patient's defenses, it even angered him. Hum! The red giant roared, and his body instantly swelled up again, as if it was engorged with blood. Immediately following, as the enraged patient's body swelled, the bullets remaining in his body were squeezed out inch by his muscles. Ding! Ding! Bullets kept falling, making crisp sounds on the ground. But it did not affect Shadow's movements at all. He just snapped his fingers and fired continuously. Buzz! Buzz! A series of buzzing sounds appeared, but when the bullets hit the angry patient's body, only a trace was left. It's like the marks made by a knife on iron sheet. It also looks like a scratch on human skin. All in all, the damage these guns caused to the furious patient gradually became negligible, just like tiny mosquitoes and flies. I'm angry. I'm angry. Ea. The furious patient opened his mouth and screamed, with veins bulging on his face. Blink. The enraged patient plucked a street lamp from the street and held it in his hand like it was an ordinary stick. Swish. The street lamp was thrown away by the angry patient and swept directly towards the Shadow. A strong gust of wind hit directly, and the steel street lights followed closely. Just a moment. The steel street lamp swept across the Shadow, shattering it into pieces. As for Chu Yuni, he just felt that there was something different about himself. Look back. The Shadow that had never appeared before, no matter how bright the light was, now appeared again. It can't be a one-time thing, right? Chu Yuni hesitated, but quickly used his ability. Shadow clone. The next moment, a miracle happened. The Shadow was cut down again, gradually filling up and turning into a physical shadow. Seeing the Shadow appear again, Chu Yuni raised the corner of his mouth unconsciously and said, "Change your attack method. This time, shoot him in the eye socket." Chu Yuni didn't believe it. Even if the skin is bulletproof, can the eyes be bulletproof? If it's really that thick, how can we see clearly? If it could really penetrate, then the furious patient would be close to death. After all, behind the eye sockets is the brain. Chapter 17, Big Plane, Big Plane. But things were not as simple as Chu Yun thought. After all, everything in the world may go against your wishes. And now, Chu Yuni let the Shadow act alone. After all, the ability of the Shadow clone alone did not mention any consumption. That is to say, this Shadow clone could probably be summoned all the time and could completely serve as a cannon fodder. After Chu Yun gave the order, Shadow rushed directly towards the angry patient, but just as he picked up the lost little bee and rushed forward a few steps, he was attacked by the angry patient. Bang! With a slap, the furious patient's big hand covered the Shadow directly and smashed it to pieces. The furious patient raised his hand, only to see nothing. Ah! The furious patient murmured in confusion, and the blue veins on his body subsided a lot. It seemed as if the Shadow had been slapped to death, and that made him less angry. Chu Yun, who was far away, seemed to realize this when he saw this scene. He pondered, could it be that the source of power for the furious patient is anger? You really have become the Hulk, haven't you? The angrier you are, the stronger you become. But when you calm down, you become a normal person again. Chu Yuni guessed that the former seemed to be true, but the latter was not so easy to achieve. After all, this furious patient will get angry at the slightest provocation. Only, in a distance unknown to Chu Yuni, a sniper rifle was aiming at this side. A special police captain saw this scene and looked a little surprised, but also a little impatient. He picked up the intercom and shouted, "Who acted on his own? Didn't I tell you to wait for the armed bombing?" But soon the team reported, but no one took any action. The special police captain was even more surprised, as this was a situation he had never expected. Strangeness. It can't be that ordinary people intervened? Is it that angry patients attacked other patients? The special police captain thought about a lot, even the possibility of patients attacking each other. But one thing is undeniable. That is, their special police team, which also consists of 150 people, has no intention of taking action. It's not like they haven't taken action before, but ordinary firearms are simply ineffective. Even the stun bombs and grenades could only cripple the angry patient at best. As long as this furious patient is given time to breathe, he will recover in minutes and even become stronger. In the game, she is definitely a supermodel. But in this world, there are many rage patients of this level. And now, Chu Yuni did not intend to hold back and wanted to test the strength of this furious patient. It's this big. I believe it will increase the controllability of the round table. Chu Yun smiled and began to act. Chu Yuni was not too panicked. Even though he saw the terrifying strength of the angry patient, he was not worried at all. Just with his newly acquired wall-walking skills and the ability to welcome and see off guests, Chu Yuni was able to save his life. If you can pass through walls and teleport instantly, you won't die if you have a little control, right? Chu Yuni, who possesses 14 abilities, is so confident. The next moment, as soon as Chu Yun looked towards the windows of the distant building, he immediately started to welcome and see off people. Swish! The glass window fell and shattered at the original location, making a cracking sound. The place where Chu Yuni appeared again was a high place that was just right for attack. And this location is not far from the angry patient. Chu Yun took out the Walter behind him, held the gun with one hand and fired directly. Bang! Even though Walter's accuracy was very high, without any sights, Chu Yuni's gun still missed the target. Although it missed the target, it did hit the angry patient on the head. A bullet entered. It hit the angry patient's eye socket, just like hitting hard cement, and left a lot of dents. Tisk, it's time to upgrade the equipment. The density and kinetic energy of the bullet are not enough. Why does this kind of monster have to appear? It's totally against common sense. Chu Yuni thought of a symposium. It was a summit among authors. Although Chu Yuni was only an above-average full-time writer, he also participated. The leader was too long-winded, so Chu Yuni simply started chatting with the people around him. However, he unexpectedly discovered that the person sitting next to him was Liu Electrician, a famous science fiction writer and vice-chairman of the Shangxi Writers Association. Chu Yuni talked with him for a while, during which they discussed how to deal with this kind of monster. Electrician Liu did not deny the existence of such a monster. After all, the universe is so vast that nothing is impossible. But he said, guns are always relevant, but knives are more practical. It sounds funny. A knife is better than a gun? But there is actually a meaning behind it. The idea is very simple. A gun is loaded with antimatter bullets and uses a nuclear explosion as a power source. Not to mention carbon-based life, even the Buddha can be killed in one shot. Based on this technology, it is more convenient to make it into a knife. After all, the bullets are gone once they are fired. But if the same material is forged into a knife and the sharpness is kept below 20, it will still cut the same distance. Compared to guns, it saves materials and is easier to use. Chu Yun was shocked when he heard this. This is a situation he has never considered before. One can only say that he is worthy of being called Liu. And now, Chu Yuni surprisingly remembered that conversation. Maybe he really should change his equipment. But, due to the limitations of the world, the best and most accessible thing he could get was only Walter. To make it stronger, you can add a rocket launcher and a single soldier missile launcher. But Chu Yuni was very curious about those things. Would they really be lethal enough to the angry patient in front of him? Just as Chu Yun was thinking about it, the furious patient in the distance seemed to notice him. He roared, then grabbed a park bench and flew directly towards Chu Yuni. Chu Yun reacted. Stretch out your hand. Use it for a storm on a flat ground. Swish. An invisible wind wall appeared in front, directly blocking the attack. Seeing this scene, the furious patient seemed to become even angrier. He gathered his strength and leaped towards Chu Yuni. This jump seemed to shake the earth. The monster didn't look very big from a distance, but when it jumped closer, Chu Yuni realized how terrifyingly big it was. Unlike the Hulk, even when he becomes bigger, he still has a pair of invincible shorts to support him. This furious patient was completely naked. Chu Yun saw it immediately. A huge plane was coming straight towards his face. Me. Chu Yun cursed loudly and raised his hand to create two wind walls. Then he turned and left, directly into the wall. Chapter 18. People are stupid. The enraged patient ran directly into the building, and the entire huge community was shaken. But what the furious patient didn't expect was, he looked around but didn't see Chu Yuni. This little ant that had just provoked him actually disappeared right under his nose. I'm angry. I'm so angry, ah. The furious patient roared madly and kept pulling at the building. The entire building seemed to be built with building blocks and was being dismantled by the angry patient with his bare hands. This suburban building is an old community and not very sturdy. It was torn into pieces by the angry patients. A cloud of dust spread out. When this huge and furious patient gained nothing, a shout directly broke his defense. "Hey, big fool." Although the voice was not loud, it was extremely sarcastic. To an ordinary person, it may not sound like anything serious, but to an angry patient, it sounds more painful than the death of their own mother. He turned around and jumped down, causing a loud roar. Boom. After seeing clearly, the angry patient stared at the human on the ground. "Isn't this the person who attacked him before?" "I'm so angry, aw!" The furious patient shouted again, making bursts of violent noises. The next moment, before he could make any move, bang! A gunshot rang out directly, breaking his defense. This time, it was a physical breach. Although Shadow had no gun training, Chu Yuni gave the order directly with his mind, asking him to shoot at the angry patient's eyes. He did so. Then, this bullet directly hit the angry patient's eyeball. Bow! A not-so-crisp sound was heard, like a balloon deflated. The enraged patient's left eye was instantly destroyed. At this time, the furious patient was obviously stunned for a moment, looking a little unbelievable, covering his left eye socket, and streams of bright red, smelly blood slowly flowed out. The blood flowing on his palms made him feel a little unbelievable. Ah! The furious patient was a little dazed, but instantly became speechless. But this time it was not simply a feeling of being at a loss, but rather anger to the extreme. Anger. It is a way for humans to express their emotions, but when people are extremely angry, they will no longer appear angry. Some people will have tears in their eyes, while others will have a creepy smile on their lips. And this angry patient, after anger reaches its peak, there is speechlessness and extreme silence. See you. The angry patient wiped the blood from his eyes, and then his whole face became gloomy. In just 1 or 2 breaths, the angry patient's body swelled up again at a speed visible to the naked eye. Is this fucking muscle made of cavernous bodies? Just get bigger? Chu Yuni was watching from a distance and could directly see the angry patient gradually growing bigger. Before Chu Yuni could make any move, the furious patient clenched his fists and ran towards Chu Yun with big strides. This moment, Chu Yuni recalled the fear of being dominated by the giant. In film and television works, some giants with huge bodies move very slowly, especially the 100-meter giants and 1,000-meter giants, whose speed is as slow as a turtle. But that's just looking at it from a macro perspective. After experiencing it myself, Chu Yuni saw that the furious patient, who was extremely angry, crossed a distance of hundreds of meters in just a few steps. In the blink of an eye, it was right before our eyes. Who says tall people are slow? It's obviously not flexible enough. Without any hesitation, Chu Yuni immediately used his ability, welcoming and seeing off. Swish! Chu Yuni's figure disappeared, and the angry patient swung his fist and smashed down, and only a flattened green car could be seen. The car didn't even sound an alarm and turned into scrap metal in an instant. Seeing that there was a car under his fist instead of the mocking human, the angry patient surprisingly did not roar. Instead, take a quick look around. Just at this moment, tisk, tsk, tisk, a teasing dog sound appeared in my ear. The furious patient looked over fiercely. In a flash, he saw Chu Yuni. Then he exerted force on his feet and rushed directly in that direction. Chu Yun was not panicked when he saw this. Directly escape into the wall of the building. Seeing that the furious patient was almost dead from anger, he hid 2 more times. But unexpectedly, the furious patient's abilities seemed to have been stimulated to the extreme. These walls, which were not constructed carefully, collapsed directly after being hit. Before Chu Yuni could pass through another wall, he saw the angry patient chasing him and had apparently smashed another wall. Hit again. I'll see when you break through the load-bearing wall. Chu Yun raised the corner of his mouth, not taking the angry patient seriously at all, and looked like he was teasing a fool. He is stupid to begin with, and if you tease him he will become even more stupid. Humph! The furious patient breathed heavily, his eyes fixed on Chu Yuni, who disappeared in front of him. He was now overtaken by anger. Although he seems calm on the surface, his IQ has actually dropped to 0. There was only extreme anger in his heart and a murderous intent towards Chu Yun. And now, even though he had overwhelming murderous intent, he still couldn't reach the corner of Chu Yuni's clothes even a little bit. That's all. Chu Yuni led him to smash one wall after another like a dog. Boom, boom, boom. At the very beginning, Even though the enraged patient smashed the wall and was injured, he recovered quickly. But now, I saw a half piece of rebar stuck in his body, and I didn't know where it was inserted. His body was covered in bruises, and most of the skin on his upper body had been worn away. Although it is still recovering, the recovery speed is much slower than before and is no longer visible to the naked eye. Just at this moment, it seemed as if the entire building could not withstand the impact and began to collapse. This building is about to collapse. Chu Yun acted quickly and grabbed a door handle, opened it and quickly got in. Boom! Bang! Countless pieces of earth and rocks flew everywhere, burying the stupid, big, and angry patient underneath. On the rooftop of the front building, Chu Yun opened the door and walked out, looking at the scenery below. Now, it is considered buried, right? Suddenly, Chu Yuni seemed to remember something and said in surprise, "Broken. This is not a stand." According to the normal plot, after I say this, he will. Before Chu Yun could finish his words, the ruins ahead underwent tremendous changes. See you. The ruins in the center kept falling and the broken bricks kept shaking. A huge hand stretched out from below. This angry patient, not dead, he even climbed up directly from below. Chapter 19. The violent patient died of rage. Seeing this scene, Chu Yuni also covered his forehead and thought, really? However, this furious patient has also changed. His body has become a little damaged, and he seems to have lost a lot of strength. The furious patient climbed out of the ruins with great effort. Being too large means that movement consumes more energy. This patient may seem like an unconventional freak, but there is still a bit of science to follow. It's not like a perpetual motion machine, constantly recovering and having unlimited physical strength. And at this time, looking at the angry patient who had just come up and was looking around, Chu Yuni also greeted him on the rooftop. There was a smile on his face and joy in his wave. If they hadn't experienced that battle, it would have been like two old friends reminiscing about the past. But Chu Yuni is an enemy in the eyes of the angry patients. But in Chu Yuni's eyes, the furious patient was a living force of control. This represents a whole new set of abilities. It's exciting just to think about it. Although Chu Yuni's eyes were full of excitement, the angry patient wanted to chew Chu Yuni into pieces in his mouth. The first time I saw Chu Yuni, the furious patient immediately moved away, and like King Kong climbing a building, he reached the top of the building in an instant, almost in the blink of an eye. The furious patient came to the roof, looked down at Chu Yuni with the absolute size difference, and reached out to grab him. The next moment, Chu Yun changed his body shape and merged directly into the ground. Who says the roof is not a wall? As long as it is made of piled materials, it is a wall. See you. As soon as Chu Yun lay on the ground, his entire perspective turned vertical, and the ground in front of him suddenly blocked his sight and turned directly into a wall. Wall-penetrating magic activated. The furious patient watched Chu Yun melt into the concrete floor and disappear in an instant. It was like a fish diving into the water or an earthworm burrowing into the soil, and it disappeared in an instant. The furious patient was almost hoarse. He had suffered a lot of torture both physically and mentally in a short period of time. The power of this enraged patient is truly terrifying. Even though he had lost much of his strength, he still managed to peel off a layer with his bare hands. I didn't see Chu Yuni. The enraged patient dug again like crazy, all the way down from the top floor. From time to time, Chu Yuni also came out to harass him so that he would not give up the idea and have the motivation to move forward. Not long. The furious patient's nails, like shovels, were all turned outward and looked bloody. After several floors were collapsed, the building actually did not collapse. Only the top collapsed a little, with rubble piled up, but the overall frame did not fall apart or collapse. Bang! Chu Yun fired a shot casually, without intending to hit, and without even aiming. Result: the shot hit the angry patient's injured left eye exactly. Humph! Ah! The furious patient felt the severe pain in his wound and roared again, then stared at Chu Yuni. He grabbed a family's leather sofa and threw it at Chu Yun. Swish! The wind wall blocked the sofa and it floated in the air. As soon as the sofa fell down, Chu Yun fired another shot at the angry patient. The furious patient's skin shattered, and the bullet entered the flesh but did not penetrate out. It is firmly embedded in it. The furious patient said nothing. His eyes were frighteningly ferocious, as if he wanted Chu Yun to die tens of millions of times. Boom! A collision sound occurred and rang directly in front of Chu Yun. Escape! Chu Yun jumped backwards, penetrated the wall behind him, and came out of the building. The angry patient also rushed out. The injuries on his body became more obvious. Only, Chu Yuni didn't want to use this method to kill the angry patient. Although the angry patient looked somewhat injured, but Chu Yun knew that even if he shot all the bullets in his hand, he would never be able to kill the injured and angry patient in front of him. Boom! The enraged patient fell directly to the ground, causing a roar. His eyes were fixed straight ahead, and he didn't have even the slightest thought other than killing Chu Yuni. Chu Yun saw this. Knowing that his goal had been achieved, he retreated to the rear while guiding the angry patient. Not long, Chu Yuni came to the west edge of the city, where there was a wider river. The west side of the city was also built along this river. Although it is a nice view, there is too much moisture and many old residents complained that it was a bit damp. Slowly, as the city center expanded, the west side of the city gradually became deserted. As for the houses that are currently occupied, they are either empty or bought by elderly people for their retirement use. But Chu Yuni's focus is not here. His target is that big river. Swish! Chu Yuni activated his ability, Shadow Clone, and directly pulled the shadow down and turned it into substance. He gave the order instantly using the word of all spirits. Chu Yun dived directly into the river. Boom! 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 The furious patient behind him was still chasing after him, constantly trying to catch up with Chu Yuni, the culprit. But what he didn't expect was, the human in front of him actually dived directly into the river not far away. His eyes were full of anger, and he was so angry that he wanted to rush in directly. But Chu Yuni didn't give him the chance. With just a glance, he started the welcoming and sending off procession. Swish! The two swapped positions instantly. The enraged patient was caught off guard and saw himself falling into the water, flailing his arms and legs. Looking at Chu Yuni on the shore, his eyes were still full of hatred. When Chu Yun on the shore saw this scene, he was not panicked. In the water, no matter how strong the angry patient was, he had no place to use it. Chu Yuni had already calculated the depth of the river. The water was 2 or 3 times deeper than that of the angry patient, which was just the depth that the angry patient had to swim at. But the furious patient was still unwilling to give up and struggled desperately towards Chu Yuni. In the next moment, Chu Yun walked slowly to the center of the bridge and saw the shadow that had sunk into the water. This shadow was exactly the one he had just arranged to go over. The furious patient swam and suddenly found himself under the water again without knowing when. As soon as he reached the water surface, he swam towards Chu Yun and instinctively wanted to take a breath of air. But he directly inhaled large amounts of water into his lungs. Next, it's like being trapped in a cycle of reincarnation. The furious patient swam upstream, wanting to find Chu Yuni and kill him quickly, and then suddenly sank to the bottom of the river, the closest he had ever been to the water. All you could see was Chu Yuni on the bridge. Sometimes he looked like a dark shadow, sometimes he was his true face. Furthermore, it was him, the furious patient, who sank to the bottom of the river again. Repeat this process. In just 10 minutes, this furious patient was unable to get up again. His entire body was filled with river water. No matter how strong he was, he could not reach Chu Yuni, who was so close yet so far away. The furious patient's body was swollen and his eyes were blank. He was filled with anger, but died in anger. He is dead. Chapter 20 Arrogant, Chu Yuni. To achieve this, Chu Yuni used his abilities, Shadow Clones and Welcoming and Seeing Off. With the help of these two abilities, Chu Yuni first let the shadow go to the bottom of the river, and then he used the Welcome and Send Off technique on the bridge to exchange positions with it. And behind the river bottom, Chu Yuni once again exchanged positions with the angry patient and was now on the river. Finally, Chu Yuni on the river surface exchanges positions with his shadow on the bridge, completing the cycle. This is a cycle. As long as there is no external influence, the fate of the angry patient will be a dead end, and there is absolutely no way to break it. Certainly, this was also achieved by Chu Yuni, who made the furious patient consume a lot of physical energy. If it is a furious patient in his prime, since he was not blinded by anger and had an absolute advantage in physical strength, it would not be difficult for him to dive to the bottom of the river, kick hard, and then jump out of the water. And, as long as he could take even one breath, this furious patient would have the capital to continue fighting with Chu Yun. When the time comes, it is not so easy to kill this angry patient so easily. And now, Chu Yun looked around but didn't see even a door. This is a bit of a headache. Without a door handle, the empty door cannot be used. Far away, from Chu Yuni's perspective, he could see 2 fighter jets flying towards him at high speed, creating a sonic boom from time to time, and they looked very anxious. Is there any mission? Chu Yun took a look and wanted to leave. The welcoming and seeing off started again. Chu Yuni has very good eyesight. Often in vision tests, even the last line of small words is very clear in his eyes. With such excellent eyesight, it is more convenient to use it for welcoming and seeing off guests. If you are nearsighted, is this ability equivalent to being half useless? Chu Yun was thinking unconsciously, but his mind was not stopping. He just wanted to find a door and go home. After all, he did kill a powerful and furious patient, and this time he will probably gain a lot of control. But just at this moment, suddenly, Chu Yun felt tense all over, as if danger was approaching. Those were not the fighter jets in the distance. Those 2 fighter jets were flying to other places in Yunzhou City and were probably not heading towards him. What's going on? This inexplicable feeling of uneasiness. Chu Yuni felt something was very wrong. His intuition was usually very accurate. It is so accurate that even if it is taken alone, it is not an exaggeration to say that his ability is incredible. Everyone has this sixth sense to a greater or lesser extent. However, Chu Yuni's sixth sense is extremely exaggerated. It is so exaggerated that when he is playing a battle royale game, he can sense the presence of someone in advance without hearing footsteps or gunshots, and thus take the initiative. It's to the point where his teammates will think he's cheating. And now, this is not a simple game, but a real battle. Chu Yuni's alarm bells rang, and he felt something was very wrong. Something's wrong. We have to find a door first. This was one of the rare times when Chu Yun showed no confidence. He did not panic when he had no special abilities to kill the bulimic patient. He did not panic when faced with swarms of jealous patients. When he was fighting against an angry patient who was beyond his control, he remained calm and even had the leisure to make a few jokes. But now, Chu Yuni felt something was very wrong. Really, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. A lazy voice appeared, sounding a little lazy, but more of it was arrogant. Extreme arrogance. Haha, Chu Yuni, Chu Yuni. Why are you panicking? After hearing this, Chu Yuni felt as if a needle pricked his heart and turned around suddenly to look. Boom! A huge palm came smashing down and directly covered Chu Yuni's whole body, welcoming and seeing off. Chu Yun glanced at a street lamp from the corner of his eye and dodged away. Look again. At some point, another angry patient appeared in sight. No. Chu Yun looked around. 1, 2, 3. 3 huge and furious patients surrounded him tightly, and all he could see was a huge wall of flesh. And the source of the voice. It was right above an angry patient, and Chu Yun looked over fiercely. That's a human. Moreover, he was an ordinary-looking teenager, about 16 years old, at the age of youth and vigor. And the words that called out Chu Yuni's name came from his mouth. Chu Yuni's eyes were full of confusion and bewilderment. Seems to have noticed this. The young man spoke directly. Oh, are you confused? Whatever. I'll explain it to you, so you can die with a clear mind. As he spoke, the young man began to talk to himself, his eyes full of confidence in himself. The classic villain talks a lot. Not many people call me by my name. Could it be? Chu Yun thought about it, and had already figured out most of the story in his mind. But now, the young man spoke again, and began to tell his story in the form of a story. My name is Xia Tian, and I live in an orphanage. My name is not strange, because the dean took me in during the summer, so my name is Xia Tian. If it was harvested in winter, it might be called winter, hee. But don't look at me with pity. The treatment of orphans in the government is better than that of most office workers. The monthly living allowance is 2,100 yuan, and the rent subsidy can also be reimbursed for 600 yuan, haha. There's also a life teacher, like a maid. As if he felt that he had said it before, Xia Tian changed the subject. Want to know why I know you? Because of you, Chu Yuni. But you killed me with your own hands. Xia Tian looked at Chu Yuni with a crazy expression on his face. His demeanor was distorted to the extreme, and his saliva was flowing unconsciously. Hee. Thanks to the 7-day demon Lord Ma Xuan, I was able to successfully infiltrate Blue Star's self-rescue program. This is how I was reborn. And, thanks to Lord Ma Xuan, I now have all 7 viruses all over my body. 7 deadly sins virus. As he spoke, Xia Tian leaned down and stared at Chu Yuni as if he was looking down on him. If you are the one who can destroy the end of the world, then I am the one who can destroy you. Now, die. My mouth was a little dry in the summer, and I couldn't relax, but I said a lot of things I wanted to say. But Chu Yuni didn't seem to buy it. See you. Chu Yuni picked his earwax disdainfully and said impatiently. Have you finished? I hate these cliches the most. Rebirth and revenge. So boring. Xia Tian was a little stunned. He himself is the owner of the pride virus, but now? He just felt. The Chu Yuni in front of him was even more arrogant than him. Chapter 21. Well, what else? To be honest, Chu Yuni was not afraid at all. What he was afraid of was the unknown, not just a mere summer. What he feared was something that happened to him for no reason. Instead of the summer that has already jumped out and started talking a lot. But, in fact, hearing is the strangest of the five senses of human beings. Among sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, if you don't want to see, don't see. If you don't want to smell, don't smell. If you don't want to touch, don't touch. But the more you don't want to listen, the more clearly you can hear. Chu Yun listened to Xia Tian's classic villain self-narration just now, and had a general understanding of his story. So, when I kill you in the future, will you be an ordinary person or a patient? Chu Yuni asked impatiently. When Xia Tian heard this question, he looked a little surprised. But soon, then he was replaced by pride and resentment. Xia Tian gritted his teeth and said, "You, what do you think?" On the other hand, Chu Yuni showed no expression. But after hearing Xia Tian's attitude, Chu Yuni already had a conclusion in his mind. Kill the patient? Then I won't have any burden in my heart. Chu Yun's face showed no expression, and he was very perfunctory. But it was this perfunctory attitude that made Xia Tian even more annoyed. What do you mean? Aren't the lives of our patients' lives? Should the patient die? Should he die just for eating a few people? Listening to Xia Tian's heart-wrenching roar, Chu Yun curled his lips, showing an expression of looking at a mentally retarded person and said, "Well, what else?" Although this sentence is short, it strikes deep into Xia Tian's soul. What else? What else? What else? It was like an echo from hell, reaching deep into Xia Tian's soul. Chu Yuni, go to hell. Xia Tian was anxious and directly ordered the three angry patients to attack him. The three furious patients clenched their fists into fists that were as big as a car and fell down, hitting Chu Yuni directly. But the next moment, two of the furious patients brought down their fists, hitting him hard. But after seeing it clearly, he found that the attacker was not Chu Yuni, but another angry patient. The angry patient roared after being hit and dominated by rage. He almost instinctively began to push the other two angry patients. And after being pushed, the two furious patients couldn't stand it anymore. I'm so big, how can I be bullied by you? Soon, the three angry patients began to push each other, and the situation gradually turned into a fight. Enough, Xia Tian shouted, and a more powerful rage virus broke out in his body. The three furious patients' eyes regained some clarity, and they stopped what they were doing after hearing Xia Tian's order. The next moment, Xia Tian began to look around at Chu Yuni and soon found Chu Yuni's location. There. Kill him for me. Xia Tian's eyes turned red, and he directly ordered the two angry patients to attack. He stood on top of an angry patient, watching the situation quietly. When Chu Yun saw this scene, he was not surprised at all. But Xia Tian looked a little surprised, as if he didn't know that he could switch positions. That's it? And you call yourself a reborn person? Everything is predicted. Everything is under control. Those who are foresight and one step ahead are called reborn. Okay? Chu Yun showed a look of disgust, feeling that Xia Tian really lived up to the title of a reborn person. But those who are reborn in this world must feel bad. They buy lottery tickets after being reborn, but cannot remember the lottery numbers. I was reborn and applied for a loan, but I was not eligible. The only slight advantage is probably the coming of the end of the world, or the spread of the 7 deadly sins virus. Besides, even if you tell me, no one will necessarily believe it. Looking at Xia Tian's somewhat angry expression, Chu Yuni was not in a hurry. Since you want to play, then I'll play with you. Chu Yun pulled out Walter from behind him and threw him directly backwards. Then, he directly activated the word of all spirits, allowing the dormant shadow not far away to come closer. The next moment, 2 furious patients surrounded him and smashed him down with their fists raised. Swish! Welcoming and seeing off starts again. And the target is not the shadow, but the one sitting high up, Summer. In the blink of an eye. What Xia Tian didn't expect was that he directly exchanged positions with Chu Yuni. Boom! The 2 furious patients punched down hard, hitting Xia Tian hard. After exchanging positions, Chu Yuni stood above the angry patient, looking at the scenery not far away. Tisk, TSK, TSK, that's miserable. Chu Yun clicked his tongue twice, seeming to feel sad for Xia Tian's fate. Xia Tian's body was smashed into a pulp. The bones were shattered. Obviously, the dead can't die anymore. This time Chu Yuni failed to stand up. He was afraid that Xia Tian would come back to life and mess with him again. But it's not that things won't happen just because Chu Yun doesn't take over. Xia Tian, who was smashed into a pulp, had a faint purple light flashing on his body, and then his body suddenly recovered. Everything seemed to be played in reverse, returning directly to its heyday. Seeing this scene, the two furious patients wanted to take action. But the recovered Xia Tian's eyes flashed red, and he directly blocked the furious attack, roaring, "Idiot! Look who I am!" The two furious men withdrew their hands and scratched their heads, feeling a little overwhelmed and confused. They don't know. How come a normal enemy turned into a boss when you hit him? The next moment, the hateful look in Xia Tian's eyes changed again and turned blue. No matter what tricks you use, you will die. Xia Tian said the last sentence, and his whole body turned into a dark green color like plants. Bang! Shadow picked up Walter from the ground and shot at the summer that was gradually turning green. One shot hits the target. There was a big hole in Xia Tian's head, and the tissue inside the brain could be seen directly. But it is obvious that it does not look like flesh and blood, but more like plant fibers. Puff! Countless flesh buds gushed out from Xia Tian's body and directly pierced through Shadow's body, causing it to dissipate into nothingness. Immediately following, these granulations spread rapidly and became increasingly green. In just a few breaths, it spread to a distance of hundreds of meters. In a flash, the parks in the western suburbs of the city and the riverbanks have all turned into a green hell. The summer that turned into a plant. I don't know what organ it used to make the sound. With the power of the 7 deadly sins virus, I am invincible. 7 days later, it will be your 7th day. Chu Yuni. Hearing this deadly threat, Chu Yuni seemed to be unconcerned. Really? Look up at the sky. Chu Yun pointed to the sky, wanting Xia Tian to look up. Little trick. Do you think I'll be fooled? Xia Tian sneered. But soon, a sonic boom appeared, cutting through the blue sky, and fighter jets emerged from the sky. Chapter 22. You chase, but she keeps silent. The fighter plane cut through the sky and flew above. It would be more appropriate to call it a fighter jet. But although such names look cool, they sound strange, so the names of fighter jets are still the main focus. At this time, 2 voices came from the fighter plane. Dongyao Dongyao. I have found the red rage and the green laziness. Please cooperate. Dongguan Dongguan, the weapon system has been loaded. There are 2 pilots on a fighter jet. The one in the front is called the pilot, and the one in the back is the weapon system operator. The fighter plane was not slow in its movements, even quick. After all, if you delay in the sky for even a second, a long distance will be skipped and fuel will be wasted. After another verification, the fighter jets immediately began the bombing, and the mounted missiles fell directly towards the green plant hell on the ground and the 3 huge and furious patients. I seem to hear a whistling sound above my head. Xia Tian is not stupid. He did not spread the green granulation tissue and then attack Chu Yuni. In the summer, these buds are controlled and climb directly upstairs. Use this as a fulcrum to spread upward. In just a moment, a huge net was woven directly in the sky. Try to net those 2 missiles. Offset the power of the explosion. But Chu Yuni would never let him succeed. Chu Yuni slowly raised his head and looked at the last of the 2 missiles. The next moment, welcome and see off, start, swish. Chu Yuni's figure disappeared and appeared in the sky in the blink of an eye. In the sky, feeling the cold wind passing by, Chu Yun looked down quietly. Boom! A violent explosion occurred on the ground, and the intense heat wave almost reached Chu Yuni in the sky. Chu Yuni didn't dare to stay any longer. Looked directly into the distance. Not far away, a dilapidated building was intact. Looking at the solar water heater on the roof, Chu Yun directly exchanged positions with it. Swish! An old water heater appeared in the air and fell down along with the missile that had not yet landed. Chu Yuni was not far away, watching the scenery. The huge cloud of dust dissipated. Several figures appeared again, and Chu Yuni was shocked. TSK, the law of smoke without injury didn't come true. Not far below, Xia Tian, who was hit by an instant missile, and 3 angry patients are all still alive. Only, the 3 furious patients had their bodies broken into pieces, even their spines were exposed. The only thing that remained hard was their mouths. I'm angry, the furious patient shouted, and his flesh and blood were slowly recovering. And looking back at that summer, After using the laziness virus and turning into a vegetable state, he should have been reduced to ashes. However, 3 rays of light, blue, purple, and red, appeared on his body again. As the 3-colored light flowed, Xia Tian actually recovered from his state of ashes. I told you. With the power of the 7 deadly sins virus, I am invincible. Xia Tian roared loudly, looked at the missiles coming from a distance, and thought a lot in his mind. But it was only a moment. The next moment, Xia Tian made a decision. Haha, Chu Yuni, your eyesight is very good, isn't it? Then look at me carefully. Xia Tian shouted loudly, not caring whether Chu Yun heard it clearly or not. He just raised his left arm and opened his mouth to bite down. What? Chu Yuni really didn't hear it clearly. After all, it was quite far away. But he saw it clearly. In the summer, he was chewing his left arm. At the same time, Chu Yuni seemed to see the light in Xia Tian's eyes again. That was orange. For a while, Chu Yuni seemed to recall a saying that the 7 deadly sins had representative colors. They are: pride is purple, greed is gold, lust is pink, jealousy is cyan, laziness is blue, and rage is red. Orange is gluttony. Something bad has happened. Chu Yun suddenly remembered something and stopped looking at Xia Tian, who was eating. But the summer on the ground was talking to itself. Oh, the patient deserves to die, right? Then you become a patient too. What do you think? Xia Tian roared loudly, his eyes full of madness and an endless desire for revenge filling his heart. Immediately following, missiles fell from the sky. Without Xia Tian's control, the green granulation showed signs of shrinking slightly. It only lifted the missile for a moment, but failed to stop it. Boom, 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 boom. The missile fell and hit directly where Xia Tian was. Violent flames and explosions occurred, and the entire space was constantly burning. Chu Yun was about to withdraw, but then a figure was seen rushing out from the firelight. In the air, countless ashes were being destroyed and constantly being created out of thin air. Finally, a spine gradually formed in mid-air. Then comes the brainstem, muscles, and flesh. The skin and facial features gradually become more complete, and he slowly walks out of the sea of fire. And that person is Xia Tian. Oh, don't even think about escaping. As long as you are in this world, I will find you, and then kill you. Xia Tian's vocal cords had not fully recovered. His voice was hoarse and terrifying, and 4 colors of light were flowing in his eyes. Chu Yuni, who was far away, could only hear, "Ah, you." Chu Yun's mouth twitched. This old guy, what is Ulu Ulu saying? The explosion was so loud. How can I hear it clearly? Then, Chu Yun thought of the words of all spirits and decisively used them on Xia Tian. At this time, Chu Yun was finally overwhelmed by his overwhelming hatred and understood what he was talking about. Only then did I know. Where does Xia Tian get his confidence from? He has the viruses of arrogance, jealousy, and rage, and he has the ability to recover from all 3 viruses. The 4 together complement each other and are enough to make him immortal. At this time, Chu Yuni, who communicated with his thoughts, finally understood all the capabilities of the 7 deadly sins virus. Pride, the first of the 7 deadly sins, can make the world within one's own heart the same and distort reality with one's own thoughts. In simple terms, if you believe that you can't die, then you really can't die. Jealousy means that when you are jealous of others being alive, you can change yourself in the direction of being alive. As for rage, as long as you are angry, you can continue to repair your injuries and increase your strength. You can say that. If you have these 3 of the 7 viruses at the same time, you will be truly invincible. Even Chu Yuni, who owned the round table, was somewhat envious. Looking at Xia Tian, who was approaching him, he muttered something that as long as Chu Yun was alive, he would hunt him down. Chu Yuni was somewhat disdainful. Hunting me? Okay, I'll go travel to other worlds for a few days. Go after me. One chases the other without making a sound. Chapter 23: Ability Decomposition. Ability Fusion. In a moment of thought, Chu Yuni had already disappeared from this area. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would be blown up by the fighter jets in the sky. The next moment, Chu Yuni turned around and walked away. The wall-walking technique allowed him to blend into the ground and walk directly into the building. Kong Min asked him to open a door directly and then leave. After coming to the empty gate, Chu Yun just felt unbearable hunger in his stomach and even had an inexplicable burning sensation. This is... Chu Yun thought of the look he had seen Xia Tian before. That glance. Xia Tian raised his left arm and kept gnawing on it. He was eating himself. The way the binge-eating virus spreads is to let others see the eating scene. Summer. Chu Yuni remembered the name. Unexpectedly, Xia Tian didn't hurt him at all, but resorted to such a shady trick. That's it for now. Chu Yuni has no good way to confront him yet. His only hope is probably to extract good abilities from the round table and then control the gluttony virus. Chu Yun sat in the empty door, then lay down and entered the round table dream. Round table dreams. When Chu Yuni entered consciousness, he still saw the green round table. The only difference is, Chu Yuni also saw an extra table tennis ball that appeared out of nowhere. Consciousness explores the past. I discovered that among my abilities, there were originally 14 table tennis balls representing my abilities, but inexplicably there were 15 of them. And the extra one. It is a white table tennis ball that appears to be white, but has a foul smell inside. Chu Yuni picked it up and saw the message. Gluttony virus. Quality. White, dirty. Introduction. With this ability, you will become a terrifying ogre. The more you eat, the stronger you will become, but your body will deform uncontrollably. Price. You can't curb your appetite, and it will grow stronger. Seeing such a table tennis ball, Chu Yuni's veins almost popped out. Summer. You can't hurt me, so you just want to disgust me, right? Wait, I want you to die. Chu Yuni was very annoyed, but in an instant, he acted in an orderly manner. Even though he was angry, he was still able to think rationally. No, he said he is immortal, right? Then I'll sink him into the sea with cement. Or just throw him into outer space and let him stare at the stars in the sky without saying a word. Once Chu Yun figured out a solution, he felt much better. Isn't it just immortality? You're not absolutely invincible. What would you do if you were sunk into the sea? What would you do if I threw you into outer space? Then it's cold. Only. Now the gluttony virus is still in Chu Yuni's body, and it is difficult to eradicate. But what Chu Yuni didn't notice was, as his mind suddenly became more and more angry, he subconsciously attached his control over the round table to the table ball that represented the gluttony virus. Click. A faint cracking sound was heard, which surprised Chu Yuni a little. You know, in the round table dream, things like sound basically do not appear. Chu Yun glanced down and found that the table tennis ball representing the gluttony virus had changed. See you. For some reason, tiny cracks appeared on the table tennis ball. Chu Yun thought about it carefully, and then used his control power again to directly attach it to the gluttony virus table tennis ball. Crack. Bang. The table tennis ball shattered violently and turned into a pile of powder in an instant. Some larger parts gradually solidified into small table tennis balls, and the remaining powder was scattered all over the ground. A trace of filth appeared. It wanted to turn into a breath and dissipate, but was restricted by the invisible power in the round table dream, and instantly condensed into a dirty little ball. Chu Yun took a look. Now he crushes the pool ball that represents the gluttony virus. What I got was a pile of white powder, 2 small white billiard balls, and a dirty small billiard ball. Chu Yun was a little surprised. He lifted up the 2 white table tennis balls with his mind and looked at them one by one. Get information. Gluttony characteristics. Quality. White. Introduction. You have a strong appetite, and as your body becomes stronger, your appetite will become stronger. Dietary properties. Quality. White. Introduction. You can make your body gradually stronger by eating continuously. Propagation characteristics. Quality. White. Introduction. You can use the method of to give other life forms the ability of. Chu Yun understood after taking a look. After he crushed the table tennis ball that represented the gluttony virus, these small balls turned out to be the splitting characteristics of this ability, which was quite peculiar. Then this one is. Chu Yuni lifted up the dirty ball and observed it. Virus characteristics. Quality. Dirty. Introduction. Your body will be deformed because of and obey the command of the absolutely noble demon Sun, because your virus was given by him. Looking at the small dirty table ball, Chu Yun wanted to crush it again. But he was also afraid of unforeseen consequences, such as the foul smell inside drifting into the round table dream. So, he targets the gluttony trait, though his abilities are more or less useful. But the ability to increase your appetite is really not very useful. Then, Chu Yuni directly used his operating power to crush the gluttony characteristic. The gluttonous characteristics that were crushed directly turned into white powder and scattered all over the ground. Only then did Chu Yuni notice the crumbs. These crumbs are not like table tennis balls, but they still exist in the round table dream, so they should be of some use. Chu Yun looked over and saw the message. Original powder. Quality. Colorless. Introduction. Things created after the ability is broken. You can fuse it with other abilities to enhance its ability. Chu Yuni's eyes lit up. Although he was only a conscious body in the round table dream, Chu Yuni looked at the characteristics of the virus again and sighed with a smile. It seems that I can't keep you. Immediately, the characteristics of the virus were crushed, and along with the foul smell contained in it, they were turned into dust. What made Chu Yuni feel a little regretful was that this operation consumed a lot of his operating energy. Chu Yun thought about it. Since the billiard ball is crushed, a smaller ball will appear. There's no reason why it can't be the other way around, so they can blend together. Thinking about, he put together the therapeutic properties of the diet and the benefits of size, both of which are body-strengthening types and should be a perfect match. As expected, the two actually continued to merge together, forming a table tennis ball that was one circle larger than the original one. Chapter 24. Food is the heaven. Perfect. Emptiness. Chu Yun looked at the slightly larger white table tennis ball, and then the message appeared. Benefits of diet therapy. Quality. White. Introduction. The body with this ability becomes strong and can continue to eat to become stronger. Looking at the result, Chu Yuni was very satisfied. What he lacks now is to strengthen his body. After all, his body is still within the scope of human beings. Think of this. Chu Yuni did not hesitate at all and directly incorporated all the powder into the dietary therapy. Next moment, it has become several sizes bigger, visibly so. It turned into a huge ball. Chu Yun looked again and again. Food is the most important thing. Quality. White. Introduction. Your body is very strong and can absorb 100% of the nutrients in food to strengthen itself. You can even break through human limits by eating. Seeing this completely changed the ability. Chu Yuni was somewhat amazed. It's completely different now. In the beginning, the purpose of increasing my size was just to make myself healthier. Now that food is my daily life, I have already touched the threshold of becoming extraordinary. Who knows what the limits of human beings are? If he turns into a bald devil named Saitama, then wouldn't Chu Yuni be able to kill a small devil with one punch? And in the entire round table dream, only the propagation characteristic is in the state of? If Chu Yuni's guess was correct, any table tennis ball with the serial number should not be able to activate its ability. Just like those billiard balls that stayed on the round table and didn't go into Chu Yuni's pocket. What are the serial numbers of those billiard balls? Chu Yun thought a lot. If this transmission characteristic is combined with other abilities, it may be possible to copy one's own abilities to others for no reason. But Chu Yuni would never want to do such a thing. Although it would not cause any loss to himself, he would feel somewhat uncomfortable when he saw others having his own abilities. There is a feeling of being viewed from a tricky angle. But if the other party obeys you, then you can give it a try. Only, this propagation characteristic can only integrate one ability, and Chu Yuni doesn't think it would be a good idea to integrate it into one. Therefore, it is better to put this propagation feature in the pile of abilities and collect dust for now. Chu Yuni still has some operating power left. It was obtained by killing the angry patient, crushing the gluttony virus, and then continuously fusing the billiard balls. Only 40% left. With this much operating power, I can at least push the yellow ball once, not even a little more. Soon, Chu Yuni aimed at a target and might be able to pocket the ball by hitting the edge and then turning. Then Chu Yuni took action immediately. Bang! The yellow billiard ball moved along the trajectory predetermined by Chu Yuni, narrowly brushing past the purple billiard ball and hitting the edge. Then he changed the angle and rushed straight towards the top entrance of the bag. Into the bag, Chu Yuni took out the table tennis ball and checked the information. Portable space. Quality. Yellow. Introduction. You can open a space entrance within 3 meters around you to enter the portable space, which has 100 cubic spaces. Note, the space entrance cannot be closed if there is an obstruction. The gas, pressure, and gravity in the portable space are synchronized with the surroundings. Seeing this ability, Chu Yun was stunned. Isn't this just a castrated version of the empty door? There is also an additional space restriction. But think about it. This ability can directly open a spatial entrance to the portable space within 3 meters around the body. This one can actually be tried. Thinking about, Chu Yuni directly exited the round table dream. In the empty door, as Chu Yun slowly woke up, he felt much lighter all over. I don't know if it's because the bulimia virus has been eliminated. Or maybe it's like new wine in an old bottle with new abilities, the effect of food being the most important thing in life. But Chu Yuni didn't care about all this. He immediately turned the door handle and left the empty door. Yunzhou City. A building materials market. Chu Yun walked out of the door and came directly here. Looking to the side, I saw all kinds of doors. We have security doors, carved doors, in various styles. Chu Yuni randomly picked a sturdy-looking security door and lifted it up. The next moment, the portable space was activated, and a palm-sized white space entrance appeared. Chu Yun looked carefully and found that it was not the entrance to the space that was white, but the portable space that was white. Behind the space entrance is the portable space, so it looks white as well. Chu Yuni actually wanted this thing very much. After all, he is also a professional writer, and most of the protagonists in the novels he often read have this thing. But it really fell into his hands. But he still couldn't hide his joy, even though he was not as good as Kong Min in terms of storage ability, nor did he have Kong Min's ability to travel through the universe. But the good thing is that this portable space can be opened at any time. Looking at the palm-sized space entrance in front of him, Chu Yuni was very dissatisfied. He had an idea. The entrance to this space quickly began to expand until it was several meters long and wide. Then, Chu Yuni directly threw the heavy security door inside. Bang! A sound was heard in the portable space. Close. Chu Yun waved his hand, and the entrance to the space in front of him suddenly closed. Chu Yun turned around, went somewhere else and called out again. Open. The next moment, the entrance to the space opened and the security door came into view, but Chu Yuni was still a little unsatisfied with just this. He opened the door handle and used the ability of the empty door to turn the door handle. The scene behind the door suddenly turned into a strange space called Kong Min. But this time, Chu Yuni did not enter or close the door, but slowly released the door handle. Close. Chu Yun closed the entrance to the space. Think about it a little. Chu Yun was sure. He turned around 2 steps, stretched out his hand again, and the entrance to the space appeared. And this time, after entering the space, it is no longer a pure white portable space, but empty gate. It's done. Chu Yuni was a little happy. He didn't expect that, although the portable space itself was useless, it was interesting only because it could be opened by the person carrying it with him. But he used his brain and combined the characteristics of emptiness. It really worked, the effect of being able to enter the empty door at any time. That's all right now. The empty door doesn't have any shortcomings anymore. I don't have to look for the door to get in anymore. Chapter 25. Preparing to enter a new world. After the defects of the empty door were improved, Chu Yuni was very satisfied. And he also liked this portable space even more. Although the Kong Min has unlimited storage space, you can't put everything in it. This time, the portable space makes up for one shortcoming. But it feels a bit of a loss to just use the portable space to make up for the lack of an empty door. Really? Speaking of portable space, it's better to store supplies, right? Chu Yun thought about it and didn't expect that he would have to do something tricky. Empty gate. Chu Yun made a casual move and a space entrance instantly appeared in front of him, leaving an empty door opposite. This time, it is extremely convenient. Longgang City, a warehouse. This is Walmart, a large storage center in Longhua. Chu Yun walked in directly. Facing several cameras, he didn't care at all. It's the end of the world now. It doesn't matter whether you show your face or not. He really didn't believe that in this apocalypse, there were still people who wanted to track him down, except for a certain person named Xia. But Chu Yun was really too lazy to do it himself. Shadow. Chu Yun called out, and then the shadow clone started to move, and a materialized shadow appeared under him. As soon as the word of all spirits was activated, everything Chu Yun wanted to order was transmitted to the shadow's mind in an instant. The next moment the shadow set off. He went straight to the shelves and took away a lot of food and supplies. It only takes half an hour. These supplies filled 60 cubic meters. Although it doesn't sound like much, 1 cubic meter can basically hold many 24-inch suitcases and can store a lot of supplies. I looked around and found that the area around here was a blind spot for the camera. But it's true. This storage center is so large that it is not practical to install cameras everywhere. It is enough to place surveillance cameras at a few key locations. Chu Yun shrugged and let the shadow return to its original state. Close the space entrance in the portable space. Then he turned and entered the empty gate. In the empty door, Chu Yun thought about it and decided not to go back to the Blue Star world for the time being. Judging from the current combat power of Blue Star, the firepower of a fighter jet is obviously not enough to completely destroy Xiatian. Although Chu Yuni was not afraid of Xiatian, he still had to put in some effort if he wanted to really make Xiatian shut up. For nothing else. Just so that no one wanted to kill him when he was in the Blue Star world. And an extra point. As far as Chu Yuni's pure speculation is concerned, This summer and the end of the world are probably more or less related. As long as Xiatian is eliminated, the seven deadly sins virus of the apocalypse, if not completely killed, can probably be suppressed a little. There is summer. A big city like Yunzhou has already fallen. If we give this guy some more time, I really don't know what kind of trouble he will come up with. Chu Yuni thought it was too simple before. It is believed that thermal weapons are more than enough to deal with these patients. It is possible for patients with bulimia nervosa. So can jealous patients. An enraged patient would require heavy firepower to counter, at least missile level. What about the patients who didn't show up? It's like the arrogance virus in summer, pure idealistic power. As long as you believe in something, it will happen. Believe that you are immortal, and then you will truly be immortal. It's simply too incredible, completely beyond the scope of science, and even a supernatural element in itself. Chu Yuni even dared to imagine. What kind of scene would it be if there was a patient who was specifically infected with the arrogance virus? I guess this is the first point to be achieved. That is to believe that you will not die, and then believe that you will not get hurt. With these two characteristics, you will definitely be a super Deadpool or a super Wolverine. How can we fight this? There is a way to deal with it, and Chu Yuni thought of it quickly. Anesthesia, stunning, fishing nets, and spear guns can all be used to capture them. But what if arrogance patients can also continue to grow stronger like other viruses? In the later stages, there may be concepts such as will not be approached and will not be attacked. By that time, it will be really difficult to deal with. Chu Yuni was afraid that the arrogant patient in his complete form would fly up and shout, "I am the only one who is supreme in the world." At that time, I can only ask for space slashing. So, what Chu Yuni has to do is to go to other worlds and be the first to obtain more powerful and more magical supernatural powers. Arrogance virus? If I had obtained the power above your person, how should you deal with it? Thinking about, Chu Yuni strolled in the empty gate and gradually thought of the wording. He spoke in the empty door. Kongmin, I know you can hear me. I want to go to a world where I can easily possess extraordinary powers. It would be best if this world had weapons that could control Xiatian. No, that's it. After he finished speaking, there was no change in the entire empty space. Chu Yuni was surprised and said, "No change? That shouldn't be the case. Didn't I tell you that Kongmin will try his best to satisfy me?" The words haven't finished yet. In Chu Yuni's sight, it suddenly dimmed a lot. Looking ahead, all you can see is a vast wall made up of doors, stretching for thousands of miles. Oh shit! Chu Yun exclaimed. Did he ask for too few conditions? How come so many doors to the world appeared all at once? Think of this. Chu Yuni spoke again. I have one more request. I will not die easily when I enter this world. More than half of the countless doors have been reduced, but it is still very vast. It would be best if I could improve my strength quickly. Even if half of the doors were removed, there would still be hundreds or thousands of them. And then, Chu Yun felt that he was being a little harsh when he realized that he had nothing to say. But in some worlds, there are still so many. Chu Yuni had no choice. His fear of making choices was about to break out. But the next moment, Chu Yuni saw a door that had been opened before. That door was made of machinery and flesh and blood. Isn't that the world with the eye planet? Since Kongmin has said so, you won't die if you go. Then let's go and have a look. I also want to know what those big eyes are. Chu Yun thought about it, and then his mind moved, and the door of the empty gate moved closer to him. He turned the doorknob and whispered, "Don't go to a remote place this time. Let's find a place where there are people so that I can understand the situation. Walk in slowly." A moment. As soon as Chu Yun stepped into this world, he was shocked by the scene in this world. Chapter 26, Night Star Without Guns. What a prosperous place it is. There are countless bridges in the sky, and neon signs are hung all over the city. The pedestrians on the street are dressed differently and seem to be at the forefront of the trend. Chu Yuni stood here, just like a jungle bug. After closing the entrance to the space, Chu Yun stepped into this world. At first, the pedestrians around were all very surprised, but after a few seconds they stopped paying attention and went on with their business. Chu Yun looked around. Even the passers-by around are quite technological. An uncle on the side of the road has no eyes on his head, but 8 red artificial eyes embedded in it. There was an old lady next to her with a steel spine exposed behind her back. Even if it's just a random guy, the clothes he wears are movable backgrounds in ink and wash style. It was so wet that Chu Yun almost had a rheumatism attack. Chu Yuni seemed so out of place walking here. The people around him looked at him as he looked at passers-by. Some were surprised, some were puzzled, as if they were seeing some surreal body art. After taking a few more glances, Chu Yun ignored it. Look around. Chu Yuni thought in his heart. The requirements for empty goal can quickly improve strength. You're not going to ask me to just remove my arms and replace them with mechanical prostheses, are you? He looked at this world full of cyberpunk, dystopia, neon colors, and future technological scenarios, and thought unconsciously. But Chu Yuni did not forget that this world was the world of the big-eyed flesh and blood planet he had seen before. This world is not destined to be that simple. Walking and walking. Chu Yuni's attention was attracted by two passers-by. They were two gangster-like guys, holding something in their mouths and looking at Chu Yuni with disdain. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig out your eyes. Don't be so angry. Come here, you native human. Come here. Let me show you a good treasure. Two gangsters from another world looked at Chu Yuni arrogantly and kept speaking the language of this world. The reason why Chu Yuni could understand. He still had to rely on the power he had extracted before, the words of all spirits, otherwise he really wouldn't understand. Without relying on the words of all spirits, can we expect Mandarin to be popularized throughout the world? Looking at these two strange-looking things, Chu Yun was not afraid and just walked over. We came to a street corner alley where two thugs were. It's very dark here, and not many people come in. Just when Chu Yun approached the two of them. Swish! Among them, a gangster named Xiaohua had something that looked like a dagger pop out from his arm. It popped out directly from the back of my hand. It's different from the one in Assassin's Creed. It's like an assassin version of Wolverine. Chu Yuni feels it's a bit out of place. But this small dagger on the back of his hand is the confidence of this gangster. Hey, you really dare to come over here? Brother, we are short of money. Let me borrow your credit to spend. I will pay you 5 more next month. The two gangsters smiled evilly, as if they really believed that Chu Yuni was a delicious prey. Oh, Chu Yun sighed. Then, Chu Yun pulled out the only remaining Walter from behind him. The two previous bees were lost in the battle with the angry patient, and the other one, Walter, was returned to Shadow to attack Xia Tian, although it was not very successful. Until now, this is the only one Chu Yuni has, but it is enough for him to use. Originally, Chu Yuni was still thinking about just showing off the gun and making the two thugs retreat, but obviously that was not the case. What the hell is this? Is it a child's toy? Have you seen it, brother? I've never seen it before. It looks weird. A real man should play with a knife. Who would make such a weird toy? The two gangsters sang in unison, as if they were performing a crosstalk. Even Chu Yuni almost laughed. Is this a toy? Huh. Chu Yun raised his gun, aimed at the more arrogant gangster, and pulled the trigger. Bang! There was a loud and violent noise, followed by a bloody scene. The entire alley was instantly filled with a murderous atmosphere. The gangster who claimed to be the boss suddenly felt a buzzing in his head and froze in place. They're just playing around. Who could have thought that this guy opposite, who looked like a native human, would just kill someone directly? The little gangster seemed to be dumb and couldn't utter anything. Even, the gangster had no strength left in his body, as if all his bones had been pulled out, and his whole body collapsed. For no apparent reason, a stream of liquid seeped out. Chu Yuni didn't take any next step. He gave the gangster a few minutes to adjust to the situation. 3 minutes later, Chu Yun opened his mouth and asked, I'll be frank, I'm from another world. After listening, the little rascal was stunned. What kind of joke was this guy playing? But after seeing the power of Walter's pistol, the gangster actually believed it in his heart. Aliens? Hearing this somewhat strange word, Chu Yuni was surprised for a moment, but quickly responded, That's right. I'll ask you a question, and if you don't, or if you lie, that's what's going to happen to you. Well, what is the name of this world, or what is the name of this planet? Night Star. What is that big eye in the sky? What effect has it had on your world? Ah, you are not. We call it the Meat Mountain, a planet composed of countless deformed bodies. It drops some distorted tissue from time to time, causing everyone in our city to have combat chips implanted. One last question. Where do you get all these body modifications? We, the marginalized people in the downtown area, all go to Lao Jin's shop. He is a nice guy. At least he won't drug us and then sell our organs. It's at the corner of District 73. Turn right after you exit the alley. Turn left when you see the Inhibitor Pharmacy. It's the 3rd unit on the 23rd floor of the EB building. Is this good? Never mind. It's none of your business. Chu Yuni took the pistol, waved his hand, turned and left. But after a few breaths, the gangster seemed to realize something and shouted, What the hell are these aliens? Damn you upper city people. Do you think you are superior to others? And you say that we are from two different worlds than the people in the lower city. You high and mighty people from the upper city. See the blood and fury of us civilians. Die. After the gangster finished speaking, he raised his arm blade and rushed over, but Chu Yun didn't even turn his head. He fired a shot at the gangster in the direction of the sound, and another gunshot rang out. Bang! He said it. If he didn't say it or lied, he would die. But he didn't say it. If he had said it, he wouldn't have died. This little gangster is asking for trouble. Chu Yuni will not show mercy. For those who want to harm you, just kill them directly. There is no need to leave any follow-up plot. If it's like the routine, where after you hit the small one, the big one comes, and after you hit the big one, the old one comes, that would be a headache. Chu Yuni followed the direction given by the gangster and prepared to go to Lao Jin's shop. He wants to see, are there any weapons that can be used directly without the need for prosthetic modifications? Since there are no guns in this world, it stands to reason that weapons like knives should have developed very well. Chapter 27: The Strange Rules of Night Star. Although Chu Yuni didn't know why this world had not developed firearms, technology is so advanced. But maybe everything has a reason. For example, on the blue planet, there is some inevitable connection between cryolite and aluminum. In industry, molten cryolite is used as a flux to dissolve alumina in liquid cryolite at around 1000 degrees Celsius, forming a melt of cryolite and alumina. This is then electrolyzed in an electrolytic cell using carbon blocks as the anode and cathode to produce usable aluminum. If there is no such thing as cryolite, aluminum will never be popular. The consequences. It's not just that the people on Blue Star can't drink drinks, but the entire world's industrial system is collapsing and degenerating. But if other more relevant elements disappear, the butterfly effect they produce may lead to greater consequences. For example, the Night Star only has swords but has not developed any thermal weapons. But that's all. Chu Yuni didn't care about it. He has no great interest in understanding the history and origins of a world, as he is not a historian. All Chu Yuni cared about was the things here and how much he could use. Soon, according to what the gangster said, Chu Yun came to Lao Jin's shop. Although everything is quite different from Blue Star, there was also a small episode. The elevator buttons here are actually binary. Chu Yuni studied them for a long time. Finally, an old lady came over and used the personal terminal in her head to connect to the elevator and directly took Chu Yuni to the corresponding floor. What Chu Yuni didn't quite understand was, there was some pity in the old lady's eyes, as if she was looking at a child with congenital intellectual disability. Chu Yuni wanted to argue, but he said nothing. I can't continue. Damn cultural differences, how come the world is so used to using binary? Isn't it troublesome? Thinking about. Chu Yun arrived at Lao Jin's shop, a shop converted from an ordinary building with a very large storefront. At least you can see it at a glance. I knocked on the door and heard a voice I couldn't understand. Fortunately, Chu Yuni had the word of all spirits open. Come in, said the person inside the room. Chu Yuni pushed the door open and walked in without any hesitation. He glanced at the door, as if thinking that this world also had doors. Or rather, all the doors that Kongmin can open are worlds with doors. Those who can create a door that can only allow individual objects under 2 meters to pass through are basically carbon-based humans. Chu Yun pushed the door open and walked in. Glancing around, the walls are lined with steel mesh shelves, which are somewhat similar to perforated boards, except that they display various prosthetics. Is there a kind of prosthetic body that doesn't require surgery? It can quickly improve your strength. 2 more weapons. Chu Yuni still spoke directly. He wanted to finish this matter quickly and then go back to deal with the guy named Xia. But this time, things didn't seem to be the same as he imagined. Last time, it was still in the gun shop on Blue Star. The owner didn't spoil the fun and just got it ready. And this time, it's at Night Star, and the local conditions and practices here seem a little different. See you. The shop owner named Lao Jian had a lowered eyebrow and seemed to be uninterested in the visitor Chu Yuni. His eyes were looking up in the air, and he would laugh from time to time. Lao Jian took the time to glance at Chu Yuni. This glance did make him feel that he was somewhat interesting, but that was all. He opened his mouth and said, if you don't want to have surgery, then you can just use nanoskin and cover it up directly. With your body type, you need a model. For sword soldiers, we use polymer nano knives, which are all top grade. 18,700 credits. Just transfer it to me, and I'll get it for you. Hearing this, Chu Yuni felt a little worried, because he really didn't have any credit points. It would be strange for him to have the currency here since he comes from another world, okay? Thinking about. Chu Yun reached into his pocket, opened the portable space, and took out a piece of gold. Chu Yun threw the gold directly onto the counter and conveyed his thoughts. Use this to pay the bill. Lao Jin took a look and then laughed. See you. Old Jin opened his mouth, revealing a mouthful of gold teeth, and the golden light flashed in Chu Yun's eyes. One more move. Lao Jin leaned over to look at a machine next to him, and a stream of information was sent out. Buzz. The two robotic arms on the workbench replaced the printing materials and instantly weaved out a piece of gold. Its shape and size were exactly the same as the one Chu Yun threw out. Lao Jin stretched out his palms and pointed at the gold at an angle. He seemed to say nothing, but it seems like everything has been said. Chu Yun was shocked. Good fellow. This world's technology tree is so fucking weird. No firearms. But it can print gold in an instant. What's the principle? Is there a magic dwarf in here? Although he really wanted to complain in his heart, Chu Yun suppressed it on the surface. But Lao Jin was the first to speak. 18,700 credits. No, Chu Yun said. Chu Yun looks like a tough and reckless person. The next moment, Chu Yun thought about it, raised Walter and pointed it at Lao Jin, and said, "Can you give me the goods first if I don't have credit points?" Seeing the black muzzle of the gun, Lao Jin was not panicked. Buzz. Lao Jin raised his arm, and a blade like a mantis's arm popped out from the side of his forearm and aimed directly at Chu Yun. It seemed that if he moved forward a little more, he would be able to attack Chu Yun's neck. Seeing this, Chu Yun also put away the gun directly. Forget it, there is no need to argue. He just went to a warehouse and took one. When Chu Yun was thinking this, Lao Jin spoke first. Credit points are required for the device to be activated. This is the rule set by the upper town. Even if you kill me, you can't use the things you took. Hearing this, Chu Yun was stunned. This thing needs to be activated? This night star. Chu Yun only wanted to say that he really came once and didn't want to come a second time. Next time, if we add some more conditions to Kong Min, he doesn't want to come to this world with so many strange rules. But the next moment, Lao Jin directly threw out something that looked like a watch, but it was much bigger than his arm and looked exactly like a pair of shackles. Native human, this is a mobile personal terminal. There are registered accounts in it. Go to Lai Yun's tavern on the edge of Area 74, and you'll get credits. The other old Jeans seemed too lazy to say anything, but the look they gave Chu Yun in the end seemed a little pitiful. Chapter 28, Addictive White Powder. Based on the principle of being here anyway, Chu Yun took over the personal terminal. He doesn't know. The reason why Lao Jin and the ant who helped press the elevator button felt sorry for him was because he was a native human. What is a native human? In the upper city, this kind of human represents absolute nobility. After all, they are rich enough to live without prosthetics. But in downtown, the original humans represent orphans, the kind who have no one to take care of them, no money to buy prosthetics, and can only grow up in a daze. This matter. Chu Yun doesn't care. What others think of him will not really affect him. It's all just gossip. Without staying here any longer, Chu Yun turned around and left. Seeing this scene, Lao Jin sighed silently and said to himself, "Ah, it's hard to be a good person." Chu Yun walked away. He looked back at the private shop with the sign of Lao Jin's Pepsi House, and then walked towards the so-called Lai Yun Tavern by Lao Jin. Chu Yun, walking on the road, felt like he was playing a game. And there's a sense of completing a side quest. This side quest is not an ordinary quest. It is a long and smelly toilet unclogging quest. But Chu Yun could overcome all these. After all, he was already here. If I turn around and leave now, it would be better not to come to this world. Now that you're here, at least I can experience the local customs and the unique end of the world and see if I can improve my control. The end of this world, is that it? Chu Yun looked up at the sky. Although the entire city is filled with tall buildings and looks like a metal version of a rainforest, you can still see some sky. And above the sky, that great flesh and blood planet still orbited, acting as an unnatural satellite of the night star. What is that? When Chu Yun was looking at the flesh and blood planet, he could faintly see with his naked eyes something like a meteor falling from the flesh and blood planet. It's so densely packed that even if you can't see it clearly, it's still very creepy. Is that what is called a deformed form? Chu Yun was shocked and felt his scalp tingling. Does he have to deal with this kind of thing in this world? On Blue Star, those monsters of the end of the world are at least in human form. Stars in the night. These monsters of the end of the world are simply the purest monsters. Only, Chu Yun was not sure whether his round table was only used to increase his control over the patients with the 7 deadly sins of Blue Star who he killed. Or maybe, whenever Chu Yun kills a monster in any world, his control power will increase. If it is the former, Chu Yuni had no idea that he would set up a place to keep the patients and then keep them to gain control over them. Even though it was dark, it wasn't impossible for him to do it. But the premise in this regard still depends on whether you can increase your control power by killing monsters on the Night Star. Thinking and thinking, Chu Yuni had slowly arrived at La Yun Tavern. Although the landmark was not very obvious, Chu Yuni still found it. Squeak. The old metal door was slowly pushed open by Chu Yuni. This action made many people look in this direction. Chu Yuni felt like those classic scenes in some Western cowboy movies. The protagonist, a newcomer who is unfamiliar with the place, breaks into a pub in a certain area and is noticed. Then it was the old-fashioned thing of being found guilty, a few people being shot, and then shocking the whole audience. Now, Chu Yuni felt exactly the same way. But the reality disappointed Chu Yun greatly, as this kind of plot did not happen. After just looking at Chu Yuni, everyone else went about their own business. Everyone was very busy and had no time to bother with a native human. Chu Yuni found a place to sit down. He didn't order anything. He was mainly observing. It would be quite a headache if he got angry and killed a few people because of the differences in the world. Seeing that Chu Yuni had no intention of placing an order, no one came to disturb him. Soon, a burst of noisy sound caught Chu Yuni's attention. "Same old," a sturdy man shouted. When Chu Yun took a look, he saw that his back was supported by a metal spine, and his limbs were extended with exaggerated prosthetics, making him look like he was wearing an exoskeleton. The bartender looked up, apparently having received the credit. Chu Yun looked over there with some anticipation in his heart. What is the so-called old way? Liquor or women? He wondered what kind of thing could make this seemingly experienced man exclaim, "Same old situation." Wait a moment. The waiter brought a round plate from the kitchen, which was covered with a silver cover, giving it a rather mysterious feel. When the people around saw this, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva, with longing looks on their faces. So, what is it? Chu Yun looked at this solemn thing and became even more curious. The waiter put the tray down, removed the cover. Inside, there was a plate of neatly arranged red velvet cake. Seeing this scene, Chu Yun blinked and began to doubt his eyesight, wondering if it had been contaminated when he was looking at the flesh and blood planet in the sky. What the hell is this eye-catching situation? Big brother, is that red velvet cake as big as your palm? You eat this? No, size is not the key. This thing doesn't match your style at all. How could this happen? Chu Yun paused. He felt like he had some inside information. Some things are definitely not as simple as they appear. That's right. The waiter took out a small plastic-sealed packet of white powder from his jacket pocket and asked in a low voice, "This stuff is addictive. How many would you like, sir?" Yes. How could a cybernetic man with cyborg bodies order a red velvet cake that has a girly feel? The secrets are all here. Chu Yun stared and watched with his own eyes as the burly man asked for 100% and poured a full bag directly onto the red velvet cake. This amount will kill people, right? No. Since he has been given a prosthetic, his endocrine system should be strong enough. Chu Yun murmured softly. He was not afraid that anyone would understand him, as he did not open the word of all spirits to anyone else. The natives of Night Star had no chance of understanding what he said. Looking at the red velvet cake sprinkled with white powder, the Cyberman scooped a spoonful with a metal spoon. Then put it into your mouth and sip it carefully. In an instant, the strong man's eyes shone brightly and he shouted loudly, "So sweet." Sure enough, the dopamine rush brought by sweets is beyond words. These 14 credits are worth it. After hearing this, Chu Yuni was somewhat suspicious whether he had heard it wrong, or whether the words of all spirits had been opened incorrectly. He seemed to hear that this strong man was taking some addictive substance, but simply enjoying dessert? Chapter 29. Sweetness in the Distorted World. No, how can this thing be addictive? Chu Yun stared, very confused. But soon, Chu Yun thought of the short videos he had watched before. Sugar seems to be addictive. The addictiveness of caffeine, tobacco, and alcohol occurs immediately, but the addictiveness of sugar increases gradually over time. People can quit coffee, alcohol, and smoking, but it is still difficult to quit sugar for a lifetime. To some extent, this thing is quite addictive. After all, once sweetness is perceived, it can be directly transmitted through the nerves, giving people a pleasant feeling. It will also stimulate the brain to release dopamine, causing people to desire and become dependent on sweets again. A person can never eat sugar, but once you get involved, you'll never be able to get rid of it in your lifetime. This is too fucking ridiculous. Chu Yun realized it belatedly and even sighed that this was actually true. Even at this time, even if it is just the ability of the white billiard ball, as long as it is a passive effect, it will always be activated. Have a photographic memory and be well organized. A moment. Chu Yun thought of something and immediately found the part about the gangster. It seemed that one of the two gangsters had something in his mouth. Later, a bullet blew up his head and the contents of his mouth flew out. If Chu Yun's guess is correct, that's not smoke, but lollipop. Fuck. What the hell is going on in this world? For some reason, Chu Yun felt a little guilty. He had no psychological burden at all in killing a gangster who blocked his way. But if the person was holding a lollipop, Chu Yun would immediately classify the person as a child, and he would feel a little uncomfortable about killing a child. Chu Yun is just so weird. 3 seconds of silence for you two brothers. He closed his eyes and lamented this fucked up world. Looking at the strong man eating, everyone around him swallowed their saliva. They all ordered one. Boss, I want a red velvet cake too. With frosting. Me too. Listening to this noisy yet extremely harmonious atmosphere, Chu Yun just felt extremely fucked up. No, didn't Lao Jin say this is a bar? Where's the wine? After thinking about it, Chu Yun understood something. His all-spirits words would automatically match the meaning. In the bar Lao Jin was talking about might just be a place for recreation and entertainment, plus something else. The place was similar to what Chu Yun understood, so he automatically accepted this word. This noisy environment filled with burly men, prosthetic users, and so on, Chu Yun would not accept it even if he called it a dessert shop. Think about it this way. This ability has not been misunderstood. It is half right. Chu Yun looked at this weird atmosphere, and he didn't want to stay here anymore. A bar with no cigarettes or alcohol, and only red velvet cakes, was too weird. Just when he was about to leave, a voice came from the side. I hunted and killed another 12 aberrations yesterday. Are these things becoming more and more? I see you're showing off your credit points, right? Don't be ridiculous. There seem to be a lot more of them recently. It's really strange. Who cares? If there's one, I'll kill him. If there's two, I'll kill a pair. Listening to the recent words, Chu Yun perked up. Credit points? Aberration? Aren't these the two things he wants to get? But soon, the conversation at the nearby table shifted to other topics, and Chu Yun lost interest. Thinking about, Chu Yun walked straight to the table, moved a stool and started asking questions. I thought that someone would say something like, boy, are you looking for trouble? Or, young man, are you worthy of sitting here? And then physically suppress him. But unexpectedly, these people were very accommodating to an outsider like Chu Yun. I just heard you say that you can earn credits by hunting aberrations? Hearing this, all the strong men at the table were stunned. Then they all burst into laughter. It was as if I had heard something extremely nonsensical. It's like someone asking, is the cucumber green? Or, does rice have to be cooked to be called rice? These kinds of questions sound quite outrageous to them. But soon, one of the sturdy men took a quick look and found that his personal terminal did not scan Chu Yun's brain terminal. Wait, why don't you have a personal terminal? Damn, there really isn't one. A young master who ran away from home in Upper Town? Or a poor orphan who has not been registered? When the latter was mentioned, the strong men at the surrounding table fell silent and looked at Chu Yun with some pity in their eyes. The leading burly man smashed the table angrily and shouted, "This damn world! Kid, just ask. The uncles will help if they can." The sturdy man looked at Chu Yun with clear eyes. Chu Yun felt a little ashamed when he saw it. I'm from another world. Never mind. If you kill the aberrations, you can get credits, right? Where is the aberration? Outside the city? Hearing this question, several strong men looked around and quickly replied to Chu Yun. You must have a personal terminal. Oh, you have a mobile terminal in your hand. It's an old model. It's not outside the city, but outside the domain. There are many aberrations outside the domain. There are many types of aberrations. The most difficult ones are the tumors that can grow infinitely. The others depend on their combat effectiveness. If I'm lucky enough to kill a few of the weakest skeleton aberrations, this trip will be worth it. If you want to go, listen to your uncle's advice and find a team. Hearing this, Chu Yun began to wonder, team? That's right, we must go in a group for this kind of thing. If you don't have anywhere to go, considering the time, the wild kennel will be here soon. They love to bring in new people, and they are all nice people. Listen to it. Chu Yun took the advice to heart and waited quietly for the arrival of the wild kennel. Suddenly, the metal door of the tavern was pushed open again, making a noise. Hey, 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 Give me some syrup toast. I don't want to eat liquid nutrition meals anymore. Don't make any noise. Be quiet. 1 portion of babaluya, 8 portions of sugar. I want creme brulee. 5 people came in, all dressed differently. The leading man was tall, with his prosthetic body mainly black in color, but his mechanical arms were more conspicuous and were half a person taller than him. There is also a curly one, the one that barks the loudest. His whole body is normal, but the prosthesis on his palm is extremely obvious, and it looks like a movable chimeric structure. There was also a short and thin man, but he was the most obvious. Both of its legs are prosthetics, 2 mechanical legs, and there is a mechanical spine on its back connecting them, which looks very scary. The last one is a simple and strong man and a young girl. The honest and strong man's prosthetic body is relatively simple, but it has been modified to some extent. He carries a large backpack on his back, like a moose. Although the girl looked normal at first glance, some of her skin joints were sealed with metal wires, and it seemed that her entire body of skin was modified prosthesis. Looking at this team, Chu Yun was lost in thought. Is this what is called a wild kennel? I don't know either. These so-called modified prostheses can surpass humans to a great extent in terms of strength. But Chu Yuni knew clearly. Since I have made a request to Kong Min, my chance of improvement may not be the prosthesis, but the almost endless deformed bodies outside the city. As long as you keep killing it, you can keep gaining new abilities. When the time comes, as long as Chu Yuni can draw a space-slashing ability, why would he need to worry about Xiatian? The brain goes directly to outer space. The torso goes to magma, and the lower body is soaked in water to feed the fish. Besides, the more abilities the better. Even if all the passive skills are stacked up, it will directly touch the extraordinary. Thinking about, Chu Yun walked straight forward and explained his purpose to the people in the wild kennel. Surprisingly, there were no surprises. The people in this pub seemed very friendly and extremely welcoming. This situation would be fine in a peaceful world. But in this world full of deformed people, where everyone has the ability to fight, it is really incredible. After staying in this tavern for a while, Chu Yuni finally understood. Turn out to be. It's not that there are no contradictions, but that all the contradictions and barriers here are blocked by one class. The lower town hates the upper town so much that they would curse it 10 times a day. However, when it comes to their own people in the lower city, they tend to help whenever they can, especially native humans like Chu Yuni. Although understandable, but it still feels a little subtly strange. At one point, Chu Yuni even had the illusion that he had become one of the few bad guys in this world. Chapter 30. What is lacking is not lacking the world. After explaining the intention, the wild dog kennel accepted us quickly. It was like I had gotten used to it, and there was even some joy in it. I'm glad to see a little fellow like you join in the hunt. But you are unarmed, and I am not happy. Boss Doberman waved his hand and asked Golden Retriever to take out a long knife from the luggage and lent it directly to Chu Yuni. As soon as Chu Yun pulled out the scabbard, he saw the blue-green blade with an extremely sharp edge. I'm afraid that according to the standard sharpness, it was at least below 7. It is the sharpness of the blade. The smaller it is, the sharper it is. It is the level of an ordinary kitchen knife, and 5 is the level of a brand new surgical knife. If it is 0, it means that the object being cut will break at the moment it approaches the object. But that's just theory. Everything is relative. If you want a knife that is 0, just burn the knife red and use it to cut fragile hair, and it will be relatively close to 0. Looking at the wild kennel boss who gave him the knife, Chu Yun's mouth twitched. Thank you, Boss Doberman. He is not used to other people being so enthusiastic. Chu Yuni could accept it when others were ferocious, but he felt uncomfortable when they were such good people. No way. Who made him live in Haita Town, which is almost known as the Valley of Evil? The people there are really tough. A few people die from time to time, and things become much quieter after the end of the world. Growing up in such a place, Chu Yuni is more accustomed to the people around him, who are selfish, calculating, and can stab their companions from time to time. Not like this world. In Chu Yuni's opinion, all the people here in the tavern are not as fierce as the old Jin Xiong from the Pepsi house. Looking at the boss named Doberman, Chu Yun glanced around. After understanding, there are 5 people in the wild kennel, including a Doberman, a Teddy, a Chinese Greyhound, a Golden Retriever, and a Pomeranian. The Doberman is the eldest, the Teddy has a prosthetic hand, the thin dog has a broken leg, the Golden Retriever is the one who carries the luggage, and the Pomeranian is the only female. But none of this matters to Chu Yuni. Anyway, now that he is familiar with the ways of the deformed creatures outside the domain, he can hunt them on his own. When the time comes, I'll just change into a nanoskin, get a good knife, and leave. These people are nothing but passing clouds. After resting here for a while, the entire team called Wild Dog House was ready to go. Following the order from Boss Doberman, the whole team began to move. But what Chu Yuni didn't expect was that he actually walked with his legs. No, there is no car? Chu Yun asked subconsciously. Car? What a strange word. The golden retriever touched his head, somewhat unresponsive. Chu Yun frowned. It's really strange that Night Star doesn't even have a car. Logically speaking, with such a high level of technology, it shouldn't be able to even build a car. At this time, Boss Doberman said, Cars? Before the new star calendar, there were some. It's just that since that mountain of flesh in the sky floated over from the universe and became a satellite of the Night Star, no one has been driving it anymore. Chu Yuni asked again out of curiosity, why? There is a kind of aberration called intelligent brain, which is very small but very smart. They will crawl under the car or inside the car, and you can't find them no matter how hard you look. Once they enter the city, they will start with small animals like rats and cockroaches, then children and adults. When it grows to the later stage, even a team of 15 people will be unable to defeat it. Shaking his head, Boss Doberman seemed unwilling to tell this story. As he spoke, he looked at his left arm. It seemed that he lost an arm because of the brain deformity. There was some reminiscence in his eyes, but he didn't want to mention it. Oh, how long will it take to get outside the domain? It's about a 20-minute journey, replied the golden retriever. Hearing this result, Chu Yuni was a little stunned and thought unconsciously in his heart. 20 minutes, at most you can walk 1 or 2 kilometers. So, 1,000 meters outside the city, there are all deformed monsters? Chu Yun was shocked when he thought of this, as if he had not expected such an outcome. He thought that everything was fine in this world, and even that the city could form its own ecosystem. But now look at it this way. We are surrounded by aberrations. What the hell? You guys. Chu Yun thought about it, and finally said, Can you survive being surrounded by aberrations? Hearing this, everyone was a little surprised. The little dog spoke first. Hey, what a stupid choice of words. It sounds like you're not from Night Star. I do come from another world. That world is called Blue Star. Chu Yuni said very honestly, he was not afraid of exposing his identity. Once he reveals his identity, his abilities can naturally be displayed. Even if the entire Night Star is hunting him down, he will just go to another world. Please. Even if Chu Yuni lacked anything, he didn't lack the world. If this world doesn't work for you, Chu Yuni has plenty of worlds to work for. Hearing Chu Yuni's shocking statement, Shigo couldn't help but laughed. Poochie, are you kidding me? You are from another world, but I am from Kepler. Shigo smiled, as if he didn't believe this sentence at all. But the golden-haired man looked blank, as if he believed it a little, and then he heard him say, No wonder, they are the native humans of the lower city. So it's aliens. Thinking of this, the golden-haired man nodded, seeming to be more convinced. But at this time, Pomeranian had some unusual movements. She was seen covering her temple with her hands, her eyes dull, as if the personal terminal in her brain was connected to other devices. In the breath, her eyes regained clarity and she said in a deep voice, Behind the western mound, there is a skeleton, a brain, a brute force, and a tumor. It seems that the intelligent computer is leading the way and ambushing us. If you don't go, they'll probably rush over here. When the others heard the names of the first 3 deformed forms, they didn't react much. But when he heard the word tumor, even Boss Doberman's mouth twitched and he looked very uncomfortable. What should we do, boss? How about we just run? If you can't outrun the skeleton, it will be even harder to fight if you are caught up. Just fight hard. There's no other way. Boss Doberman pondered for a moment, then looked at Chu Yuni and said, New guy, look at the situation. If you can't beat them, just run away. We're blocking it. With the existence of you newcomers, Night Star has the capital to resist the end of the world. You are still young. Don't throw your life away. The corners of Chu Yun's mouth twitched, and what he said sounded like a farewell of life and death. With him around, there will be no accidents. Chapter 31. Seeing the bad situation, he led everyone to the front. Looking at the scene where everyone was standing there, Chu Yuni really didn't know what to say. Those deformed beings, are they very powerful? While Chu Yun was thinking about it, several small spheres flew over from a distance, flapping their 4 wings and flying towards this side. Chu Yuni thought it was a so-called deformed creature. But when I saw that no one was nervous, I knew that these little things were not deformed. Those small spheres flew over. Pomeranian, the only female member in the Wild Dog House, took off her top directly. Chu Yun's eyes widened. No? Are all the people in Night Star so open? They take off their clothes in public. But what happened next made Chu Yuni change his mind. The small balls were flying closer and closer. Pomeranian took off her neon jacket, revealing her snow-white skin, but there was no sensitive part. Flat, flat? Chu Yun felt a little at a loss when he saw it. There was no mountain in that place, not to mention there was no dome temple on the mountain. Only then did he remember. Night Star is very similar to the cyberpunk world in his understanding. If they have this kind of technology, they will definitely change into bulletproof skin. But these sacrifices are a bit too great. It's better to install a fake one. It looks too weird, not even as big as Doberman's. Chu Yuni took another look and then looked away in dismay. When those flying spheres came closer, they folded themselves into a flat surface and stuck to Pomeranian's chest. If these drones are considered airplanes, then the Pomeranian's chest becomes a veritable airport. Shaked his head. Chu Yuni retracted his messy thoughts because he saw that everyone in the wild dog kennel had entered a state of alert. Since these people were like this, Chu Yuni also pretended to look around. In sight, a red figure resembling a human figure can be seen moving towards this side quickly. Judging from its speed, it may be as fast as a cheetah. What Chu Yuni couldn't understand was that since the mutants were so fast, why didn't they just enter the city and start killing everyone? Why do they have to do this outside the city, looking for humans like they are hunting? But in Chu Yuni's opinion, this aberration does not resemble a human and probably does not have a high level of intelligence. But I don't have time to think about these things. The deformed body was very fast, and it arrived in a few breaths. At this time, Dubin said, this is a skeletal deformity, and it's basically the most average of the deformities. No special skills, relatively easy to kill. After Doberman finished speaking, he raised a pair of huge mechanical arms, and white steam appeared between his fists, spreading slightly in the air. Buzz. There was a buzzing sound, and Doberman punched out directly, hitting the skeletal deformer. Just like the name, the skeleton of this deformed creature can be clearly seen as a skeleton outline, while the color of its body is covered with a layer of mud-like flesh and blood, forming a thin layer of skin. It looks strong, but Dubin said this skeletal aberration is very weak. Chu Yun watched the situation develop quietly and did not really take any action. Swish. An afterimage appeared, and the thin dog directly activated the neural reaction of the spine and instantly came to the side of the skeleton. Bang! Doberman punched the skeleton, causing it to stumble backwards. The thin dog went straight forward. He kicked its hind leg and heard a cracking sound. This time, this skeletal deformity had difficulty moving and could no longer move at high speeds. To the back, Teddy simply waved his hands, and his hands immediately extended out, forming 10 long and narrow blades. Swish! The two claws slashed across, directly cutting off the head and arms of the skeleton deformed monster. Doberman stepped forward again, raised his arms and smashed it down several times before completely crushing the bones inside, rendering the skeletal deformity unable to move. Is it so troublesome? Chu Yun commented unconsciously as he looked at it. Although the skeleton is the weakest deformity, its vitality is much stronger than that of ordinary people. Golden Retriever echoed. Chu Yun glanced at the Golden Retriever and Pomeranian who didn't take any action. Although these two guys didn't take action, Chu Yun could tell that one of them was moving the luggage and the other was investigating. But Chu Yun looked at the huge package behind the Golden Retriever and thought, it's only a short walk from the city. Is it necessary to move the luggage? Unless it's not luggage. And at this time, the personal terminal in Chu Yun's hand lit up, and words appeared on it that Chu Yun could not understand. It seemed that these were words unique to this world. Although the word of all spirits is very useful, it is only effective against living things. This cold machine cannot touch the realm of living things. Looking at the personal terminal, Chu Yun tapped the surface. Is this thing calculating credit points? Killing aberrations will earn you credit points. Is this a redistribution of contributions? Before Chu Yun could think more, two deformed bodies slowly approached from a distance. Chu Yuni asked, didn't you say 3? Pomeranian put on his clothes and pointed at the larger, deformed creature in front of him. He said, the bulge on the head of that guy is the intelligent brain. After hearing this information, Chu Yun looked over there. Ahead, 2 large aberrations are coming towards this side. One of them was very large, nearly 3 meters tall, and looked like a little giant. His body was made of piles of red rotten flesh, and he could barely make out a human shape. The other deformed form was a pool. That's right. It was just a puddle that looked like red jelly, but the inside was even dirtier and more disgusting, like minced meat and awful. These two must be brute force and tumor. There was a big bump on Monley's head, just like it was hammered out in a funny animation, round and smooth. According to Pomeranian, this bag is the so-called intelligent brain. It doesn't look that strong. Chu Yun shrugged, feeling very relaxed. It's not that he was bragging. He had just killed an angry patient. That monster was many times more powerful than this so-called brute force. Looking at these two deformed bodies, apart from feeling a little disgusted, there is really nothing to worry about. You are so shameless. Pomeranian frowned and took 2 steps back to the crowd, standing behind the golden retriever. Chu Yun glanced away. My goodness, is this the legendary situation of seeing the situation getting bad and rallying everyone in front of you? Golden retriever, use that thing on the tumor. Try to delay as much time as possible. Dubin put his hands together, his eyes sharp, and said, Bomi, find a way to take down the intelligent brain. Little dog, Teddy, come and take care of me. After quickly giving the order, Doberman entered combat mode. Buzz. White steam rose up, and a big battle was inevitable. Chapter 32. Your feet are off the ground, right? Chu Yuni didn't know what Dubin and the others were talking about. I just know that this battle is inevitable. At this time, the monster in front of him had already appeared in front of him, while the monster called Tumor was still wandering around. The brute force deformed monster had already rushed to the front. Doberman simply raised his mechanical arms and smashed them down. However, it is different from the previous skeleton. This deformed form called brute force was not even shaken by the welding. It's just like an ant trying to shake a tree. There was absolutely no response. On the other side, the thin dog was running so fast that it left only a trail of afterimage. He quickly came behind Monley. A small knife quietly appeared in Shigo's hand, and he wanted to directly attack Monley's hind legs. But I didn't expect that this monster not only had strong defense, but also had very fast speed. He simply raised his right leg and kicked the thin dog on the side. The thin dog suddenly changed its position and almost couldn't dodge. Boom! Doberman punched brute force several times again, but this only caused it to stagger slightly, but did not have much impact. On the other side, the tumorous deformed monster looks just like the slime in the monster anime. But it's really disgusting. Chu Yuni grinned at what he saw. The golden retriever next to him took off the backpack he had been carrying and began to search for something. At this time, Teddy stood in front of the golden retriever. He raised his slender blade-like hand, seemingly wanting to block the tumor for a while. But his expression was indeed somewhat tormented, as if the monster before him was some invincible existence. Chu Yuni said, as long as it's a living thing, it should be able to be killed. But when Teddy heard this, it suddenly became a stupid remark made by the ignorant and fearless. You don't know, of course you would say that. This thing is so damn hard to deal with. Just the fact that it can recover infinitely, the whole team will be killed. Teddy bared his teeth. It was like facing a great enemy, trying to predict every move that passed by. I no longer had the heart to talk to Chu Yuni. Seeing this scene, Chu Yuni didn't know what to say and just watched quietly. To him, these things don't matter. Anyway, I can open the space entrance directly. I can fight or run. All he cares about is credit points. It turns out that the things in this world cannot be used directly. It also requires credit points to activate before it can be used. If you can get a pirated system, activation code, or something like that, there's no need to come here and kill the aberrations. Unfortunately, Chu Yuni didn't understand these. While he was thinking carefully, the Doberman next to him had already started a fierce hand-to-hand fight with brute force. But to be precise, it can't be hand-to-hand combat. After all, about 30 to 40% of Doberman's body tissues are mechanical prostheses. Over there, the Doberman and the Spanish Shepherd were fighting each other. And here, the tumor didn't go away. Look at the golden retriever that is rolling around and the Pomeranian that has no intention of resisting. The tumor rushed straight over. The deformed form jumped high, trying to jump over Teddy's body. Then it directly attacked the golden retriever and Pomeranian behind it. Swish! The tumor came from the air, and its huge body was about to press down. But Chu Yuni was quick-witted and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. You just lifted your feet off the ground, didn't you? As long as it's in the air, it doesn't matter what it is. It's a flying object. Ability activated. A moment. Chu Yuni raised his hand high. As he waved his arms, a huge wall of wind appeared instantly. There were no signs. There is no scientific principle behind this either. Such a wall of wind appeared upright. If there wasn't some dust being blown up around, no one would be able to see this invisible wind wall. The deformed form called Tumor leaped high, but suddenly he was stuck in the air, unable to move forward. It was like being firmly grasped in midair by an invisible hand, unable to move even a little. See this scene. The entire team was stunned to see this stunning scene. It was like they were seeing a miracle, but they were a little slow to realize it. While the golden retriever was rummaging through things, he looked at Chu Yuni from time to time. He really didn't lie to me. Is this the superpower of aliens? It's really unscientific. The golden-haired man was stunned for a moment, and then continued to search for something in his backpack. The Pomeranian next to it also had a strange expression on its face. A surprised expression appeared on his stern face. What's going on? This aberration has also evolved the ability to fly? And at this time, the tumor that was suspended in the air had reached Teddy's head. Teddy also hesitated for a few moments. He instantly swung his blade hand and made 2 sharp slashes. Intertwined fingers. That's 10 slashes. The tumor suspended in midair was instantly cut into 10 pieces. And that tumor, as it fell to the ground, it gradually formed individuals instead of dying. Chu Yun looked carefully, thinking about what Teddy had said before. The next moment, the 8 tumors gradually merged together and regained much of their previous size. And the remaining 2 pieces. He ran to the left and right, trying to complete his previous mission. Attack the Pomeranian and golden retriever who had no strength to resist. Just at this moment. Found it. The golden retriever felt a little embarrassed, thinking that he was too slow in finding things. But he really didn't think about the fact that people around him didn't care about these things at all. After all, it's a critical moment. Then the golden-haired man slowly took out a square metal box from his backpack. The box was shining with silver light. It doesn't look like a product of technology. It's like a complete work of art. The personal terminal in the golden retriever's brain is directly connected to this box. The next moment, the box began to vibrate on its own. Get out of the way. The golden retriever roared at this time, signaled the Teddy in front to get out of the way quickly. I heard the shout. Instead of being nervous, Teddy felt relieved. Then I saw Teddy move to the right. The box that was thrown over was tumbling in the air and shaking continuously. Immediately following, the box expanded at a visible speed. It expanded several times in an instant. It's like a steel cage. Between opening and closing, the deformed form called tumor was directly put into it. Watching this operation, Chu Yuni's expression was normal, and he looked very relaxed. But I always felt that things were a little too simple, which was totally unworthy of the team's previous tension. Come and help, Dubin shouted in the midst of his busy schedule. Chapter 33 Space Entrance. Open. Hear shouting. Everyone ran over with serious expressions. Just see it. Doberman was already a little out of breath after fighting against that brute force. But the brute was somewhat injured. His body had many dents on it, but overall he was not seriously injured. Depan gasped and said, "It's different if you have a brain." Really? It's getting too difficult. Doberman spat and spit out a mouthful of blood. It can be seen that it is not too easy for them to deal with this brute force deformer, but fortunately the tumor was temporarily restrained and several people were able to escape. But because of the brute force, he cannot escape directly. But this is exactly in line with Chu Yuni's plan. Anyway, you can get credit points by killing aberrations, so it would be better to kill more here. Chu Yuni at this time. Passive skills take effect. Photographic memory, well organized, and at ease at all times. Not long. He entered a state of trance in which he watched and learned a lot. He just watched quietly, and the fighting methods of several people were memorized in his mind. Chu Yuni went from being a novice in combat to someone who had just begun to understand the art. The fighting styles of the people in the wild dog house have their own advantages and disadvantages. The Doberman takes a bold and aggressive approach. The Thinhound wins by speed and is good at advancing and retreating, and the Teddy mainly relies on fierce offensive attacks. The Golden Retriever provides assistance from time to time. In addition, the Golden Retriever and Pomeranian also blocked 2 small tumors, which were the 2 tumors that split from the previous large tumor. Watching this battle, although they cooperated well, there was not even a smile on their faces. Boom! The brute's body finally fell down. Its tendons had been broken, and there was not a single piece of good flesh on its body. But I saw this scene. But no one was happy at all. Suddenly, after brute force fell down, the big bump on his head suddenly fell off and turned into countless filaments that wandered on the ground. Not good. Stop it! Doberman roared, his eyes immediately fixed on the ground. But the bag, which was not big to begin with, turned into countless bloody and flesh threads on the ground. How could it be found? Even if you have good eyesight, it will take a while to look for it. Here. Chu Yun took a look and saw that the thing was clinging to the metal box. This is the metal box that previously sealed the tumor. It's not that Chu Yun's eyesight was too good. He could see this thing directly on the shallow grass. But this thing became extremely obvious after it clung to the metal box. Swish! The metal wires formed into a ball and entered the metal box. The next moment, Dubin's figure stopped and frowned and said, "It's too late now. You all go. Let's see if I can hold it back by myself." Dubin's expression was very serious, and it looked like he was giving his final words. Slurp. A smooth sound was heard. Before anyone could say anything sentimental, something strange happened to the metal box containing the tumor. As the sound rang out, the originally soft tumor turned into jelly, and in the blink of an eye, it came out from the very narrow gap in the metal box. Damn it. It's already a disgusting trait. Plus the brain. How do we beat it? Teddy muttered. Hearing this, Dubin frowned. Didn't I tell you to leave? After hearing the good-tempered captain's angry shout, everyone fell silent, as if they were sharing a sense of life and death. Except Chu Yuni, when everyone was concentrating and their expressions were serious. Swish! A tumor directly climbed up the golden retriever's thigh, and a burning pain appeared. Ah! The golden retriever screamed and immediately began to clean the tumor on his leg. But this thing, once it's stuck, it's not easy to remove. Just like a broken lotus root, even if all of it is taken down, there are still countless tiny threads taking root. In the blink of an eye, the small tumor grew larger as it continued to suck blood and flesh. It only took a short while. The small tumor that attacked the golden retriever grew to the size of a human head and looked terrifying. Another small tumor was lurking in the grass, as if waiting for its opportunity. Slurp. The metal box was completely empty, with all the tumors inside it poking out. This time, the tumor had undergone some changes. Inside it, there were countless lumps of filamentous flesh and blood, and its shape was like an animal's brain. Swish! The huge tumor rushed directly towards Doberman, as if it had recognized this guy as the strongest fighter. If anyone stays here, I'll kick him out of the wild kennel. I've already said it. Let's go. Doberman issued an ultimatum and headed straight for the tumor. Among the wild kennels, the only ones that could have an impact on the tumor were probably the Doberman and the Golden Retriever. Both of them were using robotic arms, which could be considered a blunt force attack. Weapons like Teddy and Thingiverse can only cause the tumor to continue to divide and become more difficult to deal with. After hearing Boss Doberman's harsh words, everyone hesitated. It would be good to just escape, but it would be really good if we could all go back together. It's better for each of us to delay for a while, and then slowly retreat back into the city. At this time, Pomeranian spoke up, asking everyone to consider the feasibility of this plan. The thin dog nearby was helping the golden retriever remove a tumor and had no time to answer. Teddy said, "Ordinary tumors are difficult enough. This tumor has been fused with an intelligent brain. It will definitely kill one of us. Even if we delay, at least one of us will die." After hearing Teddy's thoughts, everyone fell silent, because they knew that now it seemed that the only option was to escape. Boom! Doberman smashed his arm, forcing the tumor to retreat an inch, but the tumor refused to give in and rushed forward again. The large tumor tried to engulf Doberman's entire body. Fortunately, Doberman was quick and withdrew directly, but it could be seen that his artificial skin had been corroded and his muscles could be vaguely seen. Even the wrapped prosthetic bodies looked somewhat decayed. "Don't you understand what I'm saying? I told you to go away," Dubin shouted, as if he had exhausted all his strength. When everyone heard this, they stopped waiting and quickly removed the golden retriever's tumor and prepared to leave. Coming suddenly, Chuyuni said something out of nowhere. "Does this thing eat normal food?" Hearing this, everyone was a little stunned. What does this guy want to do? It's already this late, and you're still talking nonsense. But only Golden Retriever listened. He didn't know why Chuyuni asked this, but he believed that Chuyuni had some unknown means. The golden-haired ninja felt the burning pain in his calf and said, "I won't eat it. The tumor is only interested in living things." "Listen to it." Chu Yun smiled and said, "That's good." The next moment, Chu Yun stretched out his hand and activated his ability in the portable space. Space entrance. Open. Chapter 34. Rapid Adaptation and Ways to Break Through. What? Dubin was stunned when he saw this scene. Even though he had been hunting deformities outside the domain for many years, this was the first time he had seen such a strange sight. Following Chu Yuni's wave of his hand, a special space entrance that was out of tune with the surrounding scenery appeared before everyone. But that was all. Most of his body was caught in the tumor, and his entire body was rapidly burning. No one reacted. Only the golden retriever took action. He rushed forward in a daze and hugged the tumor, trying to pull the Doberman boss out. But it didn't help. Not only was the Doberman boss not rescued, but even the golden retriever's mechanical arm was corroded a lot. The material used for his metal arm was not as good as Doberman's mechanical arm, so the corrosion was already quite obvious. At this time, Chu Yun took a direct look at it, and then activated his ability. Welcome and see off. Start. In less than a blink of an eye, Chu Yun immediately exchanged positions with the golden retriever. The next moment, Chu Yun had quick hands and eyes. His physical fitness was far beyond that of ordinary people. He quickly drew his sword and several blade lightsabers flashed by. Swish! Swish! The entire tumor was instantly split into several pieces, and then Chu Yun's shadow was torn apart. Instantly turned into a real shadow. There is no need to communicate. The words of all spirits have already explained everything instantly. The shadow instantly drilled into the space entrance. Chu Yun looked directly at it, and the welcoming and seeing off started again. Boom! Chu Yun kicked over a box, and the items inside scattered into the space he carried with him. There are fruits like apples and bananas, as well as foods like bacon and pickles. Chu Yun glared at him again. His figure instantly switched between the cargo and the tumor. Just a breath or two. Chu Yun simply exchanged their positions, and he used this ordinary ability to miraculous effect. Take a quick step forward. Space entrance close? Chu Yun said this casually, and with a stretch of his hand he closed the portable space. Swish! The small tumor in it wants to jump out. Bang! Chu Yun kicked him, and kicked him back directly. Before that, Chu Yun has already closed the empty door, so there is no need to worry about these things going in to do evil. Shigo was inexplicably shocked. The huge amount of information in his mind finally summarized into one sentence. Is this the end? Hear this. Chu Yun's expression suddenly turned bad, and he opened his mouth and said, Fuck. Don't be so arrogant. Don't you know that after you say this, you will? Before Chu Yun finished speaking, two tumors rushed up directly. They were the two lumps that split from the initial tumor. One attacked the golden retriever and was very large. One of them has been lurking all the time. It is very small, only the size of a fist. A smaller ball climbed up the trouser leg, trying to get inside. Bang! Chu Yun raised the gun with his left hand and fired a shot, but the expected explosion did not occur. Quite the opposite. After the tumor was hit by the bullet, it actually grew larger. For a while, a movie he had seen before flashed through Chu Yun's mind, Evolution Crisis. The monsters inside are nitrogen-based life forms, and fire is the nutrient for the monster's evolution. Not only can it not harm the monsters, but it will make them swell and grow bigger. It seems now, the aberrations are not carbon-based life at all, but some other kind of life form. If not, how come after being shot, not only was he not injured, but he actually grew bigger? It works. It all works. No wonder the technology tree of this world is so crooked, with such a group of life forms of unknown origin. If the technology was not crooked, the world would have been destroyed long ago. But it's a little late to figure it out now. The huge tumor instantly hugged Chu Yun's head. Fuck. As soon as Chu Yun finished his last sentence, he was instantly enveloped. Now his whole head was wrapped up, like he was wearing an oxygen mask. But this layer of oxygen mask does not supply oxygen, but absorbs oxygen. Go and help him. Hurry. Boss Doberman didn't care about his injuries and ordered everyone to go and help Chu Yun. After all, he knew best the feeling of having his skin corroded and digested bit by bit. If Chu Yun had not come to help him and used his miraculous powers to eliminate the tumor, he might have lost his life inside the tumor. After hearing what Boss Doberman said, everyone rushed over and wanted to tear off the tumor on Chu Yun's body. And at this time, Chu Yun, I was thinking about using the welcoming and sending off ability, but my other passive ability, well ordered, was always activated. Even though he was a little panicked, he did not make a rash decision. The ability to greet and see off is to exchange positions with individuals in your field of vision. But when Chu Yun opened his eyes at this moment, he could only see this tumor. There are several possibilities for exchange at this point. The first one is to exchange positions with the tumor in sight, but Chu Yun becomes outside, and the tumor directly sinks into Chu Yun's brain. The second is to successfully exchange positions with an individual outside the field of vision, leaving the tumor to gnaw on the stone by itself. But Chu Yun didn't want to gamble on this possibility. If he is not careful, The consequences will be irreversible and his life will end here. Sizzle. The corroded skin was still expanding, and Chu Yuni's thoughts raced. But it was at this moment. Sizzle. This tumor doesn't have any corrosive effect? Chu Yuni went from being shocked to calm. He reached into the tumor on his head and scratched his face. He found out. The outer layer of skin has been corroded, but the inner layer of new skin is extremely smooth, just like a baby's skin. Wait. Chu Yuni wanted to say something, but he opened his mouth, but no sound came out. But fortunately, the word of all spirits is always in operation. Even if Chu Yuni didn't say anything, his meaning was clearly conveyed to everyone in the wild kennel. Hearing this, everyone was stunned, not sure whether it was Chu Yuni's voice. This? Teddy was a little at a loss. No, buddy? What's going on? Shigo was shocked. Boss Doberman had a sullen face. Although he was very uneasy inside, he still had to pretend to be calm. After all, he is still the boss of the wild kennel. Then he saw people stopping behind him. Not yet, let's wait and see. Doberman said seriously. At this time, everyone had already come to Chu Yun, looking at the tumor attached to his face in surprise, but it could not cause even the slightest damage. Chu Yun was lost in thought. His photographic memory came into play, allowing him to review his abilities in his mind. Yes, this is it. Chu Yuni was speechless. He already knew which ability was at work. Adapt to the environment. This is Chu Yuni's first yellow quality ability, and it seems to have taken effect. Claiming to say so. As long as the environment cannot kill Chu Yuni immediately, Chu Yuni will adapt quickly. And now, his condition seemed to be adapting to the corrosion of the tumor. With a wave of his hand, Chu Yuni asked everyone to step back. After looking at his abilities, he decided to use one of them to deal with the tumor on his head. That was the former white skill, which was called the power of size at that time. Now has 4 enhancements. Successfully advanced. Become capable of living on food. Chapter 35 I eat, 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 eat. That's right. It's not some holy fighting body or a wall walking technique. But food is the most important thing. Don't you want to eat me? Then I'll eat you. I eat, 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 eat. See you. Chu Yun opened his mouth and started sucking violently. You're right. Although this thing looks weird and like slime, it actually tastes like jelly. Feel Chu Yuni's reverse operation. The tumor was not to be outdone and wanted to devour Chu Yuni's flesh and blood. But he found that he couldn't go any further. There is no possibility of it touching even a strand of hair. After sensing that Chu Yuni had begun to devour it, the tumor tried to make a final counterattack by drilling into Chu Yuni's eyes, ears, and nostrils. But in the end, only the nostrils succeeded. At first, Chu Yuni was choked, which slightly affected his movements. This tumor is the instinct of a beast. It has no wisdom at all, and can only make an almost instinctive counterattack. But the next moment, it found that the passage behind the nasal cavity was the same as the esophagus. Suck. Chu Yun took a big gulp and immediately increased his eating speed. That's not all. As soon as the tumor entered the abdomen, it was instantly digested and turned into extraordinary nutrients that absorbed into Chu Yuni's body. And this gave Chu Yuni the feeling that the more he ate, the more energetic he felt. Delicious. Chu Yun wanted to shout loudly, but there was no space for him to shout, and his vocal cords vibrated slightly. But he didn't stop. After a dozen breaths, the tumor on Chu Yuni's head disappeared completely and was completely digested by Chu Yuni. But Chu Yuni seemed to be still a little unsatisfied. Simply pull the trouser leg, take out the small tumor attached to it, and suck it until it disappears. See this scene. The entire wild dog kennel was stunned with astonishment. No one knew what to say, and some of them couldn't help but step back. They were a little scared. You know, they might have seen the aberrations eating humans. But this is the first time that humans have eaten deformed creatures. It's like an elephant riding a heifer. Awesome. Looking at everyone's surprised expressions, Chu Yun wanted to explain a little, but he really felt that there was no need. Suddenly, Didi. The mobile personal terminal in Chu Yuni's pocket flashed, and some pictures appeared. They are all rather peculiar texts. To Chu Yuni, it looked like a string of Goose Ross cubes. This thing called Night Star is really hard to understand. In Chu Yuni's eyes, it cannot be said to be illogical, but it can only be said to be nonsense. Can someone translate this for me? I'm new in this world and I can't read. As soon as Chu Yun opened his mouth to speak, the expressions of those who heard this began to become more complicated. Let me do it. Bomai stepped forward and pointed at Chu Yuni's mobile personal terminal and started explaining. I don't know if Chu Yun Tian is born smart. Or maybe the three passive skills of photographic memory, organization, and ease are activated at the same time. As the guy listened, he mastered the use of the mobile personal terminal. Chu Yuni fiddled with it again. This thing. He never carried it with him, fearing that it would be locked by some mechanism and he would not be able to take it off. So I always kept it in my pocket. After Bomai's introduction, Chu Yuni understood everything about this mobile personal terminal. That is to say, after the team hunt just now, the contribution was calculated. Now there are suddenly 780 more credit points in this account, right? Chu Yun asked. After listening, Pompey nodded, her expression somewhat indescribable. Looking at Chu Yuni, a veritable alien, everyone felt very complicated and didn't know how to deal with him. It took them a lot of time to accept the aberrations. Now, Chu Yuni suddenly appeared, which was too shocking. It was so shocking that I couldn't accept it for a while, and my brain was still in a state of shutdown. Go back first. Golden Retriever, and I need treatment. Doberman made the first decision. The mechanical prosthesis on his body needs maintenance, and the artificial skin on his body needs to be replaced with new one. The same is true for Golden Retrievers. Both of them were attacked by tumors, but the Doberman was injured all over his body, while the Golden Retriever was only injured in his legs. So, we can't stay in this place for long. It would be bad if other deformers come here. After saying this, Dubin looked at Chu Yuni and wanted to speak. But before he could say anything, Chu Yuni's thoughts went straight into his mind. No, you guys go back first. Thank you for bringing me in. I will hunt on my own from now on. Seeing that Chu Yuni didn't open his mouth, a voice entered his mind, and Dubin was obviously stunned again. Only then did he discover. It turned out that Chu Yuni was not really talking before, but was communicating with him using his mind. When Chu Yun spoke, he just opened his mouth and spoke Mandarin. In essence, their languages are not mutually intelligible, and everything is just an illusion created by the words of all spirits. Chu Yun waved his hand and said goodbye to them. And these people, the right arm is extended and the left arm is straight. Then, the 5 people moved at the same time, sweeping their right hands down their left arms and then placing them on their left arms. I want to come. This is Night Star's farewell gift. It's really strange. The people in the wild kennel and Chu Yuni thought together. At least on this point, they are in agreement with each other. After a brief collaboration with the guys at Wild Kennel, Chu Yuni embarked on the path of hunting alone. You have to collect enough credits to buy Night Star equipment within a few hours. By the way, you can also hunt down a lot of deformers and gain more control over the round table. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Chu Yun was delighted. Then he quickly moved away and flew away. Along the way, he habitually used it to greet and see off people, and he could almost reach a speed of 100 meters at a glance and nearly 1,000 meters in a few breaths. The people in the wild kennel were lamenting what happened today. When we encountered the tumor, we thought the entire team would have to stay here, just like the soldiers in the wild. But I didn't expect it. The first newcomer he brought in was a mysterious alien. This kind of thing. If I say it out loud, I'm afraid people will think I'm a fool or a lunatic. The 2 groups of people went their separate ways. I want to do my own thing. The wild kennel will undergo a moderate prosthetic repair. And on Chu Yuni's side. But it has just begun. He wants to hunt to his heart's content. Chapter 36, Who Blood and Flesh, and Quick Recovery. In the portable space, Chu Yun squatted on the cargo box and called it a tumorous deformity. Just like eating jelly, several large groups of deformed creatures were eaten up in an instant. And it also contains brain malformations. This intelligent brain freak was stunned. In the past, they always ate humans, but this was the first time they saw humans eating them. Those intelligent brain deformities wanted to beg for mercy. But before it could make any move, Chu Yun opened his mouth wide and swallowed all the deformed creatures in the space without leaving a single one. Under the influence of food being the first necessity, it instantly becomes nutrients and replenishes the body's strength. After having this ability, Chu Yuni did find a little bit of disadvantage. That is, no matter how much I eat, I can never feel full, nor can I feel hungry. Not a bad thing though. But when Chu Yun thought about it, he realized that he might never be able to experience the feeling of being full again. Always feeling 6/10 full can't be said to be a bit strange. It can only be said to be mediocre. Chu Yuni lay down and fell asleep immediately. As the saying goes, lie down after a meal, and you can live 999 years. Soon he fell into a nap. Round table dreams. Chu Yuni's consciousness descended, and he directly aimed at the 2 yellow balls with his control power. There were 7 yellow balls at the beginning, and 5 of them had already been pocketed. My current control is just enough to get 2, so I don't have to check the information directly to make a decision. They are all adults. Of course, Chuyuni chose to take all of them. Bang! Bang! 2 shots hit the target. 2 dragons set out to sea. The 2 yellow billiard balls on the round table were instantly pocketed, becoming Chuyuni's new ability. Chuyun picked it up and checked. Who blood and meat. Quality, yellow. Introduction. You can turn the defeated individuals into food. Their taste and appearance will change, but their nutritional value will remain the same. Quick recovery. Quality, yellow. Introduction. Your injuries can be quickly recovered, and even broken limbs can be regenerated. The recovery speed can be accelerated depending on the amount of food you eat. Chuyuni looked at him carefully. Although he did not have eyes in the round table dream, he only had a consciousness body. Good fellow. It's all about eating? Chuyuni didn't know what to say and glanced again. He commented, "This bloody meat is the same as Majin Buu's, right? But now that we have the quick recovery, we can give the holy fighting body a try." Chuyun was thinking about it. He used the fighting saint body before because he didn't want to be seriously injured, and he didn't want to put himself in a bad condition. But now with quick recovery, it's different. This greatly accelerated his recovery from serious injuries. If you can. Chuyun wanted to use these 2 skills directly to create a nesting process in which he recovered from serious injuries. In this way, by brushing on the passive, you may be able to break through your limits instantly and achieve a superhuman physique. Although, the process might be very painful, and Chuyuni was not mentally prepared. But overcoming fear is the first step. If Chuyun can't even do this, he might as well find a safe world to hide in and live a relatively boring life. Although, this seems to be quite cool. But Chuyuni's ambition is not here. His life now is like playing a fun game. He is so addicted to it that he can't stop. You can gain superpowers by killing monsters. Who would have the time to spare? Don't dwell on it anymore. Chuyun was about to wake up, and he gradually disappeared in the round table dream. Night Star, outside the city. As soon as Chuyun opened the entrance to the space, he walked out directly. After a thorough inspection, they indeed discovered several deformed forms, all of which were skeletons. This aberration is best addressed. Chuyun glanced over and came to the man in an instant, then took him away with a few cuts. The characters on the mobile terminal jump. Chuyun checked it and saw that 120 credit points were directly added. Those credit points before were purely increased by the tumor. He doesn't know either. Why can a tumor increase so many credit points? Maybe no one can really solve this kind of thing. Perhaps. Find a completely sealed container and lock the tumor in it for 49 days, which will completely starve it to death. But it's not very practical. After all, the tumor is semi-liquid and can crawl out even through the slightest gap. It is easy to create a seamless structure, but it is difficult to make a seamless container that can be carried with you and can be enlarged and closed at any time. Even though Night Star has many technological products, this kind of thing is not popular. And Chuyuni always felt that the Night Star was not what it seemed on the surface, because this world was full of unreasonableness. 1. Although the city of Night Star is large, it is not so large that it cannot be attacked. 2. Aberrations can be encountered just a few hundred meters outside the city, so why don't they gather together to attack the city? Logically speaking, the humans in this world should have been extinct long ago, right? 3. Since technology is so advanced, why not create some purely mechanical warriors and remotely control them instead of using cyborgs to hunt down deformers? All in all, Chuyuni felt that all the secrets might be in the upper city area. But what does that have to do with Chuyuni? He just wants to get some credit points, activate a set of nanoskin, and buy a good knife that can cut anything like mud. Then retreat back to Blue Star. He is not a savior. He just needs to take care of himself. Heaven will confer a great responsibility on this person, but he is not that person. Wandering in countless worlds, gradually becoming stronger, and gaining extraordinary power. Even power that surpasses God's. This is Chuyuni's original intention. At this time, Chuyuni sorted out the corpses of the skeleton deformities and piled them up. He picked up a bloody rib. The blood and flesh of the barbarians were taken and the movement started. Chuyuni didn't even blink, and the deformed and strange ribs in his hand instantly turned into steaming charcoal-grilled ribs with the aroma of black pepper and lemon. Exclamation point. Chuyun was a little surprised for the first time. This ability seems to be particularly suitable for him. That's all. As soon as Chuyun took out a small stool from his personal space, he began to eat with relish. However, most of the food these deformed bodies turned into was barbecue. The food is really a bit greasy. For the first time, Chu Yun felt that it was a mistake for him to crush his gluttonous nature. If you have the ability, I think I could eat faster, so I wouldn't be gnawing on the meat like this with such confusion in my eyes. I'm not full. Chapter 37: Purchasing Equipment and Physical Experiments. After barely finishing all these things, Chu Yun felt so nauseous. Although it won't hold up. But the repetitive taste and greasiness were so severe that Chu Yun even wanted to take a few bites of the green belt to relieve the greasiness. Next, Chu Yun repeated the steps of hunting and eating. It lasted for 3 hours. 3 hours later, Chu Yun took out the mobile personal terminal and found that the characters on it had reached 23,950 credit points. These credit points are enough for use. Pinched the flesh on his body. Chu Yun was shocked to find that it was extremely strong, like a body that had been tempered 1,000 times. If I wasn't the one holding it, I'm afraid ordinary people would find it difficult to shake it. Not only has the strength increased, I'm afraid the density of my muscles and the weight of my entire body have increased a lot. Chu Yun thought, if this body developed to the end, would it be like Homelander instead of Superman? Although the two have similar abilities, there is a huge difference between them. Superman can lift an airplane and even fly it for a while. But when our countrymen lift the plane, they can only go straight through it like using a toothpick to lift tofu. After all, the force point and density are not at the same level. Superman exists in film and television works, and there are a lot of non-scientific elements to support it, such as biological standpoints and so on. Once Chu Yun overdevelops, he will probably become like the people in his motherland. If you want to lift a car with one hand, you can probably only crush a corner of the car, or lift it up yourself. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, new abilities will be awakened later, maybe a biological stance or something like that. Chu Yun shrugged, not caring at all about it, and turned away. Just a casual move. Open the portable space, turn the door handle inside, and use the empty door. Transfer. Chu Yun arrived at Lao Jin's shop in a flash. Without saying a word, Chu Yun went straight to the lazy old Jin. Pa. The mobile personal terminal was placed directly on the table. No, you're giving up so soon? I really overestimated you. Lao Jin sighed and glanced at the mobile personal terminal on the table. Suddenly, Lao Jin was stunned, and he subconsciously looked at the scanned characters again. More than 20,000 points? What the hell were you doing? Going to steal the super network? Lao Jin was a little surprised. But the skin on his face was artificial, so it was difficult to make complex expressions. Listen to what Lao Jin said. Chu Yun also understood what the super network he was talking about through the word of all spirits. It was probably the main network server of the entire Night Star, divided into 36 sections. The virtual currency of each city circulates on the corresponding board. The meaning of stealing the super network is similar to robbing a bank on Blue Star. I still need a set of skins and a knife. Just watch it. Chu Yun's eyebrows did not change, and he continued to speak directly. After hearing these words, Lao Jin's expression changed again. He was afraid that these credit points were not clean and that the network inspections would bring trouble to him. But after Lao Jin checked the terminal records, he was stunned again. How the hell is this possible? So many aberrations were hunted down in just a few hours. How did you do it? Even if they lined up and didn't move for me to kill them, I wouldn't be able to kill them all. Lao Jin's eyes widened so much that they bulged out a lot. Looking at the artificial eye that was about to pop out, Lao Jin pushed it and then pushed it back. That's how he was killed. They are all quite dull and not challenging at all. Chu Yun waved his hand, signaling Lao Jin to stop talking and quickly get what he wanted. It sounds simple, but Chu Yun was still injured during the battle and his intestines almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, I stuffed it back in time. Later, relying on rapid recovery and eating some deformed meat that had been turned into grilled steaks, the wound healed immediately. Later, it seemed to be the effect of the holy fighting body. The damage caused to him by those deformed bodies became smaller and smaller. Later on, they just started killing people indiscriminately. After all, his reaction speed and strength have improved a lot. Chu Yun even doubted whether his current body was bulletproof. Does he still need this set of nanoskin? Thinking about, Lao Jin came out with 2 boxes. One is small and the other is long. Lao Jin first took out a small box, took out a blue crystal core from it, and said, for Model 3 nanoskin, most people just use artificial skin, which costs 1/5 of the price of nanoskin. But if you don't allow prosthetic modification, you can only use this. Holding the crystal core, Lao Jin pressed it on the back of Chu Yun's wrist and pressed it again to enable temporary activation. It is now temporarily activated and can be used for about 1 hour and 20 minutes. You can try it first and then decide. Listening to Lao Jin's words, Chu Yuni found that the translucent blue crystal core turned blue and instantly deflated, becoming a flat surface like a tattoo. A cool feeling emanated from the wrist and spread throughout the body with each breath. When it attached to the scalp, Chu Yuni felt that his mind was touched, and he could control this nanoskin that was so thin that it was invisible. To put it more scientifically, it should be called something like brainwaves. Chu Yun stretched out his hand, took out Walter from his personal space, and shot directly at his exposed left arm. Bang! A gunshot was heard. There were ripples on the arm, and then it returned to calm. Bang! 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 After several consecutive shots, the nanoskin at the shot location completely collapsed and the bullet passed through. Puff! The bullet was slightly embedded in the skin, and Chu Yun exerted force with his muscles to squeeze it out. Surprisingly, no blood was shed. It's because of blood manipulation. The completely shattered nanoskin had a defect, and these locations emitted a faint blue light, indicating that this location had been leaked. What can be seen is the nanoskin at this location is recovering slowly, and it is expected to be restored to its original state in a few minutes. That's it. Chu Yuni shot at his exposed left arm again. Bang! The bullet passed through the flesh and got stuck in front of the bone, unable to move forward any further. Chu Yuni's brain sensors sensed the pain and reported it frantically. After feeling a lot of pain, the sensor simply crashed, and the other half began to secrete a large amount of adrenaline. This also made Chu Yuni not feel severe pain, but only a tingling and cool feeling. After experimenting on my own body, Chu Yuni discovered that this nanoskin was still needed. I want this thing. Look at the knife. Old Jean looked at Chu Yuni's crazy act of self-mutilation with a grimace. He had seen cruel people, but he had never seen anyone so cruel to himself. He paused for a moment. He took the personal mobile terminal on the table and swiped it, and the characters on it were instantly reduced by 80%. Chapter 38. The villain died by talking too much. Lao Jin took out the long wooden box and took out the knife from it. The overall color is black and gold, which looks very high-end. This knife is very sharp and made of very hard material, and it can perform polymer vibration cutting. Basically, there is very little that cannot be cut with one knife. Lao Jin took the knife and handed it to Chu Yuni. As soon as Chu Yun grasped the handle of the knife, he found that it seemed to be stuck tightly and it was difficult to let go. See this scene. Lao Jin explained. This is superstatic adsorption technology, which prevents the knife from falling out of your hand during combat. To be honest, nowadays they all use mechanical prostheses. This thing has been unsold for a long time, but there are also prosthetics that support card slot equipment. Lao Jin, in keeping with his duties as a Pepsi store owner, explained a few more words. Chu Yun waved it twice. During this time, I turned on the cutting mode again and felt my arm going numb. Just as he was about to test the sharpness of the weapon against his own arm, Lao Jin quickly stopped him and said, No. This knife is really sharp. When the vibration is turned on, it can cut through almost anything. Don't try it here. The expression on Lao Jin's face changed again and again, and he really didn't know what to say. Hearing what Lao Jin said, Chu Yuni became a little curious. What is the energy source for this nanoskin and this knife? Can you guarantee that you will continue to work? Chu Yuni was very concerned about this. After all, he didn't want to run out of batteries suddenly while playing. Lao Jin was silent for a moment, then spoke. The nanoskin uses hydrogen energy metabolism hybrid, which means it can absorb air to recharge. It can also absorb the metabolic products on your skin, maintaining kinetic energy while keeping you clean. And the rubidium block used directly in that knife can probably continue to work for 30,000 hours. Usually, the knife wears out and becomes scrapped before the battery runs out. When Chu Yuni heard this technology, he was still stunned. The technology tree of Nightstar is really messed up. With this level of technology, can't they just use some aerospace technology to blow up the meat mountain directly? But Chu Yuni didn't care about these things. He asked Lao Jin to pay the money and prepared to leave. In the next moment, Chu Yuni seemed to have remembered something again. He turned his head and said, By the way, do you still have that kind of restraint device? Give me a few more of the kind that can lock up tumors and deformities. Lao Jin didn't waste any more time and wanted to get rid of this pervert directly. He really had no idea who Chu Yuni was. If you just started, he thought Chu Yun was just a homeless native human, but he couldn't say for sure now, and even thought for a moment that it was someone from the upper city who came down to understand the people's sentiments. Without caring how many credit points Chu Yuni had on his mobile terminal, Lao Jin directly took out 3 sets of restraints and handed them to Chu Yuni. I don't want many credit points. If you lose, consider it as a gift from me. Let's go. Lao Jin waved his hand, hoping that Chu Yuni would not come again next time. He has seen all kinds of cats and dogs in the downtown area, but he had never seen anyone like Chu Yuni. Chu Yun raised his eyebrows. It was just like what others said. Lao Jin was a good person. Take these things. Chu Yun walked straight away, opened the entrance to the space, and entered the portable space directly. After arriving at the empty gate, Chu Yun went straight back to Blue Star. Blue Star. Xia Tian was in a manner, leisurely drinking tea. Surprisingly, there was no door in his room, except for a skylight that was mechanically integrated with the ceiling. Center of the room. A huge glass separates the two spaces, and a door is placed alone in the other half. Still haven't found anything? Xia Tian's brows and eyes were normal, his expression was relaxed, and his legs were resting directly on the boss's desk in front of him. And he was having a conversation. It was a video conversation in a chat group. Including Xia Tian himself, there are 7 other people, all of whom are patients who have evolved to the middle and late stages of the disease. No, boss. We've searched more than 200 countries around the world, and there's no trace, said a middle-aged man with a beard and green eyes. We also checked the underground facilities and found nothing, the fat man said as he stuffed a roasted suckling pig into his mouth. Listening to these reports, Xia Tian's brows began to frown, and the frown grew deeper and deeper. After concentrating for a few seconds, Xia Tian suddenly relaxed again and said to the device, Lust, you then control the top leaders of various countries. The rights of human society are held by only a small number of 20 people, and those few hundred people among the 20 control the entire direction of the world. As he spoke, Xia Tian stretched out his hand and shook it hard. You've done the job, boss. The man called Lust spoke in an ethereal voice. His skin was fair and exposed, but his gender was somewhat ambiguous. Talking about, Xia Tian paused while drinking tea, staring straight at the figure on the other side of the glass. The person I'm looking for has come by himself. After saying that, Xia Tian hung up the video call without saying goodbye. And the person Xia Tian was talking about was naturally Chu Yuni. As soon as Chu Yun passed through the empty door, he was surprised to find that there was a glass separating him from Xia Tian. Look around. This half of the room is equipped with various mechanisms. Ga squeak. Before Chu Yun could move, a mechanical sound came from the door behind him, and the door behind him slowly compressed and closed. On the walls beside him, there were countless guns and flamethrowers. Oh, have you figured it out? Chu Yuni couldn't help but laugh, appearing to have no sense of embarrassment at all. Seeing Chu Yuni's face, Xia Tian's sinister expression paused. He took 2 deep breaths and finally spoke. You are still stubborn even when death is imminent? I'm afraid that after being swallowed by my firewall, your mouth will still be standing. Xia Tian gritted his teeth and quickly pressed the button on the table. Bang, 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 bang. Buzz, 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 buzz. A series of flames covered the area, and countless bullets were fired out, hitting Chu Yuni directly from both sides of the wall. The other half of the room was filled with flames, and nothing could be seen clearly. But take it for granted. Xia Tian laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. Chu Yuni, you deserve it. Should patients be killed? Wait until I assimilate all the people in the world into patients. Then ordinary people should be arrested and killed. Looking at the other half of the room, the flames were raging, and Xia Tian was like a villain who had been carefully preparing for many years just to tell the protagonist a story. Your death by me is just the first step of the plan. My real goal is to bring Lord Ma Xuan down from the 7 heavens. When the time comes, don't even mention a tiny blue planet. The entire galaxy will be conquered by the 7 deadly sins virus. Suddenly, a voice came slowly. Never heard of it. The villain died by talking too much? Chapter 39. I'm too lazy to talk, and you don't deserve to listen. Your next sentence is, how is this possible? Chu Yuni walked through the glass wall, his body spotless. Nanoskin is not only nanoskin, it can also protect clothes from being damaged. And then Chu Yuni said. Xia Tian's eyes widened instantly, his tongue almost sticking out as he asked, how is that possible? Realizing this step, Xia Tian held his breath and took 2 steps back. Along with the chair under him, he kept moving backwards. You know, everything should have been within his calculations. He combined his memories from his past life with the videos from military satellites collected from the present and analyzed Chu Yuni's abilities. That's why he is so confident. According to his intelligence, what Chu Yuni is best at is opening a portal and traveling through it at will. In addition, can also summon a shadow. The last step is to exchange positions with objects in the field of vision. Chu Yuni seems to have the ability to pass through walls, which is questionable. After all, the information is not very clear, but Summer is still taken into consideration. Besides, Chu Yuni's physical fitness should be that of an ordinary person who exercises regularly. And this piece of glass, it is bulletproof and one-way light transmissive. As for the other half of the room, there was a hail of bullets that he had carefully prepared. As soon as Chu Yun walked out of the door, he would be shot through and become a perfect SpongeBob SquarePants. But now, as the image of Chu Yuni passing through the glass unharmed appeared, the control of everything seemed to return to Chu Yuni's hands. Impossible! How could my careful planning fail just like that? Can't you only go through walls? How can you go through glass? Xia Tian covered his head, seeming a little unbelievable. Hearing the doubt, Chu Yun couldn't help laughing. You're so stupid and funny, Xia Tian. The New Age Cthulhu demands that it cannot be defined, but you define the wall. Why isn't glass considered a wall? Anything that stands in my way is a wall. Chu Yun's voice gradually rose. The space entrance opens directly. Chu Yuni stretched out his right hand and directly pulled out the black gold sword from his personal space. As soon as the knife is unsheathed, the polymer cutting mode is immediately activated. What the hell is this? Xia Tian's eyes were wide open, and he seemed a little unsure of himself. I'm too lazy to explain. You don't deserve to listen. Chu Yun swung his knife, and the blade light flashed brilliantly in the air. Then, directly pointing to the confused Xia Tian, Chu Yun moved his eyes and directly exchanged positions with the teacup on the table. Swish! With one blow of the knife, Xia Tian's head flew high into the air. Following closely, in summer, the blood in the arteries of the body spurts out violently like a fountain that has just been turned on in the park in the early morning. From Summer's perspective, as soon as Chu Yuni walked out of the wall, he pulled out the black gold shock knife and then cut off his head with one blow. Boom! Heads fell to the ground. It seems that he has just come back to his senses. 7 colors of light suddenly burst out from Xia Tian's eyes. Pride purple, greed gold, lust pink, jealousy cyan, laziness blue, rage red, gluttony orange. 7 colors, 7 abilities, instantly running to the extreme. Fuck, a retro Mary Sue. Chu Yun was shocked. He simply raised the black gold sword and slashed with it a few times. Several blade beams directly cut Xia Tian into several pieces. See this scene. Chu Yuni felt that it was unnecessary. If he cut any further, the brain would become smelly. But, however, things did not go as Chu Yuni wished. Xia Tian, who had been cut into a drying meat platter, was still able to move. He has no organs or vocal cords, and he doesn't know how to make the noise. Hee hee hee. I was almost fooled by you. You are so calculating, Chu Yuni. You want me to suffer a blow and gradually lose my invincible power of arrogance? I'm not defeated that easily. The dried meat platter shouted loudly and gradually pieced itself together to form the head of Summer. And its body is still recovering rapidly, and it will soon be fully restored. But, seeing this scene, Chu Yuni was not panicked at all. Chu Yuni looked at it for a few more seconds, then stretched out his hand and activated the portable space. A space entrance appeared behind Xia Tian's head. Haha, are you scared? I've told you. I'm invincible as I possess the power of the 7 deadly sins. Xia Tian shouted proudly, even though he was left with only his head recovering on the ground. Chu Yuni didn't say anything, but controlled the entrance to the space to enlarge. Then he turned the door handle in his portable space and said, outer space. After this, Chu Yuni finally had the extra energy to take care of Xia Tian, whose shoulder had recovered. 7 abilities? You have not even a fraction of my ability. I really don't know what you were showing off, Chu Yun said calmly, as if he did not take it seriously at all. Hear this. Xia Tian's recovering body paused for a moment, and the speed of recovery also froze instantly. But soon, Xia Tian shouted again, what bullshit? I have the power of the 7 deadly sins, which was given to me by the Supreme Lord Emo Sun. Even if you have multiple abilities, you are not as good as me. I must have you. Chu Yun just thought it was noisy and didn't want to pay any attention to Xia Tian, so he directly opened the door that said, outer space. The next moment, a silent air pressure appeared, and an air pressure difference of nearly 10 tons of force appeared immediately. In the summer, all I heard was a gust of rushing wind in my ears. Then, his figure instantly retreated and was squeezed into space. In his field of vision, Facing a space station, in the center of the field of vision is a door in the center of a cabin, and the space station in his eyes was slowly moving away. You. As soon as he uttered the last two words, all the air in Xia Tian's body was consumed, and he could not make any sound. Chu Yuni, who was following closely behind, also lost his grip and was dragged over. Looking at the space station around him, Chu Yun was thinking, no wonder it can open doors in outer space. Which country's space station is this? The nanoskin on Chu Yuni's body was still working, preventing him from gradually suffering from hypothermia, but only a few seconds later. Chu Yuni's first yellow ability to adapt to the environment was the outbreak of the attack, which instantly allowed him to adapt to the space environment. And over there in summer, his body was covered with frost, and his entire body was still slowly recovering from the frozen state. At this time, most of the torso, including the arm, had been recovered. Chu Yun took a look. That summer, his mouth was wide open, opening and closing. Although Chu Yuni was not proficient in lip reading, he could still understand the three-character classic at a glance. But Chu Yun wanted to piss off this straggler. Even if there were the words of all spirits, they were not open to Xia Tian. Instead, he put one hand outside his ears, raised his eyebrows slightly, and pretended not to hear. See this scene. In the icy cold space with the temperature of more than 100 degrees below zero in summer, the air was so hot that it became warm. Chapter 40, Cursing in Space. Seeing Chu Yuni in such a dead state, Xia Tian was so angry that his lungs exploded. Bang! The newly grown alveoli suddenly burst, but there was still silence in the space. Only through bone conduction could Xia Tian hear this sound. I'm gonna fuck you, you bastard. Xia Tian's mouths collided, but no sound came out. Chu Yuni could tell what Xia Tian was scolding, but it doesn't matter. As long as he doesn't use the word of all spirits on Xia Tian, he really can't hear it. But this ability can still be used in one direction. That is to say, Chu Yuni can make Xia Tian hear his voice, but he himself cannot hear his voice. Abbreviation, closed mic. Just see it. Chu Yun smiled and sent a thought to the other side. Silly, don't you want to kill me? Oh, it's urgent. These two sentences inexplicably appeared in Xia Tian's mind. His face changed color instantly, and he opened his mouth to curse again. Chu Yuni was not to be outdone, and with just simple words, he was able to provoke Xia Tian's most poisonous curse words. Logically speaking, in such a harsh environment in outer space, no human being can survive even for a second. But, at this time, Xia Tian and Chu Yuni were actually cursing at each other from a distance, which was truly spectacular. Cursing and cursing. Summer slowly drifted across the hard solar panels of the space station, taking another big step further away from the blue star civilization. Look beside you. Xia Tian realized that he seemed to be getting farther and farther away from the blue planet. Immediately, he stopped cursing and looked around. All he could see was the blue planet moving away from him and the space station drifting away. Broken. What the hell is this for? Is this still China? Xia Tian stared, deeply shocked. I just know that Chu Yuni has a portal. I wonder if this thing can send him directly into outer space. Look back. When Xia Tian saw Chu Yuni, who was smiling and looked like he had everything under control, he immediately wanted to beg for mercy. But the moment this thought came to mind, one of the 7 colors of light in his eyes began to fade. It's arrogance. If he bows down, arrogance will no longer exist. And if it weren't for the idealistic power of the arrogance virus, Xia Tian would not be able to survive in the vacuum of outer space at minus 100 degrees Celsius even with the help of the other 6 viruses. The power of arrogance is Xia Tian's only reliance. If he doesn't even believe in himself, then there is only one way out, and that is death. Think of this. Immediately, Xia Tian was filled with conviction, and his hatred for Chu Yuni soared to the sky. You deserve to die. Xia Tian shouted in his heart. The light on his body was flowing, and his whole body had recovered to a large extent. Looking at Chu Yuni not far away, Xia Tian had already planned everything in his mind. That's right. Steady, 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 steady. As long as I have the power of arrogance to back me up, I can wear him down to death. When the time comes, I can just evolve a pair of wings and fly back to Blue Star. It's really impossible. Wait for my 7 deadly sins to unify the world, and then send a spacecraft to pick me up. As his mind was turning, Xia Tian had already consolidated his self-confidence. As he watched his body recovering, Xia Tian felt full of strength and could not feel even the slightest bit of coldness. He looked at Chu Yuni, his eyes full of contempt. Little Chu Yuni, how ridiculous. If I recover fully, I will develop the ability to travel in space. Then, you cannot be stored in space, so you are not mine to hold. I can only catch you in a trap. Isn't this a sure thing? Ha ha ha. As Xiao Tian thought about it, the corners of his mouth unconsciously stretched to the back of his ears, and his whole face looked extremely terrifying. When Chu Yun saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched twice. What is this guy doing? Why are you suddenly so happy? But Chu Yuni didn't even open the word of all spirits, so he had no idea what he was thinking. But even if you knew, it wouldn't matter. Just wanted to take a deep breath. However, he found that there was no oxygen in space, so Chu Yun had to give up. To be honest, this feeling is not much different from being engulfed by a tumor or deformity, both of which make you feel like you can't breathe. And now, Chu Yun's legs were slightly bent, and his whole body was vertically facing Xiatian. Then Chu Yun stretched out his hand and made a move. Portable space. A space entrance slowly appeared. But the difference this time is that the entrance to the space leads directly to the wall of the portable space. In an instant, Chu Yuni had a relay point. He kicked his legs and flew out like a meteor. Silently, he came in front of Xiatian, but he didn't control the strength well and flew past Xiatian. With one slash of the sword, most of Xiatian's body was cut off. Seeing this, Xiatian's face was filled with fear. Just one knife pulled him back to reality from his fantasy. And Chu Yuni brushed past Xiatian. It hit the truss of the space station. Bang! A dull sound sank into the interior of the space station. The voice came from inside the sleeping cabin. In the space station, there are a total of 10 astronauts, all of whom are leaders from their respective countries. At this time, it just so happened that a dragon, a French, and an Eros were on duty. Hey Joe, check the monitor. It's the last year. Don't make any mistakes. Oh, is it necessary? Avdiv, this space station is not made of paper. Lee is right, we must see it. In this damn environment, a stone has the power of a bullet. Several astronauts pushed and shoved, asking the Faransi named, simply known as Joe, to go over and take a look. Before Joe could wait, he leaned over to take a look at the cabin nearby and immediately started screaming in shock. Oh, fuck. Come over here and see. Listen to the French shouting. Liran and Avdiev came over quickly, wanting to see what Xiao was doing. But the scene that followed left them speechless for a moment. From their point of view, at the lower left, half of a person is floating upwards, with his organs and a section of his spine clearly visible. But surprisingly, the guy was still moving and even talking. Liran looked carefully. The more I watched, the more I was convinced that the guy was speaking Mandarin. Li, that's a dragonborn. Please translate what he said. Joe shouted excitedly. This was truly amazing. If Li and Affy hadn't seen it, Joe would have thought that he had been in this environment for too long and was too depressed to have hallucinations. Liran was speechless after listening to this. He explained, Xiao, it's dragon country, not dragonborn. Dragonborn is Zwaganbeo. Also, the East doesn't just have the Dragon Kingdom, there are also the Island Kingdom and Goryeo. Oh, then why does Longwa insist on letting them be independent? Can't they just unify? Xiao said in surprise. Fuck, Liran wanted to explain, but then he thought better of it. Shaked his head. Liran focuses his energy on space. Liran stared intently at the half-person in his sight. Look at the lip shape and pronounce each word aloud. Liran realized it later. Are you fucking swearing? Liran opened his mouth slightly, completely stunned in midair. Chapter 41. I hope my child will have a good sleep. Look, that's... Avdiev looked at the situation outside and shouted loudly. Hearing this sound, everyone looked in that direction. Just see it. At the end of the field of vision, several granular objects slowly floated over. In such an extremely cold environment, the moisture inside was sealed and frozen, completely unlike its original appearance. But you can still see some situations. That is, Liran stared closely, as if he saw the incredible scene again. Outside the space station. See you. Chu Yuni immediately thought about how to control his body position accurately. But to Xiatian, everything seemed too strange. What does he want to do? Don't come over here. Xiatian screamed inwardly, as if he was still thinking about something. And everything seems to have happened. Chu Yun stretched out one hand and directly opened a space entrance, searching for something from it. The next moment, a bunch of grapes was taken out directly. That's right. They are grapes, the kind that can be eaten. Chu Yuni took the bunch of grapes and watched it instantly change into a different appearance. It was the environment in space that caused it to change. Immediately following, Chu Yuan threw it away, and countless grapes floated towards Xiatian. Some are far off. A large part of them is precisely surrounding Xiatian, sandwiched between the two sides. In a silent moment, Chu Yuni appeared beside him. It was a welcoming and seeing off, which made Chu Yun's vision exchange positions with the grapes scattered everywhere. A knife cut through. Even in this environment, Xiatian's body did not become too hard. Just one knife. His head was separated directly, and the moment the brain and blood flowed out, they solidified into a solid state. He should be dead now, right? Chu Yuni couldn't help but wonder. But there is no doubt about it. This humanoid patient, Xiatian, is truly the most difficult monster Chu Yuni has ever dealt with. Although the other 6 viruses are also disgusting, at least they die. But the hubris virus is not. As long as Xiatian firmly believes that he is alive, then he is really alive. And as long as it is alive, the other viruses will be able to restore its body to its original state to a certain extent. All I can say is, it's so disgusting. His mother opened the door to disgust. It's so disgusting. Chu Yun waited for a few minutes. I saw it again. Green buds grew again on the half of the head that was cut off in the summer, and soon took the shape of a head. Summer is intact again. Your vitality is stronger than Xiaoqiang's. From now on, you will be called Daqiang. Chu Yuni used the words of all spirits to say this to Xiatian. Xiatian paused, and his lungs exploded again. Seeing that Summer has such tenacious vitality, even Chu Yuni couldn't help but feel ashamed. There's no other way. Let you become space junk. Chu Yuni frowned and decided to use another method. Chu Yun raised the black gold sword in one hand and cut it into several pieces in an instant. Countless pieces of blood and flesh were flying. This time, in Summer, it not only becomes a dried meat platter, but also directly becomes salzik, which is just right for making wontons. Chu Yun pressed the pile of smelly things, thinking about how to completely solve it. Thinking of the tumorous, deformed body that was also immortal, but was swallowed by him, Chu Yun shook his head. Even though he's perverted. But he is not Uncle Ba. What is the most important thing in life? Timing. Shaked his head. Chu Yuni put his hand on it and used the Huxualu meat, preparing to turn it into a real dried meat platter. But in the end, nothing happened. Chu Yun used his photographic memory to think about it and decided that this ability must be used on the defeated opponent. Could it be? If the other party doesn't die or doesn't admit defeat, does it mean that you don't lose? So if the school wants you to drop out and you don't listen, then it means that the advice is useless, right? Okay. Chu Yun frowned and reached out his hand. Take out a packing box from the personal space. Just bury this pile of smelly things in there. Thinking about. Chu Yuni took out a few bottles of erguotu and poured them in, but the liquor soon solidified into ice. No, it's watered down? Chu Yuni did not give up. He took out a few bottles of Model 846 veterinary anesthetic mixture and threw them directly in, but they turned into ice immediately. I hope the child has a good sleep. Let's be separated from each other. He is in the underworld. Chu Yuni finished speaking and immediately closed the box. The entrance to the space below appeared, opening on the wall of the portable space. Chu Yun kicked the takeout box away. Looking at this route, Chu Yuni is a professional writer. If he were to take the college entrance examination, he would get a score lower than his height. But when it comes to other miscellaneous knowledge, he really knows a thing or two. Watch this route. Don't let the blue planet fall again because of its own weight. Please help me a little more. Chu Yun thought about it, selected the Walter from his personal space, and took out the Walter. Although there is no oxygen in space, gunpowder cannot ignite. But modern ammunition is equipped with oxidizers, so it can be fired even in water, and the conditions are naturally met in space. Chu Yun lifted Walter and chose an angle in space to ensure that it would not fly back to the blue planet. Then he fired 2 shots. The 2 warheads just flew straight ahead, flying and flying. And Chu Yuni began to stare. It was not until the 2 warheads were so small that he could hardly see them clearly that Chu Yuni started to fight them off. In an instant, the ability was used twice. As Chu Yun looked at the blue star in his eyes became smaller and smaller. And beside me, it's a packed box. Then he took out a restraint from his personal space and threw it casually, and the restraint turned into a large iron box, wrapping the box. Chu Yuni took out 2 more and threw them over. 1 set of 2, 2 sets of 3, and it became a large metal block. The next moment, Chu Yuni summoned out another space entrance, stepped on it as a boost, and kicked the metal blocks away several times. In sight, The piece of metal flew farther and farther until it became space junk that even Chu Yuni could not see. Go back to Mars. Stop harming the Blue Star people. Chu Yun waved his hand, saying goodbye to Xia Tian. Then, the entrance to the space opened again, and Chu Yun entered the portable space. Open the door again and return to the Blue Star. Blue Star. Longhua, Hong Kong City. Chu Yun took a deep breath and finally felt the feeling of breathing. The next moment he was ready to go. He directly recruited Kong Min again and said, I am looking for the most powerful patient with the 7 deadly sins. Chu Yun's expression was calm, but in the midst of calm, one could sense a strong murderous intent. Chu Yuni didn't want to care about other things. But Blue Star is different. Here, in any case, it is a place he is familiar with. Even though he could move to thousands of worlds, Blue Star was his eternal home. Not to mention, if the Blue Star falls completely, where can Chu Yun take food and supplies wherever he goes? Where to watch anime, movies, and so many TV series? Chu Yuni. I don't want my only entertainment to be eating, sleeping, and fighting monsters. Chapter 42. The Lustful Leader and the Lazy Leader. The empty door was selected. They are the most powerful patients in the entire Blue Star, and they also play a leading role. Just get these sorted out. The end of the world caused by the outbreak of the 7 deadly sins virus may be like a rootless duckweed, and it will be difficult to create any waves. And Chu Yuni was the first one to face it. Of course, the lustful leader of the 7 deadly sins. Chu Yuni was really curious about how lust became a superpower. Do you want to set up a big one for yourself and then criticize others? Thinking about, Chu Yuni opened the door and went to the location of the most powerful lust patient. The American Empire is strong. Inside the Peanut Street high-rise. As soon as the door opened, Chu Yuni saw Chang Wei beating Lai Fu. Oh haha, the American Empire is just a big company disguised as a country. If you help me control this company's economy, I can't allow you to lick my instep. A patient with pink eyes and an extremely ethereal voice sat at the table. Kneeling below him were a group of senior executives and government officials. They were all fat and looked like patients in the early stages of bulimia, old and weak, but they all submitted to the leader of the patients, their eyes full of fanaticism. Yes, yes. Follow your orders, shouted a group of senior government officials. Chu Yun happened to see this scene as soon as he opened the door. A moment. Chu Yuni was shocked. This scene was too explosive. The clothes that the lustful patient was wearing were only slightly larger than 3 band-aids. They were really too shocking. Really shocking. But Chu Yuni looked at it twice more. There is no gender, no male or female characteristics. Oh, you're here. Where's the boss? The one with the surname Xia. Could it be that it has been solved? No way. No way. The lustful leader covered his mouth and shouted in surprise. But the next moment, the lustful leader's expression changed rapidly, turning into a look of contempt. What a small fry, the lustful leader said with a smile. Hearing this, Chu Yun reached into the entrance of the space with one hand, took out the black gold sword and said, It's okay, it's your turn now. Seeing Chu Yuni's murderous intention revealed, the lustful leader quickly used his ability. He covered his lips with his hand, and then a fragrant breeze appeared. Accompanied by a burst of pink particles, it directly filled the entire room. Chu Yuni felt a little hot all over, as if some special desire was aroused. And at this time, he looked at the lustful leader again and found that the lustful leader had changed. She became a mature woman in her 20s with a great figure, big breasts and big buttocks. Besides that, it has the proper advantage of being slender. In addition to the jade feet that people talk about, her legs are slender and plump, with a faint glow, which can be called a pair of sweet legs. Her waist appears slender, and her slightly protruding belly looks particularly attractive. Besides, the shoulders, arms, collarbones, and even the eyes were all so fascinating that Chu Yuni could hardly control himself at the time. But the next moment, the conditions for environmental adaptation have been met. If you don't die for a few seconds in a special environment, you can adapt to the environment. What is the environment? Different from the usual environment, it is a special environment. In a moment, Chu Yuni's eyes were extremely firm, as if he had a unified ideal in his heart, just like a saint throughout the ages. Ah! The lustful leader was at a loss for words when he saw this scene. His lustful wind can inspire others' most powerful third basic desire. At this time, as long as you use your own ability to change and become the most perfect opposite sex, you can easily control their mind. But when he saw Chu Yuni's determined look, the lustful leader knew there was no hope. Don't you like this one? The lustful leader changed again and turned directly into a flat-chested girl. Chu Yun held the black gold sword in one hand and approached step by step. The lustful leader was horrified. Wait, you're not interested in women? I can still change. The lustful leader changes again. She became a petite little boy with a very charming look and delicate skin. Chu Yun took another step forward, his eyes remaining unchanged. The lustful leader frowned slightly and sighed. I see. You like this one? Right. After saying that, the lustful leader changed again, becoming a sports student wearing white socks, with strong muscles and smelly sweat all over his body. Swish! A chop was made with the knife, followed by several knife flowers. The lustful leader was instantly turned into pieces of meat, and the fragrant air in the room dissipated. When Chu Yun saw this, he turned around and said softly, Nerve? What's wrong with me? Where is this? Hey, don't go. Did you knock us out? In. Oh my God, why am I naked? No, I'm wearing socks and a tie. The senior executives and politicians of the U.S. empire all woke up and began to look around, watching the scene happening around them in disbelief. Some of them even wanted to grab Chu Yun's trouser legs and ask him for clarification. Chu Yun didn't have the time to do that, so he simply cut off half of his palm with a knife. This time, but no one stopped me. Open the empty door and hunt down the next patient leader. Dragon Country, the city of fire. The entire city has turned into a green hell, with countless branches filling every corner. Whether in the house or the street corners and rooftops are all covered with green plants, which still have strong attack intentions. A flock of birds flew overhead. It was quickly engulfed by the thorns on the ground and crushed into meat juice. The blood seeped into the green plants, adding a bit of red to this green hell. Normally speaking, if we want to clean it up, we must explore from the outside and then check it out step by step. Finally, find the core location and destroy it. But Chu Yun would not be like that. There was an empty door, so Chu Yun pushed it open and entered the most core area. Open the door. Chu Yun appeared in an underground garage full of green. It was dark and damp during the period, without much light. Chu Yun reached into the entrance of the space with one hand and took out a high-intensity flashlight. Just illuminate the surroundings. Thorns entangled under his feet, trying to trap Chu Yun to death here. Raising the black gold shock knife, Chu Yun just walked and cut as he went, clearing the way wherever he went. With the help of ease, Chu Yun's swordsmanship became more and more sophisticated, and he even figured out some techniques and ways of exerting force to facilitate chopping. Not long, Chu Yun has been pointing to the core position. A green silhouette that could be roughly seen as a human figure was squatting in the center of the underground garage, with countless green plants extending from it. See Chu Yun. The green figure blinked tiredly, seeming too lazy to pay attention to Chu Yun. Chapter 43. A cool story? Not that cool. Looking at the lazy patient, Chu Yun walked forward slowly. The surrounding vines were still wriggling, trying to stop Chu Yun. But when Chu Yun raised his black gold sword, countless vines and thorns were cut off, losing all their vitality. Just a few steps. Chu Yun came to the lazy patient. The sloth patient is a humanoid plant cyst with vaguely visible human figures inside. He had not expected that his inside would be breached like this. It was like he was completely defenseless. Although his external layout was perfect, it was basically impossible to get in. Chu Yun thought from the perspective of a military solution. The most convenient way with the least sacrifice would probably be to drop a small hydrogen bomb on this city. Hydrogen bombs, unlike nuclear bombs, produce very little pollution. If a hydrogen bomb is dropped in the morning, there is nothing wrong with traveling here the next afternoon. However, it will have some impact on the ecology. I think the authorities want to deal with this lazy leader last. After all, this thing will not actively attack. And now, for the lazy leader who had little defense inside, he could only watch how he was eliminated. No, he might not even be able to see it with his own eyes. After all, this guy was too lazy to even open his eyes. If you are so lazy, don't live anymore. It would be easier to die, wouldn't it? Chu Yun raised the black gold shock knife in his hand and looked at the lazy patient who had no reaction. It seemed that this guy also agreed with this. Swish! With one cut, dark green juice flowed all over the ground. This is the core of the lazy patient. Once it is destroyed, the lazy patient will have no chance of survival. He is not an arrogant patient and does not have the ability to refuse death. Suddenly, Chu Yun also seemed to remember the troublesome existence of the arrogant patient. But there are still many ways to solve it. It's just immortality, not true invincibility. As long as you are not invincible, there is still a way to solve it. The last person with the power of arrogance was Xia Tian, who has now become space junk. This is the best example. Pride is the original sin of the 7 deadly sins, and also the most powerful force. Chu Yuni doesn't like routine things and doesn't plan to save the strongest monster for last. He plans to deal with the arrogant leader first. Think about it. Chu Yun went to a warehouse and prepared some things in advance. Brother Mou, Mi Keijo. Huh. A man with short white hair haughtily hummed at the dog under the throne. Then a head was thrown from his hand. The dog seemed to be used to it and carried the food out of the room and went to its own kennel. This white-haired man is none other than the most powerful arrogant patient on Blue Star, the arrogant leader. Out of the arrogant leader's 10 pounds of bones, 9 pounds are pride. His life was surprisingly smooth, as if he was the protagonist of fate. He was Elman. When Elman was 12 years old, he helped his parents grow avocados. Although avocados were not expensive at that time, it allowed the family to live a well-off life. At such a young age, he has already awakened his qualities as a drug lord. He simply dug up all the avocado fields and planted marijuana. Then he persuaded his parents to help him plant the crops. At a young age, when others were in school, Elman chose to take a few friends and climb over the wall to the neighboring United States to sell drugs. 6 years of drug trafficking, 2 arrests, 1 deportation. He was sentenced to a total of 5 years, but he learned various skills in prison and even behaved well while in prison, so he was directly reduced to 2 years of sentence. After returning to Brother Mou, instead of continuing to sell drugs, he became a police officer. You know, Mo Yug's police job is very dangerous, with hundreds of people dying every year. After 2 years as a police officer, he had mastered all the tricks and decided to return to Mikazu to continue his old job. As soon as he made a move, he was targeted by the largest drug trafficking family. But Elman married the only daughter of the family boss and successfully stole the house and took over the drug trafficking family. In just a few years, he managed to expand the family business, and his father-in-law was convinced by him. Even his armed forces can confront the entire moyage officialdom head-on. In my spare time, he would also read the exciting stories of Longhua and sigh that the male protagonist was not as happy as him, because he himself was happier. That's all. The invincible heart is formed. So, he was chosen by Mo Sun to become the arrogant leader, possessing the most powerful arrogance virus, and indirectly obeying Xia Tian's command. And now, Elman, the arrogant leader, was watching a short video when he suddenly heard a report from a younger brother. Oh no, boss. The younger brother ran over in a hurry, looking nervous. Don't panic, speak slowly. Elman stared at his younger brother, holding a glass of iced lemonade, and spoke slowly. Although he is the head of drug trafficking, but he never touches these things, because no one knows the harm of these things better than him. Even though he now has the power of arrogance to protect him, he doesn't touch anything, and he doesn't smoke or drink. He even insists on exercising and is more self-disciplined than most people. Before the young man finished speaking, in the blink of an eye, he exchanged positions with Chu Yuni, who was outside the door. Chu Yun casually threw several large iron boxes to cover the iron door of the room, making it impossible to open. Shadow, Chu Yun called out, and the shadow under him was suddenly torn apart. Chu Yuni stretched out his hand again, and a space entrance several meters high appeared. Shadow slowly lifted out a large iron box as tall as a person and took out several plastic buckets containing things, which were bottled water, cement, silica fume, fly ash, water-reducing agent, coarse aggregate, fine bone meal, and a bunch of threaded steel bars that I didn't know where they came from. Oh, you want to challenge me too? Elman said in a relaxed tone. See this scene. Chu Yun was a little surprised, but when he thought that the other party was an arrogant leader, it was not surprising. It seems that you are a bit braver than Xia Tian. That loser of his? He is worthy of being compared with me? Hee hee. The arrogant leader shook the cup and took a sip of lemonade. Then, the arrogant leader Elman looked into Chu Yuni's eyes and continued to speak slowly. Although he has all 7 deadly sins viruses. But you have a saying in the Dragon Kingdom, called, it's quality, not quantity. I only focus on the ability of arrogance, which is much stronger than a half-full guy like Xia Tian. The glass broke into pieces and was then thrown away by Elman. Bang! Countless fragments shot out and headed directly towards Chu Yuni's face. On the other hand, Chu Yuni, without dodging or evading, he glanced around and looked at a vase next to Elman. Welcome and see off. Start. Swish. In the blink of an eye, the two switched positions. Bang! A crisp sound was heard, and the vase suddenly exploded. and Chu Yuni. He was already holding the black gold sword and came to Elman's side. Chapter 44. Do you have any manners? A flash of knife light passed by. The silvery white reflection appeared, allowing Elman to see clearly and understand death. But everyone thought he would die, but Elman himself didn't think so. After all, as long as his power of arrogance still exists and he firmly believes that he is immortal, then he will truly be immortal. But others might be surprised or frightened when they find out that the enemy cannot die, but Chu Yuni doesn't care. The last immortal went straight to the sky to become a star. Chu Yuni didn't plan to leave this one to accompany Xia Tian. This time, Chu Yuni wanted to leave it in another place. Knowing that the other party would not die so easily, Chu Yuni directly lifted up half of his head. Then he slammed it on the table, urging Shadow on. Hey Shadow, mix it faster. Number 24 concrete doesn't need to be mixed too wet, Chu Yun shouted, asking Shadow to speed up. In addition, silica fume, fly ash, water reducer, coarse aggregate, and fine bone meal are indispensable. Chu Yuni specifically asked for advice from his civil engineering senior. The cement produced in this way is strong and durable. Even if the building collapses, the problem with the cement can be eliminated first. Secondly, a lot of threaded steel bars are also needed to facilitate fixation. Did you see that? Guess for yourself what your ending will be. Chu Yuni knocked on Elman's head with the back of the knife. I don't know if Elman can still think with only half of his brain left. But the half of the torso without the brain moved and grabbed towards Chu Yun fiercely. Chu Yun instinctively felt something was wrong and dodged it successfully. It was all because his intuition was so accurate. Look back. Looking at the majority of the body that was still able to move, Chu Yuni felt helpless. Swish. Swish. After a few more cuts, a perfect porcelain bottle appeared. Chu Yun glanced over. Shadow has made a gesture. Chu Yun waved his hand, and Shadow directly brought the large iron box of mixed cement over. There are a lot of steel bars interspersed in it. Chu Yuni picked up all the arms and legs and threw them in, and asked Shadow to stir them a few times. The only thing left of the body is the mouth. But that mouth was still cursing Mo Yug's local swear words without stopping for a moment. Chu Yuni opened the entrance to the space, turned the door handle, and said, "Maritime, preferably in the deep sea." Kongmin heard his request and sent him directly to the target location. As soon as Chu Yun opened the door, a salty sea breeze rushed into his nose, along with a fishy smell. He thought, is this the breath of the sea? Look back. On the deck, someone was doing horse stance and urinating on the swaying bow of the ship, and a stream of orange-yellow water flowed directly into the sea. Damn, can you be a little civilized? Chu Yun cursed angrily. The man turned around suddenly and saw Chu Yuni, who suddenly jumped out. He was so frightened that he lost his balance and fell directly into the sea. I didn't even have time to pull up my pants. Plop. There was a splash, and the entry into the water was not very beautiful. And at this time Chu Yuni, thinking of bringing over the large cement iron box that sealed the arrogant leader Elman, he discovered that this thing was already bigger than the door. Although I was thinking about turning sideways. But this iron box is wider than the door in both length and thickness. Tisk, forget it. Chu Yun patted his head and quickly thought of a solution. At the other end of the empty gate, in Mo Yug's territory, Chu Yuni used his personal space to summon the entrance to the space. The shadow over there pushed the box in. On a ship at sea, Chu Yun used another move, opened the entrance to the space, and took out the iron box. Without any hesitation, Chu Yun raised his hands and threw the large cement iron box that sealed Elman into the sea. Bang! The huge impact attracted a series of small fish under the sea to prey on it. But when they saw that it was a big iron box, the fish scattered and disappeared without a trace. Chu Yun looked around. He lowered his head and looked at the sea. There were many non-compliant ships all around, perhaps crudely made by a small country, or perhaps assembled by the pirates themselves. At first glance, they did not look very serious. He raised his head and looked at the sky again. Chu Yun thought of Xia Tian. If Xia Tian was lucky, he might be captured by the gravity of a planet. The Elman in the sea may be salvaged by a fisherman or an expedition team, or no one may discover it until the cement and steel are completely corroded by seawater. But during the lonely time when Xia Tian and Elman were trapped, they probably lost their invincibility long ago, right? As long as you no longer have confidence in yourself. The arrogance virus was like a plant without roots. It had no breeding ground at all, and its effect diminished little by little. By then, Xia Tian and Elman will probably face their true death. Clapped his hands. As Chu Yun was about to leave, He glanced at the crew members who had hurried out to rescue people, and instead of caring about them, he simply entered a cave and left. Where the jealous leader is. Inside a suite, Chu Yun pushed the door open and walked out, pulling out the black gold sword. Why do you? Before the jealous leader could finish his words, Chu Yuni used the welcoming and sending technique to directly approach him and tore his mouth apart in an instant. Sizzle. For a moment, his body was covered in blood, and then Chu Yuni stabbed him twice more, completely taking him away. Chu Yuni is all too familiar with jealous patients. As long as he is not allowed to speak, his ability will be exerted slower, and this time is enough for Chu Yuni to kill him. And at this time, Chu Yuni was also thinking about what Elman had said. He said that quality is more important than quantity. Chu Yuni felt that this sentence made some sense. With so many abilities at his disposal, he did not use each ability to its fullest potential. But if the power is given to one person alone, that person will definitely regard it as a treasure and then develop it to the extreme, using it in various ways and deducing it to the incredible level. It's like a sudden storm. Although it is just a simple white-level ability, it also touches a trace of the conceptual nature. I can't imagine what would happen if a person were developed to the extreme. The Milky Way is also a river? Shaking his head, Chu Yuni kept this idea in his mind and decided not to put it into action for the time being. After all, there is no good ability to integrate communication characteristics. After a short rest, Chu Yuni opened the door again and headed to the next location. Huangshan, Kixington. The angry leader sat on a huge rock, closed his eyes, and listened quietly to the calm water flow around him. A figure slowly walked over. It was Chu Yuni. The furious leader closed his eyes and said softly, "Can't you spare my life?" Chu Yuni was surprised to hear these plain words, but he asked back, "What do you think?" The words fell. The furious leader slowly stood up and sighed, since he is already an enemy, I cannot hold back." The next moment, the furious leader roared, "Who are you?" He suddenly opened his eyes. The scarlet glow burst out. Chapter 45. What about filming a special effects drama? Just then a drop of water splashed from the side. Chu Yuni was quick-eyed and quick-handed. While using the welcoming and sending techniques, he swung his sword without thinking. Swish! The knife disappeared mid-flight, along with the man wielding it. Instead, there was a tiny drop of water, and the angry patient in an instant. Then he was beheaded. Should I wait for your transformation to finish? You're filming a special effects drama. Chu Yuni casually raised the blade and threw half of the head the size of a sandbag away. He swung the knife again. Then he put the black gold shock knife directly into his personal space. When this angry patient was transforming, but not yet fully transformed, Chu Yuni decisively exchanged positions, and then with great potential energy, activated the black gold vibration knife in polymer cutting mode. This knife. But it was not like the previous gun bullets, which directly cut the basic structure of the angry patient, leaving no possibility of survival. Certainly, if Chu Yuni hadn't thrown his head away, but just let it stay where it was, there might have been a chance of recovery. But now, even the miracle doctor can't save you. After all, angry patients are not arrogant patients and do not have the right to refuse death. Their only ability is to become stronger the angrier they get. Chu Yun walked again and again, hunting the next leader. Switzerland, Storage Center. The bright lights became dim and flickering, just because a huge monster was shaking continuously. The monster that looks like a small mountain and is covered with useless flesh is the gluttonous leader. His entire body was filled with a strange orange color. Looks like it's just like a human who has eaten too many carrots, with pigment all over the body. But even so, this gluttonous leader is still eating continuously. No matter what fresh sea fish, frozen food, or drinks are on the shelves, put it in your mouth and chew it together with the outer packaging. Even more, he simply lifted an entire shelf, pushed it directly into his mouth, and began to chew it vigorously. The sound of continuous chewing and swallowing echoed throughout the storage center. At this time, as soon as Chu Yun pushed the door open and walked in, the first thing he saw was the gluttonous leader of the storage center. However, the gluttonous leader did not see him. This gluttonous leader was so fat that he looked like a fat ball of meat, taking up so much space that he could fill up a stadium. This gluttonous leader must not even be able to see his own lower body. My head was touching the ceiling light. Judging from the body shape alone, this guy is similar to the angry patient and is even a lot wider. It is extremely difficult to turn back. But those extremely large arms were somewhat threatening. As Chu Yun thought about it, he picked up a can of fruit from the shelf and prepared to throw it directly behind the head of the bulimic patient. Sniff. What's that smell? Human? The bulimic's eyes began to glow, and he twitched his nose violently. He hasn't eaten for a long time. To him, humans are real food. As for the pile of food in the storage center, it was just nourishment for him at most, just enough to make him enjoy the food. As soon as I smelled this scent, the bulimic began to become more and more excited, constantly searching for the smell. Found you! The bulimic patient yelled and turned around suddenly. Boom! Boom! The entire ground shook and began to rise and fall continuously. And at this time, Chu Yuni didn't intend to hold back and directly smashed the canned fruit in his hand towards the head of the bulimic patient. Bang! The bulimic patient stretched out his big fat hand, grabbed it firmly, and threw it into his mouth. Appetizer snack? Ha ha ha. The bulimic patient laughed unconsciously, but his vocal tract was compressed by fat, and his voice was hoarse and unpleasant, which made Chu Yun want to clean his ears. When it saw the can thrown at it, it swallowed it directly. Chu Yuni didn't have a solution for the moment and wanted to keep some distance first. Took a glance. The surrounding shelves have been cleared, but things in the distance can be seen clearly. The next moment, meet and greet, use. Swish. Silently, Chu Yuni appeared in another location in an instant like a gust of wind, and the bulimic began to look around again. Shadow, Chu Yun called out, and then the shadow turned into substance. Together, the two of them lifted up countless loads and threw them all at the bulimic. Uh-huh. The bulimic turned his head suddenly, opened his mouth wide, and ate it all. Can you feed me? I'm so hungry. Let me eat you. Eat your head. Eat your spleen, the bulimic shouted, crawling down on all fours. Like a physical tunnel, this bulimic could literally eat a truck alive. Boom. With just a turn, the surrounding shelves were knocked over. Seeing the huge mouth of the abyss rushing towards him, Chu Yun directly conveyed his thoughts to the shadow, and then the two ran away in opposite directions. Hey, come here. Chu Yun hooked his finger and asked the gluttonous leader to look over. Things turned out just as he thought. The gluttonous leader really came towards him without even looking at his shadow. When Chu Yuni attracted the bulimia patients, Shadow had already taken a lot of items and threw them directly on the bulimic patient's head. Swish! Chu Yun dodged and came directly above the bulimic patient. A single stroke of the knife and nothing happened. No skin broken. Chu Yun stared, lamenting that the bulimia patient was too big. It's not that the black gold shock blade is useless and can't even cut through a layer of skin, but the skin of this gluttonous leader is too thick and it cut into the fat layer. Grass? Chu Yuni was about to look elsewhere and then teleport away. Although this gluttonous leader was fat in size, he was very fast. He instantly grabbed Chu Yuni with his huge hand and threw him into his mouth. Fuck! Chu Yuni stretched out his legs in the air and stretched them directly into the mouth of the gluttonous leader. Then there were 3 sharp strikes, which directly split open a huge, triangular prism-shaped gap. Chu Yun immediately lowered his body, cut off the gluttonous leader's head-sized teeth with a knife, and then threw it out fiercely. Chu Yun took a look and then immediately used the welcoming and sending off function. Swish! As soon as Chu Yun arrived at the top of the gluttonous leader's head, he slashed at his forehead. Polymer cutting mode on. A moment. It was as if it penetrated from thin air, or went straight into the air, without even the slightest resistance. Sayings like a hot knife cutting through butter, slicing iron like mud, and blowing away hair are totally inadequate to describe the terrifying extent of this black gold vibrating knife. Considering Chu Yuni's poor level of idioms. As if, like entering a deserted place. Squeak. A huge amount of heat energy was generated, and Chu Yuni, holding the hilt of the knife, ran directly on the head of the gluttonous leader, running along with the black gold shock blade that was immersed in it. Chapter 46 Make an Offer, Mr. Chu. Although it is not as spectacular as with sparks and lightning, there are still some injuries. The blood on the bulimic patient's body seemed to be stagnant. It took several seconds for it to seep out from the cut skin. Chu Yun didn't dare to delay for a moment. I was afraid that if I took 2 steps at night, the wound of this gluttonous leader would heal directly. That's right. I am really afraid of healing. It's because the gluttonous leader is too huge and the black gold sword is too sharp. The cut was too neat. If the flesh and blood were put back together, it might actually heal. It's too sharp, which is considered a disadvantage here. Chu Yuni felt a little embarrassed. If there is enough time, put some golden liquid on the knife, or if that doesn't work, put some paraquat, which is more effective than any poison. But now, Chu Yun shouted and sped up, immediately circling around the head of the gluttonous leader, making a full circle. The next moment, Chu Yuni raised the knife in his right hand and inserted it directly into the gluttonous leader's brain as a fulcrum. Push your legs forward. A support point appeared instantly, and Chu Yun moved down and directly opened the head of the gluttonous leader. Boom! The huge skull flew up and landed at one end of the storage center. Chu Yun saw this. He just stood up and stepped into the brain, raised his knife, and started slashing. But what surprised Chu Yuni was that the bulimic patient was still resisting violently and was determined to swallow Chu Yuni. Boom! The gluttonous leader grabbed and stretched out his hand as big as a mountain. Chu Yuni dodged it directly. But the gluttonous leader seemed to realize it late and kept searching for Chu Yuni, which directly messed up his brain. The more I searched, the more itchy my head became. Eat! The gluttonous leader shouted incoherently and was about to collapse. Seeing this, Chu Yun quickly added the last blow. Otherwise, it would be very annoying if it was not counted in the control of the round table. Boom! The gluttonous leader fell to the ground, unable to get up. In order to prevent the person from pretending to be dead, Chu Yuni stabbed him a few more times and only left after confirming that he was really dead. There's nothing I can do about it. I'm almost getting used to this. What he hated most was the routine of not getting the last hit, not killing the opponent, and then being killed in return. Longhua, the #1 high school in Anda City. Male dormitory. Fuck. Why do I have to do homework after I was reborn? A boy was shouting madly, doing his homework at his desk. A boy in the opposite shop smiled without saying a word, with a sharp golden light flashing in his eyes. There are 4 people in the dormitory. 2 of them went out to eat, and the other one was catching up on homework. Today is Sunday, and the dormitory is open all year round. In a high school like this, there are usually classes 6 days a week, and evening self-study on Sundays. And now, a reborn person, although his performance in the previous life was not ideal, but through his own hard work, he still managed to secure a 30-year mortgage and a 20-year car loan. Although it's not ideal, at least I have a car, a house, and a lovely wife by my side. But now, once we return to the time before liberation, we are still catching up on our homework. No. What went wrong? Shouldn't the reborn person make use of the information gap to change his fate, marry a beautiful, rich woman, and reach the pinnacle of life? The reborn person's roommate suddenly came to his senses. But the pen never stops. The fear of the head teacher is deeply engraved in my soul. If I haven't finished my homework, contacting my parents would be the least of my worries. I don't know why. This is a great threat to the reborn. Tisk, is there any trend recently? Shanggu Great Wall stock price will increase by 17 billion in a month because a little girl shouted and it became popular. In the one where milk tea mocked Xiao Rizi, the stock price went up 400 times. It even reached the daily limit. I didn't have any idea about stocks before, but now it really is true. It's true that stocks go up when there's good news. Wrong. If you want to earn enough to last you through your next life, you need at least 3 million in capital. 3 million. Where the hell am I going to get it? The reborn roommate kept writing and filling in the blanks at a rapid pace, but he was thinking quickly in his mind. I saw that my roommate was a little anxious and was racking his brains while doing his homework. The golden-eyed boy on the upper bunk smiled, then said jokingly, "Don't worry, I'm actually exchanging L's for equal value. 3 million. Will you exchange it for 10 years of your life?" Listening to the words of the golden-eyed boy, the reborn roommate didn't even raise his eyes and replied, "Switch. If I can live to 85, 10 years less will be 75. The old one was replaced after 10 years, which is equivalent to suffering 10 years less. And yeah, this money is equivalent to earning 8,300 yuan a month, and I don't have to work. I can play every day. How great is that? If you want to find a class, there is no job that pays 8,000 yuan a month without working." Without seeming to think much, the reborn roommate retorted. Hearing this reply, the young man with golden eyes smiled and operated his phone twice. But he was stunned immediately. He paused for a moment and said, "No, your rural credit union card has a daily limit of 50,000. Bite." The reborn roommate saw the message, picked it up and looked at it, his eyes widened. I suddenly discovered that there was an extra 50,000 yuan in the bank card. This. You are serious." The reborn person's roommate exclaimed again and again. Looking at the boy with golden eyes, he felt more and more unfamiliar. "How? Didn't you say that? 10 years for 3 million, but your card has reached its limit. I will transfer 50,000 yuan to you every day for 2 months. The reborn roommate was a little surprised, but soon realized what was happening and quickly knelt down to thank him. "Godfather, I can never repay you for your kindness. I will be your slave in the next life." After saying that, the reborn roommate picked up the homework book on the table and threw it to the ground. Even the pen was broken in half. Joke. If you really have money, who would go back to high school again? Woo-hoo. The reborn roommate took his cell phone and walked out of the dormitory and the school without looking back. He didn't even see the shadow of the security guard. But at this time, a ball of golden light lingered in the hands of the golden-eyed boy and was then slowly absorbed into his body. Oh, lifespan and money have both accumulated twice. What should we do next? The young man with golden eyes looked around, with a calculating look in his eyes. But wait till he finishes speaking. A silent door opened quietly and a figure walked out. Picking up the words that had not fallen to the ground, the visitor said softly, "What? Come here to die." Chu Yun glanced at the only person in the room. He, the young man with golden eyes, is the last of the 7 deadly sins, the leader of greed. Seeing Chu Yun appearing out of nowhere, the young man with golden eyes was not too surprised. He was lying sideways on the bed. With one hand supporting his chin, he said calmly, "Hey, don't keep talking about life and death. Come and talk. Everything is about profit first. You didn't let me go, but the profit was not high enough. Name your price, Mr. Chu." Chapter 47, Number 19, Spiritual Apostle. Seeing the golden-eyed boy who looked confident of winning, Chu Yuni was furious. Although it can't be considered a female ghost. But this boy, who was much younger than him, acted so superior, which really made him feel uncomfortable. But when he thought that the other party was probably not strong, Chu Yuni felt relieved. "Just listen," Chu Yuni said calmly. "Money, food, people, and even power, none of them are tempting to me at all. And you, alive, are unimportant." Chu Yun changed the subject, and his tone was murderous. "But your death, it's very important to me." After saying that, Chu Yuni no longer held back. The black gold sword never left his hand, pointing directly at the golden-eyed boy on the upper bunk. Seeing this, the young man with golden eyes did not change his expression as he jumped down. Puff! A dull sound was heard, and the young man with golden eyes leapt to the ground. The next moment, the young man with golden eyes had a firm look as he met Chu Yuni's eyes. Swish! Just as Chu Yun was about to draw his sword and chop, the young man with golden eyes immediately took action. "Are you trying to attack my lower body? It's useless. Take my sword." Chu Yun saw through it and wanted to cut the throat with the sword, cutting off the head. But it was quite different from what he imagined. Boom! The young man with golden pupils knelt on the ground, kowtowed 3 times to Chu Yun, and shouted loudly, "Grandpa, spare my life. Although I am the greedy leader, I have never hurt anyone." The ability of a greedy patient is to continuously evolve according to his own greed. And my ability. "You are afraid of death, Grandpa?" Seeing this drastic contrast, Chu Yuni was stunned for a moment. If the other party wanted to kill him, or even had the slightest intention of harming him, he would just do it. But this greedy leader, the young man with golden eyes, surrendered without a fight? What is this? Wouldn't it be good to be killed obediently and then become the one who has the power of control? For a moment, Chu Yuni was confused and decided to listen to what this guy had to say first. "If you spare my life, I offer my loyalty immediately. You don't care about money, food, people, or power, but you can't live without them, right? If you only spare my life, you will be the king of the world. I will control the world for you. You don't have to worry about anything. I can change the world with just one order." The young man with golden eyes spoke all his words in one breath, as if he had just grown a tongue. Listen, Chu Yuni was actually a little hesitant. To be honest, he didn't need these things, but not needing them and not having them are 2 different things. If so, it is still useful in various aspects. Just in time, Chu Yun thought of his previous plan, but that plan was just a rough outline and had no direction to move forward. Then, Chu Yun thought about it and continued to ask, "No matter what, you are still a subordinate of that Emo-sun. How could you easily surrender to me?" Hear this question. As if he had been prepared, the young man with golden pupils replied immediately, "Because my ability evolved from my fear of death. It can screen for my negative factors. One of the characteristics of the virus is that it must obey Emo-sun, but I have optimized it. And my ability tells me that following you is far more beneficial than following Emo-sun." Listening to the golden-eyed boy's clear and logical analysis, Chu Yuni couldn't tell for a moment whether he was lying or not. Killed? Keep it? This decision kept coming up in Chu Yuni's mind. Tiske, wait here. Chu Yuni felt a little headache, turned around, turned the door handle of the dormitory, and entered the empty door. In the empty door, Chu Yun closed the door, then lay on his back and fell asleep. Round table dreams. The round table now seems a little empty. There were only 5 purple billiard balls, 3 red billiard balls, and 1 black billiard ball, and the entire table was about to be cleared. In Chu Yuni's control this time. It only works on the purple table tennis ball, which was also within Chu Yuni's expectations. After all, it is reasonable to increase the number of items in order of their scarcity. If sometimes you can only move the white ball, and sometimes you can only move the black ball, then something is wrong. But this time, Chu Yuni did not play like he was playing yellow billiards, where he just pocketed all the balls regardless of his ability. It's totally a blind box. Chu Yun immediately released his control, trying to find the ability that suits the current situation among these 5 purple table tennis balls. Tisk! He exclaimed in amazement, looking at the amount of control power consumed by these purple table tennis balls, which was really extraordinary. Just taking a look at the information consumed is enough to pocket several yellow billiard balls. But this one takes a look. It really allowed Chu Yuni to see the appropriate abilities. He looked at 3 abilities, namely Elemental Domination, Absolute Blade, Soul Guest. And this last one is just right for the current situation. Chu Yun stared at the purple table tennis ball, then used his control power and spent a lot of effort to put it into the pocket. Bang! The billiard ball goes into the pocket and the ability information is displayed. Soul Guest. Quality, purple. Introduction. You can place soul fragments into other life forms to gain a small amount of loyalty and surveillance effects. Soul Fragment. With this ability, you will separate a soul fragment every hour. This process will not cause any damage to the origin of the soul. Note, this ability is suitable for integration with other abilities and can produce benign mutations. Seeing the last note, Chu Yun thought about it, took out the propagation characteristics that had been thrown into the corner before, and integrated it with it. Really, just as the precautions said, some changes occurred, but they were good for Chu Yuni. After the soul guest merged with the communication characteristics, it suddenly became larger. Information changes. Apostle of the Heart. Quality, purple. Introduction. You can transform life forms that have declared their allegiance to you into apostles. Apostle. Apostle is absolutely loyal to you, and you can grant him her own abilities. She will never attack you without your permission. Note, after being granted an ability, your original ability will not be lost, and the granted ability can be taken back at any time. Seeing this change, Chu Yuni really didn't know what to say. His expectation. It seemed as if he had taken a big step directly, and it became half in an instant. With the spiritual apostle, Chu Yuni not only has absolutely loyal subordinates, but can also pass on his abilities. And the ability bestowed upon him will not make him lose his ability. What else do you want for such a good thing? Exit the round table dream. Return to emptiness. Longhua, the number 1 high school in Anda City. Male dormitory. Chu Yuni is back. Chapter 48. Our organization is called Dawn. After returning here, Chu Yuni's use of the spiritual apostle seemed to be something he had mastered naturally. People don't learn to breathe deliberately, because this ability is something we have since birth and is learned instinctively. After Chu Yuni obtained the spiritual apostle, he was able to use it as easily as with his own arm and instantly used it on the golden-eyed boy in front of him. Oh, it can be used. Chu Yun blinked, as if he was thinking about something. This spiritual apostle ability is strong, and it is definitely strong. But this ability has conditions for use. If there are no conditions for use, Chu Yun will use the spiritual apostle as soon as he sees people, and then everyone in the world will be his own. The condition for using the psychic apostle is that it can only be used on life forms that are loyal to oneself. This is a necessary condition. If the conditions are not met, then this ability cannot be used at all. At this time, Chu Yuni was thinking. The young man with golden eyes in front of him didn't seem that simple. He said that the control that Imo Sun had buried in the core of his virus was actually cracked by this young man with golden eyes. This kind of thing. It's as if a robot that obeys the 3 laws suddenly deleted this setting in its own code. Or maybe, this young man with golden eyes was deceiving him. Either it was really as the young man with golden eyes said, or he was lying to him. Both were possibilities. What on earth is this guy plotting? Or is he really afraid of death and decided to be loyal to himself? Although there is no definite answer to these questions, and there is no evidence to support them, Chu Yuni's intuition is, just like what the boy with golden eyes said. Because he was afraid of death, he lost control of Imo's son. Then, because he was afraid of death, the power of greed predicted that there would be great benefits for him to follow Chu Yuni, so he decided to be loyal to Chu Yuni. Chu Yuni didn't believe the young man with golden eyes. But he, Chu Yuni, believed in his intuition. You'd better be sincere. Chu Yun thought to himself. Even if Chu Yun's intuition, which works every time, fails, the spiritual apostle can also be considered a guarantee. His ability is also clearly written, using his ability to transform others into apostles. The apostles are absolutely loyal, and the powers they are given can also be taken back instantly. This is reassuring. With Chu Yuni's abilities, he has never made a mistake. It is said that this effect will only be stronger and not weaker. And now, Chu Yuni used the mind apostle on the young man with golden eyes. The next moment, Chu Yuni only felt that there was an extra piece of information in his mind, which was all the information he obtained after controlling the golden-eyed boy. There are real-time and past ones, like a compressed file. If you want to see it, you can directly call it out as a memory, and you can also search it. These compressed information lay quietly in Chu Yuni's mind, taking up little brain capacity, just like a thin card in his memories. Grown-ups, I swear to be loyal until death. The young man with golden eyes was still kneeling, but his tone was more respectful. Hearing this, Chu Yuni laughed unconsciously. But aren't you afraid of death? But if I follow you, sir, I won't die, so I swear allegiance to you until death. The young man with golden eyes remained calm. Hearing this, Chu Yuni found it interesting and said jokingly, "What if I tell you to die now?" The next moment, a burst of golden light burst out from the eyes of the golden-eyed boy, but the power from the psychic apostle all over his body restrained him tightly. It seems that the psychic apostle is also at the conceptual level, above everything else. Of course I will obey your command. The young man with golden eyes spoke in a low voice, and then his body moved. Forget it, it's just a joke. Chu Yun waved his hand. Hearing this, the young man with golden eyes relaxed again, as if nothing had happened just now. Suddenly, an idea appeared in Chu Yuni's mind, and he took action immediately. From now on, you will be a member of the organization. Our organization's purpose is to eliminate the end of the world. The young man with golden eyes was obviously a little bit in disbelief. He slowly raised his head, but his eyes were only below half of Chu Yuni's body. The young man with golden pupils asked, "May I ask, sir? Our organization is?" Hearing this, Chu Yun smiled, and the middle school student attribute in his heart revived a little. Thinking of the unintentional reply to the female special inspector Captain Su, Chu Yun smiled and said, "Our organization is called Dawn." As soon as I said this, Chu Yuni got goosebumps all over his body and felt a little ashamed. Seeing the golden-eyed young man in front of him, the greed in his body seemed to be suppressed by Chu Yuni and his spiritual apostle. Chu Yuni couldn't help but feel, Imo's son is no better than this, and he doesn't take action personally. If you give your subordinates some power, they will rebel directly. Now all the leaders of the 7 deadly sins have been dealt with. Chu Yuni felt that it was time. Facing the source of the end of the world on this blue planet, the 7-day demon king Ma Xuan. I just don't know what methods this Imo son has, although the leaders of the 7 deadly sins virus he sent down have all been wiped out by me. But himself? No, this is the devil's method. It is still unknown which one is stronger and which one is weaker. Forget about Imo Sun's information. I'll see for myself. As Chu Yun thought about it, he flipped open the information card in his mind and searched for memories about Imo Sun. He found out all the information about Imo Sun, along with the greed virus, was sent into the mind of the golden-eyed boy. But it's not surprising. The leaders of the 7 deadly sins and Xia Tian are like workers. Let's look at it from a different perspective. It would be strange if they were working for themselves and their bosses didn't even tell them what they were doing or how much they were paid. Imo Sun lives alone at the top of the 7th heaven and calls himself the Demon King of 7 heavens. He searched the surrounding galaxy and found a world called Blue Star, then released the 7 deadly sins virus to create chaos. At last, he could then open a one-way passage to the Blue Star, allowing him to escape from the boring and unchanging 7th heaven. To Imo Sun, the 7th heaven was like a cage specially built for him. The opening of the passage to the 7th heaven also indicated the method. Conditions for opening the 7th heaven? Damn, they're going to sacrifice 88,880,000 people? Is that so cruel? As Chu Yun searched through his memories, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. But suddenly, Chu Yun's brain twitched, and his cognition was instantly released. There should be a door to this seventh heaven, right? As long as there is a door, then his empty door can lead directly to that world. Then, I can go directly to Amo Sun and kill him instantly. Then, wouldn't the 7 deadly sins doomsday of Blue Star be solved? I'm simply a genius, Chu Yun boasted shamelessly. Chapter 49. The powerful dragon wants to suppress the local snake. Then, Chu Yun came back to his senses, looked at the golden-eyed boy and said, "Don't be so reserved. I'll ask you a few more questions." Chu Yun's words were like orders to the young man with golden eyes. After becoming an apostle transformed by power, he would obey Chu Yun. Chu Yun always speaks his mind, so he asked directly, "After Ma Xuan dies, will the viruses disappear?" "Won't. The 7 deadly sins virus will still exist, but there will be no additional new patients. Except for the gluttony virus, all the patients were intentionally selected by Amo Sun and then given the virus." The golden-eyed boy answered decisively. Thinking about, Chu Yun felt that the remaining patients could not be allowed to continue to run rampant. Although firepower can suppress some of the cases, it is inevitable that some patients may have already entered the middle stage or even moved towards the late stage when the time comes. But it is not something that can be dealt with by heavy firepower. At least one or even several hydrogen bombs are needed. That's not what Chu Yun wanted to see. Although he can travel to thousands of worlds, his real home is only Blue Star. Thinking about, Chu Yun immediately used the Mind Apostle to release power to the golden-eyed boy. Instantly, a flow of information emerges, forming a summary. Chu Yun looked at his 19 abilities and fell into deep thought, staring at the empty door in a daze. If you give him the authority to enter the inner gate of Blue Star only, that's good. If you don't want your subordinates to be able to travel to the myriad worlds, it will be too chaotic. Chu Yun thought about it. The empty door in the information summary instantly turned into a gray icon with a golden lock hanging in the lower right corner. Is this what I want? Chu Yun murmured. Then, Chu Yun picked and chose and packed some abilities into it. They are Kongmin, castrated version, blood manipulation, keep an eye on all directions, have a photographic memory, the word of all spirits, well organized, with ease, a sudden storm, the art of walking through walls, portable space, quick recovery. These 11 non-core abilities were all given to the golden-eyed boy. Feeling the sudden increase in strength in his body, the young man with golden eyes revealed joy, but he quickly suppressed it because he was well organized. "Thank you for the reward, sir." Looking at the young man with golden pupils who kept pledging allegiance, Chu Yun thought, "You are such a coward." But when I saw the boy with golden eyes, I don't even know how to call him. But he came up with a plan, and Chu Yun spoke again. "According to convention, you should be given a code name. Listen to it." The young man with golden pupils lowered his head and said, "Please give me a name, sir." Chu Yun's middle school attributes had not yet subsided, and he opened his mouth again. "In your generation, the 12 animals of the Chinese zodiac are named after them. And you are the first person in the zodiac. Your code name will also be your name from now on. Just call." Chu Yun's eyes were full of interest, and 2 words suddenly appeared in his mouth. Rat. When the rat heard this, he immediately bowed to express his inner feelings. See this scene. Chu Yun waved his hand and said, "Okay, I'll go destroy Amo Sun. Your mission is to annihilate the remaining patients on Blue Star. Can you do it?" The rat stood up slowly, clasped his fists and said, "I will do my best." But after hearing the name Amo Sun, Zishu did not immediately follow Chu Yun's order, but asked with some concern, "Sir, I have the audacity to ask. That's the 7 heavenly demon king Amo Sun. He is the ruler of the 7th heaven and a true god. Will you win?" When Chu Yun heard this question, he grinned and said confidently, "We will win." It's not that Chu Yun is arrogant. He has never lost since he was a child. At this time, a feeling that he is the only one in the world came over him. He, Chu Yun, he is simply the son of destiny. He is simply destined to destroy the end of the world. Everything went smoothly along the way, as if someone had carefully paved the road for him. Smooth. So smooth. Here, contrary to his usual behavior, Chu Yun was in high spirits and planned to go straight to Amo Sun's lair after a day of fighting, ready to annihilate him in one fell swoop. Suddenly, the operation was carried out in an orderly manner. Even though Chu Yun was excited, he began to think rationally in his mind. Since I have the ability, I must fight with Amo Sun. If we kill him, we might be able to wipe out the remaining power of the Round Table. From the information provided by Rat Z, although Emo-sun is a god, he is not that powerful. He is similar to Thor in Marvel movies, but with some special abilities. Chu Yun thought to himself, with a twisted smile on his face. He thought again, even if I can't win, with the help of the portable space and the empty door, I can escape directly without panicking at all. Think about it. Chu Yun decided to set off. Waving his hand, urging Zishu, Chu Yun said, "Go and kill the patients quickly, the more the better. Do you have all the abilities?" After hearing this, Zishu looked at Chu Yun's confident look and felt that something was strange, but he couldn't put his finger on it. But he still replied, "Oh, I've mastered it all, as if I was born with it. I'm going to be an adult." After hearing this, Chu Yun patted Zishu on the shoulder, then reached into his personal space and handed the Walter to Zishu. "Use the gun first in the early stage. Wait until I kill Emo-sun, and then upgrade your equipment." Holding the large caliber Walter pistol, Zishu nodded silently and started to move. Rat came to the dormitory door, turned the doorknob, and said, "Go to the area near the weakest patient." Then the door opened, Rat walked in, and the dormitory door leading to another place was slowly closed. Seeing this scene, Chu Yun smiled and said, "He is really as timid as a mouse. The name Rat really lives up to his reputation. I'm different. A python swallowing an elephant? No. The powerful dragon is going to suppress the local snake." Chu Yuni also turned the door handle, and then used the complete version of the empty door to enter the special space empty door. In the empty door, Chu Yuni stood on the rippling sea surface of Kongmin, looking at the boundless door, and said to the sky, "I want to go to the world of the 7-day demon king Mashuan." The words fell. A door appeared from a distance and slowly floated towards Chu Yuni. It was a door made of thick clouds, but dirty blood kept seeping in from both inside and outside the clouds. It looked like the gate of heaven and turned into the gate of hell. "Look at this door." Chu Yun was just about to turn the door handle. Suddenly, as a mere white ability in an orderly manner, he quietly launched another move. Chapter 50, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. In the midst of endless blind self-confidence, only orderliness came into play. Such an inconspicuous ability. But it made Chu Yuni stop opening the door. He paused. Something is wrong. This is not the usual Chu Yuni. No, something seems wrong. I seem to have a kind of inexplicable confidence. Chu Yun shook his head, put down the doorknob he was about to turn, collapsed on the ground, and fell asleep. Round table dream. Chu Yuni's consciousness came here. Original. Because being organized allows him to think rationally at all times, he wants to make the best use of everything before the battle, so he has to use up all his control. But after coming here, instead, I felt something was wrong. 1, 2, 7, 20. Chu Yun counted around and was surprised to find that there were 20 capable billiard balls here. Identify it more carefully. Just found out. There was a table tennis ball that was lighter than white and almost transparent, mixed in with the others. Chu Yuni took it out and took a look. Arrogance virus. Quality, colorless. Introduction. You are a genius, a proud existence. You will be extremely confident. When you are extremely confident, you can even distort the facts. Note, at the same time, you are also controlled by the 7-day demon king Mashuan, who released the virus. Look at the string of codes representing the sequence. No, it is displayed, disordered, and chaotic. But since it has entered the sequence, it means it has taken effect. The gluttony virus that spread in the summer before has not yet taken effect, and the display is? But this ability is actually effective. What? Has Mashuan already attacked me? Chu Yun realized belatedly what had happened to him. No wonder. That kind of self-confidence that makes him look down on the world and feel invincible cannot be the ordinary him. Since when? Thinking about it, Chu Yun remembered that with his photographic memory, it would only take him a moment to review the situation. It's in. When I pronounced the word Emo-sun, just because I mentioned his name, I was infected with the arrogance virus? He is truly a true god. As Chu Yun thought about it, he crushed the arrogance virus in an instant. It was shattered into several translucent balls, a pile of powder, and a dirty ball. Chu Yuni crushed the dirty ball again, turning it into powder. Now, Chu Yuni got arrogant and self-assured. Touching Yuzhan. Just like the gluttony virus is crushed, the gluttony properties and therapeutic properties of that thing are decomposed. One is auxiliary and the other is the main body. Arrogance makes the owner extremely confident. However, getting involved in the truth allows the owner to distort the facts with strong beliefs. Arrogance is like gluttony. There is no need to keep it. Sometimes confidence is a good thing. Sometimes confidence is called blindness. As Chu Yun thought about it, he crushed it into powder. He retained the ability to control Yuzhan, intending to integrate other suitable abilities into it later. Now that he doesn't have the right abilities, he thought about fusing Ranji Yuzhan with the words of all spirits, environmental adaptation, holy fighting body, and the blood and flesh of the barbarians. Who knows, it might be possible to develop abilities like spiritual words, believe and adapt, immortality, turning others into food just by looking at them, etc. But it would be better if it could be integrated with abilities related to belief. And next, as Chu Yun looked at the round table, he knew that with his current control, he could only pocket 2 purple table tennis balls at best. It may not be enough, but you should try anyway. No choice. Chu Yuni first aimed at the elemental overlord. He saw that this ability was quite practical. One shot destroyed a lot of control. Straight into the bag. Chu Yuni picked it up and checked the information. Elemental domination. Quality. Purple. Introduction. You will be able to control and create the 5 basic elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth with your mind. And you can strengthen this ability according to the degree of use. Note, various elements can be combined with each other, such as fire, earth, rock, fire, water, wind, rock, wind, gravel. Chu Yuni was very satisfied with this ability. It gives you a sense of déjà vu of 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. As long as you are skilled enough, Chu Yuni can even evolve all the elements with this ability alone. The number of such combinations will be endless. There is still some control left. Chu Yuni knew very well that he might not be able to pocket another purple-powered billiard ball. But you still have to try it after all. The next target is Absolute Edge. Chu Yuni likes it very much. Bang! The operating force turned into a swing, which made the billiard ball move forward several steps and then just stopped. Chu Yun used the rod again and again, continuing to push slowly. This is not standard billiards. There is no reason to finish one shot and let others play. He can slowly push the ball into the pocket multiple times. In that case, the purple billiard ball can be pocketed with minimal manipulation. But the idea was good, but the result was not satisfactory. This table tennis ball, which represented an absolutely sharp edge, reached the edge of the pocket but stopped. It seemed that just a little more wind would be able to blow it into the bag. Wipe. Chu Yun cursed inwardly. It would be fine if he was farther away from the entrance to the bag, but now he was about to enter, but it felt like he was guarding the entrance. It really makes him feel itchy. There's nothing I can do. I'm already burned out. Chu Yun looked at his exhausted control and had to focus his attention elsewhere. And just at this moment, buzz. It was as if ripples appeared in heaven and earth, and a small, weak, controlling force appeared. This is? Chu Yuni was somewhat delighted. He even suspected that Round Table had heard what he said. But he soon reacted. In the past, he killed patients with knives and guns, and the Round Table accumulated control. But he used his power to kill the sick, and the numbers still increased. That is to say, the transformation of the rat by the psychic apostle is also considered an extension of its ability. So the rat's control power also increases when it kills patients? Thinking of this, Chu Yuni couldn't help but feel happy. Okay. Chu Yun smiled and used his control to directly put the absolute sharp blade into his pocket. The next moment, Chu Yuni dragged it to his side, and the message appeared. Chapter 51. The First Heaven. Lust Heaven. Absolute Blade. Quality. Purple. Introduction. As long as you attack the target you want to attack, it will definitely cause damage. Just such a simple message. But after Chu Yun looked at all his abilities, he knew one thing. The introduction of a supernatural ability does not necessarily have to be short. But to be brief, its capabilities must be incredible. Although this skill only has a few words, it introduces a clear rule-based ability and obviously does not have too many restrictions. It can even be shortened to one sentence. As long as you attack, you will definitely hurt. Although it may not sound like a big deal, players who have played games with weird numbers will definitely understand this principle. This is absolute damage that ignores any defense and any skill effect. This skill, it's fine to use it against small monsters. After all, it's impossible to cause them without breaking their defenses. But what if? Is Chu Yuni facing a real god? Just imagine this. An attack that would have been impossible to break through defense is just a purple ability. Cause damage to an invulnerable body? What a shock. As long as you attack, even God can be hurt. This skill is truly amazing. Chu Yun praised it, and then merged all the powder of the round table dream with the absolute sharp blade. The next moment, 3 balls of colorless primordial powder merged with the absolute sharp blade. Strengthen. It only took less than a blink of an eye. Fusion complete. This is obviously several times larger, and the information has changed a lot. Absolutely 1,000 creations. Quality, purple. Introduction. As long as you attack the enemy you want to attack, it will definitely cause a certain amount of absolute damage. Note. There is absolutely no way to repair or treat this injury. Note. If you regard the enemy as a friend, the negative status caused by this ability can be actively cancelled. See additional notes and considerations. Chu Yun took a careful look, but after seeing the effect of this ability, he couldn't help but smile. That is to say, as long as he possesses this ability, even a god will be killed by him. I want to come. Even if he was a god, he would be covered in wounds if attacked by Chu Yuni with absolute 1,000 injuries. Then his whole body was covered with incurable injuries. Even if he is a god, he will fall. After clearing the 21 abilities, Chu Yuni exited the round table dream. In the empty door, without the interference of the arrogance virus in his body, Chu Yuni had the opportunity to think completely rationally. Are you going to fuck Mo's Hun? It's actually worth it. Who knows, after we kill it, we might be able to clear all the remaining table balls. There are risks, but I have the space to use with the empty door, so I can escape, right? Thinking about it, Chu Yuni decided to go and take a look. It's also for Blue Star's sake. If Mo Sun releases the virus again, he is afraid that everyone in the world will become a patient of the 7 deadly sins. By then, it will be really over. After all, even if Mo's Hun is killed, those patients will not be able to recover into normal humans. The virus will still exist. Go take a look first. Come back if you can't defeat them. As Chu Yun thought about it, he came to the door of the blood cloud gate and slowly turned the doorknob. The world of 7 heavens. The first heaven, lust. Suddenly, Chu Yun arrived at a slightly darker space. On both sides were exquisite multi-story houses with a simple yet warm design. An indescribable fragrance, or some other smell, rushed into my nose. Once I smelled the smell of low-quality rubber, and it was a bit intoxicating. The feeling is hard to describe, and it didn't smell good, but I couldn't help wanting to smell it a few more times. Something like gasoline or musk. After coming here, Chu Yun glanced around. These buildings are like those in Western fantasy works, each with its own characteristics, giving a feeling of adventure in another world. Only, after smelling the scent in the air, Chu Yuni unconsciously felt that something seemed to be expanding. That's right. It's the ambition to kill Mo-sun. Chu Yun looked at the surrounding buildings and saw words and patterns hanging on them for no apparent reason. A beautiful young man was chatting and laughing with an older man and a little boy. How is it? You've had a hard day's adventure. Have you decided which customs museum to visit? The handsome young man said, patting the little boy's shoulder. I want Longyang's store. It's awesome, the uncle smiled. For me, let's go to the succubus dungeon, the little boy said timidly. Chu Yuni, who was using the word of all spirits, heard what they said. Only then did I remember where this place was. Some basic information about the 7 levels of heaven was obtained from Zishu, the greedy patient leader, because of the previous control of Zishu. Chu Yuni naturally knew about this place. This is the first of the 7 heavens, the heaven of lust. The whole world is round and square, but the borders are connected to each other. People here worship lust and have no resistance to mating. In this world, mating is like a handshake. You can shake hands when you meet someone, when you greet someone, and even when making decisions in meetings. But it is worth mentioning, there is still pure love in this world. Pure love is also a kind of love. Although it is not popular, it is not niche either. And there are all kinds of fantasy creatures here. No matter how strange, there is a corresponding species here. Even if there are rubber beasts, pregnant dragons, giant control, and puppet fetishes, there are corresponding monsters here. But the most important thing is, as long as you mate here even once, you will never be able to escape from this world. In some books, lust is the worst sin, pride is the lightest. In the 7th level of demonic Tende, it seems to be just the opposite. Chu Yun looked around and scanned the area. He found out. An angel with white wings was waving at him, as if inviting him to sit down. But don't get me wrong, not the kind of angel with a holy body, skin as white as snow and big wings. Instead, it was a strange monster with a big blood-red eye in the center and 3 pairs of wings behind it. But it is indeed a real angel. It's even of a very high level. Ah, Chu Yun shuddered. He is perverted, though. But he really couldn't appreciate this kind of archangel, so he left it to the guys who played Saya no Yuta and liked 12 magical instruments. How do I get to the second heaven? Why did Kongmin bring me here? Is there only a door in the first heaven? Chu Yun frowned and suddenly realized that this was a problem. Chapter 52. Succubus with Two Weapons. He thought about it and then stopped a passerby. The passerby was a shark girl with a voluptuous human body, but with a tail that was bigger than her body. Is there something wrong? Shark girl replied shyly. The shark lady even deliberately put her tail behind her and tore open the corner of her clothes, revealing most of her chest. There is also some new light pink skin on the chest. See here. Chu Yun's little-known knowledge as a full-time writer popped up in his mind unconsciously. Fact: when mating, male sharks will bite the pectoral fins of female sharks. The more they bite, the more they like them. When Chu Yun saw Shark Girl exposing her breasts, he understood. She was saying that she already had a spouse, and they were very much in love. It was pure love. In other words, she is a wife. No, it's even better if you tell me this. Chu Yun glared. Chu Yun quickly shifted his gaze and recited the Qingxin Ju silently 20 times in his mind before he came to his senses. Ma'am, you don't want to. No. Sister, how do we get to the second heaven? Chu Yun asked directly. He was afraid that he would be distracted. Hear this question. Shark Girl seemed to hear someone asking her what one equals, as if she was looking at a fool. But she still answered patiently. As long as you don't love or have sex, and exercise self-discipline for more than 24 hours, you can go to the second heaven. Gluttony, huh? Isn't this common sense? Shark Lady said, tilting her head. Listening to these dirty words, Chu Yun stared and thought, damn, you guys do this every day? Can my brother stand it? Oh no. What kind of common sense is this? Shaking his head violently, Chu Yun understood. So simple? No, it doesn't seem that simple. This is the main theme of the entire world. The act of disobeying this is itself a confrontation with the world. But I want to. As long as I can get through 24 hours, it should be fine, right? Chu Yun thought carefully and decided to find a quiet place. Then build a high wall and wait quietly for the 24 hours to end. Thinking about, Chu Yun used the elemental master, the fire element in his left hand and the water element in his right hand, using both hands together. Generate an airflow directly under your feet. Whoosh! Chu Yun was like a flying monkey, rushing directly into the sky. It was my first time using the elemental master, and I directly used the combined elements to create wind, which was quite smooth. There was no soaring into the sky or plunging into the mud. It was difficult to control at first, but as I flew more and more, I became more and more skilled at it, just like flying a skateboard or a bicycle. Some people cannot learn it, and even practicing it is difficult for them. But some people just learn it right away and become proficient in it right away. The figures under my feet became smaller and smaller, and the earth became a miniature. Chu Yun floated across the gray clouds in the sky and came directly into the sky. He found out. There is no existence like the moon or the sun in the entire world, but the outer periphery of the world itself has a certain light. What a strange world. The first heaven, perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it a small world. Chu Yun flew over the residential area. Seeing the continuous mountains and rivers, he flew in that direction, thinking that it would be less populated. He flew, gradually controlling the airflow to reduce. Buzz. Chu Yun slowly descended, and a small amount of airflow blew the surrounding soil into the air. Fortunately, he had a layer of nanoskin on his body. Even though a lot of dirt was splashed on him, he became clean as new the next moment. After choosing a good place surrounded by mountains and water, Chu Yun started to build a temporary residence. When he was in college, he didn't listen to any classes, but he watched episode after episode of the Wilderness Survival series. Not to mention he has elemental dominance. Even if he didn't have it, Chu Yun could still build a house with his bare hands. After all, he had the infrastructure genes of the dragon country flowing in his body. The earth element takes control and the foundation takes shape instantly. The wood element takes control and the pillars and beams stand straight up. Fire, earth, and layers of rock appeared out of thin air, completing the last piece of the puzzle of the entire house. It's just a temporary residence, and the house is only about 60 square meters. Not very big, but it's enough to settle down. Although Chu Yun could live in the portable space, he was afraid that he would not be able to enter the second heaven. Emoson. Not to mention killing you. Is it so difficult to even see you once? Chu Yun muttered, taking out a red apple from his personal space and biting it. This is only the first heaven. Chu Yuni had no idea what he would experience in the next 5 floors. But since we are here, let's just take a look. As Chu Yun thought about it, he lit a bonfire in front of the house and ate while looking at the scenery in the distance. From time to time, I also practice elemental domination. After all, this ability can be enhanced through continuous use. In other words, Chu Yuni is brushing up his proficiency. 2.5 hours later, a tiny succubus floated over from the distance. It was so delicate that even the exquisitely carved statues could not compare to it. And the little succubus was dressed very revealingly, in a black and purple outfit that looked like a band-aid. But after looking carefully, puff, after looking around, Chu Yun spat out the drink he was drinking. Chu Yuni's eyes were irritated by the burning sensation, because that little succubus has both concave and convex parts, 2 sets of weapons. Why are you so surprised? Isn't it normal for a succubus to have 2 sets of organs? By the way, can you give me a glass of your drink? In exchange, I can. This paragraph has been blocked, and the picture of the little succubus has also been blocked. Please imagine it yourself. How about it? Chu Yuni was shocked when he heard these words that would not pass the review. Can you still play like this? Suddenly, Chu Yun slapped himself hard and was almost dragged into the ditch by the succubus in front of him. He gathered the 3 elements of water, fire, and earth in his right hand and swung it violently. Boom! Crack! A bolt of lightning as thick as a bowl appeared, scaring the succubus so much that she staggered. Chu Yun said coldly, "Get lost." I heard being scolded. The succubus immediately put on a sour face and muttered softly, "If you don't want to give it to me, then don't give it to me. And you're scolding me?" Looking at the thunder just now, Chu Yuni was also a little surprised. He thought it would be glass or something, but it turned out to be thunder. Are these 3 elements related? Thinking about, Chu Yun repeatedly gathered the 3 elements of water, fire, and earth, and with a fierce wave, countless dust filled the sky, covering half of the forest. Call. Chu Yun held water in his left hand and fire in his right hand, summoning a strong wind to clear the dust in the sky. It's obviously the same thing, but it produces different elements. Because proportional? Chu Yuni was thinking that the upper limit of this elemental domination was very high, and it was very different from other skills. Chapter 53. The Second Heaven, Gluttony Heaven. The lower limit of each of Chu Yuni's abilities is not low, and the upper limit is also very high. For example, blood manipulation. If you gain the ability of infinite blood and blood poisoning in the future, it will be a killer move. He was very organized, and it saved him from danger several times, making him indirectly immune to all forms of mind control. Food is the most important thing. Even though it is just eating, everything you eat will disappear completely. This is really against the will of heaven. There are simply too many things to do, such as adapting to the environment, fighting the holy body, welcoming and seeing off, and being a spiritual apostle. The upper limit is terribly high. Even just taking food as the life and fighting holy body are ways to become a god. In the end, these abilities will be as powerful as gods, with an upper limit that is frighteningly high. But the upper limit of the elemental overlord is also very high, but it is different. The other upper limits are unpredictable, but the mastery of elements can be practiced little by little, which is quite similar to the difference between magic and science. One is that you don't know the principle and can only rely on luck. One is to concentrate on research and recording, and then become stronger through accumulation. So, Chu Yuni focused on the master of elements and studied it for several hours before he understood it thoroughly. Turn out to be, it's really a question of proportion. The 3 elements of water, fire, and earth are used together. If there is more water, it will be thunder, and if there is more earth, it will be sand. Perhaps after careful study, it's not certain that this ability can create all elements. Chu Yun thought about it and nodded unconsciously. Then try a few other abilities? Still, Chu Yun touched his head and felt a little sleepy and dizzy. He hasn't had a rest in too long. Even though his body is no longer human, it still needs rest and is not a perpetual motion machine. Even if the body is strong, the mind can still be tired. Forget it, just lie down for a while. As soon as Chu Yun returned to the room, he took out bedding from his personal space, quilts, pillows, and the like. Lie in bed. Chu Yuni thought unconsciously. Isn't it just self-discipline for 24 hours? I thought it was that difficult. Shadow, he called out, and the shadow instantly appeared beside him. If there is any danger, wake me up immediately. Chu Yuni gave an order, and then fell into a deep sleep. About 7 hours later, Chu Yun felt his body being shaken, and he woke up instantly even though he was already in a deep sleep. Is there a situation? Chu Yun stood up. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. At this time, Chu Yun did not relax. He immediately used his eyes to observe all directions and immediately gained a God's perspective. From God's perspective, he could clearly see that there was a bunny girl with white fur outside the house, looking very pitiful. It was still drizzling outside, soaking the fur all over her body. Can you let me in to hide from the rain? Please. A delicate voice came. Go open the door. Chu Yun said as he looked at the shadow. The shadow went to open the door and stood beside it. He was a dark shadow to begin with, and even harder to see in this gray and lustful sky. Standing next to the door, it was as if he was invisible and could not be seen even if you looked carefully. As soon as the bunny girl entered the room, she opened her mouth to express her gratitude. Thank you. As soon as she opened her mouth, her pink hair lips rose slightly, then closed tightly, as if she was a little embarrassed. Seeing this scene, Chu Yuni said directly, if you have something to say it quickly. After hearing this, the bunny girl finally spoke. I was bitten by a kite. So? I'm going to die in 5 hours. Can you please? The rabbit girl covered her face, seeming very ashamed. She might have wanted to go for the pure love route, but she was bitten by a kite. No way. In the heaven of lust, there are many such strange creatures. Things like slimes that only dissolve clothes and 8-foot-old men who specifically target children are very common. If a four-way fan was here, he might have lost control. But how did Chu Yuni do it? See you. Chu Yun stretched out his hand and the door handle was turned. He said, first level, male customs hall. After saying that, he turned the door handle and then stuffed the bunny girl in. Closed the door. Chu Yuni accidentally took a glimpse of it and found it a bit irritating. But if you like men, you will probably like it there. After driving away a four-way that came to the door, Chu Yuni lay on the bed and thought, the fertility situation in this world can't be that bad. Or maybe, is there some special world rule that only pure love can give birth to children? Forget it. I'll be leaving here soon anyway. Chu Yun thought about it, then stood up and continued to practice elemental domination. He increased his proficiency a lot and completely mastered the 3 new elements of wind, sand, and thunder. Soon, hours passed, and during this period Chu Yuni was in very good condition. At the moment the countdown ends, Chu Yun saw it immediately. A staircase appeared under my feet, semi-transparent and shoulder-width. A staircase slowly appeared. Chu Yun walked on it, slowly moving upwards, until a certain moment, the surrounding scene changed. Everything has changed. The second heaven, the heaven of gluttony. There were no longer steps under my feet, but something sticky. Chu Yun lifted his foot and saw thick maple syrup stuck to the sole of his shoe and looked around. He was on an island. The entire island is made up of delicious food. Under Chu Yuni's feet was a huge crepe wrapped in maple syrup, and around, there are chocolate rocks, grass cakes, and even candied coconuts on the trees. Of course, there are also delicious foods that Chu Yuni has never seen before. Seeing this, Chu Yun searched his memory, and there didn't seem to be any rule that you can't eat, otherwise you can't go to the upper heaven. But Chu Yuni still didn't dare to try it easily. He decided to find someone and ask how to enter greedy heaven. The next moment, the wind element appeared and carried Chu Yuni flying at high speed. Chu Yun flew in the sky and finally found a piece of continent outside the vast food island. But this continent also looks very delicious. When you step on it, it feels crispy. Is this potato chip kibi? No. Is this really reasonable? Forget it. The blue planet is already at the end of the world. My abilities are almost greater than the legal genders in the United States, so I don't care whether it's reasonable or not. Stepping on the potato chip continent, Chu Yuni quickly found some man-made objects. A castle made up of countless cake bases. Walk into it. No one stopped me. Or, in other words, there aren't many living people in the entire gluttony heaven. Chapter 54: The difference between good people and bad people. But, little gummy bears that move. They look very cute walking on the road, and they come in all kinds of colors. This is fucking. Forget it. No matter if it's reasonable or not. No matter if it's reasonable or not. Chu Yuni recited this rule silently, trying to force it into his brain. After doing all this, he reached out and looked and stopped a gummy bear. This gummy bear is the size of a large dog, less than half the height of a person, but it looks very big. And this gummy bear? is milky white with brown and black in color, probably cola-flavored gummy bear. Let me ask, is there any way to get to the upper heaven? He asked as soon as he was stopped. It was really hard to hold back when he was just talking to a gummy bear. Chu Yuni managed his expression very well and almost laughed out loud. The gummy bear didn't say anything either. But Chu Yuni, who was always using the word of all spirits, seemed to hear a voice. Then you should ask Princess Rainbow. She knows everything. Nodding, Chu Yuni thought to himself, what the hell is the Rainbow Princess abstract thing? Although his heart was already racing, Chu Yuni continued to ask, where is the Rainbow Princess? Chu Yuni's expression was a little indescribable. He felt like he was in a children's cartoon aimed at children. This world was simply bizarre. Compared with Night Star and Gluttony Sky, it seems that Night Star is not that difficult to accept. But when I think of the Night Star, Chu Yuni frowned suddenly. If the group of sweet tooth lovers from Night Star come here, will it be eat the whole gluttony day? Grab some gummy bears? Shaking his head, Chu Yuni cleared the image from his mind. The cola-flavored gummy bear continued. Look where I'm pointing. In the biggest castle, Princess Rainbow sometimes hangs out in the park in front. As it spoke, the cola-flavored gummy bear raised an entire candy arm and pointed into the distance. Look in that direction. Chu Yuni really saw everything it said. Silent, Chu Yuni walked over and found himself in a park. There is a chocolate fountain in the center. Next to the wax bottle candy trash can is a hard-shell candy bench. When Chu Yun looked, he really found the so-called Rainbow Princess. It was a humanoid creature. The whole body is made up of long pink sour candies. You can see the outline of a female figure. You can also see a lot of rainbow-colored candies on her body. Chu Yuni was speechless. He walked to Princess Rainbow with a tense face and started asking questions. Hello, Comer from afar. You must be from... Before Princess Rainbow could finish, Chu Yuni interrupted and said, please just get to the point. I want to know how to get to the upper heaven. In this world, interrupting others is undoubtedly rude. But Princess Rainbow didn't seem to mind. She continued, in the center of the Gourmet Islands, there is a cola vortex. If you dive into it, you will reach greedy heaven. But remember, Princess Rainbow stretched out her voice. Greedy heaven has everything that people desire. Once you take even a small gold coin away, you will never be able to leave there again. Just when Chu Yuni was about to leave, Princess Rainbow hadn't finished speaking. A lazy day has the most pleasant environment. An angry day has an infuriating fog of confusion, and an envious day is the peak corridor. And the way to arrive separately is... Hearing these words, Chu Yuni paused. No? You really know everything. Chu Yun turned around and listened to these words carefully. Suddenly, a fat monster suddenly jumped out from the wax bottle and candy trash can next to it. Swish! He moved quickly, as if he had planned it for a long time. Bit the Rainbow Princess on the head. He tore off half of its body, and then swallowed the whole thing. Belch. The monster burped sourly, right in front of Chu Yuni. Wardfa. Boom. Chu Yun raised his hand and blasted it with a bolt of lightning, causing the monster to explode violently, with flesh and blood scattering all over the ground. Looking at the rainbow candy lying on the bench, Chu Yuni looked as if he had drunk 2 tails of soy milk. What the hell is going on? What kind of law is this? He was killed in the middle of saying something? If you lose on the left side of the wave, you will not be hurt if there is smoke. You will explode if you say, I can't do anything. You will be hit by a car if you run with tears, and you must die if you say half of your last words, right? Chu Yun gritted his teeth and felt really fucked up. He was about to learn all the information about the 7th heaven, but the source of information in front of him was dead? Where can I go to seek justice? But things were not as Chu Yun thought. He saw Rainbow Princess' body slowly growing and then recovering. Then her gentle voice appeared. Mr. Bond, you have played too many pranks. I won't be scared by you. Princess Rainbow turned around and looked at the body of the monster named Bond and was stunned. You killed Bond? He was just joking. He knew that we, the residents of Gluttony, would not die. You and Mr. Bond, outsiders, should know this. And you actually killed him. The sour lines on Princess Rainbow's face stretched out, as if she was staring wide-eyed. I'm not going to tell you anything again. Anything? Hearing Princess Rainbow scream, all the gummy bears gathered around, and each of them looked serious. Don't ask me how to tell. The only way to tell is to look at the eye contour. After hearing this, Chu Yun was stunned. What happened in just a few seconds? Never mind. Since talking nicely doesn't work, don't blame me for using my usual methods. After a while, Hundreds of gummy bears were held over the fire. Their bodies were constantly melting, and the melted sugar water was mixed together. A dozen or so gummy heads fell from the beheading table. At this time, the Rainbow Princess was tied up tightly with red skipping rope candy and witnessed all this. Don't. I will tell you the truth, everything. Sugar dripped from the corners of Princess Rainbow's eyes, unable to bear to see the tragedy before her. Chu Yun was very satisfied when he saw this scene. He listened quietly to Princess Rainbow's final explanation and left with satisfaction. In order to get the truth, he asked her several more times. Chu Yuni knew it clearly. He is not a good person. He can even be said to be a bad person. The difference between the two is, one lives for others, the other lives for oneself. After asking all this, Chu Yuni controlled the strong wind and went directly to the center of Gluttony Sky and entered the Coke Vortex. When I opened my eyes again, he had arrived at a pure white space, and in front of him was a 7-step staircase. I want to come. This is the greedy heaven. Chapter 55. 7 days and the final encounter with Demon Sun. Chapter 55. After 7 days, I finally saw the third level of the demonic heaven, the heaven of greed. Chu Yuni walked up the stairs as Princess Rainbow said, without stopping. First step. Countless foods appeared around, far more than on Gluttony Day. Chu Yuni ignored him and continued walking. Step 2. The entire space turned into a series of villas, as if Chu Yun could take control of them as soon as he stopped. Chu Yuni pretended not to see it and continued walking. Step 3. The surrounding scene changed again, and all kinds of beauties appeared, far more numerous and more alluring than the monster girls in lustful heaven. Chu Yun took one step at a time. Step 5. A throne appeared out of thin air on the left-hand side, and countless subjects were standing at the foot of the steps. At this time, power was within reach. On the right-hand side is a treasure mountain piled up with countless gold coins and countless rare treasures. Chu Yuni kicked the throne aside and continued walking. Step 6. Suddenly, a monster with festering bodies and a body as huge as a mountain appeared, and its shadow covered the entire space. It leaned forward and opened its mouth wide. One step further. It will go into its mouth. Chu Yun glanced at him without paying any more attention and continued taking another step. Swish. Chu Yuni disappeared in the greedy sky. The fourth heaven, the heaven of laziness. A scent of green grass appeared. Chu Yun glanced around and saw a quiet lake not far away and a beautiful manor behind him. The crops in the field grow on their own. A dozen lazy people were lying on bamboo chairs, swaying back and forth with expressions of great enjoyment on their faces. Seeing Chu Yuni, a man came to Chu Yuni and said, "My name is Jiang. No, I can't remember who I am. The journey must have been hard. I was once like you, but also different. The Lord God calls us reincarnators. Every time I reincarnate, I fight to the death. During this mission, I could have returned to the main God space, but I gave up because every mission is a life or death struggle. People like me who have completed 9 reincarnations are considered veterans. It's different here. This place is even connected to the greedy heaven below. You can get everything you want here. We get up early every day, drink a glass of wine or a cup of fragrant coffee, walk the dog, read the evening paper, and every day is like living in a dream. It's so beautiful here. There's no danger and no need to work. It's so beautiful here. Why don't you stay here with us?" The more the man spoke, the more intoxicated he became. But Chu Yun could tell that this man's eyes were not very clear, as if he had just woken up. "Go away." As soon as Chu Yun pushed the former reincarnationist away, the Lord of Elements was used. Metal and wood elements appear. A newly made hoe appeared in Chu Yuni's hand. Bang, 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 bang. In just a few minutes, Chu Yun turned over all the 2 acres of vegetable fields in the manor. Finally, behind a watermelon seedling in the corner, you can see the entrance to a cellar. Chu Yuni jumped in without hesitation. The entire space changed again. Fifth heaven, rage. The entire space was gray, several times darker than the lustful heaven. Suddenly, a light red mist rolled in and wrapped Chu Yun in it. An illusion appears. Chu Yuni is a busy office worker. He finally managed to get off work early at 8 o'clock tonight. He saw it as soon as he went downstairs. I parked it on the side of the road and bought a new car with a loan in 20 installments. It was scratched by a naughty kid with a key. The whole new car is full of scratches. Chu Yun had a blank expression on his face. He slowly walked to the naughty kid and kicked him directly out of the atmosphere. The illusion changes again. Chu Yuni is an amateur athlete. He was running on the track when suddenly a naughty kid ran into the track and was about to collide with him. But Chu Yun sped up in an instant. The naughty kid was directly knocked into a bloody mist. The illusion changes again. Chu Yun suddenly waved his hand, and a strong wind appeared. The entire illusion began to shake, and the figure of the naughty child appeared and said, "Why? Why aren't you angry at all?" "Excuse me. I can't feel anger towards the weak. What I feel is just pity." Chu Yun waved his hand, and a strong wind blew away the red mist. Joke. Chu Yuni is very organized. Although this is just a white ability, it actually makes him immune to all mental control. It's just concept level. After the fog dissipated, Chu Yuni saw a long corridor. He walked in from the end of the corridor. Sixth heaven, heaven of jealousy. The scenes are wrapped in the glass booth, and the images are repeated over and over again. Chu Yun walked in. On the left, a young man is riding a white horse, followed by a large group of people. In their hands is a bright red certificate of qualification for the establishment of a military organization. The young man smiled very innocently, and the people around him all greeted him with smiles. Chu Yun took a look and then turned his head away. Other people's success has nothing to do with you. If you pay too much attention to it, it will affect your own temperament and attitude. On the right-hand side, a scene of a man with a pig-like body and a group of wives and concubines around him came into view. Even though he is extremely ugly, has no special qualities, and has very little financial resources, he is still followed by countless people of the opposite sex. See this scene. Chu Yun frowned, the word "why" already stuck in his throat. But shaking his head, Chu Yuni continued walking. Another scene came into view. There was a half-naked man on the stage and a group of spectators below. Whenever the half-naked man started to curse, the spectators below would throw a few ingots of silver at him. Chu Yun took a look and no longer paid attention to any scene in the corridor. But as soon as you walk, you pass by. The scenes in these corridors kept appearing as if they were pouring into my brain. Chu Yuni continued walking without caring about anything. Walking and walking. A bright scene appeared, and the corridor behind me became a thing of the past and disappeared. The residence of the seven-day demon king Ma Xuan. The seventh heaven, the heaven of arrogance. Chu Yuni looked around again. There was green grassland for thousands of meters around him. There was a tree on a hill in the middle, and a person was sitting around it. Apart from that, there is nothing. I think it is like the heaven of lust, with the sky round and the earth square, connected from beginning to end. What is that? Chu Yun took a look. He looked at the person sitting cross-legged at the edge of the tree. The man was half naked, revealing his well-defined muscles. There are two pairs of arms on his back, and his skin is as clear as stream water. The gold jewelry hanging on his body showed his nobility, but his eyes were as dark as night. He is the seven-day demon king Ma Xuan. But what surprised Chu Yun was, Emo Sun didn't seem to care that he came here, and even ignored him directly, just closing his eyes, as if he was meditating. Just like the name of this layer of heaven, Emo Sun looked at Chu Yun with great arrogance. In that case, then I won't hold back either. Chu Yuni didn't care about that. He had already found the source of the 7 deadly sins that had descended on Blue Star. Since the other party has nothing to say, let's just start fighting. Chu Yun summoned with his left hand, and the Lord of Elements appeared. Stretch out your right hand, and the space will open up. The black gold sword comes out. Recite silently in your heart. Absolute 1,000 creations, activate. Chapter 56, Sound of Heaven and Earth. Reign of Swords and Iron. Even though Pridefulsion had an uninvited guest, the god Ma Xuan didn't care at all. Before, he released the arrogance virus to Chu Yuni across the world, just to let Chu Yuni come to find him, so that the channel could be opened. What a pity. Chu Yuni did not follow his wishes and sacrifice billions of lives to open the passage, but instead used an unconventional method. He had planted tens of thousands of viruses across the world barrier, which had consumed a great deal of his energy, and he could not personally plant the virus on the same person again. But it doesn't matter. He doesn't care about Chu Yuni, a mortal. In his eyes, there is no difference between mortals and ants. He had more important things to do, and chose not to pay attention. In his eyes, mortals are extremely weak, and even if he ignores them, they will die naturally in 100 years. He is arrogant. He looked at Chu Yuni with unrestrained arrogance. Even though Chu Yuni slowly stood behind him from the border of arrogant sky a few miles away, he didn't care at all. Seeing this situation, Chu Yuni had nothing to say, so he just swung his knife down. Swish! Emo Sun had his back to Chu Yuni, and his arms were waving casually behind him. His movements were very graceful, as if Chu Yuni didn't exist. He was too arrogant and had never taken a mortal like Chu Yuni seriously. In his opinion, Chu Yuni could not hurt him at all. After 100 years, Chu Yuni will not be able to escape death. Since he is going to die anyway, what difference does it make whether he takes action or not? But the next moment, absolute 1,000 creations start. Even God will be hurt if attacked. The blood on Imo Sun's body slowly flowed out, showing a golden color, bright and dazzling. At this moment, Imo Sun suddenly opened his eyes. His black eyes suddenly opened wide, full of surprise and complete disbelief. What's this? Why is there a gap in the body and why is golden liquid oozing out? He didn't understand and couldn't figure it out. He had never seen such a situation before, and it would never happen to him, because the two gods, death and injury, are not in this world. Without these two gods, Imo Sun would naturally not have these two concepts. In this way, there would never be such a situation. Hurt, something he had never felt before. Yes, he is supposed to be unharmable. As a god and the banisher of the power of arrogance, Imo Sun cannot be injured, let alone die. Unless the two gods, death and injury, can forcibly give Imo Sun the concepts of injury, illness, and death at the cost of the possible destruction of their authority. And this, it was the first time he experienced the feeling of being hurt. That's right. It's the conceptual level ability of absolute 1,000 creations that gives Imo Sun the concept that he can be hurt. Imo Sun doesn't have divine blood, so he can't be hurt. This body was originally the shell in which the gods imprisoned his soul. There is no such thing as divine blood at all. But after being attacked by absolute 1,000 cracks, from now on, he, the god, will have the concept of hurt. From now on, he will also shed divine blood. Almost instantly, Imo Sun faced Chu Yuni and stared at him with his eyes. At this time, Imo Sun regarded Chu Yuni as the real enemy. It seemed that Imo Sun had another trick up his sleeve, which he displayed in an instant. But he discovered that, with all his countless methods, he could not heal the injury. It is also this moment. Imo Sun put away his arrogant attitude and looked at Chu Yuni squarely. Suddenly, a voice came from the entire arrogant sky. The four heavenly kings. Chu Yun glanced around and didn't see anyone talking, and it didn't come from Imo Sun's mouth. But according to normal logic, it should be Imo Sun who was reciting the name of his own moves. Is this your mind speaking? Imo Sun. When Chu Yun looked at Imo Sun, he found that his pupils were trembling slightly, and it seemed that he was... But when the words fell, the four arms behind Imo Sun fell off instantly, took root in the ground, and grew into a human shape in a matter of seconds. They were dressed differently, but they were all half-naked and wearing gold jewelry. As for the incarnation on the right, one can clearly see a terrible wound on his waist and abdomen, which is exactly the same as the one Chu Yuni had cut on Imo Sun's arm before. Chu Yuni could feel it clearly. These four incarnations only have 30% of the combat power of Imo Sun's original body, but they are enough to deal with Chu Yuni. If you get hit even once, with Chu Yuni's small mortal body, he might have died immediately. But he was not afraid. This is too soul-related, isn't it? This is what makes it exciting. Logically speaking, if you release an avatar or a younger brother, he will watch the show from the side and wait for the protagonist's physical strength to be exhausted before taking action. But Imo Sun is different. He, along with four incarnations, attacked Chu Yuni at the same time. Chu Yun took a look and immediately started to welcome and see off the people. Swish! The silent exchange of positions directly caused Chu Yuni and Imo Sun to swap positions. Seeing the injured incarnation, Chu Yun slashed at him with his knife, but he dodged quickly. It only tore a big hole in his chest. Chu Yun raised his left hand and activated the Elemental Master. A high-speed stone with the combined attributes of wind and rock appears. This is gravel. Boom, boom, boom. The gravel was hit out quickly, creating a shallow sonic boom. After being hit by the gravel, the incarnation staggered. The attack, which could not have caused any harm, left a wound. Under the wound, the golden blood flows, expressing the concept of injury. Chu Yun saw this. Directly exchange positions with the last gravel and deliver a fatal blow. Swish! The incarnated god's head fell to the ground, and his entire body did not fall either. It turned into meat paste and soaked under the land of prideful heaven. Around at this time, the other incarnations have already attacked, and Imo Sun has also reacted. Shadow! Chu Yun called out. Shadow clone. Activate. The shadow under him immediately turned into substance, and stopped the two incarnations of Imo Sun. Chu Yuni swung his sword again and attacked twice in a row. Swish! One of the avatars was chopped into pulp and disappeared into the ground. At this moment, the shadow beside him was dissipated. Chu Yuni summoned it out again and stopped the last two incarnations of Imo Sun. At this time, Imo Sun didn't just sit there and watch, he was just accumulating strength to use his ultimate move. Another voice from heaven and earth appeared. Treya Strimsa heaven. The next moment, the entire finite sky is filled with infinite weapons. Knives, guns, swords, and halberds. Axe, hatchet, hook, fork, whip, mace, hammer, and spear. Halberd, stick, lance, and club. There were also countless steel spears and iron rakes with sharp blades. These weapons were so dense that they covered the entire sky. The entire arrogant sky became dark in an instant. When Chu Yun looked over, he saw only a vast expanse of black, with the vague outlines of countless weapons. And each weapon is endowed with special powers. Anyone who touches it will be contaminated, and anyone who touches it will die. Before Chu Yuni could make any move, there were millions of weapons spread across the sky, all attacking him. Swish! Whoosh! Buzz! There were countless sounds of breaking through the air, which instantly made Chu Yun's scalp numb. But in this situation, Chu Yuni has a way to deal with it. A sudden storm. Chu Yun waved his hand, and an invisible wind wall appeared in front of him. Although this wind wall is not big, it can cover Chu Yuni tightly. Although each wind wall did not last long, Chu Yuni kept releasing them, forming a defensive posture. The ground was covered with swords and weapons. Except for Chu Yun, everything on his body was covered with sharp iron blades, showing their ferocious power. Anyone who touched them would have bad consequences. If you take a step forward, there will be nowhere to go. Chu Yun glanced to the side. Whether it was the shadow or the two incarnations, they were all destroyed without a trace by this wave of swords and iron rain. Okay. When you get ruthless, you won't even let go of your own incarnation, right? Chu Yun looked at Imo Sun and said this, but Imo Sun's eyes became fierce and there was no other expression. But it is not difficult to tell from his eyes. Just a mortal? Since you want to die, then I will grant you death. Chu Yuni is not a god, just a mortal who is born with the right to die. Imo Sun knew clearly. As long as a person is killed, he will die. Suddenly, another sound of heaven and earth appeared. Yama heaven. Fuck. Chu Yuni reacted immediately. Because he discovered. I can't see anymore. No, not only could he not see, he also could not hear any sound, smell anything, and even the feeling of holding the black gold sword was gone. This ability is the ability to close all senses. Fuck. I have lost all my 5 senses. Now I wouldn't even know if I was killed. This is still a market. Chu Yun stared and wanted to shout out. But these senses disappeared completely, and even if I shouted, I couldn't hear anyone. But it's time to breathe. Adapt to the environment, trigger conditions, and start. A moment. As soon as Chu Yun regained all his senses, he saw Imo Sun flying in the air several meters high, with his palm turning into a knife and flying towards him. It seems he wanted to pierce Chu Yun's heart with one palm. To kill him. Looking at the steel wreckage around him, Chu Yuni actually had nowhere to go. Fuck, never mind. There's a storm on the horizon. There's a storm on the horizon. There's a storm on the horizon. As Chu Yun spoke, countless wind walls appeared in front of him, blocking the way ahead. Imo Sun flew over at high speed, but it seemed to hit a certain place and then couldn't move, as if it was firmly held in the air. Gravel. Chu Yun raised his hand, and a high-speed flying stone appeared. Looking at the stone, Chu Yuni immediately exchanged positions with it. Then he thought about it, and became the master of elements. A stream of air lifted it up steadily. This was Chu Yuni's first attempt at distracted flying, but at least it was successful. Although I may not be able to concentrate on flying flexibly, Chu Yun leaned over and looked. But he found that in the entire arrogant heaven, it seemed that only the nameless precious tree was suitable for him to stay. And even though the entire world was covered with debris from war, there was nothing around that big tree. Go there, Chu Yuni muttered to himself, and then slowly flew over there. It seemed that he knew what Chu Yuni was thinking. Imo Sun accelerated suddenly. Kill towards Chu Yun. Chapter 57. The Black Ray That Cannot Be Touched. Still chasing? I don't have any syrup. Chu Yun took the opportunity to wave his hand, and a towering wind wall rose from the ground and appeared, blocking Imo Sun. The demon condensed in the air. Just like before, it seemed as if he was being held tightly, unable to move. But just 2 seconds later, he was freed from control. Although this trick is very effective, but releasing a flat ground storm in the air is completely different from releasing it on the ground. Period. The physical energy consumed is several times greater. After releasing this towering wind wall, Chu Yunyi's physical strength was also consumed a lot. Just when Chu Yunyi was about to fly to the tree and prepare to land, the sound of heaven and earth reappeared. Tusada heaven. A layer of yellow substance began to spread underground before my eyes and instantly formed a dome around the tree. This yellow dome has angular edges and looks like a smiling face at first glance. But the smile was weird, like a clown with bad makeup. Even so, Chu Yunyi was still planning to go in. After all, since Imo-sun was blocking him like this, there must be something hidden behind it. He has a photographic memory and can clearly remember every moment he sees. And when he stepped into the heaven of arrogance, Imo-sun just sat beside the tree and didn't move forward even a bit. Normally speaking, if I want to rest, I will definitely lean against a tree, which will make me feel more comfortable. Chu Yunyi had a guess. Could it be? Imo-sun can't get too close to this tree? After the guess, Chu Yunyi accelerated again, preparing to get closer before Imo-sun could stop him. The sound of heaven and earth rang out again. Transform into latte. Chu Yunyi could even clearly hear some anger in this voice. A moment, Chu Yunyi seemed to feel that an idea in his mind had disappeared and he could not remember it at all. Strange. What was I thinking about just now? Chu Yun frowned. This was different from the usual brain short circuit. He had completely lost the thought he was thinking about just now. Although it was just a small idea, Chu Yunyi felt it was very important. He thought about it, but couldn't remember. Suddenly, Imo-sun is here. Final. The sounds of heaven and earth began to rumble violently. He changes. Free God. As the sound of heaven and earth appeared, some parts of Imo-sun's body began to be filled with black light, and the black light is spreading little by little. Chu Yun turned around and looked, a little surprised. No, that's not the black light. The color is black. Where does the black light come from? That is, everything around Mo-sun disappeared, including the light. In sight, Imo-sun slowly raised his left hand and pointed his long nails at Chu Yunyi's chest. Then the black light beside him gathered at his fingertips and shot out in an instant. A silent attack occurred, and a thumb-sized black light burst out instantly, arriving in the time that Chu Yun had not even thought about. Swish! There was a feeling as if the heart was pierced, and a sharp pain came over me. Chu Yunyi used blood control at the first moment. Although this ability that can only control one's own blood sounds a bit rubbish, it minimized Chu Yunyi's injuries in the first place. Immediately following, Chu Yun suddenly stretched out his left hand and then retracted it, continuing to fly. A pound of braised beef fell directly from the portable space into Chu Yunyi's mouth and was swallowed whole. Food is the most important thing. Quick recovery. All are enabled. The injury healed instantly. Then the passive ability of the Holy Fighting Body is triggered. Chu Yun felt that his whole body was filled with strength, and he had reached a new limit. Oh, again? Chu Yun asked with a raised corner of his mouth. See this scene. Imo-sun was obviously stunned for a moment and did not rush over quickly, although Chu Yun didn't seem to care much on the surface. But he carefully observed the black light emitted from Imo-sun's fingers. It was not a simple skill. It doesn't look very gorgeous, but its speed and damage are unparalleled. On speed, Chu Yun thought that might be already on par with the speed of light. A bullet can fly several hundred meters in 1 second. That's very fast, right? Chu Yunyi can dodge. He can even resist for a while. But light, it can travel nearly 300,000 kilometers in 1 second. Moreover, wherever it touches, it will disappear. How to hide? How to resist? Gamble with your life. If you get hit in the head, I don't know if quick recovery can save my life. Chu Yun thought about it. He stood up and flew towards Imo-sun at high speed, slashing him fiercely with a knife. Imo-sun calmly raised his right arm to block and pointed his left hand at Chu Yunyi again, and this time, it was the head. Not good. Chu Yun was shocked and changed the elements with his left hand. Gravel. A stone with extremely high speed popped out, and Chu Yun exchanged positions with it in an instant. A silent black light flashed across the sky, piercing through it instantly. But when I looked again, there was no one at the spot it hit. Dust. Chu Yun teleported to Imo-sun's side early in the morning and the elements in his hands changed again while shouting, "Wow!" A terrifying yellow sand spread out instantly, covering the entire pride sky, completely blocking the view. But only 3 seconds later, because he had adapted to the environment, Chu Yuni could see everything clearly. As expected, my first yellow level ability. Awesome! Chu Yun exclaimed. Chu Yuni could see it clearly, very clearly. The goals that can be seen clearly include the devil in the sky. Chu Yuni controlled the airflow, slowly lifted himself into the air, and launched several shots fiercely. Whoosh! 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 Countless gravels shot towards Imo Sun. Even though Imo Sun was very fast, he was unable to dodge one of them. Bang! The gravel fell gently, leaving a scratch on Imo Sun's back, and golden blood slowly seeped out. Okay, even if you are God. If I have this conceptual ability, how would you deal with it? Chu Yun frowned and continued to release a wave of dust to block his vision. Then, Chu Yuni moved in the air and circled to the side of Imo Sun. Black gold vibration knife. Polymer cutting mode. Start. Whoosh. Swish. When the knife was chopped down, Imo Sun actually dodged in advance and avoided the vital points. A quick cut. It directly cut open Imo Sun's back. Although the damage was not serious, it was only a wound of several dozen centimeters and not deep. But it also hurt him. From Imo Sun's back, trickles of golden blood slowly flowed out, filled with divinity. An invisible black light flashed past, and Chu Yun didn't feel any pain at all. When he lowered his head, he found that there was a very regular hole in his right hand. It would probably be difficult to swing the knife again. Chu Yun took out some meat from his personal space and swallowed it all. Then several granulations appeared on his wrist. The granulations continued to fill the holes, and the surface of the wound was also healing. Bones and skin are about to appear. But the next moment, the sound of heaven and earth reappeared. Treya Strimsa Heaven. Chapter 58. Cutting the flesh and severing the soul. Hearing this, Chu Yun smacked his lips and said, "Tisk, no work? You can't teach an old dog new tricks." As soon as the words fell, countless weapons on the ground began to vibrate and swept into the sky. Since I can't see clearly in the sandstorm, then attack indiscriminately. Swish, whoosh, buzz. Countless blades and weapons were flying in the air, never stopping for a moment. Mo Sun's attack this time worked. It can be said to be his most effective attack, even more useful than the black light. Among them, because Chu Yuni was in the air, it would take several times more physical strength for him to release the flat storm. And there was a gap under his body, and the weapons on the ground flew up instantly. For a moment, there was a breakthrough in Chu Yuni's wind wall defense. Buzz. A layer of light blue light appeared on Chu Yun's surface, which was nanoskin. But there was the attack of the first iron axe. The next moment, swords and weapons came rushing in frantically, and although they looked ordinary, Chu Yuni knew very well that these were not ordinary things. These weapons are all transformed from the power of Imo Sun. Swish. Swish. Although the nanoskin can withstand a few attacks, but a few milliseconds later, even the nanoskin covering the entire body was broken in an instant. There was no intact part of Chu Yuni's body. Most of his leg bones and cheeks were cut off, and he was covered in blood and seriously injured. Do I have to leave now? No. Chu Yun was unwilling to accept this. I'm already here. Can you at least let me chop you again? Chu Yun looked up at the side of Imo Sun not far away in the sky. Because of the countless swords flying, the vision was not focused. Even though environmental adaptation is conceptual in nature, the swords and weapons everywhere are not considered as the environment. Chu Yuni's vision is limited and is constantly being disturbed. But it's just a gap, which is enough. Welcome and see off. In an instant, Chu Yuni exchanged positions with the iron stick beside Imo Sun, then raised his hand and slashed with a knife. Swish. It seemed that he had not anticipated this scene, or perhaps all his energy was focused on controlling the rain of swords and weapons, and he did not take these into consideration. The knife hit the target firmly. He chopped directly at Imo Sun's neck. But what surprised Chu Yuni was that the black gold sword that he had swung as if it were nothing in the past was now extremely difficult to move forward even a little bit. This kind of resistance was the first time Chu Yun encountered it after using this knife. What? Chu Yun frowned. At this time, Imo Sun stretched out his finger and pointed at the black and gold sword against his neck. A black light appeared. The black light continued to spread as if it was devouring the black gold sword, corroding the entire blade in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, it will corrode your wrist. See this scene. Chu Yuni immediately gave up controlling the black gold vibrating blade, and the sense of attachment to it also disappeared. He glanced at it hastily. Chu Yun smiled with relief, because he saw that Imo Sun was injured, with huge wounds all over his neck. The injury was so severe that the bones were visible, and a hint of white bone could be seen clearly. But the next scene. But Chu Yuni frowned again, because he saw that Imo Sun wanted to heal his injuries, but to no avail. After no harvest, Imo Sun actually stretched out his left hand and touched his own head. Black light filled the air. Imo Sun's entire head turned into nothingness until it spread to his neck and then stopped. Just a blink of an eye. Imo Sun's head appeared again, but the wound on his neck seemed as if it had never appeared. Chu Yun frowned and thought, yes, this absolute Xinchuang is not without loopholes. Since the injury cannot be healed, why not just discard the injured part and reshape it? Chu Yuni was very shocked. Although it sounds simple, the demon in front of him actually reshaped his entire head. This is no longer just the regeneration of severed limbs. This is simply like immortality. Is he worthy of being called God? But it seems the concept of absolute Xinchuang is above God. Chu Yuni's eyes were somewhat teasing. After he looked at Imo Sun, he found that things were not that bad, because there was already resentment in Imo Sun's eyes. If no real and effective harm is caused to him, then why be angry? Just want to be angry? Not happening. If you put yourself in their shoes, since the other party can't hurt you, you must be in a cat and mouse mentality, fighting for fun. What makes you angry? You will only get angry when you are really scratched by a mouse. Chu Yun thought about it. Absolute 1,000 injuries is conceptual, and the injuries it causes are absolute injuries. That is to say, what Chu Yuni attacked with his sword just now might be not just the body. It also includes some things that cannot be seen by the naked eye. Wow. A piece of flesh on Imo Sun's neck began to loosen, and with one breath it fell off completely and turned into meat paste. The meat paste slid down straight away. The rest of the exposed part was exactly the same as the wound Chu Yuni had caused before. This is definitely injured. Chu Yun stared and couldn't help but sigh. It seems, even though Imo Sun could restore his body instantly, something that supported his body still suffered some injuries. And that thing, Chu Yuni is willing to call it soul. That knife was packed with the power to absolutely inflict thousands of injuries. Cut the flesh with a knife. Heart cut soul. In other words, a piece of Imo Sun's soul was missing. Even if his body was restored, there would not be enough soul to support that part of his body. Horrible. It's so scary. Chu Yuni murmured, lamenting his own conceptual ability. He strengthened the absolute blade, and it was the right decision. If it wasn't absolute 1,000 wounds, but just absolute sharp blade, it might not be able to hurt his soul at the same time. But now, Chu Yuni's sword was gone, so it seemed unrealistic for him to press on with the victory and severely injure Imo Sun. The strongest attack ability he currently has is only the elemental mastery. But it's obvious. This ability is not enough to kill, or even hurt Imo Sun. Forget it. I'll let you live today. We'll talk about it some other time. Chu Yun stretched out his palm and raised his thumb, upside down. Look at Chu Yuni's attitude. Imo Sun's expression remained unchanged. His eyes were filled with resentment, and he raised his finger slightly. Above it, black light condensed. Wipe. A sudden storm. Welcome and send off. Portable space. Empty gate. A set of combos are used. The black light in Imo Sun's hand stayed in midair, and Chu Yun directly exchanged positions with the swordsman in the distance. The space entrance opens. Then he turned the door handle, entered the empty door, and left quickly. He walked very smoothly. It seems that there is not even the slightest pause. But all this is just Chu Yuni's trick. Since we have determined that he is an enemy, how can we not do our best to kill him? Arrogant in the sky and on the ground, Chu Yun stepped on the dome of the tree, but he didn't leave. Chapter 59. If you see a snake and don't kill it, you will be guilty of 3 points. If you kill it but don't kill it, you will be guilty of 7 points. I didn't defeat Ma Xuan in one wave. If we retreat now, Chu Yuni will definitely be very unhappy, extremely unhappy. In terms of levels, Chu Yuni is an elite monster of level 40, but Imo Sun is at least the ultimate monster of level 100. And then look at Chu Yuni himself. He can rely on a bunch of high-level abilities to make Imo Sun suffer a setback. This matter itself is already very extraordinary. Now, Chu Yuni already had a general idea of Imo Sun. This Imo Sun has a strong body and incredible abilities, but his abilities can be more or less perfectly restrained. And although there is a big gap in hard power between them, but there is still a chance of winning. It's not like there's no chance of winning. Only, Chu Yuni no longer has his sword, so even if he uses the Elemental Master, the damage he causes is not significant. It causes absolutely no effective damage. But, although the black gold shock knife is gone, the ground was covered with Imo Sun's Rinli Tian swords, but Chu Yuni couldn't take any of them because each of the swords had the power of pollution, and if he took them he would be corroded to the bone. The next moment, then Chu Yun used the technique of welcoming and sending off fiercely and exchanged positions with the swordsman in the air. Swish! Chu Yun moved to another place and stepped on an object. This is the dome on the tree built by Mas Hun using Tushita Heaven. Feel this inexplicable dome. Chu Yuni began to wonder, what is this that we have to surround? Is Imo Sun deliberately hiding something? Chu Yuni was very confused. In his just now, I wanted to run away, but I saw this place out of the corner of my eye. He is somewhat curious, and his drive is no less than his curiosity. Plus, if he escapes now, he will be very unhappy. As the saying goes, if you see a snake and don't kill it, you will be guilty of 3 points. If you kill it but don't kill it, you will be guilty of 7 points. Since you've come here to kill Imo Sun, there's no reason to run away halfway. Imo Sun will not die today. If he comes to kill me again in the future, Imo Sun might be prepared. So, he, Chu Yuni, came here. Boom, boom. The dome was tapped a few times. Chu Yun discovered that this thing was extremely sturdy. Even the rain of swords and weapons flying in the sky could not harm the dome at all. But, this is a wall? Right. As Chu Yun thought about it, the wall-penetrating technique was activated. Then Chu Yun disappeared. It instantly sank into it and entered the dome. A moment later, Chu Yuni finally landed. He stopped releasing elements with his right hand and looked at the scenery not far away. There is a not too tall tree on the grass a few dozen meters away. What is that? Chu Yun frowned, a little confused. But at the same time, Chu Yuni had already made plans. If Imo Sun continued to chase him, he would really have to leave. Now he lacks the means to attack. As for defense, he really couldn't defend against Imo Sun's terrifying blacklight attack. That thing, it really will disappear if you touch it. Slowly, when Chu Yuni approached the tree, he unconsciously sat down and crossed his legs. Suddenly, a feeling of quick thinking appeared in Chu Yuni's body. Some things that were previously incomprehensible have become extremely clear. With the bonus of photographic memory, Chu Yuni was even able to review his entire life in an instant, and some confusing things were instantly solved. Strangeness. Chu Yun raised his head and glanced at the ordinary-looking tree. And at this moment, the top priority is to kill Imo Sun. After getting close to the tree, Chu Yuni's mind became very sharp when it came to this question. Since there is no knife, why don't I just make one myself? Chu Yun raised his eyebrows. He had just thought of such a simple question. Wave both hands. The Elemental Master took action immediately, activating the gold element in both hands. Photographic memory is always being used. Chu Yun recalled. In high school chemistry class, I learned about some of the hardest metals in the history of the blue planet. And after choosing among them, Chu Yuni compared iron tungsten alloy with silicon carbide. Although the latter was harder, it was too brittle. Then make a knife out of iron tungsten alloy. I hope it will be enough. Chu Yuni didn't know what the black gold shock blade was made of, but it was definitely not a material known to Blue Star. My iron tungsten alloy is probably not as good as the black gold shock knife. But there's no way. Go back to Night Star to buy another one now? Chu Yuni didn't want to do such a roundabout way. Fine. Mose Hun probably thought I was gone. Chu Yun thought about it and started to make the iron tungsten alloy knife. But the next moment, a large circle of domes next to the tree began to close, and Chu Yuni's surroundings suddenly became much brighter. Not good. Chu Yun stared at Imo Sun in the sky, but he found out. This Imo Sun seems to be a little bit wrong. His eyes were very complicated. Even Chu Yuni, who had learned micro-expressions when he was free, didn't know what he was thinking. As the dome fell, the rain of swords and iron was flying outside, but there seemed to be a barrier within the range of this tree. Those attacks can't even get close. Chu Yun looked into the distance, his eyes slightly widened, somewhat incredulous. These attacks, there's no way to get close to this tree? This scene made Chu Yuni a little speechless. Here, it's like the safe zone in the game. Monsters can't come here, let alone attack here. It's really strange. But Chu Yuni didn't care about all that. He was still thinking about getting a sharp knife and killing Imo Sun. Can I construct the atomic state of iron and tungsten directly? As Chu Yun spoke, he began to experiment with his hands. As the elemental master was used, metal gradually appeared in his hand and an outline was constructed. Just at this moment, a sound of heaven and earth appeared. Come out. Unlike the previous ones, this voice did not have any abilities, but was just an ordinary sentence. Chu Yun looked into the distance and found that Sun actually had some expression on his face. He looked somewhat angry, with obvious wrinkles at the corners of his mouth. There was even a black line on his head. I want to come. Sun was already very angry, but Chu Yun didn't understand why he was angry. Chu Yun began to build a new knife. Surprisingly, when I was under this tree, I felt as if I was assisted by God. I felt extremely relaxed, even smoother than breathing. If you don't come out, I will drop a meteorite on you. I'll take away your eyes and make you blind. Listening to the voice that echoed from heaven and earth, Chu Yun knew clearly that it was Sun who was speaking. You're talking now? If you have the guts, just come and kill me, don't just talk. Chu Yun said a few words and then concentrated on forging the sword. Sun began to grit his teeth, no longer hiding his anger, all of it leaking out, crack. At this moment, there is no divinity at all. He is just a troubled person. Chapter 60. Put your head over here, it will be over soon. Sun landed. He stretched out his hand and a black spear appeared in his hand. He held up the spear and said, "This is a demon soldier. If you stick it into the ground, no plants will grow on the ground for 12 years. If you throw it into the sky, it won't rain for 12 years. If you stick it into a mountain, it will break in two. If you don't come out, I'm going to throw it at you." Chu Yun was very indifferent. Sun didn't say a word before, and he was very panicked. But now Sun started talking, and he said a lot in one breath, and Chu Yun was not panicked at all. Yo, you're in a hurry. Chu Yun didn't care at all, and continued to forge the knife in his hand. The bright gray blade had already appeared. All it lacks is a handle that's easy to hold. Whoosh! The black spear in Sun's hand was thrown out. Seeing this scene, Chu Yun was really panicked. But the closer the black spear was to the tree, the slower its flying speed and force became, until it was thrown at Chu Yun. It is already limp and weak, worse than a foot razor. Chu Yun just moved a little and easily avoided the attack of Sun. That's a shame. Use whatever tricks you have. Otherwise, my knife would be forged. Upon hearing this, Sun's face immediately turned cold, and he spoke seriously. Think about your family. If you don't come out, I will kill every one of your relatives. Hearing this, Chu Yun was speechless and said directly, Dude, you're an idiot. Threatening an orphan with his relatives, huh? The words fell. Sun was stunned for a moment, not knowing what to say. And at this time, the knife in Chu Yun's hand had been completely forged, but it still lacked hardness and sharpness. He controlled the gold element and compressed the entire alloy knife as much as possible, making the density reach several times or even dozens of times that of ordinary iron-tungsten alloy. And the sharpness is better solved. This is not difficult as long as the blade is thinned. An ordinary knife certainly cannot hurt Sun, but what if it is a knife forged with extraordinary power? Chu Yun was confident. Once this knife is unsheathed, it will definitely be tougher than the black gold shock blade. Bang! Sun suddenly sat down, his eyes filled with pleading, and the sound of heaven and earth rang out. I was wrong. Come out. I can stop releasing the 7 deadly sins virus on Blue Star. I am trapped in this arrogant world, unable to escape at all. I just wanted to go out and take a look. What did I do wrong? Hearing words that became more and more outrageous, Chu Yun couldn't believe them at all. Oh, yes. You are not wrong, but those ordinary people who were killed by the virus are wrong? But I still want to thank you. If I hadn't killed the first bulimia patient, I might still be an ordinary college student, worrying about my future life. As Chu Yun spoke, the knife in his hand had already been forged. Sudden, a leaf fell from the tree and landed on the extraordinary alloy knife, turning into a golden light. Chu Yun blinked. He didn't know if he had seen it wrong, but he had a photographic memory, so he knew it clearly. The golden light just now was the change of the leaves. Strangeness. Never mind. Sun, stick your head over here. It will be over soon. Chu Yun said with a smile. His condition had fully recovered. Seeing Chu Yun's attitude, Sun knew that there was no room for maneuver. Then he stopped talking and returned to his usual cold expression, filled with divinity. But Chu Yun could feel that Sun was no longer the arrogant guy at the beginning. He was scared. Gravel. Chu Yuni held the extraordinary knife in his right hand, and countless gravel in his left hand broke out. Whoosh! 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 Imo Sun flew backwards without thinking about dodging, but was wary of Chu Yuni's ability to exchange positions. But the next moment, something unexpected happened to Imo Sun. Chu Yuni actually used different moves. Chu Yun clenched his left hand and said softly, "Combine." The next moment, countless stones flew behind Imo Sun and instantly surrounded him to form a wall of earth. And on this earth wall, there is also a protrusion that looks like a door handle. Imo Sun frowned slightly, not understanding what Chu Yuni was doing. Space entrance open? Open the empty door. Chu Yun waved his left hand, and a space entrance with a door opened. He simply raised the extraordinary sword and stabbed it out fiercely. Swish! This knife, through space. Starting from the place where Chu Yun started, he penetrated through two empty doors and directly stabbed into Imo Sun's back. Absolutely 1,000 hits. Open it for me. Chu Yun shouted loudly, increasing the strength in his hands, clenching his right hand straight and his left hand reversed, using all his strength. Wow! With this knife, the entire blade pierced through Imo Sun's back and slashed directly upwards. It's not just a wound. It only took a breath of time. With Chu Yuni's force, the upper body of Imo Sun was violently cut open. Swish! Imo Sun realized that something was wrong and flew forward suddenly, stretching out his right hand and touching the tip of the knife. A flash of black light appeared, ready to spread across the blade. And Chu Yuni was also decisive. Just see. Chu Yuni immediately retracted the knife, closed the empty door, and immediately used the elemental domination. Move the part contaminated by the black light away. At this time, a small section of the tip of the extraordinary sword has disappeared, but this is not important. At this time, as soon as Chu Yun looked at Imo Sun, he no longer looked indifferent. His chest and abdomen were wide open, connected all the way to a point below the neck, and these areas were completely and neatly cut open. Imo Sun wanted to heal, but found that he was unable to do so. The golden blood flowed out like a stream and seeped into the earth. Because the body was severely injured, Imo Sun's body was a little shaky, and he stretched out his right hand, which turned into a palm blade. Swish! Imo Sun's left arm was directly chopped off by the right palm. Then I saw Imo Sun raised his left hand and slowly filled it into his chest cavity. The arm quickly opened up and turned into countless flesh buds to support the body, preventing his torso from being split in two. The next moment, Imo Sun stretched out his right hand and black light appeared. Again? Chu Yuni was not nervous this time, and he created a storm right away. Swish! The black beam of light, which could annihilate anything it encountered, stopped in the air and slowly disappeared after encountering the wind wall. It's like I've lost my former strength. Seeing that the most powerful killing move was easily blocked, Imo Sun's eyes changed again and again, and he was really unable to believe it. The gods of the old times. It's time for you to die. Chu Yun swung his knife and approached quickly. Chapter 61. Demonic Sun? Change for me. After seeing a drop of golden blood, Chu Yun didn't think twice and directly exchanged positions with it. Swish! Chu Yuni appeared out of nowhere in front of Imo Sun. Swing the knife. The knife was extremely sharp, especially when attacking Imo Sun. It seemed to possess some undetectable special power. This power is only aimed at Imo Sun, and it seems to have a special bonus against Imo Sun, making this knife extremely sharp and ferocious. Swish! This time, the knife was not as slow as the previous one. When the black gold sword was swung, the resistance it encountered came from Imo Sun's divine bones. The bones were extremely strong, and ordinary objects would not be able to penetrate them at all. But now, this sword, forged by Chu Yuni using the elemental mastery, also contains a mysterious golden power. As the knife was swung out, a golden light shone brightly. This knife, it's not an ordinary product. With just one slash, Chu Yun felt that the chopping was very smooth, and Imo Sun's head was cut off in an instant. Seeing Imo Sun's right hand stretched out, Chu Yuni wanted to get his head back, but he was unwilling to do so. Raise your right hand. A terrifying wind blade appeared, causing some damage to Imo Sun's head, but also blew him away dozens of meters. Whoosh! As the head moved away, Imo Sun's right arm pointed at Chu Yuni, and the black light at his fingertips began to gather. Chu Yun saw this. He immediately used a stream of air to dodge to the side of Imo Sun's body, and then slashed down with a knife. Swish! When the knife was swung out, golden light also appeared. but it is much dimmer than before. As Chu Yun swung down, Imo Sun's right arm was broken off. Now, Imo Sun's head had flown away, his left and right hands had been completely lost, and even his torso was unstable. This battle, it seems that there is no suspense anymore. And at this time, it seemed as if Ma Xuan wanted to fight back before dying, and sounds like Trayastrimsa Heaven, Yama Heaven, Tishita Heaven, and Narastra Heaven kept ringing in the sky and the earth. But they were all resolved one by Chu Yun. Whether it's the weapons flying all over the sky, or all the facial features being blocked, or a yellow substance suddenly appears under the body, trying to wrap it up, or a thought suddenly disappears. No one can stop Chu Yuni from killing. Swish. 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 After several more cuts from the knife, Imo Sun's body had been cut into pieces, and it would take a while for him to fight. But even so, the cut parts of Imo Sun are still moving, as if they are each acting on their own. Just at this moment, Imo Sun's head slowly rolled over, and his voice connected heaven and earth. It's useless. It's useless. Even if you cut me into 1,000,000 pieces, my soul will not be destroyed. Even if you can damage my body, what does it matter? I cannot be killed. I am a god. Listening to Imo Sun's hoarse shouting, Chu Yuni felt helpless. He looked down at the knife. The golden light on the blade was already very thin, and its ability to cut further was limited, and it was impossible to completely wipe out Imo Sun. Imo Sun is absolutely right about this. Chu Yuni also thought about it for a while. For example, a man took a knife and cut tofu. The knife is very sharp and can cut tofu into countless pieces. But so what? This is just a knife, not a high-temperature burner or a material annihilation device. It cannot cut tofu into nothingness. And now, Chu Yuni is just like that. He can cut Imo Sun's body and soul into hundreds of pieces, causing absolutely incurable injuries. But this is just a cutting, not complete annihilation. Even if it's in pieces, so what? Although the body and soul of Imo Sun were broken, they still existed. The sound of heaven and earth sounded again. Give up. Give up. How dare a mere mortal kill a god? Imo Sun roared, with some joy in his anger. At first, he really thought that Chu Yuni could kill him completely, but he didn't expect that Chu Yuni could only cut him in half but couldn't really kill him. A moment, Imo Sun's confidence came back, but he was even more arrogant, and his tone was full of condescending attitude. Don't be so stubborn. You've already lost. Who told you that I can't kill you? I'm going to kill the god today. After thinking calmly, Chu Yun suddenly grinned. This smile made even Imo Sun, a god, feel frightened. What are you going to do? Hearing Imo Sun's slightly frightened voice, Chu Yuni knew that this matter was almost done. Barbarian blood and flesh. The effect is to turn the enemy into delicious food, but it can only be used on defeated enemies. At the same time, the enemy must think that they have lost before they are defeated. And now is the time to use this ability. Imo Sun? Change for me. Chu Yun picked up a piece of chest cavity emitting golden blood, with a divine bone connected to it. Wait a minute. What are you going to do? Imo Sun started to speak incoherently. Chu Yuni had an unknown amount of information when a piece of rib meat, covered in golden cheese sauce, suddenly appeared in his hand. That golden cheese looks like his divine blood. And that cooked meat was like his divine meat. That long bone looks like his divine bone. In it, Imo Sun could even sense part of his own body, which contained his soul. No, impossible. A mere mortal cannot devour a god. But soon, Imo Sun stopped talking. Because he discovered that after being eaten by Chu Yuni, that part of his body and soul disappeared. It wasn't just cut off, it disappeared completely. Through the head, Imo Sun looked again. When Imo Sun looked at it again, he was completely shocked. Just one look was like a torture of 10,000 years. A glance for a lifetime. He gave him spicy food. Crack. Crack. Chu Yuni started with food as his life goal. He held the cheese ribs in his hand and chewed them slowly. The next moment, Chu Yuni turned around and looked at Imo Sun as if he was going to kill someone. Brother, you taste good. Looking at the scene before him, which was more horrifying than hell, Imo Sun's pupils trembled. His divinity could no longer support him, and he rolled his eyes and fainted in an instant. Look, I finally complimented you, but you didn't like it. Chu Yun pointed at Imo Sun and felt that the fun suddenly became much less. Next, just like the previous operation, Chu Yun directly transformed Imo Sun's body into a table full of delicious food. the head of the demonic world. Chu Yuni was still placed in the center. During this period, Imo Sun woke up several times, but his divinity collapsed and he fainted again. After eating the entire trunk, Chu Yun looked at Imo Sun's head and was about to reach out to enlighten him when Imo Sun woke up again. Don't! Stop! You dare! Imo Sun could no longer utter any threatening words, and his tone was filled with fear. This human being, the human in front of me, I don't know what evil magic they used. Not only did they injure him into pieces, but they even turned him into food and ate it in front of him. Okay, you're pretty brave. Instead of begging for mercy, you threaten me? You have courage. Chu Yun smiled and pointed his finger at Imo Sun's brow. The next moment, the blood and flesh of the barbarians were captured, and the attack was launched smoothly. Chapter 62. The Tomb of Gods, gaining powers crazily. The style of painting changed. The head of Imo Sun, which still retained some divinity, immediately turned into a cleaned braised sheep's head. As soon as Chu Yuni saw the braised lamb head, he became interested. I'm familiar with this. Chu Yun smiled. Although he had never eaten a sheep's head, the way to eat it was engraved in his mind. Stretch out your hand. He pulled out a purple apple from his personal space and placed it next to him. Chu Yun pulled the sheep's face, picked the mutton, and sucked the sheep's brain in one go, and took a few bites of onions to relieve the greasiness. To the end, Chu Yun thought about it, then took the bones apart and swallowed them all. You know, although food is the heaven is only a white ability, but its effect, but it can completely absorb the nutrients in food and transform them into strength. Now, Chu Yuni felt full of strength, as if he could blow up an asteroid with one punch. If I were to meet the angry leader now, I wouldn't even need a knife. Chu Yun could easily beat it up by just stretching out the hair on his little finger. Thinking about, Chu Yuni took the extraordinary knife and swung it casually. Ka! The extraordinary sword broke into pieces and the golden light disappeared without a trace. It's broken? Chu Yun was a little surprised. The knife was fine just now, but now it broke into pieces with just one swing. Perhaps it was because the golden light had reached its limit, or perhaps it was because of metal fatigue, but in any case, the knife was shattered into pieces. Never mind. With my current physical condition, I can create wind just by waving my hands. It doesn't really matter whether you use a knife or not. Chu Yun shook his head, opened the entrance to the space, and then stepped into the empty door. Empty door. The top priority now is to activate the round table. At this time, Chu Yun didn't want to think about anything else but to see how much control he could get after killing Imo Sun. It's almost commonplace. As soon as Chu Yun lay down, he fell asleep soon. Round table dreams. It's still the same scene. There are only 6 table tennis balls left on the round table, 2 purple, 3 red, and 1 black. Chu Yun didn't think about it and didn't even look at it. He directly attacked the 2 purple abilities. His control margin was frighteningly high. We are getting rich too. Chu Yun sighed and instantly put 2 purple abilities into his pocket. Chu Yun dragged out the 2 abilities and took a look at them. Fearful gaze. Quality, purple. Introduction. If an individual is afraid of your gaze, they will be given the effect of eternal fear. Note, after falling into eternal fear, this individual will respond to your requests and will never attack you. Clear eyes. Quality, purple. Introduction. As long as you focus enough, you can see anything and any information. Note, if you want to see deeper things, you need to spend a lot of extra mental energy. After seeing these 2 abilities, Chu Yuni was a little confused. Let's talk about this fearful gaze first. The introduction seems a bit useless at first glance, but after careful consideration, I found that this thing is also a conceptual level ability. As long as you make the other party feel scared, it can be triggered. Even if the other party is a god, as long as he is afraid for even a second, he will obey Chu Yun's orders from now on. It's horrible, so horrible. Chu Yun couldn't help but feel terrified, even though this was his own ability. And the next one. It is the Eye of Enlightenment. This introduction is a bit abstract and lacks details, but Chu Yuni still understood. This is a complete illustration of conceptual properties? Can you see anything as long as you focus? The first thing Chu Yuni thought of was other people's physical force, and then he thought of infrared rays that are invisible to the naked eye. Thought of it later. It is about concepts such as death and life. This ability is good. Sure enough, none of these abilities are simple stuff. Chu Yun sighed, feeling the tremendous control he possessed, and aimed his eyes at the remaining 4 balls. 3 red balls. A black ball. Can we take them all down today? Chu Yuni was a little excited. He knew how terrifying the black level was. An empty door, thousands of possibilities. If he gets this black ball, what kind of surprise will it bring him? But the first thing Chu Yuni has to face are these 3 red balls. If you don't pocket these 3 red billiard balls first, you won't be able to reach the last black level billiard ball. Come! Chu Yun shouted. His spirits lifted, and he attacked again in an instant. Hit it out with one stroke. Twists and turns. One more shot, and finally it goes into the hole. But this terrifying control power also dropped a little, and one can clearly feel that the control power is starting to shrink. But it doesn't matter. Chu Yuni took his first red ability and began to check. Born with supernatural power. Quality. Red. Introduction. You have godlike power since birth, and your power grows stronger as you grow. Look at this short line of text. Chu Yun was stunned for a moment. That's it? Chu Yun stared, somewhat incredulous. Aren't red abilities supposed to be conceptual, causal, and rule-based? What's going on with this power system? Chu Yuni really wanted to complain, but the words he wanted to say were stuck in his throat. He wanted to say something but couldn't. It's like you happily opened a red treasure chest that was guaranteed to win, but in the end you only got the common red skin, which made you speechless. Never mind, next one. Chu Yuni ignored all this and continued to hit another red ball. Bang! Under the terrifying control, the red ball has to go in even if it doesn't want to. Successfully bagged. Chu Yun picked up the red ball and checked it. Creation and seizure. Quality. Red. Introduction. You can create anything and take away anything. Note. This ability operates with desire as its fuel. Looking at this introduction, Chu Yun was stunned for a moment. Good job. This is another conceptual ability, but the downside is that it comes at a cost. Apart from this ability, Chu Yuni's only ability that requires a price is probably Storm Out of Peace, and using this ability requires consuming an equivalent amount of physical strength. But this, consumption of desire? That's really weird. But is power about creation and taking? I feel so awesome, Chu Yun exclaimed, then swung again. Bang! A huge amount of control power was consumed, and turned into another red-level ability billiard ball that was pocketed. This ability was slowly controlled by Chu Yuni, and information appeared. Just saw it for the first time. Chu Yuni's heart was beating wildly. This was another concept-level ability, and he is familiar with this ability. Vector Operations. Chapter 63 Divine Power. Vector, Life, Seizure. All information about vector operations is displayed. Vector Operations. Quality. Red. Introduction. You will gain control over the direction of force of everything that your skin touches. This ability. Chu Yuni is so familiar. Anyone who has been into the 2D world knows Misaka Mikoto. And in that worldview, the one who is as popular as him is the most powerful person in the garden city of that worldview. Accelerator. Same ability. As long as it touches the skin, the direction of all energy such as kinetic energy, thermal energy, and electrical energy can be freely manipulated. It sounds complicated, but it can be used in various ways. The most intuitive manifestation is, if you touch the enemy, they will die. Throw a stone, and it can break the sound barrier. Even if attacked, the attack will be reflected back intact. This ability is great, but it seems to require a lot of calculations. I don't know if I can calculate it. Chu Yuni had a headache. He now had 26 abilities. He was thinking about which ability to use and doing the calculations at the same time. He was afraid that his head would explode. And now, Chu Yun took it seriously and looked at the last dish. Black billiard ball. Nowadays, there was only one black table tennis ball left on the round table. The same thing. Scarcity means strength. What kind of power does the only black billiard ball on the entire round table contain? Chu Yun used his control power. This time, he was prepared to be extra careful and not waste even a bit of his control. This time, he will push it little by little. No one will compete with him anyway. It is most cost-effective to put the ball into the pocket with the least control. The next moment, bang! The black ball was only pushed a few centimeters, and from the perspective of the entire round table, it looked like it had not moved. Ah! Chu Yuni was a little surprised. You know, the control power just consumed is enough to pocket a purple power. But now, it only made the black ball move a little bit. Come again. Chu Yuni was somewhat unwilling, so he used the control of a red ball and swung directly. Bang! Swing out. This huge controlling force, after falling on the black ball, only made it move a little more. It's still a long way from entering the bag. Hateful. Stud is a kind of wisdom. Chu Yun gritted his teeth and used all the control he gained from killing Imo Sun in one breath. Bang! The controlling force gushed out, and the terrifying power poured onto the black ball. Boom! The black ball was hit and rolled a long distance. But there is still a gap from the entrance to the bag. Damn it! What kind of power does this black ball have? This doesn't even go into the bag. The control power I just used is probably equal to the sum of all the power I consumed. Certainly. This does not include black-level empty doors. The empty door is like a novice gift package. Chu Yuni got it easily after killing the first monster. It's never been as difficult as it is now. Even though a lot of control was spent on the 2 purple balls and 3 red balls, the control after killing Imo Sun was not enough to pocket the black ball. This is really regrettable. But Chu Yun was not discouraged at all. Isn't it just a skill? It's not like he's useless and can't fight the monsters at the end of the world, and he won't be able to control them anymore. As long as I have a little more control, I will be able to take down this black ball. Next. To a world with more monsters? No, let's wipe out the remnants of Blue Star first. Otherwise, I always feel uneasy. Chu Yun thought about it and slowly left the round table dream. Within the territory of Blue Star and Dragon Country, Chu Yuni walked out of the monastery and returned to his hometown. The feeling of reunion after a long separation arises naturally. Call. Chu Yun took a deep breath and felt refreshed all over. But without waiting for him to rest, he walked straight to the empty door and asked, "Find the 7 deadly sin patients and sort them from strong to weak." After saying, as soon as Chu Yun opened the door, he was greeted by an angry patient. The angry patient was so big that he almost stuck to the door of the ruins. As soon as Chu Yun stepped in, his hand unconsciously placed on it. Puff! Just like grabbing into a puddle of mud, the furious patient's thigh and leg bones were torn apart in an instant. Hua! The furious patient turned around suddenly in pain and leaned over to look at Chu Yuni, who had a confused look on his face. Chu Yuni was also a little puzzled. "No, I just took it for a ride. Don't touch porcelain." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Yuni reacted. After swallowing up the magic power, he also gained innate divine power, which was almost a superposition of 2 divine powers. This kind of power, grabbing the enemy is like grabbing air and passing straight through, seems reasonable. The next moment, the furious patient had no brains and just punched Chu Yun directly. Chu Yun looked at the fist that was bigger than the door and did not dodge or evade. Vector manipulation. Boom. The enraged patient punched down, and the forearm bone instantly pierced out from behind his elbow. Not only did his punch fail to hurt Chu Yuni, but it also made him disabled. This is the power of vector operations. That moment, Chu Yuni changed all the forces of the attacking fist, including gravity, friction, traction, thrust, action force, etc., to the same direction. And that direction is the direction of the angry patient's arm bone. Just a moment, a blink of an eye. The enraged patient exerted a strength beyond his own ability and successfully disabled himself. At this time, Chu Yuni has already experimented with 2 of the 2 new red abilities. There are still creation and seizure that have not been used. Chu Yun thought about it and directly took away the opponent's vitality, but just as he was about to use it, the eye of penetration has been activated. A faint, inexplicable color appeared, and Chu Yun realized that this was not the color he knew. If he had to describe it, it was black and red, with more black and less red. That is a broken vitality. And this incomplete vitality was captured and seen by Chu Yuni's naked eyes. The furious patient who was frightened by Chu Yuni's operation just glanced into Chu Yuni's eyes and was stunned for a moment. Then, he knelt down directly, unable to muster the urge to resist Chu Yuni. This is when the gaze of fear begins. But Chu Yuni still stretched out his hand and made a fist, as if he had grabbed something, and then he pulled it directly. Boom! The enraged patient's body fell down, lifeless. Chu Yun felt that he seemed to have a little more energy, and that little vitality became his. This is the creation and the seizure. Chapter 64, Crazy Killing and Leisure Time. Chu Yun should have been happy to feel his new abilities, but he felt a little listless. This feeling was very slight. After just a dozen breaths, it was adjusted again. This is consuming desire? It feels like sage time. It will be restored in a moment. This price is acceptable. Chu Yun clenched his fist. His current strength was terrifyingly high, but he could control one of the 2 divine powers with ease. That is the innate supernatural power. The introduction also clearly states that one is born with godlike powers, and after gaining this ability, Chu Yuni really seemed to have perfect control over it. It is up to you to decide how much power you want to release. But the other divine power is different. It is a sudden power. That is the divine power obtained after devouring Imo Sun. It will take some time for him to adapt to this power. Otherwise, any fragile object he touches will be destroyed. This is a process of adaptation. It's just right to use the end of the entire blue planet to be buried with him. Chu Yun turned the door handle and walked resolutely towards the location of the next strongest patient. Longhua and Yinzhou. An arrogant patient floated in the air, looking down at the army below him as if they were ants. Damn it, Captain, we can't cause any effective damage. Repeat, no effective damage? The special police were somewhat at a loss. Neither grenades nor heavy weapons could effectively kill this arrogant patient. This arrogant patient. It is almost entering the later stages, and the entire human mind can already change the facts in the slightest way. He denied the fact that he would be shot. And at this time, Captain Su looked at the arrogant patient in the air and had an idea of a strategic retreat in his mind. The organization fought its way through and killed countless patients. But now there was this arrogant patient, whom they really couldn't kill. Perhaps, when you are fully prepared, you can use a spear gun or a capture net to catch it. But for now, staying here will only continue to increase casualties. Suddenly, Captain Su turned his head and saw that there was inexplicably one more person in the crowd. He was not wearing the special police combat uniform, so he was very conspicuous. The next moment, then I heard the man whisper, "Come down?" And who else could that person be other than Chu Yuni? Moment. A violent air pressure appeared. At the same time, all the forces are concentrated at one point. It is like the most terrifying edge of a hurricane, but it concentrates all the power of the entire hurricane. Swish. Boom. The arrogant patient in midair was ruthlessly pulled down. Then, Chu Yun smashed down with one punch, directly smashing the head of the arrogant patient into a pulp. Furthermore, Chu Yuni stretched out his hand again, and his eyes seemed to see something that ordinary people could not see. A ray of hope and vitality was snatched away. The arrogant patient's eyes became dull, and then he died quietly. If it was before, the best way for Chu Yuni to deal with such an arrogant patient is to throw him into space or sink him into the sea. And now, after having creation and seizure, simply taking away their desire to live and then taking away their vitality is like killing them completely. Can you twist the truth? Excuse me, I can destroy the facts. Get up. The blood mud on Chu Yuni's body was shaken off instantly. This nanoskin is really useful. It can resist injuries in the early stage and cleanse in the later stage. A space entrance opened casually, and Chu Yun stepped into it, looking at the mysterious man who came and left without a trace. The special police officers around were all stunned. What kind of storms and waves haven't they seen? That's it. I've never seen it before. At this time, a special police officer came back to his senses and turned to ask Captain Su, "Captain Su, he is?" Captain Su thought for a moment and replied, "Yes, it is the dawn. Longhua and Jidu. Dragon Country, Foggy City. Longhua and Jigu Pass. Longhua and Yuzhou. Longhua and Su Province. Longhua and Jincheng." As Chu Yun quickly passed through countless places, he quickly dealt with the most powerful patients today. At the end, as soon as Chu Yun opened the door, he saw a jealous patient who had just entered the middle stage and felt very bored. In front of you, he is the strongest patient nowadays. But to Chu Yuni, this patient was too weak, so weak. Raised his hand. A strong wind blew directly at the jealous patient, and before he could even open his mouth, it shattered half of his body. The rest, let the humans on Blue Star solve it themselves. There are a few small shrimps left, but I'm too lazy to kill them. Chu Yun lowered his eyes, looking a little listless, perhaps because he had used creation and seizure too much. I am bored. Sleep. Chu Yun muttered a few words, then returned directly to his empty door and fell into a pure sleep. At the same time, Chu Yuni also knew it. Even if he killed all the patients on the entire Blue Star, this control power would not be enough to put the black ball into the pocket. At least, we need to kill more beings like the 4 incarnations of Imo Sun, and kill them several more times to get the enough. Certainly, if there is another Imo Sun and Chu Yun can kill him with one blow, then the number should be barely enough. Chu Yun was in such a low mood now that he didn't even think about what the black billiard ball was capable of. He fell asleep instantly as he lay down on the bed. Hours later, Chu Yun turned over, unable to sleep, and got up. He opened the door and returned to the house in Black Earth Town. Looking at the broken windows and the bloodstains on the walls, he raised his hand and creation and destruction appeared. The blood's existence was taken away and disappeared. A new layer of glass is created, brand new. Shadow. Chu Yun gave a call and Shadow started cleaning. These small things did not require the use of creation and seizure. After washing up, Chu Yun looked at the toilet thoughtfully, thinking, speaking, since I've been eating, I haven't been to the toilet. Any food that enters the mouth, no matter whether it is liquid, solid, or the body of a god, all becomes nutrients for the body without a trace of residue. Naturally, there is no need to go to the toilet. The mere belief that food is the most important thing in life deprived Chu Yun of the three feelings of being full, defecating, and peeing. It's really terrifying. Lying on the sofa, Chu Yuni casually turned on a few TV programs and watched them. And at this time, a Dragon Country animated cartoon attracted his attention. The protagonist was in the end times and was reborn. He was able to absorb the crystal core in his head to gain superpowers. It's also about killing the monsters of the end times. Isn't it more cost-effective to kill the zombies with crystal cores? Chu Yun raised his eyebrows as he thought about it. At this time, Shadow swept the broken glass with a broom, and Chu Yun raised his leg. Looking at the Shadow, Chu Yuni thought again. It's still too slow for me to kill them all by myself. Zodiac Team. It's time to add a few more people. Chapter 65. Zombie Apocalypse on the Great Jew Planet. Pacific Ocean, Honolulu. Rat pushed open the door of the resort, holding an elephant hunting rifle in his left hand and a fishing net in his right hand. Behind him, they are elite teams from various countries, and their equipment is no less than his. Not far away, it is a large gathering place for patients with the 7 deadly sins, but there are only a few cats, big and small, and Rat simply disdains to take action. He threw away the weapon in his hand and waved his hand. Then, all the teams behind him rushed forward and began to cover the area with firepower weapons. For an ordinary gun, using a 7 is considered high specification. Number 1 can be considered a shotgun. But the elephant rifle is different. He uses a 70 caliber. Strictly speaking, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a hand cannon. Not to mention elephants and early stage patients, even if a Tyrannosaurus Rex came, he would be shot down with one shot, and if Optimus Prime came, they would have to hide away. If Chu Yuni hadn't known about this thing at all, Imosun was shot twice. The 70-gauge elephant hunting rifle and fishing equipment are also the equipment that the Rat thought of after the end of the world came in the past few days. Ordinary firearms are no longer effective against these patients. Patients in the early stages of infection can still be treated with common sense, but when they enter the middle stages, it is a bit like fighting against thermal weapons. If it enters the later stage, then hydrogen bombs may not be effective. But fortunately, a Mr. Chu who did not want to reveal his name killed off a level of patients, leaving only those in the early stage and those approaching the middle stage. And now, Rat got the portal to Blue Planet, and after some lobbying, he gained control of the high-level authority of the 5 major countries. If you control the 5 major countries, the remaining 200 or so small countries will have to listen to you even if they don't want to. That's all. Under the leadership of Rat, Blue Star quickly launched a self-rescue campaign and achieved certain results. I want to come. The only threat is the highly contagious gluttony virus. As for the rest of the patients, the fewer they are killed, the fewer there will be, and it won't be long before they become extinct. The Rat looked into the distance and nodded, feeling very satisfied. Suddenly, the Rat looked up at the sky and seemed to be vaguely feeling a gaze on him. He knows. It was that adult who was observing his performance. He immediately saluted and then said, "Sir, did you see that? I have successfully completed my mission. In time, Blue Planet will completely recover from the apocalypse." As if hearing what Zishu said, the gaze slowly disappeared. Feel the pressure and sense of superiority disappear. Call. Zishu heaved a sigh of relief. He really couldn't muster any resistance towards that adult. And Rat knew very well that the source of his greedy power, Imosun, was truly dead. Fortunately, his greedy power still exists. This is like the relationship between a river channel and its water. The river channel through which the river water flows has dried up, but the river water that once flowed out of it will not disappear out of thin air. That Lord. It's really unimaginable, Zishu murmured, turning his gaze back to the near distance and concentrating on dealing with the remaining patients with the 7 deadly sins. In the empty door, Chu Yun looked away and felt a little surprised. It seems, this penetrating eye can not only see what is in front of you. The description that, as long as you think, you can see, is not an exaggeration. Although it consumed a bit of mental energy, Chu Yuni felt it was worth it. Etc. If the eye of perception is used to welcome and send off people, then wouldn't it be unlimited teleportation? Chu Yun raised his eyebrows, and suddenly an idea seemed to inspire him. Yes, welcoming and seeing off need to be seen, and then exchanging positions. But his penetrating eyes allow him to see everything, including dust in the air and even dust in other places and other worlds. Doesn't that mean that the two abilities can be combined to form unlimited teleportation? As Chu Yun thought about it, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. He didn't even dare to imagine what unexpected effects these not-so-powerful abilities would have if combined with new abilities that would appear in the future. Although he has divine power and various powerful abilities, he is still only at the extraordinary level and not a god. A true deity not only possesses godlike powers, but also possesses the authority and personhood of a true god. The former is just incredible physical strength, and the latter, this is the foundation that a true god should have. Never mind. Why think so much? Let's go hunt some zombies next. I hope it can bring me some surprises. Chu Yun shook his head and focused his mind on going to the next world. He was in the empty door and said, "Empty gate. I want to go to a zombie world, where zombies can explode supernatural crystal cores. That's right. I need new subordinates, those with good character and qualifications, preferably those who can be seen as soon as the door opens." After finishing a long list of requests, Chu Yuni waited quietly. Then, a seemingly ordinary wooden door appeared. It was a brown wooden door with a carved cross in the center. This is? When Chu Yun looked at the wooden door, he recalled the past. Wasn't it that he was weak at the beginning, with only a little ability, and then opened the door accidentally? He still clearly remembered that when he opened the door and saw the zombies for the first time, he closed the door, afraid of being bitten by zombies and infected with the zombie virus. And now, it was really funny that Chu Yuni was going to this world by himself. Chu Yun smiled and then pushed the door open. Daejustar, the zombie apocalypse. On the rooftop of a school. "Lu Li, hurry!" a young man shouted, and then stretched out his arms suddenly. On the right-hand side, an iron frame came into view, which was a ladder taken down from the dormitory. The strong man named Lu Li ran over immediately, lifted the dormitory ladder and shouted, "Brother Lin, go on." Then, the two men worked together fiercely, one holding up one end of the dormitory ladder and blocking a zombie in the middle. 1, 2, 3. The two of them shouted in unison and instantly pushed the zombie off the roof. Bang! The zombie fell from the 6th floor, landed on his back, and his spine was shattered with a bang. The zombie was still twisting, but it couldn't stand up no matter what, and leaned over to look down. You can find it. There are more than 20 zombies like this, and all of them have lost their ability to move. Brother Lin, the entire dormitory corridor has been basically cleaned up. What do we do next? Are we going to save those girls? Lu Li panted and looked towards the girls' dormitory a few hundred meters away with some pity in his eyes. The student called Brother Lin was named Lin Wuxiao and was a student at the same school as Lu Li. But his point of view is the opposite. Save me. It's the end of the world now. It's good enough if you can take care of yourself. If the danger really comes, I will kick you too. Do you understand? Lin Wuxiao grinned and squatted on the ground, obviously very tired. Hearing Lin Wuxiao say this, Lu Li was a little disappointed. Before the end of the world, Lin Wuxiao was a good person and the monitor of the entire class. But, since the end of the world, everything has changed. Chapter 66. It's none of my business, just this once. But since the zombie apocalypse broke out, it was as if all Lin Wuxiao's disguises were exposed, and he instantly turned into a selfish person. Everything is just for myself. Even when Lin Wuxiao asked to team up with Lu Li, he was only trying to make use of Lu Li's muscles. But from a personal perspective, Lin Wuxiao is right. After all, it's the end of the world. Do you think you can be a saint if you don't take care of yourself? Brother Lin, if we don't save them, they will die. Lu Li muttered softly, as if he knew that this behavior was a bit taken for granted. None of my business. Go ahead and save me if I want you to. If you don't want to go, help me organize the supplies later. Then seal off the corridor. Those guys who occupied the supermarket may not come, but the zombies will still come following the smell. Lin Wuxiao stared at Lu Li with fierce eyes. It seemed that as long as Lu Li disagreed, he would push him away. Oh! Lu Li curled his lips, seeming to agree with Lin Wuxiao's statement. Then, the two of them counted the supplies in the entire men's dormitory and then prepared to block the corridor. Go get the fire axe from the 3rd floor. I'll go take a look. Come over anytime when I call you. Lin Wuxiao greeted him and separated from Luli. When Luli came back, he saw an astonishing scene. He found that Lin Wuxiao was actually chopping off the heads of those zombies. Ugh. Luli vomited the first time he saw it. It's not his fault. What Lin Wuxiao did was really disgusting. The zombie walnut was smashed open and some tissues and body fluids flowed out. Regular blood is probably the most acceptable. Have you finished vomiting? After you finish vomiting, help me move 2 more zombie bodies over here. Lin Wuxiao said with a cold face, not caring about the dirt on his hands. Luli asked, Brother Lin, are you crazy? Lin Wuxiao, on the other hand, didn't pay much attention to it, but after thinking about it, he explained, aren't those novels all like this? Zombie brains and supernatural crystals? I'm not without evidence. You should have noticed that among the group of zombies we killed, there were 2 with particularly great strength and speed. They are all students. Why are they stronger? After Lin Wuxiao's analysis, Luli also reacted. He blocked the corridor and moved the bodies back from outside. My memory is still good. It should be these 2. Luli said, pointing at the 2 zombie corpses. Lin Wuxiao nodded. He went out to the corridor, glanced outside, and after confirming that the corridor was temporarily blocked, he raised the fire axe and started smashing skulls. After watching it for the first time, Luli also accepted it a little. Not long. Brother Lin, this is it? Luli was a little surprised. He didn't expect that what Lin Wuxiao said was true. A translucent crystal was taken out and Lin Wuxiao held it in his hand and looked at it. Then, he didn't think any more about it, just wiped the sticky substance off with his clothes and then stuffed it into his mouth. Gudong. A swallowing sound was heard, and Lin Wuxiao swallowed the crystal core directly. Brother Lin, you? At this time, Lin Wuxiao was completely unable to take care of anything else. He felt dizzy for a while, and then his eyes felt hot. Hiss. Ha. Lin Wuxiao breathed out, and after a few minutes he felt slightly better. I took my hands away from my eyes and felt much better. Luli on the side hurried over, seeming to be concerned, but when Lin Wuxiao saw him for the first time, he was really scared. Ah. Lin Wuxiao looked at Luli with a look of fear in his eyes. But soon, the panic slowly subsided. He seemed to accept it somewhat. You? What's wrong with you, Brother Lin? Luli was a little anxious, as if he wanted to know what was going on. I just saw that you turned into a skeleton. Is this my ability? X-ray vision? Lin Wuxiao said in a low voice, seeming to have completely accepted this ability. He saw another crystal core and urged Luli to eat it. After Luli ate it, my whole body started to feel hot, so hot that I took off all my clothes. Ah! Luli was naked, jumping up and down in the dormitory. Seeing Luli dancing with his spear and stick, Lin Wuxiao simply closed his eyes. But it didn't work. He was not very proficient in his ability of clairvoyance, so from time to time he could see clearly through his eyelids. Damn it! Stop shaking! Lin Wuxiao shouted. Coincidentally, when Lin Wuxiao finished saying this, Luli had just completed the awakening of his supernatural powers. Anything special? I don't feel anything. As Luli was speaking, he turned over and got out of bed. With one step, he stepped on the iron ladder in the dormitory and accidentally bent it a little. Seeing this change, Lin Wuxiao raised his head and asked, You call this having no feeling? This should be your ability, Julie. The 2 pondered and began to discuss. The electric cooker doesn't work, but the kettle barely works. Lin Wuxiao added, There is also an alcohol pot. There is still more than half a box of pink alcohol blocks, which is enough. Well, 4 bags of snail noodles, 2.5 boxes of mineral water, 9 bags of purple rice bread, 20 packs of original chicken breast, and 3 boxes of buckwheat noodles. It should be enough to last for a long time. But we have to consider other things. Let's go to the school cafeteria next. There should be a lot of food stored there. Lin Wuxiao analyzed calmly, and there seemed to be a little more hope in his eyes. For days later, Lin Wuxiao and Luli were ready to go, holding weapons and wrapped in thick books and tape. Never mind the zombies. Judging from the way they were dressed, even if you used a kitchen knife to chop them, you wouldn't be able to cut through them unless you hit the same place a few more times. No, Brother Lin. Aren't there still so much food? Luli was very puzzled. There was clearly still a lot of chicken breasts and buckwheat pancakes, so why did they have to set off so soon? Upon hearing this, Lin Wuxiao's face was filled with black lines, and he spoke directly. Don't you have a sense of taste? That soba noodles and chicken breast don't have any salt at all. I'd rather eat shit. Never mind. I'm just using a metaphor. I don't really want to eat it. Don't get me wrong. Lin Wuxiao closed his eyes and sighed. He was really afraid that Lu Li would take it seriously. The two of them were walking. On the right is the school cafeteria, and on the left is the school supermarket and girls' dormitory. They were just about to head towards the cafeteria. Bang! Help! Help! Coming suddenly, a disheveled girl came out of the closed school supermarket with nothing good on her body. There were bruises on her body, as if she had been abused. She ran towards Lin Wuxiao and Lu Li like a savage, as if she had grasped the last glimmer of hope. But from behind her, several men suddenly emerged, shouting and cursing. Fuck, I give you food and drink, and you still dare to run away? I'm really being merciful. I'll break his legs when I catch him. The leading sturdy man cursed and looked at Lin Wuxiao and Lu Li. Two little brothers, if you have nothing to do, just leave. Mind your own business. The sturdy man tilted his head and shouted, then grabbed the female student. Fierce. Lu Li stood up and walked over with a determined look in his eyes. He also took the time to glance at Lin Wuxiao. Seeing this, Lin Wuxiao curled his lips and said, Forget it, just this once. I am here for the supermarket supplies, not to save lives. Hearing this, Lu Li instantly became much happier. Then, the two of them attacked together. Chapter 67, I can't bear to see someone playing such a trick. Chapter 67, the girl who couldn't bear to see people playing such games just ran out and fell to the ground weakly. His body was covered in dust, and it was hard to tell whether his clothes were school uniform or not. His untidy hair had a half-broken headband. See this scene. Lu Li's rage instantly rose, and he immediately decided to kill Lin Wuxiao without waiting for him. If you fight with me, you will suffer the consequences, the sturdy man roared, and the two men wrestled with each other. Although Lu Li has a strong build, he really doesn't know how to fight. Fortunately, he insisted on exercising every day and awakened his supernatural power. He beat the strong man opposite him and made him vomit blood in just 3 or 5 hits. It's usually like this. Basically, all the internal organs are broken. If it were before the end of the world, the medical conditions on Daejuxing were very advanced, and it would be easy to rescue. But now there is a zombie crisis. The medical system has long been paralyzed, and once the internal organs are damaged, there is basically no way to save the patient. I'll go. What kind of monster is that? The remaining people saw this scene and started running away instantly. Joke. Following a strong man, you only get a few meals. Why risk your life? Seeing several people retreat, Lu Li breathed a sigh of relief. He stepped forward to help the girl up and received a thank you from her. However, the girl's eyes then lost their luster, as if she was worried about the future. Once people are at a loss, they will make decisions subconsciously. After asking some questions, Lu Li decided to go to the school supermarket. Lin Wuxiao curled his lips and said casually, Have you ever heard the saying, good people don't live long? Hearing this, Lu Li's eyes remained firm, and he looked into the distance with deep eyes. Brother Lin, I have to go. Okay. It's because you are beautiful and kind-hearted. Lin Wuxiao rolled his eyes and said exaggeratedly with his hands to one side. Lu Li is not good-looking and can even be said to be ugly. He is big and strong, and only his facial features are somewhat symmetrical. It's obvious. Lin Wuxiao was speaking sarcastically, and anyone could tell. But Lu Li didn't care. As long as he maintained his sense of justice and didn't sit idly by, that was enough. The two of them walked into the supermarket first. But the girl seemed a little frightened and wandered outside the door without moving. Lu Li took out a fire axe and chopped open the wooden board at the entrance of the supermarket. Throat. It seems. In order to prevent zombies from entering, the people in the supermarket put some thought into it. But in the eyes of a student who has awakened the supernatural power of immense strength, they are all just floating clouds. 3 axes and 2 axes. Originally, there was only a small hole, just big enough for the female student to crawl out, but it was instantly chopped into a hole large enough for one person to pass through. Let's go, Brother Lin. Lu Li called out without caring whether there was a response or not. I really can't do anything about you. Lin Wuxiao didn't want to say anything more. This is how Lu Li does things. Once you make up your mind about something, it's like a cow. You can't get it back no matter how hard you try. Lin Wuxiao knew this. After all, the two had known each other since junior high school, and by the second year of college, they had been together for 8 years. Just walked into the supermarket. Lu Li just walked a few more steps inside, and his expression became uncontrollably angry, and his face began to distort. Fuck. These beasts. Lu Li held up the fire axe and looked at the hellish scene in front of him. He was extremely angry. And behind, Lin Wuxiao, who walked in, was stunned for a moment, and he couldn't help but mutter, "It's fun enough." In front of you, a dozen strong male students gathered together in an organized manner and selected several students with good figures from the girls' dormitory. They are forcing them to do something. There were also some canned goods from supermarkets scattered on the ground, such as chocolate sauce, strawberry jam, condensed milk, etc. See this scene. Luli couldn't bear it anymore and rushed forward with the fire axe in hand. Ah! One axe knocked one person down directly. The others wilted instantly after seeing this scene and no longer had any interest in the fight. He wanted to fight, but when he saw how fierce Luli was, he felt a little scared. I've never seen anything so crazy. Some walked, some ran, but when they reached the supermarket entrance and tried to slip out, they were kicked back by Lin Wuxiao. Lin Wuxiao was also unhappy with them, and he said bluntly, "Fuck. I'm still a rookie. I can't stand seeing people playing around like this. Go to hell." Lin Wuxiao didn't put in much effort. He just stopped a few people, one by one. To the back, Luli killed his way through the entire supermarket and wiped out all the evil people who gathered here. After the end, Luli wanted to comfort these injured people, but when they saw Luli, they were as scared as if they had seen zombies. Even though they were saved, they were still in fear. After all, the sight of Luli covered in blood was truly horrifying. Luli, who saw this scene, also calmed down. Seeing the reactions of these girls, Luli was even a little stunned and wondered if he had done something wrong. At this time, Lin Wuxiao patted his shoulder and said, "Don't think too much. Those zombies outside are coming over here following the smell. Let's take care of them together." Hearing Lin Wuxiao's voice, Luli came back to his senses and joined him in dealing with the zombies outside. Luli was holding a fire axe. Lin Wuxiao was holding his spear. He made this spear using an iron frame disassembled from a ladder in the dormitory. The fire axe was cut into an inclined surface on both sides of the end of the iron frame, forming the current spear shape. You can attack when you advance and defend when you retreat. Better than a fire axe. While the two were fighting, Lin Wuxiao felt a stinging pain in his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, all he saw were skeletons. But there are exceptions. What is that? Lin Wuxiao looked and found several crystal cores floating in the air. After thinking for a while, he pointed at the crystal cores and said, "Kill those first." Luli didn't care about any reason and just listened to Lin Wuxiao and killed the zombies first. Then, the two fought and retreated, returned to the supermarket, and reinforced the wooden boards to keep the zombies out. "What should we do next, Brother Lin?" Luli asked. Lin Wuxiao did not answer, but took Luli's fire axe, directly opened the zombie's head and took out the crystal core. In this process, the girls backed away again and again, at a loss. Seeing this scene, Lin Wuxiao didn't say anything. He wiped the crystal core and swallowed it in one gulp, and soon had a reaction. Luli wanted to ask, but he stopped him directly. After some experience, Lin Wuxiao felt the extra strength in his body and said directly, "Not enough. This crystal core just makes me stronger. It seems that you need to take 2 pills to have significant effects." "Right. What did you want to say just now?" Lin Wuxiao looked at Luli, a little confused. But at this time, Luli showed a smile that was uglier than crying. There were some tears in his eyes, and his eyes were evasive. But he removed the book protection again, revealing a scratched wrist. There was a shallow wound on the wrist, but there was already some red and black blood inside the wound. Luli's expression was indescribable. He looked blankly and said, "Brother Lin, I seem to be infected." Chapter 68, Position 2, The Birth of the Ox. What the hell? Lin Wuxiao frowned violently, feeling a little helpless. To be honest, he had never thought about what it would be like to see his good brother turn into a zombie. No, don't give up. Who knows, you might evolve into a zombie leader, like in some zombie war novel. Luli, become the zombie king and take me to dominate the world? Lin Wuxiao was still counseling Luli, but Luli had already made up his mind to die. He looked at Lin Wuxiao and said with an open heart, "Don't be ridiculous, Brother Lin. To be honest, I'm very happy to have a friend like you. My grandfather and father went to Neijia to fight in the war. Although they never came back, my mother often tells me about it. At that time, I felt that a person's contribution was not about his contribution to society." Before the classic long narrative was finished, Lin Wuxiao interrupted it directly. "Stop talking. Don't you realize that if you say one more word, the black line of the zombie virus will go a little further? What should we do? You go out on your own, or..." As Lin Wuxiao spoke, he seemed to be at a loss as to what to do. "Let him kill. Okay. But for a moment, he really couldn't bring himself to kill his own brother. Don't be funny, Brother Lin. Give me a quick death before I turn into a zombie. Lu Li's eyes were determined. Seeing this scene, Lin Wuxiao didn't know what to say. Just look him in the eye and say, he's a man. Then I'll send you on your way? Lin Wuxiao raised the fire axe, and Lu Li knelt decisively, with his head pressed to the ground, waiting quietly. Just at this moment, one of the supermarket doors was suddenly pushed open and a young man walked out. As soon as the young man appeared, he spoke directly. What's that smell? It's so bad. If this person isn't Chu Yuni, who else could it be? Seeing Chu Yuni appear, Lu Liha paused, and the fire axe in Lin Wuxiao's hand also stopped. And Chu Yuni also came to see it. Good job. As soon as he went out, he saw Lin Wuxiao trying to chop off Lu Li's head. What's going on? When Chu Yun saw this, he waved his hand. Whoosh! A strong wind appeared and blew away the fire axe, dropping it aside. Can anyone explain this to me? Chu Yun kept asking. He looked at several half-naked female students nearby. Then feeling that he could not get an answer, he turned to look at Lu Li and Lin Wuxiao. Lu Li was no longer feeling quite right at this point. The black and red lines on his body had already spread over most of his body, and he was about to turn into a zombie. See this scene. Tisk. Chu Yuni couldn't help but gasp. He didn't know whether the strong student in front of him was the subordinate he was looking for, so he could only rescue him first. Just see. Chu Yun stretched out his right hand and snapped his fingers. Clatter! There was a crisp sound of snapping fingers, and creation and seizure were used instantly. The moment Chu Yun saw the zombie virus, he took it away and entered his body. Now, the zombie virus in Lu Li's body has completely disappeared. Apart from the slight possibility of wound infection, there is no other danger. I'm fine. Lu Li was simply in disbelief. He had originally made plans to die, but I didn't expect it. A mysterious man suddenly appeared in front of him. He just snapped his fingers and cleared all the zombie viruses in his body. I have no way to repay this kindness. I can only... Lu Li knelt down and kowtowed to Chu Yun. But Chu Yuni would never let him have his wish. A wave. A strong wind blew up and directly lifted Lu Li up. Looking at Lu Li and Lin Wuxiao, Chu Yuni asked directly, What are your names, both of you? These two people were the first two people Chu Yuni met when he just entered the zombie world. He had reason to suspect that one of these two people was a subordinate selected for him by Kong Min. Or maybe, both. My name is Lu Li. Lin Wuxiao. Both of them introduced themselves and looked at Chu Yuni with some curiosity. They really didn't understand why someone suddenly came out here. They had clearly checked before, and there was no one else here. Even if there is. Just now, they should have been killed completely by Lu Li. At the same time, Chu Yuni was also looking at the two of them. The two of them. Lu Li is a man of stout build and strong physique, and it seems that he has extraordinary strength in his body. Although Lin Wuxiao is a little thin, he is somewhat extraordinary. Especially that aura, it's like the resolute temperament that only the protagonist possesses. Thinking about it, Chu Yuni thought in his heart. Lu Li, Niu Li, Lin Wuxiao, Lin Huxiao. It seems that these two are the ones I am looking for. Chu Yuni confirmed this and said directly, You two, are you willing to be my subordinates? As soon as I finished speaking, Lu Li and Lin Wuxiao were both stunned. Everything happened too suddenly and caught them off guard. This matter. It is even more unexpected than the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse. In the zombie apocalypse, at least a few months ago we talked about the nuclear waste leakage in the island country and the first batch of deer in the United States being infected with an unknown virus, and then it slowly broke out. But now, the man in front of me suddenly pushed the door and walked out. First, Lu Li's zombie virus was eliminated. Then he asked if I was willing to be his subordinate, without even giving me time to think. I do. Lu Li thought about it, and then answered decisively. He knows. My life was saved by the other person. It was his duty to repay the other party. This was also Lu Li's way of doing things. Wasn't it just being a subordinate? He didn't feel any burden at all. But Lin Wuxiao was not so easy to accept. What the hell is going on here? Lin Wuxiao complained in his heart, not knowing what to say to suppress his inner embarrassment. But the next scene made Lin Wuxiao interested. Just see. Chu Yun nodded, looked at Lu Li, and slowly approached. He stretched out his right hand, pointed a finger at Lu Li's forehead and said, Good. From now on, you will take it upon yourself to eliminate the apocalypse. I now grant you the ability, take up your responsibilities. Remember, the organization you belong to is called Dawn. You are the second member of the Zodiac team. Your codename from now on is Ugly Ox. After saying a series of words, Chu Yun directly used the mind apostle. Choices come to mind. As if it had been planned in advance, Chu Yun made his choice directly. He will. Blood manipulation. Keep an eye on all directions. Have a photographic memory. The word of all spirits. Well organized. With ease. A sudden storm. The power of size. Environmental adaptation. These were quickly restored as an integrated package and sent over together. And Chu Yuni also added a rare red level ability. Born with supernatural powers. Chapter 69. Don't employ those you doubt, and don't doubt those you employ. Chu Yuni also considered it in detail. He thought about it too. Shouldn't we give our subordinates two powerful abilities all at once? It's not that I'm afraid they will rebel. Mainly, Chu Yuni worked so hard to obtain the abilities and gave them to his subordinates for free. Isn't it too cheap for them? But when I think about it, he still needs the Zodiac team to fight the apocalypse for him and gain control, so he has come to terms with it. Chu Yuni's mentality is still a little bit sick. On the one hand, he wants the Zodiac team to do more to fight against the apocalypse, but on the other hand, he wants the Zodiac team to take ordinary abilities from him. How can such a good thing happen? This translates to other angles. You want the horse to run but don't give it grass to eat? It's like they want their employees to work very hard, but at the same time they don't want them to get a single penny of salary. Think about it this way. Chu Yuni even felt that he should be hung on the street lamp. There is no need for me to be so harsh on my subordinates. I don't want to give them powerful abilities, but I also want them to work hard to fight the apocalypse. Isn't this embarrassing? After I figured it out, Chu Yun made the decision immediately. Don't employ people you doubt, and don't doubt people you employ. If you want to build a strong team of subordinates, you must be willing to invest. Besides, even if he grants abilities to his subordinates, his own abilities will not be reduced even in the slightest, and these abilities that are granted can also be taken back instantly. It's almost zero cost. What are you afraid of? Think of this. Chu Yuni also gave out a superpower gift package without hesitation, and then gave out a red power, innate supernatural power. I want to come. This ability should be very suitable for the ox. Luli was named Ugly Ox, and he instantly felt an immense admiration for Chu Yuni, as if Chu Yuni was his lifelong belief. Meet the boss. Chonyo fell to his knees on the ground and kowtowed rapidly. Seeing this scene, Chu Yuni really couldn't bear it. Just a slight wave of the hand. The strong wind will lift up Luli, who is an ugly ox, so that he won't be so restrained. Brother Lin, please agree to it. I feel like I can blow up a mountain with one punch. Chunyu waved his fist in the air and shouted excitedly. Seeing this scene of Luli, Lin Wuxiao also felt itchy in his heart. Your subordinate greets the boss? Lin Wuxiao also bowed and squinted his eyes as he looked at Chu Yuni, who was approaching. Chu Yuni was not very happy to see Lin Wuxiao like this, because the Apostle of the Soul did not have the opportunity to launch an attack. That is to say, Lin Wuxiao does not have the potential to be transformed into an apostle. He, Lin Wuxiao, didn't really want to surrender. How? Do you think that just talking will be enough? Chu Yun's tone was calm, but he seemed intimidating without even getting angry. As soon as I heard this, Lin Wuxiao raised his head slightly again, and subconsciously met Chu Yuni's gaze, and immediately felt a little frightened. No, I don't dare. I am willing to sacrifice my life for you. This time, Lin Wuxiao was sincere. After being scared, he became much more honest and put aside a lot of his thoughts. See this? Chu Yuni activated the Mind Apostle against Lin Wuxiao again, and it worked. Then, Lin Wuxiao was also transformed into an apostle, absolutely loyal to Chu Yuni's subordinates, and was also given abilities. Chu Yuni didn't like this guy very much. He was not as honest as Luli, so he just chose his ability randomly. Except for the novice gift pack. He gave Lin Wuxiao food for the first time. The blood and flesh of the barbarians, rapid recovery, absolute thousands of injuries, and welcoming and seeing off. This does fit the feeling that the tiger comes like an arrow and goes like the wind, the king of beasts devouring to its heart's content. I want to come. If Lin Wuxiao were given some time, he could build up a godlike power by relying on food and the blood and flesh of the barbarians. And with absolute 1,000 injuries, he can easily inflict heavy damage on the enemy. It will clear the way for the future. From now on, you are Inhu, Chu Yuni said solemnly. Listen to it. Lin Wuxiao, who was the tiger, clasped his fists, knelt on one knee and said, Thank you, boss. It seemed that he also sensed the special abilities in his body. Lin Wuxiao was very excited about his new name Yinhu, and his attitude towards Chu Yuni was also extremely respectful. Chu Yun waved his hand and put aside his serious expression and said, "Okay, tell me about the situation here." "Forget it. I'll watch it myself." Chu Yun thought about it, then activated the auxiliary ability of the Mind Apostle and checked the general memories of the ox and the tiger. He opened his eye of perception again and took a look at the situation on the entire Daiju star. Soon, the situation of the zombie apocalypse appeared in Chu Yun's mind. So that's how it is. Chu Yun consumed some of his mental energy while checking the information. But the loss of these mental energies is harmless and does not constitute any loss. That is to say, zombies have the ability to evolve, and there are crystal cores in their heads. Humans can absorb them and develop superpowers. That's interesting. Chu Yun nodded, and then gave the ability of Kong Min, the castrated version of Deju Xing, to Chonyo and Yinhu and said, "Go hunt zombies with crystal cores. The more the merrier." After receiving the order, Chonyo took action immediately and prepared to rush out of the supermarket. But Yinhu paused. He directly cut open the head of the zombie in the supermarket, took out a crystal core, wiped it, and handed it to Chu Yuni. After getting a crystal core, Chu Yun nodded and said, "You did a good job. Now, go hunt zombies with Ugly Bull." After receiving the order, Yinhu stood up immediately and prepared for action. But now the ox has stopped again. Chu Yuni also noticed his pause and asked directly, What do you think?" The ox imitated the tiger and knelt on one knee to report. "Boss, these girls," waved his hand. Chu Yun kept saying, "As long as I'm here, they won't die. You two should go quickly and come back soon." After getting this answer, the ox immediately set out, bringing the tiger with him. After glancing at the shabbily dressed girls behind him, Chu Yuni had nothing to say. In times of peace, they have equal rights. But in the last days, it all depends on who has the bigger fist. If they had the ability to resist, or even hunt zombies to obtain crystal cores, they could also stand at the top. But looking at these people in front of me, it seems very difficult. "Shadow," Chu Yun called out and kept the shadow. Chu Yuni has no intention of being a flower protector. He just took the crystal core and disappeared on the spot. Chu Yuni, gone. Chapter 70 Awakening. Useless Abilities. In the empty door, the pillow that was staying in the space suddenly disappeared and was replaced by Chu Yuni. Chu Yun reacted. "Can't you teleport infinitely?" He was thinking about the empty door before, so he used the eyes of insight to see the existence of this place. Then used the welcoming and sending function to return here instantly. But it failed. His welcoming and seeing off method must be used for individuals, and there is a small restriction. This restriction is not very noticeable, and Chu Yuni almost forgot about it. But Chu Yun had a photographic memory, and he recalled, "That's right. There are restrictions on welcoming and seeing off guests. The size difference must be within 400 times. Chu Yun thought about it. A solution was soon found. The next moment, he is dominated by the elemental ruler, supplemented by the creative characteristics of creation and seizure. Soon, in the empty gate, Chu Yuni created thousands of grains of sand, gathered them together to form a sand table, and placed it in the empty gate. A brand new and huge sandbox appeared. When Chu Yun saw this, he used his penetrating eyes again to assist in welcoming and seeing off the people. The sand on the sandbox shook. One of the grains of sand disappeared quietly. The sands are so huge that they can be regarded as small yellow pebbles. So, it is convenient for him to use the eyes of penetration and the welcoming and sending skills at any time to instantly move from any world and any conditions, and thus return to the safe space. The requirement is that the difference should be within 400, and these sands with a diameter of 5 just meet the requirement. Although Chu Yuni didn't know how the 400 times size was calculated, volume or mass, or surface area, but it was successful after all. Original. This was just a concept, but it was a complete success in the first experiment. Now, Chu Yun sat down and took out the crystal core. Holding it in his hand, he played with the crystal core that was crystal clear and looked like a gem. He took the crystal core that exploded from the zombie's head and prepared to conduct a new experiment. Swallow it directly? Food is the most important thing for us, so we don't have to worry about not being able to digest it. No, that's why we should be afraid. Chu Yuni suddenly thought of something and frowned. The effect of taking food as the first priority is to transform everything that enters the stomach into physical fitness. What if this superpower that was supposed to appear was also digested? Shit. Given the nature of this concept, it might really be like this. Chu Yun was not sure, but he still chose to swallow the crystal core first. After all, this thing is not scarce. Even if there is any accident, the worst that can happen is we can just get another one. After a while, Chu Yuni squeezed his palms and checked himself. No feeling. It seems that the improvement in physical fitness is just a drop in the ocean, and it cannot be discovered at all without careful perception. It is true. Chu Yuni was speechless. Then, Chu Yuni looked at the empty door and turned the door handle. Zombie world, big matrix. Push the door open with one hand and wave it gently. Bang! The zombie in front of the door had his head blown up. The crystal nucleus appears. Then he was swept away by the strong wind. Then, Chu Yuni closed the door. Take this new crystal core. This time, Chu Yuni didn't choose to swallow it without thinking. Instead, he opened his eyes of insight and examined everything that came with the crystal core. As expected, a ray of light appeared, and Chu Yun knew that this was an opportunity to awaken. Seeing is not enough. Chu Yuni directly used creation and seizure to seize the awakening opportunity on the crystal core and transfer it to himself. Bang! The crystal core that had been deprived of the opportunity to awaken was instantly turned into powder. Completely disappeared. It seems that the only purpose of the crystal core's existence is to provide people with the ability to awaken. Other than that, it's not even an empty shell. And at this time, as soon as Chu Yun took away the opportunity to awaken, his body showed some reaction. Oh, I feel it. Chu Yun felt his head was hot, as if he had a fever. Because Ox and Tiger became Chu Yuni's subordinates, Chu Yuni knew all their information. So, Chu Yuni also knew that the ability to awaken was roughly related to the part of the body that became hot after swallowing the crystal core. When the ox awakens, his whole body becomes hot, and his great power awakens. Inhu's eyes became hot, and his perspective was awakened. As for Chu Yuni himself, he got carried away when he awakened. What kind of ability would he awaken? Super brain? Telekinesis? Absolute wisdom? Chu Yun rubbed his hands, feeling a little expectant. But when he woke up, he was stunned again. This doesn't feel like anything, etc. Chu Yun smacked his lips and a green apple tasted in his mouth. When he thought about it again, his mouth instantly tasted like grapes. It's not that there is really any smell, but he has deceived himself into allowing his body to sense these stimuli. This principle is somewhat like being in a dream, where one's senses can change out of thin air. No? What the hell is this doing? Chu Yun's entire face was tense, and he felt something indescribable. It's like buying a lottery ticket thinking you'll win, but you win third prize. But third prize gives you a free fly to eat. It's just grassy. To be honest, even many ordinary people can possess this ability. Just like looking at plums can quench thirst. When you see plums, you can't help but think of the sourness. And when you see food shows, you can't help but imagine the taste. It's just that the degree of imagination is different for each person. In comparison, this ability can't be said to be useless, it's simply trash. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chu Yun waved his hand, still not believing that he had awakened a rubbish ability. He was never inferior to anyone in his life. My luck is not bad, so how come I awakened such a crappy ability? Impossible, something must have gone wrong. Chu Yun thought about it. Go to bed directly. He prepared to enter the round table dream to find out. Round table dreams. As soon as Chu Yun came here, he pushed the black ball. But the result is still the same. You can walk, but only a little bit, not more. The end result was that it still didn't make it into the bag. The black ball is still on the round table. After giving up on pocketing the black ball, Chu Yuni focused his attention on his own abilities and soon discovered a surprising guy. This is the 27th ball, a very small one, like a glass marble. Unexplained daydreaming. Quality, colorless. Introduction. Your imagination can affect your real feelings. Note, this ability can be further enhanced by absorbing crystal cores. And note, you can try to strengthen it or integrate it with other special abilities. This ability is really useless. Chapter 71. You call this seaweed? People are in extremely helpless situations. Most likely, he will laugh. Chu Yuni was just like that, and he smiled helplessly. Ha ha ha. This round table dream has been annotated in this way. What does it mean? This shows that this ability is really poor. What is the use of this ability? After being hurt by being a bootlicker for the goddess, will you really feel better if you comfort yourself by saying that you don't care? Or maybe the person is about to die, but he insists that it doesn't hurt. I can still walk a few steps, and then dies gracefully and painlessly? This ability is really too idealistic. The key is, facts are facts, and they can't be changed by talking too hard. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Yuni was stunned. He remembered. It seems that I really have some additional characteristics. What about the additional characteristics of the idealistic type? It seemed like it was the time when I talked to Zishu and mentioned Mashuan, and then I was planted with the arrogance virus by this old guy. Maybe Amo Sun was thinking, let Chu Yuni be a little arrogant, and then kill him easily. But I didn't expect it. Chu Yuni directly crushed the arrogance virus while retaining its key characteristics. Chu Yun glanced around. Take out the equally translucent, colorless ability ball. Touched by the truth. Chu Yuni merged his ability to touch the truth with his unconditional fantasies. The two abilities complemented each other and gradually grew bigger. Final. The two abilities merged smoothly together and became a slightly larger ability ball, generalizing from a single case. Quality, colorless. Introduction. When you understand 40% of the facts, you can slightly distort the results of the facts. Note, this ability can be further enhanced by absorbing crystal cores. Note, example. You think other people's grapes are sour, and you insist that they are sour. Others taste them sweet, but then they become sour. It is recommended that you continue to strengthen this ability. Seeing the generalization, Chu Yuni's mouth wrinkled. What? What is this? So it's changed from changing the taste in your own mouth to changing the taste in other people's mouths, right? Although it is possible to change the facts, the process of change is very slight, and I think it will not be able to change it anymore. No, we need to add some stronger medicine. I still have. Chu Yun glanced at his abilities. He originally wanted to sacrifice a few abilities that were of little use, but he discovered something different. Zombie virus. Quality, colorless. Introduction. After activating this ability, you can turn into a zombie, infect others by biting them, become stronger by eating others, and possess the primary undead trait. Note, primary immortality feature. One will not die if the liver, heart, or other vital organs are severely damaged. The ability to move will only be lost after the brain is destroyed. This was what Chu Yuni had taken from Ugly Ox before. It was originally a casual display of creation and seizure, but in the end it was still seized upon oneself. Just right. It can be directly crushed and turned into nutrients for generalizing. Chu Yun didn't think much and crushed the zombie virus directly. Bang! A white powder appeared on the ground, and there were also the zombie habits and primary undead infectious characteristics. The habit of zombies is to retain the ability to become stronger. Eating people can slightly improve their physical fitness. This conflicts with Chu Yuni's belief that food is the most important thing. It is useless to keep it and crush it directly. The primary level of immortality is interesting. Chu Yuni fused it with the Dozhan Holy Body. Fighting Holy Body. Quality, yellow. Introduction. It is very difficult for you to die when you are seriously injured. After you recover, you will be far better than you were before the battle. Chu Yun took one look and was very satisfied. And the last contagious property is that it can bite others and give its power to others. It conflicts with the spiritual apostle and is crushed. Now, the powder that was first crushed by the zombie virus, and the powder that was transformed into the zombie's contagious habits. Chu Yuni synthesized them one by one. Turn yellow and pour soap. Quality, colorless. Calling a deer a horse. Quality, colorless. Final. This ability has become. Change right into wrong. Quality, colorless. Introduction. You can reverse right and wrong and distort the facts, but you will have to consume the same amount of mental energy. Note. If the mental power is insufficient, the change will fail. If the mental power is 0, you will fall into a short coma. Please use this ability with caution. When Chu Yun saw this, he was satisfied. Good. Great. It feels good. Chu Yuni was somewhat delighted. After his unremitting efforts, he finally transformed a useless ability into a heaven-defying ability. Only those with extraordinary abilities are worthy of entering his sequence. If the abilities within the round table could speak, it would be. What kind of ability do you have? Rubbish ability. Everyone in the sequence is at the concept level, the characteristic level, or even the rule level. You have rubbish ability, so I'm afraid you are not qualified to enter the sequence at all. Chu Yun's worry turned into joy, and then he exited the round table dream. Big Star. Crunch, crunch. Luli, codenamed Ugly Ox, took out some snacks and kept chewing them. Lin Wuxiao, who was a tiger, kept looking around, fearing that there might be any danger. But it is obvious. Chonyo doesn't care about these at all, because he thinks he can blow up a mountain. Stop eating, Lin Wuxiao said with a frown. Why? Are there zombies? Luli asked back. It's so noisy. Lin Wuxiao was speechless. Lu Li had been crunching snacks all the way, which made him a little upset. Lin Wuxiao glanced around and saw quite a few zombies through his ability of perspective. This is the campus, and it's quite remote. There aren't many people living around here. After all, transportation, grocery shopping, and other things are not very convenient, and there are not many people living here. But precisely because it is a school, students make up the majority. Their university has about 7,000 students enrolled every year, a total of about 20,000 people. It is the holiday now. Some people leave school and go home, while others still stay in the hotel. Even with the division of the campus, there are still several thousand people left in these two male and female dormitory buildings. And at this time, Lin Wuxiao saw the situation in the girls' dormitory through the wall. He said with a smile, "Don't you want to go? That's perfect. There are probably thousands of zombies in there, enough for you to do your best." Lin Wuxiao raised the corner of his mouth. It was just the right time to go to the girls' dormitory to take a look. He had been curious about it for a long time. At this time, Lu Li agreed, then threw away the bag of snacks and followed Yin Hu. Suddenly, Lin Wuxiao's eyes widened. The corners of his eyes twitched, and he asked in disbelief, "Wait, what did you eat?" "Nori." Lin Wuxiao picked up the plastic bag and asked Lu Li for a bag of seaweed. After seeing it, he was 7 parts speechless and 3 parts shocked. The opening of the face full of pie charts. "You call this seaweed? This is compressed kelp." Chapter 72. How did you get into college? After realizing something was wrong, Lin Wuxiao immediately reached out to stop Lu Li's next move. But Lu Li's movements were even faster. Tons, tons, tons. Lu Li drank a bottle of normal-sized mineral water in one gulp, as if he was drinking oral liquid. "What's wrong, Brother Lin? I feel thirsty after eating this seaweed. It's not that salty at all." Lu Li frowned, a little confused. Lin Wuxiao sighed and suddenly thought of that mysterious and powerful man. After some thought, "Food is my first priority, so Lu Li should be no worse off than me. It shouldn't be a problem." Thinking of this, Lin Wuxiao felt a little helpless. Little did they know, what Lu Li obtained was a weakened version of the power of size. After all, Chu Yuni also took a bit of balance into consideration. At the same time, I also want to see how various abilities will be developed. Seeing that Lu Li was no longer worried, Lin Wuxiao couldn't help but ask, "No? How did you get into university? Did you use a backdoor?" Hear this question. Lu Li scratched his head and said seriously, "I was admitted to university purely because I agreed to accept the adjustment. It has nothing to do with my uncle who is a major general." Hearing this, Lin Wuxiao frowned even deeper and asked back, "Your second uncle is a major general?" Lu Li nodded and said, My grandfather had 3 children. My father was the youngest. In the end, only my second uncle survived. With so many military achievements, isn't it normal for him to be a full-time military officer?" After hearing this, Lin Wuxiao slapped his forehead fiercely. "Pa! No, why didn't you say so earlier? If I had told you earlier, I would have asked your uncle, Major General, to drive a tank to rescue us. Didn't you say before that your family runs a small shop?" Lu Li pursed his lips. "There should be more people who need to be rescued than just the 2 of us. And I didn't lie to you. My mother runs a small shop, but my second uncle doesn't live at home." Lin Wuxiao was speechless and his mind was in a mess. He didn't quite understand Lu Li's train of thought. This guy was a bit stubborn. To say he was smart, he wasn't that smart. Let's say he's stupid. It's hard to say. Pointing to a dormitory building in the distance, Lin Wuxiao said, as he saw a few zombies appearing on the roadside. "Let's go. Let's get rid of the zombies first." Big Star. Tungwu University, female dormitory. In front of the building. Several zombies seemed to have retained their habits in life and were taking a walk. You can also see 2 zombies holding hands. If they weren't already severely zombified with gray and ulcerated skin, it would be a pretty nice sight. Lin Wuxiao and Lu Li came here. Lu Li jumped up instantly. Whoosh! Like a bullet fired from a gun. An elbow strike directly smashed the 2 zombies into pieces. "Hey, aren't you afraid of infection?" Lin Wuxiao reminded, as if he was afraid that Lu Li would turn into a zombie. Just imagine this. A zombie-like innate divine power. I dare not imagine. Hearing this, Lu Li couldn't help but laugh. "Brother Lin, I'm afraid you don't know. What kind of power has the boss given me?" The next moment, Lu Li suddenly rushed out, gently pinched the throat of a zombie, and then put it beside him. That zombie has no IQ. Even though he was subdued and released at once, He attacked Luli without hesitation. But Luli didn't react much. Just extend your right arm. The right arm had been stripped of all its simple equipment in the supermarket, revealing its somewhat dark skin. Lin Wuxiao was shocked and wanted to stop it. The zombie opened its mouth and bit Luli's arm, and a crisp sound rang out. Crack! Several pieces of white hard objects shattered and fell, which was completely different from the scene of blood splattering that Lin Wuxiao had imagined. And those few things. It's the fragment of the zombie's tooth. Luli just looked up at the sky. He seemed to have said nothing, but it seemed as if he had said everything. Awesome. Lin Wuxiao didn't know what to say, and just gave a thumbs up silently. Being born with supernatural powers is not just pure strength. If a person has extraordinary strength but his physique remains unchanged, then punching will cause him to break bones and jumping will cause his joints to come out. So, the innate supernatural power is an all-round enhancement, and the body also becomes invulnerable to swords and guns. The gun here refers to firearms. Now, Luli turned around and elbowed the zombie, directly blowing its head apart. Seeing that the surroundings were safe, Luli looked up and shouted, "Hello, is anyone there? I'm here to save people. Anyone alive? Please stick your heads out." Luli started shouting, his voice like a loud bell. This sound went down. Many of the tightly closed dormitory windows had their corners exposed, and many heads were visible. Even, not just this building, but also the buildings next door and behind, many people stuck their heads out. There are 4 units in a building, and each unit has 6 floors. Each floor has a long row of dormitories, which can accommodate about 12 dormitories. In each dormitory, the girls sleep in groups of 4. Although a lot of people left, the holiday was only 3 days, so not many people went home, and the majority stayed in school. But because of the sudden outbreak of the zombie virus, only about 30% of the students survived, and the situation is not very optimistic. Now, by just looking out, Luli could tell roughly how many people were still alive. "Hello. Stay still. I'm going to deal with the zombies now." Luli shouted loudly, calming those who stayed in the dormitory. And this shout, at the same time, it is also to lure out the zombies. Zombies are very sensitive to sounds and smells. Shout like this. The zombies in all the corridors came out in full force, like a tide of corpses. Ah! Ah! Dense roars were heard, and in just a moment, nearly 100 zombies emerged. See this scene. Luli was not surprised but happy. He took out the fire axe and went into battle directly. Bang! Bang! Every time he swung the axe, he would take off the head of a zombie. However, after just a few swings, the axe handle in his hand would break. This weapon is too fragile and cannot withstand Luli's strength. No weapons. Luli could only attack with his bare hands, as the surrounding zombies surrounded him and directly surrounded him. Seeing this situation, Lin Wuxiao bared his teeth, feeling that it was very difficult to deal with. He doesn't know any martial arts, nor does he have any innate supernatural powers. These groups of zombies would tire him out even if he just stood still and let them chop him. Lin Wuxiao's mouth twitched, thinking that Luli was born with supernatural powers and his body was so hard that it was invulnerable to swords and guns. He ignored him. He retreated silently to the back, used some long-range weapons for surprise attacks from time to time, thanks to absolute 1,000 injuries. Even if he threw a stone, it would be enough to make the zombie's head explode. Chapter 73. So embarrassing. Just at this moment, suddenly a voice appeared. "Fuck, look at Brother Lin. Beauty is like clouds, red is flying and green is dancing." After hearing Luli's words, Lin Wuxiao breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the group of zombies did not overwhelm him. "You even used idioms. Do you understand?" Lin Wuxiao complained. His figure flashed, and he used the idioms to welcome and see off. When Luli heard this, he couldn't help but ask, "After all, I am the only college student in my family, and I have good literary talent." Seeing Luli, even though he was submerged in the tide of zombies, he was still so energetic. Lin Wuxiao was also relieved. But, come to think of it, comparing this group of zombies with Luli's current physical fitness, it can't be said to be an egg hitting a stone. It's simply tofu hitting steel bars. It would be strange if it could be touched. Even if he wanted to suppress them by numbers, those who swarmed over him would be pushed back by Luli. And now, Luli stood up and made a big turn, turning several zombies around him into a bloody mist. But the distance that the arms can stretch is really limited. Before I could see the road clearly, I was overwhelmed by a large number of zombies. "Brother Lin, please help me make a way." Luli shouted loudly. Hearing this request, Lin Wuxiao was speechless. Fuck you. There are more and more zombies now, hundreds and thousands of them. How can we open it? After saying that, Luli seemed to realize that it was not practical. See you. Luli suddenly jumped 3 meters high, looked at the surrounding terrain, and then fell into the tide of zombies again. He jumped up and down, trying to break free, but to no avail. There are simply too many zombies. Even if they were not zombies but hundreds or thousands of people, a lot of people would probably be trampled to death in the stampede. On normal school days, there don't seem to be many people. After all, the times are staggered, the start and end times of each class are different, and the flow of people in the activities is also divided into batches. But now, 70% of the students turned into zombies and swarmed over. It was a disaster. And the noise here also alarmed the zombies in the men's dormitory in the distance, which made Lin Wuxiao stunned. Ah. The zombies in the distance staggered and began to slowly approach this direction. The number is not large, but it forms a double team. Tisk. Lin Wuxiao suddenly clicked his tongue, a little surprised. Lin Wuxiao rubbed his eyebrows, and suddenly a shocking idea exploded in his mind. Yes. I don't know if it will work. Lin Wuxiao glanced and moved to the bulletin board downstairs. Lin Wuxiao knew it well. It's not that Luli can't defeat this group of zombies, but that he lacks a good weapon. Bang! Clatter! In just a few moves, Lin Wuxiao removed the iron frames on both sides of the billboard. Then he threw it into the air and shouted, "Take the weapons!" Lin Wuxiao and Luli replied, "Okay." This time, directly let Luli have weapons. Swish! Luli waved a pair of 2-meter-long hollow iron frames, creating a strong wind. As Luli danced, the surrounding zombies retreated one after another. But only a few seconds later, the pair of iron frames changed their shape. One was severely bent, and the other was directly broken in half. Too light. Too light. Luli waved and shouted loudly. Lin Wuxiao clicked his tongue. Tisk. He stood up and started looking for his things again. Then look for it. 2 shovels were found in the backyard, one heart-shaped and the other square, and they were handed to Luli in the same way. And Luli waved again. He swung again, and this time he held on a little longer. For a while. Unexpectedly, no one could get close to Luli. The zombies' heads exploded one after another, quickly clearing a large area. The zombies around were cleared out, but there were still more zombies coming to surround them. Huff. Huff. Luli was panting, feeling a little tired. The 2 shovels in his hands had changed shape, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were like wooden thorns. It's still too light, Brother Lin. Luli looked up and said while looking into the distance. At this time, Lin Wuxiao was squatting on the rain shelter of the school supermarket, about 3 meters off the ground. The zombies couldn't come up, which made it easier for him to observe the situation. But after hearing this, Lin Wuxiao couldn't help but complain. Do you think you are asking for weapons? Just use whatever you have. Why don't you just pull 2 steel bars down from the building? They're pretty strong anyway. Listen to it. Luli scratched his head, uttered a slight doubt, and suddenly jumped to the side. He jumped in front of a building. Throw a punch. Bang! The outer foam insulation layer was pierced, and the cement structure inside was also pierced. Luli pulled casually and pulled out the 2 pieces of steel bars inside. Even though Luli was very strong, he still had to try and break it by using the characteristics of metal fatigue. Holding 2 3-meter-long steel bars, Luli played with them for a while. The dance is a set of stick flowers. The gorgeous afterimage appeared, causing dust to be blown up around it. Just right. Luli smiled, very satisfied. Seeing this scene, Lin Wuxiao's mouth twitched. Ajan, are you serious? He was just joking. Next, the zombies around are moving in groups. But Luli just let the zombies approach him, dancing skillfully with the rebar in his hands. Anything close to a certain range. This group of zombies had their heads exploded in an instant. And this scene, it was also seen by the students in the dormitory building. Not only in the female dormitory, but even in the male dormitory far away, many students also looked out and couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. Awesome, big brother. The girls' dormitory was closer, so even though the sound was quieter, I could still hear it clearly. Some female college students kept saying compliments. Wow, brother, you are awesome. Do you exercise regularly? Your muscles are so strong. I feel so safe. Do you have a boyfriend? Hearing all these flattering words, Luli had never been treated like this before. He was beaming. I didn't even listen to these words carefully. I just knew that he was praising himself. He nodded and smiled. Haha, that's it. That's it. Watch this. Luli was delighted. He clamped 2 threaded steel bars under his armpits and started turning them directly. As he turned several times, the zombies around were thrown away one after another, and even if they were surrounded by zombies, they could not get close. Ha 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 ha. Feeling the admiring gazes constantly appearing, Luli was very happy. The temperament was aroused, and he killed the zombies with both hands, and he couldn't help but want to show off his literary talent. He wanted the audience around him to know. Luli, not only does he have brute strength, he is also good at writing. But at the same time, a girl just showed her head and saw the bloody and tragic scene downstairs, and she vomited all over the floor. Pa! It landed right on Luli's head. But Luli was in a bad mood now and didn't care about all this. Just listen to him and recite the poem directly. Life is as busy as an ox, and in my spare time, I would like to sleep with the mountains. With unyielding determination, I suppressed the evildoers, and my fighting spirit was overwhelming. There is a huge force in my heart, the power. Ugh. Shit. Ugh. 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 Chanting halfway, as his body spun and the vomit fell on his head. His stomach churned and he vomited it all out. And these vomits are green and in strips. That's kelp. Ugh. 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 Period. Kelp and yellow-brown vomit kept pouring out of Luli's stomach, one crop after another, as if they were multiplying infinitely. Seeing this, Lin Wuxiao pinched his nose and frowned. Fuck. It's so embarrassing. Chapter 74. Listen to the sound of wow. The compressed kelp that Luli had eaten earlier had now swelled in his stomach. Now turn. Coupled with the vomit of a student upstairs, an overwhelming feeling of nausea overwhelmed me. If it were Lin Wuxiao, maybe he could still endure it. After all, he was a cold-blooded guy who could remain calm even when chopping off a corpse for the first time. But Luli is different. Since his first craniotomy to extract the crystal core, he has accumulated a little bit of mental preparation in this regard. But this time it was a double blow both psychologically and physically. My stomach was already feeling uncomfortable. Luli couldn't stand it anymore after being drenched in vomit. Vomit! All the green kelp was spit out, one batch after another, which made Lin Wuxiao feel a little sick. That's all. Luli did not forget to swing his weapon to attack the zombies that were attacking from all around. Vomit! Countless kelps were spit out, and one zombie slipped and fell to the ground. Luli swung the steel bar again, but he felt a sour taste in his mouth. I really can't stand it. Luli decisively threw down a steel bar and pulled out all the kelp in his mouth with one hand, which made him feel a little better. Then he picked up the steel bar and looked to the side, but found out. The boys in the dormitory all had faces full of emotion, while in the girls' dormitory most of them covered their mouths, and some even couldn't bear to look. Squeak. Blood manipulation was used unconsciously, and Luli's entire body turned red. In competitions where there are not many rules, certain stimulants are banned. But there are still many people who will take some blood of the same blood type and inject it into their own bodies. Because of high blood circulation, it can also act as a stimulant. And now, through subconscious blood control, Luli's body instantly turned red, his eyes widened, and he looked as if he was in a violent state. Fuck. Luli wished he could find a hole to crawl into. It was so embarrassing. But the zombies kept pouring in, so he had no choice but to resort to this last resort. Swish. Swish. Countless stick shadows swept out, and the heads of the surrounding zombies were blown up one after another. People at this time. The potential is endless. Luli was shouting while clearing the oncoming zombies. At this time, the zombies were already sparsely present. They no longer formed groups. Looking at Luli, who was in a red temperature state, Lin Wuxiao showed a look of disgust and took a detour. When he opened his perspective, he saw dozens of crystal cores. But he didn't want to pick it up. It's not that he disobeyed Chu Yunyi's orders, but he couldn't pick them all up in a short time because there were simply too many of them. Although some zombies had their heads blown up, their crystal cores were half exposed. But more crystal cores are still embedded deep in the brain, and they will have to be opened one by one later, which is troublesome. Lin Wuxiao was walking in the corridor. He is not afraid. After all, he has a lot of skills. If he can't win, he can just run away. He just left without being beaten. After checking the building, Lin Wuxiao shouted in the corridor, "It's safe. Go downstairs in an orderly manner. Everyone who is okay, come out and help. Food will be served later." Hearing this, many people stuck their heads out and some walked out timidly. They all saw the battle Luli had just had downstairs. At this time Lin Wuxiao came out. They were absolutely sure that they were safe. downstairs. And at this time, Luli cleared out all the zombies and saw that the area was barely safe. He didn't care about the blood all over his body and shouted loudly, "You are safe. Go downstairs." Hearing this shout, all the people around who were leaning against the windows and watching were filled with joy. Hearing Lu Li's words, many people went downstairs. Not only the female dormitory, but also many people came to the male dormitory. About 200 people scattered here and there. Seeing this disorganized group of people, Lu Li didn't know what to do. Lin Wuxiao pointed directly at this group of people, calling them to come over to help clean up the crystal core. Just like I said, knock open the skulls of those zombies I'm referring to. I don't care whether you use rocks or iron racks to hit it, just get it out. After everything is done, we will distribute the food. These crystal nuclei. Some were still embedded in the zombies' heads, while others were simply smashed out by a head explosion. Cleaning it out is quite strenuous work. After hearing this, some people were reluctant to take action. It's not that they don't want to. The scene before my eyes was really too shocking. There were corpses all over the ground. There was blood all over the ground. The foul smell was overwhelming, and there was dried blood all over the ground. If you could hold back from vomiting after seeing it up close, you would be considered a man. In addition, there is also kelp all over the ground. See this scene. Lin Wuxiao thought that this group of people were unwilling, so he added, "Don't just sit there and enjoy the fruits of your labor. Come and help pick up the crystal cores, then you can eat. Otherwise, everyone will starve." Lin Wuxiao pointed and said with a frown. The group was quiet at first and somewhat reluctant. How? Disagree? Lin Wuxiao was a little unhappy. A burst of whispers rang out and Lin Wuxiao frowned. For a while, Lin Wuxiao imagined a plot in his mind, such as someone standing up and saying something. "We didn't ask you to save me. Why should we do it? We are free. You can't boss us around," and stuff like that. Lin Wuxiao tilted his head, looking a little impatient. But he thought there would be incidents like in novels, with some brain-dead people engaging in moral kidnapping. But it did not happen. But what Lin Wuxiao didn't expect happened first. See this bloody scene. Some people still cannot adapt to some extent. A girl couldn't bear to see the corpses. She took 2 steps and vomited all over the floor. Wow. Ugh. It was like a chain reaction. Many people had been holding it in and could only vomit sour emotions. I can barely hold it back from vomiting. But when I saw the first person vomit, I couldn't help it. Vomit. Then the second person vomited, and then the third, and the fourth. Not only the girls, but most of the male college students also started vomiting. For a while, the vomiting sounds continued. Rows of people vomited. In an instant, the vomit filled the entire downstairs, mixed with soup and water, even faintly covering the smell of corpse and blood. Oh shit! Lu Li's stomach churned again when he saw this scene. Found a place under a tree. Lu Li bent over and spoke again. Ugh, 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 ugh. Lin Wuxiao was speechless. He frowned and pinched his nose, then came over to help and patted his back. He said, "Fuck. Don't eat compressed kelp anymore. No, don't eat sealed food without any print on it anymore." Looking at the kelp on the ground under the tree, Lin Wuxiao's face was wrinkled with 2 or 3 black lines. He was really speechless. Chapter 75. The smell of mom. So fragrant. Lin Wuxiao brought a bottle of water from the supermarket. I wanted to give it to Lu Li to drink and smooth it out, but I don't know why. Although Lu Li took the mineral water, he was a little hesitant and did not drink it. Seeing this, Lin Wuxiao asked, "No? How many packets did you eat?" Lu Li held his stomach and said tremblingly, 8 packs. After listening, Lin Wuxiao slapped his forehead fiercely. "Pa, I'm really drunk. Why did you eat so much compressed kelp?" Lu Li curled his lips and muttered, "I thought it was seaweed. Who told the supermarket to put it in the food category? Damn it, don't drink water today." Lin Wuxiao didn't know what to say and could only laugh awkwardly. That's how everyone is. Amid the sounds of vomiting, he gradually came back to his senses and calmed down a little. After a long while, as Lin Wuxiao expected, those people who were trying to blackmail him morally did not appear, because this group of people were kind and law-abiding college students, and their eyes were somewhat clear. They are simply not mentally prepared, and they are not idiots who stand on the moral high ground and want to reap the benefits without doing anything. Calm down. Several college students came over to help pick up the crystal cores. With someone taking the lead, the other students also started to come over and smash their skulls to take out the crystal cores. Period. Not only Lu Li, Lin Wuxiao also received praises. "Thank you. I really appreciate it. If it weren't for those two heroes, I don't know how long we would have been trapped in the dormitory. My God, you two are such nice people. I have no way to repay you, but helping you two brothers pick up the crystal cores is my duty. Master, are you still in need of lackeys? Wow, you guys are so handsome. Even several girls gathered around Luli, constantly flattering him. Brother is so awesome. Actually, I've always been single, you see. Brother, your muscles are so big. Can I touch them? Hearing the sweet voice, Luli couldn't stop laughing. Ha ha ha, that's it. That's it. Touch. Touch whatever you want. He completely forgot about the embarrassing incident just now. When Lin Wuxiao saw this scene, he walked over and directed the girls. You guys should not just sit there and be lazy. That one, and that one all have crystal cores in their brains. Go over and open them. Don't say you are girls. I support gender equality. No matter if a man or a woman messes with me, I will beat them equally. Lin Wuxiao raised his fist, and the girls left in shame. Luli still wanted to keep him, but was stopped by Lin Wuxiao's look. Have you forgotten what the boss told you? Collect the crystal cores. At this time, Lin Wuxiao revealed the identity of the mysterious man Chu Yuni, which made Luli, who had always listened to Lin Wuxiao, nod and say nothing. Gurgle. A hungry sound came from Luli's stomach. Hey, I just vomited. I'm hungry. Luli grabbed his stomach, feeling a little embarrassed. Lin Wuxiao frowned and grinned, looking as if he felt a little embarrassed to be around Luli. He walked over to a body. Pa! A finger was broken off, and then Hu Shualu Ro launched a successful attack. The next moment, this finger becomes the tiger skin chicken feet that are fried first and then braised with attractive color. What the hell? Luli looked a little surprised and couldn't understand what was going on. But then, Lin Wuxiao handed over the tiger skin chicken feet, and Luli quickly refused when he saw it. No, no, no. Even if I, Luli, die outside or jump off a building, I will never eat a single bite of this thing. Seeing that Luli didn't have any idea, Lin Wuxiao started to eat it directly. Joke. Lin Wuxiao has a tough personality throughout his life. He is a ruthless person who eats while watching Mermaid in the sewer. What's more, he even ate chicken breast and soba noodles for several days. Now there is hot food on site. How could they just abandon it just because it was a piece of dead body's finger? Crack. Crack? Lin Wuxiao started chewing it, and the taste immediately flooded his head. He exclaimed, "Oh yo! It's fresh and delicious, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. I can even chew the bones." Hearing Lin Wuxiao's continuous praise, Lu Li's appetite was aroused. He walked slowly over and squatted aside. That brother Lin, it's really delicious? Tasty. Well, how about? Actually, I don't mind. Listening to Lu Li's embarrassed words, Lin Wuxiao simply broke off a piece of his finger, turned it into a tiger skin chicken claw, and handed it to Lu Li. After Lu Li did some psychological preparation, take a bite. In an instant, countless emotions burst out in his mind, and he couldn't help but say, "Wow." I took a bite and the aroma was so fragrant that it melted in my mouth. The taste is rich yet layered. Mom, I tasted the flavor of what my mom cooked. My soul seems to have been sublimated. After wiping away his tears, Lu Liming chewed the food in 2 or 3 bites and couldn't help but sigh. It smells so good. Not long. This group of students also collected the crystal cores and handed them all to Lin Wuxiao. There are nearly 100 of these crystal cores, although not particularly much. But even with just 2 hands, it would definitely not be enough to hold it up. So Lin Wuxiao needed a travel backpack and put it directly in. And seeing Lin Wuxiao and Lu Li, one was breaking the corpse into pieces and turning it into delicious food, while the other was eating it happily. All the students were surprised, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Being watched, Lin Wuxiao pointed to the supermarket not far away. Let's all go to the supermarket and get some food. I don't have the heart to make delicious food for you. Just go get it from the supermarket yourself. After hearing this, most people breathed a sigh of relief. Call. I thought you were going to eat a corpse, but some people are a little different. Oh my God, it looks delicious. I want to have a bite. Really? Go, go, go. You have bread, but you don't want to eat it. Do you want to eat corpses? No, it smells really good, doesn't it? Let's go. Several students pushed and shoved each other, and some of them had been hungry all day, so they ran directly to the supermarket and started eating at the buffet. Just at this moment, in front of the dormitory, a door was quietly opened and a man walked out. It was Chu Yuni. At this time, Lu Li and Lin Wuxiao were still eating with relish. Amazing! Try this brother's ribs, they are covered with sauce. Try this braised pork shank. Chu Yuni slowly came behind them, and the two men didn't even notice. It was obvious that they didn't turn on their eyes to keep an eye on all directions. Otherwise, it would be impossible that Chu Yuni had not been discovered. Seeing his two busy men, Chu Yuni coughed twice, ahem. Lu Li showed off the braised pork elbow with one hand and waved with the other. Let's talk later. I'm busy. If you want to eat, go to the supermarket. Don't bother us, brothers. Chapter 76, Tian Gang Apostle and Disha Demon God. At this time, Lin Wuxiao noticed something. He vaguely felt that something was not right. He looked back. The piece of meat in his mouth suddenly stopped, and he quickly spat out the food. Pooh! Lu Zi, stop eating. Lin Wuxiao turned around abruptly and bowed solemnly to express his respect. By the way, he also pushed Lu Li twice. But Lu Li was already intoxicated at this time. His mouth was full of delicious and tender taste, and he didn't listen at all. Don't push it. Wait until I finish eating before we talk. See this scene. Chu Yuni's micro-expressions were changing wildly, and the corners of his mouth twitched subconsciously twice. What kind of subordinates did they recruit? Chu Yun raised his right hand, gently pinched his middle finger and thumb, and snapped his fingers. Clatter! As the crisp sound appeared, the change from yes to no was quietly used. In an instant, Lu Li stopped chewing. Because there was no fragrance in his mouth. It was just like shit. Dog shit. Fuck. Poo. Poo. Lu Li cursed loudly, spat out everything in his mouth, and stood up suddenly. When he stood up, he only saw Lin Wuxiao's shadow, and no one else. This was why he didn't intend to get up just now. Do you really think he is stupid? He knew from the shadows on the ground that there were only him, Lu Li, and Lin Wuxiao. But when he saw Lin Wuxiao's movements out of the corner of his eye, he trembled all over. It was like taking a cold shower on a hot day. My whole body was shivering. Lu Li turned his head suddenly and saw the person coming. It was that mysterious man Chu Yuni. Your subordinate. Lu Li wanted to say something else, but the words were stuck in my throat, and I didn't know what to say for a moment. Chu Yun waved his hand. Okay, forget the polite words. Before Chu Yun could take the next step, Lin Wuxiao picked up the travel backpack beside him and opened it. Look inside. It turned out to be a large number of supernatural crystal cores. It seems Lin Wuxiao, codenamed Yinhu, is quite smart. After acquiescence, Chu Yun picked one up at random, looked at it for a moment, and then took away the awakening opportunities on several crystal cores. But unfortunately, when these awakening opportunities fell on Chu Yuni, they only enhanced the strength of changing right into wrong and reduced the proportion of mental energy consumption. No ability was awakened again. Until Chu Yuni absorbed 12 crystal cores, this growth reached its limit and could no longer become stronger. It seems this type of crystal core can only go so far. If you want to continue strengthening, perhaps you need a higher grade crystal core. Second order crystal core? Chu Yun put down his hand and asked Tiger and Ox, what are your plans next, both of you? Hear this question. Lu Li was still a little hesitant. He really didn't have any plans. He just wanted to save more people and kill more zombies. But it's the same concept. Lin Wuxiao spoke directly. My lord, I want to build a base. Recruit people with special abilities, rescue ordinary people, and finally build a force to fight against the zombie apocalypse. Chu Yuni was very satisfied to hear this answer. This coincides with his idea. He also felt that if they were just fighting against the apocalypse, the Zodiac team alone would be too monotonous. After all, every world seems to be experiencing the apocalypse to varying degrees. There may be something hidden in this. If you want to fight against the end of the world, you are not just fighting against the end of the world in a single world, but the end of thousands of worlds. Here, Chu Yun thought about selecting the most elite group of people from each world and forming a separate team. When it comes to individual combat power, the best choice is Daijuxing. After all, Blue Star can only exercise at best. Night Star is just a body transformation. But the Great Matrix is different. The people here are experiencing the end of the world and have the opportunity to awaken their own special abilities. Isn't this better than just having a physical body or a prosthetic body? What Chu Yuni needs is a large number of people with special abilities. Think of this. Chu Yun just waved his hand, and creation and seizure were used. An iron scroll made of strong metal appeared. On the iron scroll, 108 codes are engraved. The most famous of the same style is naturally the stars in water margin. They are respectively the 36 apostles of Tiangang and the 72 demon gods of Disha. Chu Yuni divided the Tiangang into 6 groups, each with 6 people, and the group leaders were Tian Kue, Tian Gu, Tian Man, Tian Wei, Tian Su, and Tian Bai. The Disha are divided into 12 groups, each with 6 people. The team leader is the best of the land, the outstanding of the land, the dark land, the vast land, the violent land, the successful land, the advancing land, the fast land, the corner land, the lonely land, the ugly land, and the evil land. Every person with special abilities is screened to become a member of Disha. Then select from the Disha to become members of the Tiangang. And the Tiangang members. Chu Yuni will use his spiritual apostle power to grant them abilities. Chu Yuni directly packaged these matters and gave them to Lu Li and Lin Wuxiao through the word of all spirits, letting them be fully responsible. Although the text is not comprehensible, however, with the help of the word of all spirits, Lu Li and Lin Wuxiao instantly understood the meaning and names of these codes. At last, thinking of moving supplies, he gave the 2 of them some space to carry with them. In who obeys your order? The ugly bull has the order. Lu Li and Lin Wuxiao both knelt on one knee, as if they had received some great order. And at this time, a figure dressed in black slowly walked out from a supermarket not far away. It was Chu Yuni's shadow. The shadow merged into Chu Yun's feet and turned into an ordinary shadow. In that case, it's time for me to meet the source of this apocalypse. I'm really looking forward to it. Chu Yun smiled, and his figure disappeared in an instant, leaving only a small speck of yellow sand. When they saw Chu Yun disappear, Lu Li and Lin Wuxiao all relaxed. The boss's momentum is too strong. It feels like being suffocated by a python. The 2 looked at the remaining travel backpack, which contained at least 50 crystal cores. What should we do with the rest? Lu Li asked. Are you stupid? Since the boss has agreed to our plan, it will definitely count as capital for building our power. Wait for me to select the members, and then let them eat the crystal core. Isn't that a ready-made psychic? Lin Wuxiao said directly, leaving Lu Li thoughtful. And it is not difficult for them to find candidates. They were also given a castrated version of the empty door, which could only lead them to designated locations on the Great Matrix star like a random door. Push open the door, but cannot go to the empty door of special space. Directly across the door is the designated location. But it is precisely this point that makes it so easy for them to find the right person in an empty goal. That's all. A huge force is quietly gathering. Chapter 77. My name is Bai Chia. I am 27 this year. In the empty door, Chu Yuni held the door handle and asked directly, I'm going to near the culprit that caused the end of the world on the Great Matrix. This sentence. It is very clear and points directly to an endpoint. But if this matter was not about humans, Chu Yuni might be a little disappointed. After all, the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse was not the 7 deadly sins virus. The emergence of the 7 deadly sins virus was due to Mo Sun's operation. Although Ma Xuan is a god, but he was too weak and was directly killed by Chu Yun's conceptual abilities and the power of the nameless treasure tree in Arrogant Sky. How did this zombie apocalypse come about? The meteorite brought the virus? Gene experiment leaked? Chu Yuni had many guesses that flashed through his mind. But any guesses? It's better to find out directly and see it for yourself. The next moment, the door opened. Being able to say your request and turn the door handle at the same time means that your request has been fulfilled. Otherwise, the door cannot be opened. This is something Chu Yuni is well aware of. Big star. Somewhere in a very luxurious manor. Surrounded by green plants, 3 villas are located in sequence within the manor. There is a swimming pool in the manor that is over 100 square meters. The surrounding trees are shaped, and even walking around the manor requires taking a car. A manor of this level. Just by looking at it, one can feel that there are extra zeros on the bank card. And right here, outside the largest villa in the manor, on the recliner, a man with long white hair is resting. He was tall and handsome, and he was dressed simply, except for his long white hair, which made him stand out from the crowd. There were red and black pupils in his eyes, and he was looking at the sunset with evil intent. Wow! He shook the goblet, and the plasma in it hung on the wall. The man spoke slowly, and the maid beside him listened attentively. Has it spread all over the world? After listening, the maid replied immediately. Lord Corpse King, except for the Arctic glaciers and special areas, the zombie virus has been activated. The maid had a nice figure, but her eyes were blood red. You can see it. All the creatures in this large manor are zombies, but they retain a high degree of rationality. A perfect zombie. Okay. The Corpse King smiled faintly, shook the blood cup, and looked at the sunset quietly. Just at this moment, an abrupt figure appeared, which was inconsistent with the painting style of the entire manor. Yo, the source of the end of the world? The voice seemed cheerful and boyish, but the tone was close to maturity. At this time, who else could be the one who would speak so arrogantly in such a situation if not Chu Yuni? Who? The Corpse King glanced at the person who pushed the door and walked out. Never mind. I'm not interested. Kill him. The Corpse King raised one hand and pointed gently, and then the maid beside him immediately took action. Then the maid bowed slightly and said, yes. The next moment, the maid stretched out her left hand, revealing her long and slender nails, and fiercely scratched her right wrist. Swish! Streams of black and red blood flowed out, and under the influence of her supernatural power to control blood, the blood flowed out from her wrists. Just a blink of an eye. The blood solidified and formed a bloody sickle as tall as a person. No. Won't he lose too much blood? Chu Yun frowned. He couldn't understand and was very surprised. Eldest sister, we all have the same abilities. Why are you being so showy? But when he saw the Corpse King, he didn't take any action. Chu Yuni didn't want to lose his dignity first. See you. Chu Yuni walked slowly and came to the opposite side of the Corpse King. He waved his hand. Creation, seizure, and elemental domination were used at the same time, and a chair made of high-quality material appeared instantly. The moment Chu Yun sat down, he was sat down. This is not the end yet. Shadow, Chu Yuni said softly. As soon as the words fell, the slender shadow stretched by the setting sun was suddenly torn apart and turned into substance. The zombie maid who was about to take action paused. She also didn't expect that the person in front of her would actually use such means, but she didn't have time to think about it. Swish! The shadow's huge fist came directly at him. The zombie maid turned sideways, but was still rubbed on the shoulder. The next moment, boom! The shadow exerted a huge force, and the zombie maid's entire arm was knocked away like mud. You know, Shadow's physical fitness is half of Chu Yuni's. Chu Yuni now has power equivalent to that of 2 demigods. Even if we take a step back, his shadow also possesses divine power. This blow, the potential energy was so great that it directly blew up a strong wind. What? Damn it. I want you. The zombie maid was obviously panicked. She threw the sickle with her right hand, but the shadow held it tightly. But it was just a feint. Her blood control not only allows her to control her own blood, but she can control any blood. With just a thought, the enemy can be made to bleed to death from all 7 orifices. This is also a necessary condition for her to become the Corpse King's subordinate. She has strong strength. Die! She roared, bypassed the shadow, and used blood control on Chu Yuni, the man behind the scenes. But the next moment, she was stunned again, because the man not far away was covered in blood like a surging sea of blood, and he could not be shaken at all. Varied? Before he could finish, Shadow swung his blood sickle and chopped down directly. Swish! With one slash of the sword, the terrifying force directly cut the zombie maid in half. Shadow slashed her a few more times, chopping her head into pieces. Only then did the shadow return to Chu Yuni. The battle between Chu Yuni and the Corpse King has just begun. After the zombie maid died, the Corpse King didn't even look at it, as if it was just a useless chess piece falling, which didn't make him feel any ripples. Tell me about it. Who are you? The Corpse King took a sip of blood plasma and asked. But Chu Yuni would not tolerate his bad habits and directly retorted. Before asking anyone else, please introduce yourself first. Don't you have this basic courtesy? Chu Yuni asked listlessly with dead eyes. He used creation and seizure many times in the past few minutes, just absorbing the crystal core and now making an extremely sturdy chair, which made his desire fade a little. Chu Yuni now has no desire to chat with the Corpse King. But after just a dozen breaths, everything returned to normal. After all, the thing humans lack the least is desire. And after hearing Chu Yuni's big talk, the Corpse King was quite interested. The man who suddenly appeared in front of him really piqued his interest. The Corpse King lay on his back in the chair, looking very comfortable. Then he spoke slowly in a cold voice. My name is Bai Chia. I'm 27 years old. My previous job was a reincarnation. Chapter 78. Still trying to be stubborn even after death? After hearing what the Corpse King Bai Chia said, Chu Yuni's dead fish eyes widened instantly. This wasn't the first time he had heard of this. Last time, I still remember that it was during the lazy days. A group of reincarnations were gradually assimilated during the mission. Chu Yuni was no stranger to this term. After all, he is a professional writer and he knows all the basic tricks. The so-called reincarnation. They are the poor people who were resurrected by the Lord God. They spend their time and energy trying their best to survive in one adventure after another in the world. At the same time, you also have to complete the tasks assigned by the Lord God in exchange for points, which can then be exchanged for various items. The last of all, those who continue to sink deeper and deeper in the cycle of adventure in the world, completing tasks, consuming points, and then adventure in the world, are the so-called reincarnations. But as far as Chu Yun knows, for all reincarnations, it is a high-risk profession. Unless you are a lucky person like the protagonist, you will hardly be able to survive a few copies. After all, to the Lord God, the reincarnator is just a disposable chess piece that will be thrown away after use. At worst, he can just replace it with a new batch. And the Corpse King by Chia in front of him actually said, he himself is a reincarnation? This actually surprised Chu Yuni a little. You know, perhaps, becoming unconscious is the best destination for those who reincarnate. But the Corpse King by Chia in front of him had indeed separated from the main god. This change in his eyes was quickly caught by the Corpse King by Chia. The fact that he was able to escape from the Lord God's hands was enough to prove that he had great abilities. And the changes in Chu Yuni's eyes naturally did not escape his eyes. Corpse King by Chia raised his brows slightly, and his cold voice sounded again. Could it be that you too? No birds fly away from the mountains, connect. After hearing this, Chu Yun felt confused and had no idea what the Corpse King by Chia was doing. Seeing that Chu Yuni didn't respond, Corpse King by Chia was a little disappointed, but continued. Big hammer 80, small hammer? Chu Yuni was very confused. He didn't understand what nonsense Bai Chia, the high-ranking Corpse King, was talking about. Seeing Chu Yuni's reaction, Bai Chia was disappointed and said, "It's a pity that you are not from my hometown. My hometown is a beautiful blue planet. Its name is Earth." The Corpse King Bai Chia's eyes were reminiscent, as if he remembered something from the past. But Chu Yuni was in no mood to listen to his nonsense. Directly interrupted. Enough of that nonsense? You're the one who started the zombie apocalypse, right? Just knowing this is enough. Chu Yuni had no intention of talking nonsense with the Corpse King Bai Chia, so he interrupted the attack directly. He slowly stood up and used all his abilities to the fullest. How? You want to kill me? The Corpse King Bai Chia's eyes were cold, but one could still see that he was interested. This feeling. This was something Chu Yuni had never felt before from Imo-san. This is true calmness. It's like an ace veteran who has experienced many storms and participated in hundreds of interstellar battles suddenly traveled to an island country. Then watched the gang fight. But because of the restrictions on guns and knives, I could only watch them fighting with sticks. There was really no trace of emotion in his eyes. It's really too childish. From the look in the Corpse King Bai Chia's eyes, Chu Yun could only see indifference, absolute indifference. This is not arrogance. But I don't care, just like I don't care about the wind blowing around me. I don't care that the sun sets every day. I don't care at all. Maybe I'd warn you in advance. Even for me, it's very difficult to commit suicide now. The Corpse King Bai Chia raised his wine glass, drank all the blood in it, then slowly stood up and spread his arms. See this posture. Chu Yun smiled instead. Ha, do you know how I treated the undead guy before? One I sent into outer space. The other one was sunk into the sea by my cement. Seeing Chu Yuni laughing, Corpse King Bai Chia couldn't help but laugh too. He said, No. You don't seem to understand what I mean. I am not immortal. But immortality. The Corpse King's eyes were white and serious. His black and red pupils looked extremely terrifying, and he stared straight at Chu Yuni. He spread his arms, showing no sign of fighting back. It can even be said, he had never even thought of fighting, and he was a little surprised by Chu Yuni's appearance. But he was not surprised whether Chu Yuni could kill him. Seeing this pretentious look, Chu Yuni really didn't know what to say and could only express it through actions. He is a master at showing off. The next moment, Chu Yun slowly raised his hand, and elemental domination, absolute thousand creations, creation and seizure, vector operation, and changing right and wrong were used instantly. 5 conceptual level abilities were unleashed in an instant. An iron thorn created by the elemental master, creation and destruction slowly appeared. This iron spike is cone-shaped and extremely sharp. And the iron spikes continued to rotate at high speed, exerting excessive force. At last, Chu Yun slowly raised his hand and lightly tapped the floating iron spike. Vector operation and absolute 1,000 injuries were applied to this point, and all the force was converted to attack the Corpse King by Chi's heart. The use of changing right into wrong gives it absolute tracking and absolute injury expansion. This blow, it will be a blow that cannot be avoided or healed. After Chu Yun raised his hand and clicked, the attack that contained 5 powerful concepts blasted out instantly. Whoosh! Boom! The sonic boom cloud appeared instantly, and almost at the same time, pierced through the chest of the Corpse King by Chia. A huge blood hole appeared on the body of the Corpse King by Chia. This is not a simple injury. Just see. 70% of the left half of Corpse King by Chia's body had been reduced to ashes, leaving only a small half barely connected to the head. He kept his hands spread out, but most of the body has disappeared. The next moment, the wounds of the Corpse King by Chia were covered with black and red granulation tissue, which instantly connected to his entire body, trying to repair and make up for the injuries. But it didn't work. The injuries of absolute 1,000 injuries are absolute and cannot be healed by any means unless Chu Yuni takes the initiative to give up the target of enemy. As soon as those black and red granulations were connected, they began to fester and were unable to repair the severe damage to the body. Puff! Boom! The Corpse King by Chia slowly fell into the recliner and slowly stroked his body with his only remaining right hand, but grabbed nothing. He raised his head with his remaining consciousness and looked at Chu Yun. Yes, he has some skills. I have some. I look forward to our next meeting. After saying that, the Corpse King by Chia is dead. All the vital signs of this body have returned to zero. Chapter 79. You think it's very rich. Seeing this scene, Chu Yuni was really speechless. It's really speechless. The mother opened the door to speechlessness. I'm speechless at home. No? You are very arrogant, but you got hit and died. Why are you still being stubborn? You still want to show off before you die, right? Chu Yun relaxed for a long time. He had used so many abilities, so his desires and mental strength should have been weakened. But the Corpse King by Chia's bold move immediately gave Chu Yun a boost. Chu Yuni knew it very well. The Corpse King by Chia in front of him was definitely dead. There was no way it was fake. But it is precisely because of this that he is totally unworthy of his arrogant words and attitude, right? But Chu Yun thought about it carefully, and it was not surprising. It was just that the contrast between the Corpse King by Chia before and after made him unable to react. You know, no matter how high his pretentiousness is or how weird his words are, he will die here no matter how strong he is after being hit by Chu Yun's attack at his concept level. When you think about it this way, it's not surprising. Only, the last sentence of the Corpse King by Chia made Chu Yuni a little confused. What does the last sentence mean? Could it be? Chu Yun frowned and considered things from the perspective of a full-time writer. The other party can say such words. He must be capable and is sure that he can't die. But he was indeed dead. At this time, Chu Yuni directly changed his perspective and put himself in the shoes of others, thinking about how he could say such naughty words as, "Look forward to seeing you next time," when he died. The next moment, Chu Yun suddenly guessed something, and his hair stood on end. Could it be death rollback? If it was Chu Yuni himself, how could he say such nonsense so calmly? It would be because he relied on the ability to rewind the game after death. What is death rollback? It's like playing a game, saving the game in advance, and returning to a timeline before failure after death. So it goes. Chu Yuni would only say such obscene words if he put himself in the shoes of the other party. But the ability to rewind after death is too much. I don't have any reaction to this. Could it be that this guy's death replay actually transferred his memories to a parallel world? Just like the 8th episode of the 4th season of The Silence of the Lambs. If that's the case, it makes sense that the death of the Corpse King by Chia had no effect on Chu Yuni. But soon, Chu Yuni knew that he had guessed wrong, and very wrong. After killing the Corpse King by Chia, Chu Yun originally planned to take a tour around the manor. After all, it was so luxurious. Even when Chu Yun went out traveling, he had never seen such a place. Fuck. Is this mountain also considered a building within the manor? Chu Yuni looked up at a climbable mountain with a unique pavilion on top. This moment, to be honest, Chu Yuni was a little jealous. This guy lived in such a good place. Even the emperors in ancient times probably couldn't compare to him, right? After all, did the ancient emperors have butlers and maids? Did they have modern top-notch meals? Did they have smart home appliances and smart devices? None of them. Dog owner. Chu Yun was walking around and even stopped to spit. He even considered moving in, but he had no real plans to do so. For now, it is still the safest place in the empty gate. It is absolutely safe. Chu Yun feels at ease living there. After all, there are only two times when people are most vulnerable: when they are sleeping and when they are pooping. Now the latter does not need to worry because food is the most important thing, but sleeping is still inevitable. Since you have to sleep peacefully. Just as Chu Yun was looking around, a figure on the grass not far away made Chu Yun's eyes widen. The man was wearing a loose gray-brown pajamas and looked quite casual overall. There was an old butler serving him. That's not the point. The point is, when Chu Yun saw his back, he noticed the flowing white hair that reached his buttocks. He had only seen that on one person before. The Corpse King by Chia. What is the Corpse King by Chia doing at this moment? He was playing something that looked like golf on that endless lawn. It was hit with a bang. Hole in one. The old butler at the side clapped his hands and echoed, "Master Corpse King, you never miss a target. I think even the best players in the world can't even reach your level." The old butler adjusted his styled beard and spoke in a very flattering manner. And at this time Chu Yun, although he was a little bit unbelievable, he still slowly walked around to the side of the Corpse King by Chia and resisted the urge to take action to ask the reason. The Corpse King by Chia was not surprised to see this scene. He slowly handed the golf club in his hand to the old butler beside him. The old butler had some wriggling black lines on his neck, and his pupils were red. He seemed to be a perfect zombie. Corpse King by Chia turned his head and made eye contact with Chu Yun. He was the first to speak. "Surprising, huh? I'm somewhat used to it." Still so confused, Chu Yun asked directly, "Explain it." The Corpse King by Chia smiled and shook his head. He stretched out his right hand. His palm was slender and white, and the nails on it were also quite beautiful. He smiled and said, "Everyone has their own secrets, just like you. Will you tell me?" After saying that, the Corpse King by Chia shook his head again and said, "But it doesn't hurt to talk about it. I participated in the Lord's reincarnation mission about 93 times. Although it's not much, every time I escaped death, it almost squeezed out all my potential. I know this deeply from so many experiences. The more you want to escape from the Lord's control, the more impossible it becomes. As long as you're alive, it's impossible." The Corpse King by Chia stretched slowly, raised and straightened his left arm, grabbed his wrist with his right hand, and stretched comfortably. When he had finished stretching, he continued, "At my wealthiest point, I had about 90 million reward points. There are also 21 level side plots and 75 level side plots. Well, you understand it as being very rich." As he spoke, the Corpse King by Chia shook his head and gave an example. 10 reward points can repair all injuries, and 1 level of side story can be exchanged for a protective jade pendant that can save your life once. That way, you should have an idea. The Corpse King by Chia spread his hands, wanting to say that he really didn't want to show off. But Chu Yun really felt that it was nothing, because he had no idea. It's like when a friend shows off a game's skin. It's okay if you have played the game, so you can have a basic idea of how precious the skin is. But if you have never played this game and just listen to your friends bragging about it, even if it goes up in volume, it's hard to feel anything. Chu Yun wanted to know the answer directly and urged, "So?" After hearing this, Corpse King by Chia smiled, as if he found Chu Yun's behavior of being so impetuous despite being in his prime years somewhat amusing, and said, "So?" Chapter 80. He escapes, he chases, he can't escape. So, I'm not trying to brag. I just want to say that every prophet represents a risk. I have tested the brink of death countless times, wandering between life and death, and finally summed up the laws of the Lord God. The Lord God is not an intelligent being. It's just a rigid program created by someone. In the 89th reincarnation, I spent all my collections and combined all my abilities into my only one ability. I have integrated an absolutely effective ability, a power that can definitely help me escape from the control of the Lord God. Speaking of this, the Corpse King by Chia was quite interested, with black lightning flashing in his hands, but he did not attack, but continued to tell the story. One of the effects of this ability is that it can carry my consciousness in my genes, and to learn from each other's strengths and make up for each other's weaknesses. I obtained the original zombie virus from the reincarnation copy, Corpse Brother. Long you called this thing the immortality medicine. This will allow me to spread my genes and develop my abilities to the fullest. Well, tell me. Zombie Brother is also an excellent comic book. It's a pity you haven't seen it. After finishing a long speech, The Corpse King by Chia seemed a little tired again and had no intention of continuing. But even such scattered information was enough for Chu Yun to piece together a complete story. To put it simply, the Corpse King by Chia can possess another body and be reborn. It's like Apocalypse in X-Men, but even more outrageous. As long as the zombie has been infected with the zombie virus by him, he can regain control of the body and be reborn in a shell after the Zombie King by Chia dies. At this time, looking at the sunset not far away, Corpse King by Chia seemed to be immersed in it. He did not look at Chu Yuni, but seemed to be talking to himself. I named this extremely special ability of mine company. After saying this, the Corpse King by Chia sneered, ha 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 ha. The voice was cold and evil, but he himself didn't care at all and continued to talk to himself. It's a weird name, isn't it? But doesn't it make sense? The corpse dragon looked at the sunset, intoxicated by it. This ability is like a company. When the chairman dies, the vice chairman becomes the chairman. And when the vice chairman dies, the general manager will become the vice chairman. Below, there are also managers, supervisors, team leaders, and employees. To the end, the corners of the Corpse King by Chia's mouth were raised to the back of his ears, and his sharp teeth were as sharp as a shark's. His arrogance and evil aura were clearly revealed. As long as all the people in the company are not dead, the chairman will always exist and will be reborn through a shell company. Isn't it interesting? The Corpse King by Chia told the whole story, and Chu Yuni, like an audience, listened to the whole story. After listening, Chu Yuni couldn't help but shudder. This ability was indeed a bit abnormal. Even Chu Yuni, who has a lot of abnormal abilities, feels that the ability of this company is really abnormal. That is to say, if you want to kill this guy completely, you have to kill all the zombies? Each zombie is equivalent to his clone? Chu Yun was a little surprised, but after thinking about it, he couldn't help but look up to him a little. Original. Chu Yuni thought that no matter how powerful the Corpse King by Chia was, he could not be stronger than a god. But now take a look. In terms of survival alone, the Corpse King by Chia is thousands of times stronger than Imo Sun. After all, kill this guy Imo Sun. Kill him once and really kill him. But after killing the Corpse King by Chia, he was dead, killed by absolute 1,000 cracks. But another zombie became the Zombie King by Chia again. The new Zombie King by Chia possessed the memories and abilities of his predecessor, and could barely be considered a different individual. Not included in the concept of absolute 1,000 creations. Although absolute 1,000 creations is at the conceptual level, the company of the Corpse King by Chia just happens to be outside the concept of absolute 1,000 creations. Now, the Corpse King by Chia had a slightly amused look in his eyes and glanced at Chu Yun. You're thinking, kill all the zombies? Chu Yuni was shocked. This guy in front of him can read minds? Shaked his head. The Corpse King by Chia did not answer this question and continued. I also spread the zombie virus in the Lord God's copy. Even if the zombies on the Great Jushing Star are completely wiped out, my ability company can also take me to the Reincarnation Dungeon, Cabannery of the Iron Fortress, Chainsaw Man, Gakuin Lonely Island. Forget it. You don't understand these works. Even if I told you, you wouldn't know what kind of world that is. Anyway, I have planted zombie gene viruses in many worlds. Even if I can't stay here, I can go to other worlds to be resurrected. So you should know. The Corpse King by Chia raised his hand and placed it behind his neck, pinching it. His eyes were cold, and he looked like he didn't care at all. But even so, now Chu Yuni still raised his hand, ready to attack. I've already said it, you can kill me, but you can't completely destroy me, etc. Will this be good for you? The look in the eyes of Corpse King by Chia changed for the first time, and he saw Chu Yuni's eyes. That's a somewhat greedy look. It's as if killing the Corpse King by Chia is not just a simple matter of killing him, you can also get some unexpected benefits. The Corpse King by has the ability to read minds. This is a special ability that he awakened after unlocking a certain genetic lock. Essentially, he reads the brain waves emitted by others, organizes them, and then reads them, so that he can understand other people's thoughts. Until now, all his abilities were integrated into a single ability, the company. In the company, all capabilities are retained, complement each other, and become more convenient and easy to use. The Corpse King by is currently using this mind-reading ability, and he read Chu Yuni's thoughts. But the only thing I read was, I want to kill you. I want to kill you. I want to kill you. This moment, for the first time, the Corpse King by Chia's emotions were disturbed. What the hell is wrong with this guy? I clearly told him that he is immortal, but he still wants to do it. What's with the greed in this guy's eyes? What's with this desire? This guy, is he a natural zombie killer? He just likes killing zombies? Such a unique hobby? For a while, the Corpse King by Chia thought a lot, but he couldn't resist Chu Yunyi's quick movements. A face-to-face. The absolute attack combining 5 abilities once again pierced through the body of the Corpse King Longju. Whoosh! Boom! This time, a direct headshot. Seeing the head of the Corpse King by Chia being blown to pieces, Chu Yun couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. His joy was beyond words. Why is he so happy? Because every time he kills the Corpse King by Chia, he can gain a lot of control. The control power gained is not as good as Emo Sun, or even as good as Emo Sun's 4 incarnations. But I can't handle the huge quantity. Killing a zombie only gives you very little control. But by killing the Corpse King by Chia, the control power gained is far too much. What are you waiting for if you don't grab this man who doesn't resist and gets the power of control for free? Keep him for the new year? Just like that, an inhumane pursuit began. He escapes and he chases. He can't fly away even if he has wings.